Hey, audiobook collection here. If you enjoy the audiobook, please support the author by visiting the link in the description. If you'd like me to create an audiobook of your choice, kindly get the author's permission and share a screenshot of the approved authorization on Discord. I'll happily create it for you free of charge.
I still remember being a kid, wide-eyed and glued to the screen as I watched the very first episode of Ben 10. A kid wielding a watch that could transform him into powerful aliens? It was the perfect fantasy for a young dreamer like me. Later, Alien Force came along, showcasing an older, more seasoned Ben Tennyson, a new roster of aliens and darker, more complex threats. It felt like the series had grown up with me. But after that, well, it wasn't the same. Ultimate Alien had its moments but felt more like a gimmick for selling toys.
And Omniverse?
Let's not even get started on the reboot. Still, despite its ups and downs, I've always loved the franchise. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I'd always thought about writing a fanfiction for it, something that truly captured the spirit of what Ben 10 was about. And then there's the MCU. I mean, do I even need to explain? It's the freaking Marvel Cinematic Universe. Like many others, my jaw dropped when I first saw Iron Man. The thrill of realizing what Marvel was building was unlike anything I'd felt before. The movies, the shows, they ranged from good to great, and sometimes, just sometimes, they were downright legendary. So, here's the pitch. A guy gets dropped into the MCU, but with the Omnitrix strapped to his wrist.
Sounds like fun, right?
That's what I thought too.
Let's see how it all started.
##### July 15, 2018.
Portland, Earth Prime Source.
It was late at night, and I was typing away at my computer, as usual. Writing was my way of unwinding after a long day. My legs ached from a brutal workout earlier, but it was the satisfying kind of pain. The day had been a good one. My nephew had just returned from a trip to California and wasted no time demanding my attention. He was all over the place, showing me every little thing he'd done in Luigi's Mansion, Dark Moon. "Watch this, uncle," he'd said for the 10th time, his enthusiasm bouncing between adorable and exhausting. But that's the thing about kids you love, they can get away with stuff no one else can.
Now, the house was quiet.
My nephew was fast asleep, and the cool Oregon night made the atmosphere almost serene. I leaned back in my chair, the keys clicking under my fingers as I sent fictional characters on fictional adventures. My eyelids grew heavier, but I wasn't quite ready to call it a night.
For now, I was content.
That was when everything changed. A voice, smooth and unfamiliar, broke the silence. You really do need someone to teach you proper grammar, don't you?" I froze, my heart leaping into my throat. Spinning my chair around, I found myself face to face with a stranger standing casually in my room. He was tall, with a thin frame and an air of quiet confidence. His unshaven face was framed by slicked back hair streaked with silver at the temples. A brown vest and white shirt, complete with a black tie, peeked out from under a long lab coat. Around his neck hung safety goggles with green lenses. I stared at him, my brain struggling to process the situation. He didn't look like a burglar. If he'd broken in, I probably would have heard something. Yet here he was, standing in my room like he owned the place. "Well," the man said, still reading over my shoulder, "I suppose it doesn't matter much. You can practice your writing later." Finally, I snapped out of my stupor, scrambling for the nearest object I could wield as a weapon. My hands landed on the replica master sword I'd picked up at Comic-Con a few months back. It wasn't sharp, but it was heavy enough to swing like a club. "What the hell?" I barked, gripping the hilt tightly. The man chuckled, stepping back and raising his hands in mock surrender. "Impressive choice of weaponry. Alas, unless you happen to be the hero of time, I doubt it'll be of much use against me." He spoke with a refined accent, like a character straight out of a black and white film. His calm demeanor only made me angrier, and more unsettled. "Who are you and how did you get in here?" I demanded, keeping the sword between us. Introductions," he said, his smile softening into something almost apologetic. "You may call me Paradox."
Paradox?
The name sounded vaguely familiar, but I couldn't place it. "Well, Paradox," I said, stepping forward, "you've got about 10 seconds to explain before I—" He raised a hand, cutting me off. "I'd love to chat, truly. But I'm afraid we're short on time. You've been chosen, my boy, and I've come to send you on your way." "Send me where?" I snapped, but before I could get an answer, the air behind me shimmered. I turned to see a swirling blue portal tearing through the fabric of reality. The noise it made was like plastic being ripped apart over and over. "Wait, what the—" Before I could finish, Paradox shoved me forward. His voice was the last thing I heard before I fell into the portal. "Best of luck, my boy. You'll need it."
And then I was gone.
December 19, 2013. RAF. I swung the sledgehammer with everything I had. The metal head slammed into the brick wall, sending cracks sprawling across the surface. My shoulders burned, and a grin tugged at my lips despite myself. Kid, you know how creepy it is when you smile like that. I turned, adjusting the hard hat on my head as I glanced over my shoulder. The voice belonged to Sammy, an older man with dark skin, a mustache thick enough to bounce with every word, and arms like tree trunks. He was lounging on a folding chair, sipping water from a paper cup. His blue cotton shirt stretched across a belly that spoke of decades of good meals.
Yeah?
Well, you know one of the signs of old age is repeating yourself. I shot back with a smirk. Sammy chuckled, his belly jiggling with his laughter.
Touché.
Still, maybe don't look so happy smashing stuff, or people are gonna start asking questions. Yeah, I muttered, turning to survey the city outside. We were in one of the countless buildings damaged during the incident, New York's polite way of referring to the Battle of New York. Loki, aliens, the Avengers, it all felt surreal. I'd seen 1,000 movies with portals in the sky, but none of them prepared me for the reality of Chitauri warships tearing through Manhattan. This building in Hell's Kitchen had taken a direct hit, leaving a gaping hole where apartments had once been. It was just one of many. The cleanup effort was monumental, with Stark Tech, Rand International, and a host of other companies pouring money into the city's reconstruction. It was also a perfect way for someone like me, a guy with no legal paperwork, to make a living. Union Allied Construction didn't ask too many questions when hiring. They just needed muscle, and I had that in spades. It was hard, simple work: swing a hammer, break stuff, haul debris. Honestly, it was kind of fun. Kid, enjoy it while it lasts, Sammy said, nodding toward Eddie, a wiry Puerto Rican guy dismantling a sink in the next room. Guys like you and Eddie, you're not gonna last long once the paperwork starts mattering.
I sighed.
Sammy wasn't wrong. Eddie and I were both living on borrowed time, though our circumstances were wildly different. He'd come to the mainland to support his mom back in Puerto Rico.
Me?
My paperwork didn't exist because I wasn't even from this universe. Well, that's a problem for future me, I said, raising the hammer again. Sammy laughed as he stood, grabbing his own sledgehammer. Future you's gonna be real pissed at present you, I'll tell you that. By the end of the day, my muscles were screaming. Sammy and I left the site together, stepping into the crisp evening air. Ah, Sammy groaned, stretching his arms high overhead. Dude, put those away, I said, mock-gagging. You're gonna gas someone with those pits. Sammy slapped at my shoulder, grinning.
Little punk.
I smiled back. See you tomorrow, old man. You need a ride? He asked, jerking his thumb toward his truck.
Nah, I'm good. Thanks though.
I waved him off, waiting until he drove away before making my way back into the city. Once I was sure I wasn't being followed, I slipped into an alleyway, hopping fences and weaving through backstreets until I reached my hideout, an abandoned office building that had been half destroyed during the incident. The place was scheduled for demolition, but until then, it was home. Rent-free. Inside, the motion-activated lights flickered on, illuminating my cobbled-together existence. A broken refrigerator hummed in the corner, serving as a semi-reliable food storage unit. My kitchen consisted of an old printer converted into a stovetop, and my computer, my pride and joy, was Frankenstein's monster brought to life. Salvage phones, a busted monitor, and parts of a few gaming consoles all worked together to create something that barely functioned but felt like home. I cooked a steak on the printer turnstove, its faintly burnt smell filling the air as I sat down at my desk. The computer screen flickered to life, displaying a sci-fi interface I'd programmed myself. I tapped into the files I'd been gathering: Stark Industries employee memos, SHIELD updates, anything I could access without drawing attention to myself. One headline stopped me cold: Project Insight. 3 helicarriers, powered by Stark Tech, capable of monitoring and eliminating threats before they even became threats. Cool on paper, terrifying in practice. It was the kind of thing that made me question if SHIELD was the good guys. January 10, 2014. The routine had become familiar: work at the construction site by day, patrol the city by night. The Omnitrix had 10 forms unlocked, and I was learning their strengths and limits with each use. Saving people had become almost second nature, though I still felt the rush of adrenaline every time I stepped into the fray. But that day, something changed. It started as a faint vibration on my wrist, the Omnitrix lighting up red. My phone buzzed in tandem. Panic gripped me as I dropped the sledgehammer and pulled out the device. My computer at home was linked to both my Omnitrix and phone, programmed to send alerts for anything critical. My stomach dropped as I read the message flashing on the screen. Stephen Rogers is now a wanted fugitive of SHIELD. All agents are to report his whereabouts immediately. My heart pounded as I processed the words. Steve Rogers, Captain America, was a fugitive? What the hell was going on? I bolted, leaving a stunned Sammy and a confused Foreman in my wake. My Omnitrix lit up, and with a press of the dial, my body transformed into fast track. The world blurred around me as I sprinted through the streets, desperate to reach my hideout. Once inside, I slammed the door behind me, my chest heaving as I returned to human form. My fingers flew over the keyboard, digging deeper into S.H.I.E.L.D.'s files. Project Insight, Steve Rogers, Hydra, all of it was connected. The pieces were falling into place, and they painted a picture I didn't want to see. Something big was coming. And I was right in the middle of it.
January 10, 2014. For a crazy moment, I felt underdressed in my blue shirt. I stared at my computer screen, trying to understand what was going. The message was from S.H.I.E.L.D., being sent to all agents through priority channels. Every agent on the planet was getting this. And it was insane. Steven Rogers is now a wanted fugitive of S.H.I.E.L.D. All S.H.I.E.L.D. agents are to report any information about his whereabouts and bring him in for questioning. I ran through every bit of comic book knowledge I had, some of it mere scraps I'd overheard. What was going on? Why was S.H.I.E.L.D. hunting Captain America? Captain America going rogue was actually pretty common when I thought about it. It was true for all superheroes, a moment when the people who were supposed to support them started to think of them as criminals. But in this case, what was happening? Was he being mind-controlled? Framed? Did someone trick S.H.I.E.L.D. somehow? Hail Hydra, said a soft voice in my mind. An image that had actually in the news for a while in my world. Captain America, suddenly saying those two disgusting words. Was it something like that? Some weird pseudo-body switch thing? I needed answers. I needed to find out who were the bad guys. My feet didn't move. I licked my lips. For all my power, I'd spent months fighting thugs, gangsters, and rapists, all for the sake of practice. To get good with my powers, to establish a rhythm, to know when my watch would turn off and reset, though that was still up in the air. All for the day I'd actually fight as an Avenger, to save people from monsters, to do the work I did on patrol of Manhattan on a larger scale. With the Omnitrix, I could save a lot of people. I'd thought about going home a couple of times, of making a device to make a portal back somehow, but nothing I tried let me do it. For some reason, I was locked in this universe, or at least, my tech couldn't make the calculations to find my home universe so I could actually make a device that would get me there. So while I was here, I wanted to do some good. To use this gift that was forced/given to me to be a good guy. At that moment, I thought of Ben. I thought of how much he'd gone through. I thought of Marvel's famous characters. Of what made those heroes. And it was funny. But I found my inspiration from a boy who, in this universe, was only 12 years old. With great power, comes great responsibility. That thought made me step forward. I turned off the blinking message and switched over to my S.H.I.E.L.D. link. I didn't hesitate anymore. I needed information. And only one man would tell me the truth, or at least his version of it. There was a button on my computer, dedicated to one purpose. It was made from the head of a Hulk doll, something of a joke. Some of my forms had their own sense of humor. I wasn't laughing. I pushed down on the Hulk's head slightly, but not enough to actually activate it. Then I stopped to think before pulling my hand away. Not the time to be impulsive. I walked over to another corner of my home and grabbed the pack I had set aside. It was made from tough leather, filled with clothes, some granola bars, a tough canteen of water, a first aid kit, and knives. With a final thought, I threw off my blue shirt and grabbed one I'd saved. A white one, with a black stripe straight through the center. It felt appropriate. Made for anything, up to getting teleported into outer speed. A bug-out bag. I checked the Omnitrix, flipped through my aliens for a moment. Not to transform, just to make sure of what was happening. The plan had always been this, on some level. I was always waiting for a call to action. I'd spent weeks preparing for the day I would need to step into battle, to join the Avengers or help one of the street-level superheroes like me. I looked around my small home, shrugging my backpack slightly. I guess this is goodbye. I'd been planning to leave in a hurry at any time. That's why there were no posters, no movies, or video games in my house. But still, leaving was gonna suck. Then I sat down at my computer and pressed down on the Hulk's head. It wiggled slightly, his angry snarl bouncing around. Hulk smash. My computer speakers cried out. My screen flickered. That was it. Sadly, computers aren't exactly dramatic when it came to this sort of thing. But in my homemade supercomputer, a program ripped through every firewall in S.H.I.E.L.D. My passive intrusion became an invasion as I pulled every secret they had into my PC. On any other day, this would have been an insane move. No one human can look into the thousands of files belonging to S.H.I.E.L.D. without hundreds of hours of time to read through the sort of dark crap no one should read. I ignored all of it, switching over to the most relevant file. All the work being done in finding one Steven Rogers. Satellite surveillance, security camera, social network tracking, word of mouth. Everything on the East Coast was trying to find him, which meant I was too. You know the great thing about technology? With a good enough interface, you don't need to be smart. You just let the tech do the job for you. Not many can build smartphones. Almost anyone can use them. And my supercomputer could do the work of teams of hackers and technicians by itself. It separated out data and started using S.H.I.E.L.D.'s resources for me. I needed to find Captain America, and my computer started tracking him. Simple as a couple of button presses. I called the program Cap Watch and left it running. I pulled out my smartphone and connected it to my computer with a cable. I connected the program to my cell phone. With it on, I could keep a watch on Captain Rogers while on the move. The program would work within S.H.I.E.L.D., hidden by alien programming and keeping me informed. And then my computer beeped. The cameras had found him, at a mall in DC. I made sure my phone was connected to the Cap Watch program, then turned back to the monitor. I leaned towards the screen, squinting. He really does look like Chris Evans. But giant. It was something I'd always known from the footage, but now it was obvious. When he stood next to Thor and the Hulk, he wasn't that big. On his own, dude had to be over 6 feet. He was trying to be low-key, but it's hard for a truck made of super soldier enhanced and sculpted muscle to hid with a hat and a pair of glasses. He was standing with a woman, in the middle of an Apple computer store. They were tapping away at something. Well, the woman in the hoodie was at least. She was shorter than he was and hiding better. I'd barely half noticed her. Something about how she was standing just made her hard to notice. As though she was hiding even as she stood there. It took me a bit to recognize Natasha Romanoff. So Captain America was innocent? Or, wait, was Black Widow evil in this universe, just like in the Ultimates? Damn it all, more questions. As she typed, another alert came through. I checked it. Shit. The alert was actually 2. First, whatever Black Widow had done, it put a level 6 homing program onto them, which meant S.H.I.E.L.D. now knew where they were. Second, someone had triggered one of the motion sensors around my home. I ran to the computer and triggered the outer cameras, made from printer and smartphone parts. 8 screens showing everything around the building showed me what was happening. Men were pouring from black SUVs, guns out. They wore all black uniforms, with bulletproof armor, helmets, and combat boots. They were going down the alley near my home, all with assault rifles out. How the hell did they get here so fast? I grumbled. I knew they would track me once I slammed through their firewalls with the rudeness of a knife to the testes. But I hadn't expected them to be so quick. Or to come with an army. S.H.I.E.L.D. may have been under high alert, but I didn't think they would send assault rifles against a hacker. I made sure my bag was slightly loose on my back. Then I pressed a self-destruct on my computer. It linked with my fridge, stove, and security system. In 3 minutes, it would explode everything, leaving no trace of who'd lived there. It sucked ass. I'd made a home in Manhattan. My crappy run-down home, with tech that barely worked, a fridge that burned food, and a supercomputer that played Japanese TV on Wednesday no matter what I did. I pushed the thought away. I needed to get to Captain America and Black Widow. I was going to help, and I couldn't let S.H.I.E.L.D. stop me. Whatever was happening, he was the key. Then I looked at the computer. The camera outside my door showed the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents throwing something. At first, I thought it was a smoke grenade, but why throw that at a closed door? The computer helpfully identified it for me with the use of Stark Tech accelerated reality, zooming in and naming the object. I didn't read the whole description. 2 words were enough. Fragmentation grenade. My right arm lifted. I twisted the face of the Omnitrix. I didn't look at the watch. No time to choose. Any alien was more durable than I was. I just slammed my hand onto the watch, roaring as my palm hit my wrist. It's hero time. Boom. When the grenade blew up, it destroyed my metal door. Shrapnel flew into the air, some of it as long as knives. Enough to impale me, to even kill me. But the change had already come. I grew up to 9 feet in height. Blue-green crystals grew across my skin, sliding out of my pores, surrounding my fingers, my face. I grew massive spikes on my shoulders. My body was made of crystal. Diamond head. I stood there proudly, ignoring the shrapnel bouncing off the crystal. My voice was odd in this form, resonating. I would have preferred to run, but maybe I should throw a punch or two. Not really my plan to turn into Diamond Head. I needed to leave, and this form wasn't made for that. Then again, they'd thrown a grenade at me. All right, I snapped my hands to the side, thinking of Thor for some reason. My crystalline hands shapeshifted, becoming massive blades worthy of any anime. I said hero time. I'll make good on that. I leaped out of my home, my backpack now tight, and roared. There were 12 men in the little courtyard outside my home. I'm not sure what they expected, but it wasn't a Petrosapien leaping into the air out of the smoke, glowing blue-green in the sunlight and wearing a black and green outfit. Behind me, my home for over 3 months blew up. I roared, blade arms out, and slammed into the ground. The men around me started to shoot. Bullets slammed into my form, only to fall to the ground in useless chunks. Diamond Head could survive re-entry on his own. Bullets would do nothing. I ignored it and ran towards one of the soldiers. My left sword arm shifted, turning into a fist. Simple. But when your hands are as big and heavy as Diamond Head's, they hit with a hell of a lot of force. I punched his chest, sending him flying. My right arm became a shield. I waded in, pumping my left fist in my best boxing stance and hitting another guy in the leg. I tried to be gentle. These were just soldiers after all. I blocked another hail of bullets from one man using my right arm shield, hearing loud noises like metal hammers on stone as bullets hit crystal to no avail. I walked towards him swiftly, reaching a hand out and grabbing his gun away from him. He staggered back. I punched him in the ribs, tossing him aside. Another shield soldier stepped forward to swing his fist at me, and I let him. His fist broke on my chin. He screamed as he fell to his knees, and I kicked him back. Sorry, buddy. Take him down. That was the only response I got. More assault rifle fire was shot at me, and I growled in annoyance. While I couldn't be hurt by the bullets, the noise of them hitting me in the head and chest was annoying. I slammed my fist into the floor. Crystal shot into the earth, then exploded outwards around me in a shining imitation of an explosion. I tried to keep the shards dull, but when crystals the size of diamonds erupt upwards at high speed, they hit hard. The soldiers around me screamed as the crystals slammed into them, sending them flying. I heard more men coming towards us, and I knew I had to go. I couldn't exactly kill the good guys, even if they had thrown a grenade at me. I turned and swung my arm out, shooting blades of crystal at the ground. As they sank into concrete, they exploded, turning into a massive ramp. I ran for it, sliding on the crystals and launching into the air. As I came close to another building, I threw more crystals. They grew in seconds into a sort of bowl stabbed into the wall, letting me dive into the bowl, slide down and fly out of the other side. I landed on a roof and sprinted as hard as I could, hearing the guys behind me yelling at each other. Then the whomp, whomp, whomp of a helicopter's blades flew by. A sigh left my lips when a black helicopter spun around to come in front of me. These assholes are persistent. No time for niceties. Mid-run, I spun to aim myself at the helicopter, my legs and arms pumping hard. It turned its right side towards me, the door sliding open. A guy levered a freaking minigun at me. The barrels started turning at high speed. All this for a little hacking. The guy pointing the minigun couldn't hear me, considering the helicopter blades were sending a massive ruckus into the air. The minigun started firing. I lifted a hand up, shape-shifting my arm to turn into a giant shield again. Big bullets the size of thumbs slammed into the shield, sending flattened bullet rounds bouncing on the rooftop as they uselessly tried to break the unbreakable. I sprinted, holding my shield in front of me. My other hand swung outwards and tossed another crystal, a large stone bouncing on the ground before I leaped onto it. The stone grew under my feet, surging upwards and sending me towards the helicopter. My shield became a sword in midair. Raw. With that cry, I slammed my sword hand deep into the steel of the helicopter, at the point where the tail met the body of the chopper. The sound of metal being sliced by steel was a wailing screech of noise in the air. My sword sprouted a flower of crystals within the helicopter, pushing them to grow as fast as I could make them go. The guy with the minigun stared at me as the section of the helicopter I was hanging from began to sprout blue-green knives from the inside. All along the inside of the chopper, more and more crystals sliced through the seats, the fuel tank, grinding through the aircraft until a massive one rose from the floor. It was as big as a man and forced the guy at the minigun to back up as it crowded the helicopter. The whole thing began to fall, unbalanced and leaking fuel as my crystals sliced into it. There's a bar down the street, I said with a grin at the shocked soldier, still held to the chopper by my sword hand. I suggest you guys go there after this, drink things off. I leaped from the chopper, aiming towards another building nearby. I slammed into the rooftop in a ground pound and hurriedly looked over at the helicopter. The thing was unsteady, about to slam into a building nearby. I reached my mind into the crystals within the helicopter. Crystals feel like light, warmth of the sun on your face, even as you feel a cooling breeze on your arms. I moved that feeling, carefully, my arms swaying in the air as my carved lips curved. As the crystals moved, I dragged the copter through the air. Its rotors screamed, struggling to fight my pull. I grunted with the effort, trying to hold the aircraft, and guided it slowly to the ground. When it came close to the ground, away from any cars, the pilot stopped fighting me. Together, me swaying my arms and the pilot in the street ahead of me moving his joystick, I slowly lowered the chopper to the ground, ignoring the sounds of more men coming up onto the roof behind me for a second. As soon as the chopper was down, I spun around. More soldiers stood behind me than had appeared at my door. About 20 or so. I stared at them as they pointed their guns at me, my eyes narrowing. For some reason, this felt wrong. Opening up with a grenade on a house that could just have held a very stupid hacker. Coming in with guns up, without even speaking to me in some way. I mean, sure, I'd committed a crime, but hackers don't get armies attacking them, they get job offers. All of this felt less like S.H.I.E.L.D., and more like I was fighting an evil army. The men surrounded me, one in the center barking at me. Get down now, we will shoot you, you damn freak. Rude, I grumbled softly. Guns cocked. I raised my hands. Assault rifle fire slammed into me. I didn't stagger, my feet having sprouted spikes through the bottom of my shoes to let me stay standing. As the bullets hit my stone skin, my fingers sank into my palms, turning them into flat planes with spikes popping out. I fired an assault of spikes from my new cannon arms. They slammed into the ground in front of the guys shooting at me, erupting into a wall of massive spikes to defend me. I turned and leaped off the building, reaching for my chest. A massive palm tapped the Omnitrix. Once more, the change came. My crystal skin became reptilian, scaled and colored brown. My massive form shrank to become far more skinny, aerodynamic. My backpack was stretched to the limit when another growth sprouted on my back, which solidified before a pair of wings snapped out from it. My face became beaked, and my eyesight sharpened as my hands and feet each grew 3 talons. In midair, falling towards the ground, I pointed myself towards the ground. A section of my back came alight with green energy. I screeched for joy as I shot forward at the pavement like a jet engine. Before I hit the ground, I twisted my body upwards in a maneuver that would have snapped a human back, at way too many Gs. I rocketed back up into the sky as fast as I could, the organic engine on my back roaring with an unearthly noise. I released a pulse of energy, shooting into the sky at sonic speeds. I passed the guys on the rooftop chopping away at my crystal formation, spinning upwards and crying out the name. Astrodactyl. With that cry, I spun around. Okay, time to G-Screak. I blinked, floating for a moment. That's weird to get used to, squawk, I said, letting another screech of noise out once I'd finished. Sometimes you have to let the form do what it wants. And Astrodactyl liked to release loud bird noises when it talked. Hell, I kinda liked it too. I tapped the Omnitrix again, this time trying to access the GPS. I didn't have much time before the Omnitrix would time out, especially with all the stuff I'd had Diamond Head do, so I quickly accessed the direction of the mall Captain America had been in. A moment's orientation and I rocketed away, zooming through the sky with a tremendous boom of noise as I broke the sound barrier. Author's note, this chapter was fun. Considering the 2 new aliens revealed, I had to do some playing around with the changes in personality and the way the aliens act. One, in particular, was a lot of fun, and I loved the energy it brought out of me, though I imagine some would find him annoying. Overall, this chapter was fun to write, and I hope you enjoy it. Nobody can really understand the joy of flying, of rocketing through the air, screaming on a wave of air, diving and ducking as gravity fought to grab you and failed. The wind roared past me, my talons trailing behind me as my wings felt the icy chill pass above and over my skin. But I had a purpose. Even as I flew, I knew the truth. There was no way Captain America was at that mall in Washington, D.C. anymore. I had to find them again, him and that mysterious woman with him. With my eyesight, I focused on where I was aiming for. I needed to find them again, which meant hacking. I'd been flying for about a minute. Astrodactyl was fast enough to break the speed of sound with ease. The distance between Manhattan and Washington, D.C. is only about 230 miles. Even Mach 1 is 340-ish meters a second, and I could clear that with ease, which meant I needed to slow down so I could see what I needed. I also dropped as low as possible at points, flying along rivers, under bridges, trying to avoid detection by radar. About 6 minutes into the flight, the Omnitrix started to beep. I shot towards the ground, glad I wasn't as high up as the 20,000 feet I'd been at before. I came down behind a 7-Eleven on the outskirts of DC. It was in one of the rougher neighborhoods of the city. As I landed, the Omnitrix turned off, and I landed in a roll as a human being. I stood up and looked around the empty street, then started walking. Even with everything I'd done to try and shake off the radar, I knew it wouldn't last. I needed more. I needed a tech solution, a way to stop anyone, anywhere from tracking me. I'd thought of building one before, but I was more focused on hacking. I grabbed my phone and found the nearest technology store, a Best Buy a few streets away. I started jogging, keeping my eyes open for anyone shady. I wasn't exactly trained in espionage, so I couldn't see if anyone was following, but it was the best I could do on short notice. Funny. All the power to change the world on my wrist, and the first time I get the chance to help an Avenger, it's on a mission more dependent on spy stuff rather than explosions. I hurried down the sidewalk and got to the parking lot of the Best Buy. When I walked in, a kindly older woman with a badge on her chest that said her name was Martha smiled at me. Hello there. Do you need any help? As much as the universe can give me, I said quickly, striding past her fast. She blinked after me as I headed to the gaming center. Years back, in my home universe, scientists used a little under 2,000 PlayStation 3s to create a supercomputer. It used the advanced graphics capability of the gaming console to do things other supercomputers could do at a fraction of the cost. The PS3 was released in 2006, while the year I was in now was 2014. More importantly, it was created in a universe without Tony Stark. In this Marvel universe, I found stuff I wouldn't be able to back home. I checked my phone as I walked through the store, and kept track of Captain America and Black Widows traveling through my Capwatch program. I had one of the employees get me one of the new Stark console systems, which he told me would be waiting at the front for me since they didn't keep them on shelves. We did the same with a small monitor, a pair of earphones, some graphics cards, and some Legos, though I could carry a few of those items myself. Once at the cashier, the problems started. That will be $1,078.38. The cashier, a cheery young woman with black hair that had a red stripe in her bangs, smiled at me. And will you be paying with debit or credit? Cash. I reached into my bag. Over the months, I'd only spent money on essentials. The rest, I got from trash cans, sometimes pawn shops, but usually, I rarely spent the money I got from my job for anything that wasn't food. Add in the money I stole from thugs and gangbangers, and I had some cash to spend. Of course, I'd forgotten that a young man looking hectically around and carrying over $1,000 in cash looks suspicious. I realized something was wrong when the cashier started taking an extra long time to check my bills. Then I saw the employee in the background making a phone call. He was trying not to look at me. Someone came up behind me. Excuse me, sir. I turned around. The guy behind me was short, kinda pudgy, with slicked back hair. He looked like a normal guy. He smiled. Can you come with me please? He opened his coat. Inside was a badge with an eagle symbol on it. Shield. What, were you in the store already? I said as the cashier hurried away. The guy shook his head. No, but I was close by when we intercepted the phone call to the police. It just took him a while to get here. He nodded behind me. I turned around. There was a guy, standing taller than me. He was striding towards me, wearing nothing but a tank top, which showed off he had enough muscle for a fitness magazine. His head was bald, and his eyes were hard. He was walking towards me, practically glaring. Don't move. The guy who'd gotten my attention first was suddenly pressing a gun to my head, but I'd already reached for the Omnitrix. I thought about changing the alien I had set on it for when I left the store, but it didn't look like I had time. Get down on the floor, and we dash. I pressed the face of the Omnitrix. The guy fired his gun, but I was already knee-height to him. I shrank down by about 5 feet. My hair faded away. My ears grew out behind me as my nose grew forward. I felt my arms become skinny sticks, yet somehow become even more powerful. My skin became red. My blue jeans changed to fit my new form, my sneakers as well. And my white t-shirt shrank with me, the black spreading out. As it did, the shirt shifted colors further. A gold image appeared. Like a man wearing a helmet with big goggles on and a Triforce symbol on the eyebrow. Over the head were 2 words. Black Sabbath. 3 more words rested under the head. US Tour 78. Jury rig. I cried out, stretching my arms out as though I was a menacing monster, rather than a tiny red gremlin in a tour shirt. Ha 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 ha. I giggled, rubbing my hands together. Oh yes. Time to go nuts, baby. The guy who'd pointed the gun at me stared for a second. I leaped up and grabbed his face. Ha 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 ha. I punched him in the nose, hard, cackling madly as I held onto him by his right ear. Oh God. Get him off me, the guy screamed, falling back as I punched him over and over with a tiny fist. He reached up and tried to pull me off him. I leaped away, over him, and ran towards the main store. My mind was racing. Jury rig was just a manic energy kind of guy as is. But here, in the middle of a Best Buy? Oh my God, I stopped in the middle of an aisle full of printers. My fingers twitched as I stared at the devices in front of me. Ha, he 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 he, disassemble. With that battle cry, I leapt for the nearest printer. My powerful red claws dug into the plastic, ripping through the casing. As I did, my mind began to link it all together. One part connected to this part, so it could do this. And if that was possible, why couldn't I just do this? The feeling of tearing the printer apart, of understanding through destruction, made me cackle like a madman, my squeaky voice filling the air. Disassemble, 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 disassemble. In a blur, 3 printer were torn to pieces. Then I started mashing them together. The computer parts, mechanical sections, the pieces just fit together in my head. My mind may have been as hyper as the Flash on crack, but I just felt this, natural intuition for technology. I knew the machine because it just made sense. Reassemble. I cried out, creating a power source in the handle. Reassemble, reassemble. I placed the glass in the barrel as a focusing lens, then jammed plastic all around it for reinforcement. Ha, fixed it, baby. Jury rig was my most mind-bending form. But in some ways, he was also my most peaceful. Just as I finished the machine, the bald guy from earlier came around the corner. When he saw me, he started walking down the aisle. I picked up the device in my hand and pointed it at him. Hey, Baldy, I said with a fanged grin. Say hello. The creation I'd made was shaped like a giant gun made of plastic. I pulled the trigger that had once been a piece of plastic, and the gun fired, sending me flying from the recoil. A ball of light slammed into the tall bald guy. It pressed into his chest, lifting him up and sending him flying. Ha! I cried out. The guy slammed into an earphone display, shattering the plastic. What you gonna do now? The bald giant rose up. His nostrils flared, rage in his face. He grabbed the metal shelving next to him with his right hand. He smirked suddenly, his rage becoming determination. I can think of something. As I watched, his right hand changed color. From the point where he was grabbing the shelving, it started to match the shelving. For a moment, I thought it was some sort of camouflage. Then I realized it was so much worse. The color moved up his arms to his shoulders, and up over his head, until he was completely white, metal replacing skin. Huh, I said, my eyes wide. Your last name wouldn't happen to be Levin, would it? The big metal man roared, rushing at me. The imagery of a giant white being of metal rushing for a tiny red gremlin carrying a giant gun was hilarious. I raised the gun and fired again, as fast as I could. The light balls didn't send him flying anymore, only smashing into him with force. I leaped onto a shelf and started running down the aisle, kicking products to the floor as he followed me. Crusher Creel, right. I smirked at the roar I got in response. What, you don't like that name? I leaped over to the next aisle, shooting at the guy. My gun didn't have a punch, but at least the light balls could knock him around. I leaped over to the next aisle, then the next, going from shelf to shelf. He spun to follow me, crashing through shelves as I leaped from one to another. I leaped over one more. Then I leaped off the shelf and down into the aisle, leaving me to hide against the shelves and wait. To my left, Creel slammed through the shelves, crossed the aisle, and crashed through the next one. I grinned at the sight of him continues his chase as I stood behind him, then turned. I needed to escape. But I also needed to be able to keep anyone from chasing me. I ran through the holes Creel had made, going back until I hit the smartphone stuff. I grabbed 3 phones and turned to get more. There you are. I looked up. The guy who I'd punched in the face came running down the aisle. His nose was bloody, and he seemed enraged. He sprinted full force. Come here, you little shit. He reached out his hands to grab me. I grinned. Rude. Then I lifted my gun. He had a moment to realize what it was. His eyes widened, and his sprint became a backpedal. Then a ball of solidified red light slammed into his face. I didn't stop shooting as he flew through the air, hitting him 3 more times and knocking him across the store. Eat it. Then I ran. I grabbed more stuff, earphones, a keyboard, alarm clocks, stuffing my arms as I ran through the aisles of Best Buy. In the distance, I could hear Creel trying to find me. While I was surprisingly quick for being so small, I was on a low amount of time. Disassemble, I whispered, unable to fight my compulsion, but still lowering my voice. I grabbed at all the stuff in my arms and tore it apart. Smartphones were torn apart so their batteries could be used as power sources, and their touch screens as interfaces, their wireless stuff to interact with satellites, the keyboard and alarm clocks used for their circuitry, the earphones to produce sound. Except one, which I used to make something else. Soon, I was finished. I had a small block of random wires and circuitry before me, and a smaller one that looked like a pair of headphones turned into makeshift speakers with a Darth Vader alarm clock in the middle. I was about to pick them up and run when the wall behind me exploded. Yeep. That was all I got out. Then I was picked up and slammed into a shelf. Hands of steel wrapped around my thin neck. Gack. Creel held me in the air. He smiled at the sight of me in his grasp. Slowly, he began to squeeze. GHHH. I wheezed out. My left hand hurriedly reached for the Omnitrix symbol on my belt as I mentally reached for a hero who could fight off Creel. I changed. In seconds, my height exploded up to 9 feet. Red skin became orange and white fur, striped black. My muscles exploded outwards, becoming massive boulders beneath my fur. My feet became paws, and my hands each grew a single massive claw popping out of the back of my wrist. And my face became that of tigers. Wrath. I roared in Creel's face, picking him up and tossing him back. He slammed into some shelves, destroying the store further as his metal form broke them. You ain't about to choke me again, bub. With that, I stepped forward. Creel went to meet me, lashing out in a cross aimed at my chin. I caught his fist, a small shockwave as metal met flesh, both with superhuman power. When he stared at me in shock, I grinned savagely. That's right, Buster. I pulled in his arm, my claw slashing at his stomach. For a moment, my claw and his stomach clashed. A long gash was scratched into his steel form, but not enough to hurt him. He freed his fist from my grasp and fell back, but I stepped for. Yeah, got nothing. I roared, meeting him in battle. I roared, rushing him, slashing my claws into him. He fell back under my power. I relished in the sight as his metal skin was carved by my claws. That's right. Let me tell you something, Crusher Creel. Nobody can beat Wrath. I picked him and slammed him into the ground. I'm the best there is at what I do, and it isn't very nice. You talk too much. Creel punched me in the face from his position on the ground. I fell back, staggering. He followed me, punching my ribs. For the first time since I found out I had Wrath as a transformation, I felt pain from a blow, my bones groaning at the blow. I grunted, rage blinding me. You think you're great, mister, I can't turn into what I touch? Well, bring it on. I punched him in the face. Then Creel punched me in mine. We duked it out, tearing through Best Buy, turning shelves into scrap against our bodies. I grabbed a flat screen and slammed it over his head. He grunted as hundreds of dollars of metal and plastic tore over him. His skin flickered in color to match the TV, and he hurriedly grabbed some steel shelving, to change into steel again. I roared, hitting him over and over. Creel was silent now, trying to beat me with every bit of skill he had, his fists slamming into my chest, ribs, and face. I felt some respect for a moment. Creel was tough. But mostly, I was frustrated this problem wasn't going away by punching it. So, I decided it was time to really fight. When Creel threw another punch, I leaped up. About 20 feet in the air. Messy elbow drop. Creel tried to dodge, but I came down too fast, slamming my full body weight into his back with my elbow. He hit the ground, hard. I rolled to my feet and grabbed him, holding him upside down in a hug, his face outwards. I leaped upwards. And as I came down with Creel's head leading, I called out once more. Polaris pile driver. The ground shook with our impact. For a moment, it was still. I sat in a crater that had once been the gaming center of the Best Buy, Creel lying on his face. I rose up, and picked Creel up by his leg, lifting him until he was upside down and face to face with me. Creel was still awake, but weak. I grinned toothily. Wrath wins. Creel didn't respond. Yay, Wrath wins. I tossed him aside. A gunshot echoed in the store. A brief impact jostled my arm, a mere pinprick compared to I turned around. A bunch of guys were coming towards me, all dressed in police uniforms or familiar black military gear. I scowled. Wrath is real annoyed with you idiots. I roared. I reached for the Omnitrix symbol on my chest, tapping it. Orange fur became brown reptilian skin. Astrodactyl. There were about 15 men coming towards me. I opened my mouth and charged it with star power. Squawk. A beam of green energy flew from my mouth, slamming into a man wearing a cop's uniform. As he fell back, my jetpack launched me into the air. I fired again and again in the air, forcing the men back into cover, then cartwheeled in the air. In the aisles I'd been before, I saw 3 men walking towards the items I'd made. I flew over, dropping next to them. Not happening. I snapped out. The star energy within me shifted to my wrists, in the bracers on my forearms. I unleashed it, creating 2 energy whips that sprouted from the holes on my wrists. The 3 men raised guns to shoot me. I snapped my left energy whip out, wrapping the legs and pulling the whip. They fell in a heap. One of the men reached for his hip. I twirled my right energy whip, then lashed out, hitting him in the face. I did it to the other two, then got on to business. I turned to my creations. First, I fired an energy beam at the gun I'd made, destroying it as thoroughly as I could. Then I scooped up the other two devices. I placed each on either side of my hip. That finished, I lifted up once more. The soldiers were coming towards me again. One had a rocket launcher, which he fired at me as I hovered in the air. I spun an energy whip around and lashed out, exploding the rocket in midair. You'll have to do better than that, squawk. I flew for the exit. As I launched forward, my jetpack released a propulsion blast behind me. It hit the ground and exploded, sending the shield agents flying. I swung my whip at the glass of the front store window, breaking it. With that, I was out in the fresh air. I flew upwards, only to widen my eyes at the sight above me in the sky. Cool, squawk. A Quinjet. It floated over me, with its rotor wings, cool design, and even missiles on the wings, a feature I'd never seen on them. I flew up past it. The Quinjet turned towards me, a Gatling gun popping out of its nose. Oh, squawk. The loud whine of a Gatling gun filled the air as I rocketed around. The Quinjet spun to follow me, the Gatling guns filling the space behind me with bullets. The Quinjet fired missiles as well, 3 gray ones that followed me. I swung left to right, up and down, but I couldn't shake them. My eyes narrowed. This is a lot of resources coming at me, I grumbled. With that, I did a loop. I zoomed above the Quinjet, where its Gatling gun couldn't reach me. The pilot tried to rise up, but it wasn't fast enough. I turned and unleashed my right energy whip, star energy lashing out to destroy all 3 missiles. Then I aimed at the Quinjet and fired a blast from my mouth at the top. The aircraft staggered under the blast. I flew upwards, releasing another propulsion blast from my jetpack, leaving the Quinjet behind me. As I did, I reached for my waist and touched one of the devices. 2 things happened. First, the device began to emit energy that would interfere with any radar, as well as hacking satellites to erase my image as I flew. Then the first device activated the second device on my hip. That device projected a bubble in the air around me, one that kept sound crystal clear. Then it began to play a song, the music starting with a guitar riff. As it played, I sighed. Gonna have heavy metal in my head all day now, I said, despairing of ever understanding why jury rig was so weird. All you women who want a man of the street, but you don't know which way you want to turn. Just keep a coming and put your hand out to me, 'cause I'm the one who's gonna make you burn. With that music playing, I did an aileron roll, released another propulsion blast, and shot forward. I landed once I figured I was far enough away. I had to check where Captain America was, and my phone disappeared with my clothes whenever I transformed. I took a moment to despair the loss of my backpack. All that money, gone. What a waste. I touched down in a bit of forest, changing back. The forest was mostly dead, considering it was January. I took a breath, feeling a bit chilly, but not bad. I sat against a tree and slowly slid down until my butt hit the floor. I needed a break. Even with all my fighting in New York, I'd never been involved in so much combat. And Creel. Damn. If Creel had fought a bit smarter, he could have beaten me. Even with the Omnitrix healing me, I still felt his blows, the sheer power he had. What was S.H.I.E.L.D. doing working with Crusher Creel? I stopped, just trying to breathe for a moment. Once done, I checked Capwatch once more. The program was still running fine. I did a quick check and found it wasn't compromised. No one had found it. Thank you, Alien Tech, for being so damn broken. Jury rig was awesome. Anyways, I leaned against the tree and zoomed in on the map, showing me where the two were. Between my shopping, the fight with Creel and the Quinjet, and my rushed flight away from Best Buy, Captain America and Black Widow had made progress. They were on I-95, driving steadily north. If they kept going, they'd eventually hit Jersey. Sammy would have had something to say about Jersey. I watched them, trying to decide if I should join them. The devices I'd put on were still working at my hips, both humming ominously, but steadily. The beginning refrains of Enter Sandman began to play, kept in a 3-foot bubble around me by the device. The tiny image on my screen of a blue truck driving steadily continued to play. I sighed, then got to my feet. I checked the Omnitrix, wishing it had some sort of energy bar I could use to tell how much energy I had left in it. Finally, I just activated it, transforming back into Astrodactyl. With that, I was off into the sky. It took some stops to catch up with them. I had to keep landing to give the Omnitrix a break and check my Capwatch program. But soon, I was flying over I-95. And after that, I saw them. Captain America was driving. Black Widow was in shotgun. They were talking about something. I swooped in above their truck, staying high so they wouldn't see me. The truck was a big, brand new one. I didn't know Captain America owned a truck. I wasn't sure if it mattered, but it seemed funny somehow. I followed them like that for a bit, trying to figure out how to make contact. Flying was fun, but I could feel exhaustion coming in with all of the constant Omnitrix used today. I could keep going for a bit longer, but I needed a nap tonight. With no end to their driving in sight, I followed them by leapfrogging. I would land once the Omnitrix timed out, watch their progress on Capwatch, then take off again to catch up. Like stalking taken to the next level, something I tried not to think about. I had to stay high, using my insane eyesight to see them, so I wouldn't freak them out by flying in close. A giant pterodactyl with rockets wasn't something they'd find comfort in. Slowly, I flew. They drove. For over an hour, we went like that. Finally, while I was just wondering if I should cut my losses and take a nap, they turned off the interstate. I sighed in relief and followed them. They drove through the city streets, then down country roads, until they were driving on one road, an overgrown one that hadn't been used in a long time. A military base was in the distance. It was empty, run down. After some thought, I flew ahead of Cap and Black Widow. Once I got to the base, I dropped to land at the gate, turning human once more. I walked up to it, reading the sign hanging on the chain fence. Camp Lehigh. The whole fence was brown with rust. A beat-up old stop sign rested on it as well. In the light of the sinking sun, I could see that the rest of the base was much the same, a relic of a bygone age. All red brick buildings and rusted railings everywhere. I turned when the truck slowly rode up to me. I raised my hands up, smiling as best as I could. Captain America stopped the truck about 12 feet from me and stepped out with Black Widow. They'd clearly seen me and, because Cap's shield was on his arm, and Black Widow had her gun out and pointed. I took a deep breath as they came closer. I reached for my waist and turned off the music that had been with me all day. "Hi," I said, as brightly as I could. "My name's Mahmoud. I want to help." The two shared a glance. Captain America walked up to me. There was an incredible grace to him. For all his size, he walked like he was half a second from simply lifting off into the air. Black Widow was different. Where he was grace, she was subtlety. As he came forward, she stepped behind him, almost hiding in his shadow. I tried not be unnerved by that. But then, I was also trying not to geek out. Captain America was holding his shield. The shield? Made of vibranium in this universe, rather than a vibranium iron alloy, it was still able to take hit from inconceivably powerful things, including Thor, and Captain America and Black Widow. I was looking at superheroes. As they stopped in front of me, I couldn't stop smiling. "How did you find us?" Black Widow asked. "Shield," they stiffened. I quickly continued. "I mean because I hacked Shield. I used their satellites and database to find you, then kept anyone from finding you. Here, see." I reached into my pocket. "Ah, careful," Black Widow said in warning, pointing her gun at my face. I flinched. After a moment, I slowly pulled out my phone, raising it for them to see. I switched on the Cap Watch app, then tossed it to Cap, who caught it in his right hand. He turned it look, then blinked. "Cap Watch." I winced. I like my programs to have fun names. Black Widow's lips twitched upwards. "And you can follow us with this?" he asked, looking up at me. "Why? What do you want?" I spoke fast. "Back in October, I was given this." I lifted a hand up, displaying the Omnitrix. I don't know why I was given it, but it gave me powers. So I started using those powers to help people, traveling around Manhattan and saving anyone I found. It was good work. "Speed it up," Black Widow said. "It's cute you like playing the superhero, but we're on a timetable." "Yeah, got it." So anyway, I hacked into Stark Industries and S.H.I.E.L.D. The two shared a surprised glance at that. I was doing that to make sure the next time a Battle of New York or a convergence happens, I'd be there to help. And when they announced that Captain America was enemy of the state out of nowhere, I wanted to do something. So I did one big hack, grabbing all the info I could so I could find you. And the next thing I know, S.H.I.E.L.D. is tossing a grenade at my door. "Yeah, there's a lot of that going around," Captain America noted with a smirk. "That watch?" Black Widow stared at the Omnitrix. "I've seen the symbol on it. You're the guy who's been running around Manhattan the last few months. The one who can turn into all those creatures." The fact Black Widow knew about me wasn't much of a surprise. Even with all I'd done to try and keep off the grid, there was no way someone hadn't discovered my presence in New York, especially considering the people I'd saved had a perfect view of me. I nodded towards Black Widow and she gave me a smile. More of an amused one, rather than a kind one, but still a smile. "Fury was going to send someone to try and make contact with you. You were going to be investigated soon. Hopefully without a grenade thrown at me," I said with a grimace. "Well, it wouldn't have been my first choice," she said. "So you wanted to help us out of the goodness of your heart?" "Yes," I said. "I mean, I kinda destroyed a Best Buy to find you guys. Which, I gotta be honest, I'm feeling kinda guilty about." Captain America stepped forward, motioning towards the Omnitrix. "And you said that watch lets you hack things." "No," I lifted my wrist to show it to him. "This isn't a watch. This is the Omnitrix. And it lets me turn into aliens." "Asgardian?" Captain America asked. "Not from what I've heard," Black Widow answered. "So you were a superhero in New York, found out Captain America was being chased by S.H.I.E.L.D., and you were such a fanboy you decided to come and help." "Yes," I sighed in relief. "That is exactly it." Black Widow and Captain America shared a look. After a moment, she put her gun down and Captain America came over to grab my shoulder. He smiled at me, and I found myself grinning back. "I'm not sure I can trust you, but I'd like to." "He's naive like that," Black Widow said. She holstered her gun and stepped towards the gate. "I'm still going to shoot you if you turn out to be working for S.H.I.E.L.D. "Not likely," I said as Captain America stepped around me and used his shield to shatter the lock on the gate with one smooth strike. "Grenades thrown at me tend to make me an enemy. You're really stuck on that grenade thing, aren't you?" Black Widow said. "We entered the camp together." "Yeah well, I'm sensitive like that." "So what exactly are you guys here for? What is this place?" "It's where I was trained," Captain America said. "We're following a lead." We walked through the camp, looking around the place. Trained before or after you started punching Hitler? Captain America chuckled. Actually, I never met the real Hitler. I mostly dealt with his soldiers and the Red Skull. But this was before all that. He looked around. For a moment, he looked 1,000 yards away. I was still just a skinny kid from Brooklyn, trying to be a soldier. And now you're Captain America, I said, watching as Black Widow moved over to look into one of the windows. Call me Steve. He gave me a smile, then turned to look at a nearby flagpole. Once again, it looked like he was somewhere else. When I looked at Black Widow, she was eyeing me. Even as we walked around, she was still eyeing me. She had some sort of scanner in her hand, and it was beeping as she held it up. I looked at it thoughtfully, scratching my chin. This is a dead end, Black Widow said. She put down her scanner and put it in her pocket. 0 heat signatures, 0 waves, not even radio. Whoever wrote the files must have used a router to throw people off. She looked over at Steve, who was staring at a bunker. What is it? I looked at him as well. He seemed to have an epiphany. He started moving towards the bunker. I went to follow, and Black Widow hopped over a railing to join us. Army regulations forbid storing munitions within 500 yards of the barracks, he said as we walked up to the bunker. He gave us a look. This building's in the wrong place. He smashed the lock on the door to the munition bunker, I guess. I couldn't help but stare at the shield as it turned steel into scrap. That thing was seriously awesome. We walked down a flight of stairs and found what looked like a large office space. I'm not a soldier, but this doesn't look like munitions, I said, stepping down to the place. It's not. Black Widow was looking at a wall nearby. It's shield. Or maybe where it started, Steve added. We were all looking at a massive symbol on the wall, the centerpiece of the room. An eagle, surrounded by the words, Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. That's probably your fault, I said without thinking. Steve looked at me, surprised. What was? I chuckled, waving at his right arm, still holding the shield. I mean, they worked really hard to make up a name that spelled shield, right? Steve looked down, surprised. He held it up. After a moment, he gave his weapon a warm smile. Yeah, I guess they did. I can sense anything that might be in here if you guys let me. How? Natasha asked. I responded by waving the Omnitrix at her. If someone other than us has been in here in recent years, I'll be able to follow their trail. Steve and Natasha shared another look. Do it, Steve told me. All right. Keep in mind, I won't be able to talk in this form, so just follow my lead. I opened up the Omnitrix, flipping through my menu. I needed to sense things human eyes couldn't. Blitzwolfer was great because he had a good range of powers, including his senses. But when I really needed to track something or someone down even after years, I pressed the face, and the change came in a millisecond. I went from bip to quadruped. Orange fur sprouted across my body, covering me in a thick armored coat. My eyes sank away and disappeared, and new sensory organs grew at the nape of my neck. Fingernails became claws. A shoulder brace appeared, with the Omnitrix glowing brightly on it. I didn't speak English in this form, but if the snarl I barked out when I finished could be translated, I knew what it would be. Wild mutt. Well, that's new, Steve said. His voice was different now. It was as though he was so much clearer. Like my human ears were only hearing him on the tiniest level. Now, I could hear every bounce and quiver in his voice. That's just how being Wild Mutt felt in general. Every scent in the air, every sound, singing to me. There was no sense of color beyond heat, and photographs would be blank rectangles to me. But I didn't feel blind. How could I, when the world was so much more vivid now, when I could hear heartbeats, smell sweat, feel the primal part of the world in my heart? Being Wild Mutt was like becoming something simpler than a human. But it also felt purer somehow, as though the complications of sight was replaced by a roaring world of beautiful sense and sound. I sniffed the air with my gills, listened to it all. He said he can't talk like this, Black Widow said. There was a smell coming from her mouth I had to think to recognize. Bubblegum? A lot of it, too. She had some more in her pocket. How's he supposed to tell us anything? I snarled, moving about the room for a moment. I smelled something else, beyond Steve, Nat, the spiders and the concrete. Someone else had been here, months back. He smelled like airline fuel. I moved over to the stairs, following his trail. He'd walked over to an office. I turned, growling at the two. What, over there? Steve walked over to join me, and I pushed the door, smashing it off its hinges and into the ground. Steve cocked an eyebrow. Huh, strong. Show off, was Black Widow's opinion. The two followed me in as I sniffed my way up to some shelves. There were 3 big blank rectangles up on the wall, which I ignored to follow the scent. Captain America and Natasha walked up the rectangles behind me, talking about them in a way that made me realize they were photos. Cap apparently knew them. His heartbeat skipped a little when he saw them. Time to ask about that later. I followed the smell of the man from before to some shelves. There was a gap in between the shelves where I could smell metal and plastic beyond it, a bit of ozone to indicate electricity, and Steve noticed it as well. If you're already working in a secret office, I gripped the gap in between the shelves, shoving them apart. Even after all the years, the right shelf easily slid on its rails. Why do you need to hide the elevator? Just a light on the wall and a pair of doors with windows in them. We walked towards it, me sniffing at the air, and Black Widow went up to the keypad next to it. She lifted a device over the keypad, and it created a hologram over the device, showing the numbers on the pad. The hologram shuffled the numbers and quickly came up with the code, which she pressed into the pad. The elevator doors slid open, and we walked inside. As the elevator dropped, Cap looked at me. Gonna change back? I looked up at him. I mean, is there a time limit, or do you have to press a button? I growled in annoyance, reaching for my shoulder to tap the Omnitrix. In a flash of light, I was back in my white and black shirt and blue jeans. I sighed in disappointment. Ironically, changing from wild mutt always made me feel blind as a human. What does that feel like, anyway? Captain America asked. Remember the day you became a superhuman? I said. That sudden feeling of becoming stronger, faster, having better senses. Steve nodded. Like that, but I can change back. God, I wish we had time for me to interrogate you, Black Widow muttered. I looked over at her. I mean, you could just ask me questions. I prefer interrogation, lets me get the real story. She replied. You never talk to people over coffee. I had no idea why I was talking the way I was. For some reason, it was really easy to talk to her. She was funny. I do, but not when they can suddenly turn into giant dogs. What, you don't like Tony Stark? We shared a grin, and Steve chuckled. Any chance you guys can tell me about what's going on? The elevator was still lowering. I mean, why is S.H.I.E.L.D. attacking you guys? We aren't sure, Steve said. As far as we know, the answers are here. What about Nick Fury? I asked. I mean, he's the head of S.H.I.E.L.D., why didn't he stop this? The two shared a look, then faced the doors again. Steve answered. He was killed by the Winter Soldier. I stared at him, then at Black Widow. She looked back at me, and I scratched at my wrist, near the Omnitrix, trying to think. That look on your face, Black Widow said knowingly. That's why I want to interrogate you. The doors opened then. I swallowed, and we all walked out of the elevator and into a dark room. It was hard to see anything, but as we walked up lights began to turn on, revealing the space to us. Whoa, I looked around. Hundreds of rectangular towers surrounded us, each with reels that could be seen inside through windows. Somewhat, they couldn't upgrade to a laptop? This is an inefficient use of space. You always talk this much? Black Widow asked. Dialogue is important for relationships, I said as we followed Steve towards several monitors. Plus, I'm nervous when I meet superheroes. Children, Steve said gently. We have work to do. When we got to the monitors, there was a desk in front of them. There were a couple of cameras on top of the monitors. Well, that's new, I said when I saw a USB port station on the desk. And I mean that literally. Natasha took something out of her pocket and plugged it into the port. More lights turned on, clearing things up further. The reels in the towers began to spin. As we stood there, the center monitor turned on over the desk, and two words appeared as the speakers in the station spoke. Initiate, system. The voice was robotic. Natasha moved over to the ancient keyboard and tapped away at it. Why yes, spells yes. She smirked as the computers hummed. Shall we play a game? She intoned in a deep voice. I grinned at that, and she turned to Steve. It's from a movie dash. I know, he cut her off, bemused. I saw it. Oh yeah, I said, realizing. You have a lot of pop culture to catch up on. I'm doing my best, he replied, clearly focused on the task at hand. Suddenly the center monitor lit up. Lines of green codes went down the screen, and a voice spoke. Rogers, Stephen, said a voice with a German accent. Born, 1918. What the? I said in confusion. A camera on top of the monitors turned to look at Black Widow. Romanov, Natalia Alyanovna. Born 1984. The camera turned to look at me, and then it stalled. The voice spoke again. I do not know. That never happens. What, are you an AI? I asked. No, I am not, Herline, the voice said. I may not be the man I was when the captain took me prisoner in 1945, but I am. A monitor to the side showed us an image. An older man, with glasses and a rather sour look on his face. I looked around the computers, thinking to myself. Natasha asked Steve, do you know this thing? Steve didn't speak for a moment. He stepped around the monitors, going down some stairs and circling behind it. Arnim Zola was a German scientist who worked for the Red Skull. He's been dead for years. Steve said. Well, apparently he went all brain upload instead, I said, reaching for the Omnitrix and flipping through the menu. First correction, the computer, or I suppose, Armin, said. I am Swiss. Second, look around you. I have never been more alive. Yeah, well, bet it's been a while since you had a good steak or smelled flowers, I replied. True, Armin admitted. But it is better than death. When I received a terminal diagnosis in 1972, there was nothing to be done for my body. My mind, however, was saved on over 200,000 feet of data banks. You are standing in my brain. His voice was thick with satisfaction on the last words. Sorry we didn't wipe our feet, I whispered, selecting an alien, but not pressing down on the watch yet. How did you get here? Steve asked once he'd circled to stand between Natasha and I once more. Invited, Armin said. It was Operation Paperclip after World War II. S.H.I.E.L.D. recruited German scientists with strategic value. They thought I could help their cause, Armin said smugly. I also helped my own. Hydra died with the Red Skull, Cap said firmly. Cut off one head, an image appeared on the screen, and I frowned at it. A skull, with tentacles coming out from it. The symbol of Hydra. 2 more shall take its place. Otherwise known as not knowing when you goddamn quit, I whispered to Steve. He ignored me. Prove it, Steve said softly to Armin. Accessing archive. The computer screens changed, showing us an image of a thin man wearing a Nazi uniform. Johann Schmidt, the Red Skull. Hydra was founded on the belief that humanity could not be trusted with its own freedom. What we did not realize was that if you try to take that freedom, they resist. The imagery of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D., from Peggy Carter to Howard Stark, showed on screen. Yeah, because I sit around all day wishing someone would take my ability to choose from me, I growled, touching the Omnitrix again. Natasha shushed me. The war taught us much, he continued. Humanity needed to surrender its freedom willingly. After the war, S.H.I.E.L.D. was founded and the new Hydra grew. A beautiful parasite inside S.H.I.E.L.D. I stared at the screen, dawning horror filling me as I realized the implications of what he was saying. More and more images of war, of stock prices, of Armin himself working within S.H.I.E.L.D., all as images of the Hydra symbol flashed throughout. For 70 years Hydra has been secretly feeding crisis, reaping war. And when history did not cooperate, history was changed. The image of a man with a metal arm flashed. An arm with a red star on it. Bucky Barnes. And nobody found out. I asked. Accidents will happen. More images appeared. A newspaper declaring the death of Howard and Maria Stark. Nicholas Fury, with the word deceased over his picture. Hydra created a world so chaotic that humanity is finally ready to sacrifice its freedom to gain its security. Once the purification process is complete, Hydra's new world order will arise. Steve's face tightened. His hand clenched into a fist as he looked at the monitor that was Armin's face. We won, Captain. Your death amounts to the same as your life, a zero sum. Steve lashed out, shattering the middle screen. It was quiet for a moment. Then another screen lit up. As I was saying, Armin's voice was so damn smug. I was going to activate the Omnitrix and start disassembling shit, but Steve spoke again. What's on this drive? He indicated the USB Natasha had plugged in. I stared at it, realizing something. Project Insight requires insight. So I wrote an algorithm. Armin replied. What kind of algorithm? What does it do? Natasha asked. The answer to your question is fascinating. Unfortunately, you shall be too dead to hear it. Suddenly, the doors behind us began to be blocked by a pair of blast doors. Steve threw his shield at it, but they slammed close. I took a moment to marvel at the sight of my first look at Captain America throwing his mighty shield, but apparently, the doors had refused to yield, and it bounced back into his hand. The device in Natasha's pocket beeped, and she pulled it out to look at it. Steve, we got a bogey. Short-range ballistic. 30 seconds tops. Who fired it? Steve asked, shocked. Shield, Natasha answered. I'm afraid I have been stalling, Captain, Armin said smugly. I wouldn't worry about that. I turned to look at Armin. I've got something for missiles. I activated the device on my hip. I grinned as the field enveloped me in a massive radius, and the beeping from Natasha's device stopped. Moments later, the sound of a muffled explosion came from the surface, feeling like it was coming from our right. If I'm right, that missile will have veered off. Right. Natasha blinked, looking down at the device in her hand. Then she looked at me. How? I took the device on my hip and tossed it to Captain America. I made this for my flight over here. It keeps me from getting caught by infrared, anything made for the air. And if anyone aims a heat seeker or something while I'm flying dash, it forces it to veer away. Steve looked up at me, grinning. That is impossible. We turned to look at Armin. His green face was blinking in and out at a high speed. Oh yeah, it is, I said back, grinning. Unless you got the right toy. Alien tech, baby. My alien tech. And now, we need answers from you, computer man. See, I heard about Project Insight while I was hacked into S.H.I.E.L.D., and I know a bit. But if it's Hydra, we need more. I will tell you nothing. He seethed. I looked at Captain America. Hey, Steve. Is it cool if I tear this guy apart and build him into something that will give us answers? Steve looked at me. Then he looked over at the computer. Then he smiled. Skice, a German-accented computer said quietly. I pressed the Omnitrix. The change came in seconds. Once again, I was a small red gremlin, wearing a black Sabbath t-shirt and tiny blue jeans, with the Omnitrix symbol on my belt. And as I changed, the other device on my hip began to play music. Jury rig. Well, that's attractive, Natasha said, still looking a bit amazed at surviving. I have my moments. I squeaked. Then I looked around me. To my eyes, I wasn't standing in a weird computer room anymore. I was in heaven, a place where I could see how all the pieces separated, or were put together. We don't have much time, Steve said. Can you work dash? Disassemble. With the battle cry, I leaped at the monitor Steve had broken, smashing my way through it, then digging my way into it. No. Armin Zola screamed, horrified. Get out of me, you horrendous creature? No, no. I smashed my way out of another monitor like an alien out of a crew member's stomach and roared with glee before diving back in, ignoring the disturbed looks Natasha and Steve gave me. I grabbed at wires, every pull of them showing me transferred power and information. I ripped out chips, and the way they broke told me what to do. Every bit of destruction gave me the delicious answer to creation. In the end, while Armin's mind ran through thousands of feet of databanks, it all sent information to the computers I was tearing into. And if it did that, it meant I could pull all those archives to me. Just one more second. I yelled, my red ears quivering with glee. This is gonna be great. Please, no. Armin yelled. Captain, he is causing me pain. I cannot feel, yet he is making me Please, he is dash. I pulled out another chip, and he petered out. Sorry? I shut off his sound now. He's writing his begging on the screens now, Natasha said from outside the computer as I dug through another section. She sounded fascinated. I'm letting him. I smashed my way out from another screen and pulled in the USB port station and the keyboard. With a blur, I pulled all the pieces together. More fun that way? Ha 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 ha. Where's that music coming from? Steve asked, coming closer. Take me through the centuries to supersonic years. The device replied, playing Black Sabbath's Symptom of the Universe. We're running out of time, Natasha said. We got a Quinjet coming in, we need to run. Done. I leaped out of the computer. As I did, Armin Zola's program shut down. The reels around us stopped spinning. I turned to look at the only screen I hadn't shattered as more words rolled onto the screen. Damn you. With that, Armin Zola died. I'd have felt more sympathy, except he was a jerk computer. If he'd been Data, or EDI, or Vision, I'd have been sorry. But he'd had his chance at life. Plus, it wasn't like I'd stabbed a man in the heart. Okay. I turned to look at them. So now we run, right? That has the answers. He asked, staring at the X-shaped mass of wires and glass in my hand. I nodded quickly. Yep. Reassembled, baby. Good. Steve looked at the elevator. Then we need to run, now. Can't go up the elevator, Natasha said. They'll be waiting up top, and as soon as the Quinjet gets here they'll start shooting. Then I say we dig our way out. I tapped the Omnitrix symbol on my belt. Red skin became diamond hard crystal, and I rose up to tower over Natasha, then Steve. I grinned as I stood at my full height. Diamond head. You gonna run out of those anytime soon? Steve asked me as I walked over to a nearby wall, placing the device holding Zola's memory on my waist. I haven't yet, I said with a smirk. Now, hop on. Crystals grew beneath my feet, becoming a flat platform about 6 feet around me. Natasha stared at it as Steve walked over to hop onto the platform. Can you break down your plan? She said hesitantly. Digging our way out. Still hesitant, but having no other bright ideas, she got on as well. I forced the crystals to surround us in walls until we were in a large teepee made of blue-green crystal. Then I had the crystal under us grow, pushing us up at an angle. The top of the teepee slammed point first into the ceiling, smashing through with ease. More crystal grew beneath us, pushing at a diagonal angle. I forced more and more power through my body, and we sliced through the earth with ease. This is crazy, Natasha said in awe. I hope not, I said as we shot through the dirt, the groaning sound of dirt being pushed away by us surrounding my makeshift shovel. If I am crazy, this would be a bad time to become sane. And I thought the helicarrier was the end of me being surprised, Steve muttered. Behind us and down, the sound of explosions began to sound out. I turned to look at Natasha. She nodded. Yeah, that would be the Quinjet destroying the base in an attempt to kill us. I looked at Steve. He looked sad. He leaned against a wall of the teepee, sighing. I'm sorry, he looked at me. I know that place meant a lot to you. We met eyes. After a moment, he nodded. Yeah, I haven't been there in a long time but, it was where I got started. I nodded at that. We'll make them pay, I said with a sigh. SHIELD isn't what you thought it was. But it was made by good people. And with this, I nodded towards the junky-looking device on my waist. We can save it. Is it worth saving? Steve asked. I looked over at him. He was still staring at the ground. He was staring at his shield. I tried to think of what to say. Those people, I finally got out. The ones in the pictures that you and Natasha were looking at. Who were they? Steve looked up at me, sighing. Yeah, Natasha sat down, looking at him. They were the founders of SHIELD. Friends of mine. General Chester Phillips. Howard Stark. Steve stopped, swallowing. Then he continued. Peggy Carter. They'd be horrified if they saw what SHIELD became. Some of it was good, Natasha said weakly. She sighed. I wouldn't have joined if I didn't think so. We were suddenly in the open air. I opened the teepee by sliding the crystal apart. We'd popped up in a field, a long way away from Camp Lehigh's remains. It was night now and crickets buzzing in the field in the distance. As we got out, Natasha looked back at the massive crystal jutting out of the earth. You going to do anything about that? Nope. I sighed. I already left crystals behind. I might as well give them something insane to dig through. I like the idea of Hydra cleaning up my messes. At that moment, the Omnitrix timed out in the classic red beeping before flashing out bright red light, turning me human again. I grimaced, looking down at my Omnitrix. Time's up. We need some place to rest. I'm running out of steam at this point. Plus, we need to look into the data I stole. I think I've got somewhere in mind. Steve said. He heft his shield. What? Someone you know? Natasha asked. Iron Man. I added. Not exactly. Steve knocked on the sliding glass door in front of us. When it opened, a fit man with dark skin and well-trimmed hair opened the door. He was wearing a purple shirt and looked a bit sweaty. He looked at the three of us. I was standing next to Steve, with Natasha behind me, as always, since she could shoot me in the head faster that way. Hey man, the man said. How's it going? I replied. Steve put a hand on my shoulder, looking back at the man. I'm sorry about this, Steve said. We need a place to lay low. Everyone we know is trying to kill us, Natasha said. The man looked at us. After a moment, he seemed to come to a decision. Not everyone. He stepped aside to let us in. I smiled, and the three of us walked past him. I'm mood-shaped, by the way, I said to the man once we'd gone inside. He smiled, holding a hand out to me. I took it. Sam Wilson. I tried to hold back my shock. Holy crap. The Falcon. I looked around the room. Captain America, Black Widow, and the Falcon. Today has been just the best. I finally said, grinning like a madman. Steve and Sam gave me weird looks. Natasha narrowed her eyes at me. I just grinned back at them. Guess I'm an Avenger now? January 11th, 2014. Later, I was deleting the Cap watch on my phone. As good as it was, a dedicated program for finding Cap wasn't useful anymore. And without my supercomputer, I couldn't turn it into something new. So, bye-bye Cap watch. Though has served me well. Sam came in with a pot of coffee. Oh thank God, I said, walking over to join him at his dinner table. I'm running at fumes at this point. Yeah, you all look like you had a hell of a day, Sam noted with a look at me, then at the hallway where Cap and Natasha had gone. What exactly is going on? I shrugged, watching as Sam set out some creamer and sugar, bringing some cups to him. I'm honestly just the guy who shoved myself into the mess. I wanted to help Captain America, then they're trying to kill me. But here's what I know, and what Cap and Nat told me on the way here. I gave Sam the lowdown. Project Insight, Fury dying, S.H.I.E.L.D. attacking Cap, S.H.I.E.L.D. attacking me, the stuff we'd found out from Arnim Zola, and finally the X-shaped device I'd made from Arnim's parts. So that little thing has all the info you need? Sam asked. He was scrambling some eggs now and had some toast set aside. Yep, as far as we know. I took another sip of coffee. By the way, do you know me somehow? Sam asked. I sipped my coffee again. I mean, you seem to recognize my name. I didn't speak for a moment, leaning back in my chair. Yeah, S.H.I.E.L.D. had a file on you. They said you were a good soldier. I didn't dig through anything, but apparently, they were planning to recruit you one day. Sam froze for a moment. He looked up. And if S.H.I.E.L.D. is Hydra dash. Not all of it, I corrected him. Black Widow isn't. There's a whole lot of people there who are probably just trying to help people and have no idea they were even infiltrated by Hydra at all. But yeah, if S.H.I.E.L.D. knew about you, Hydra might too. That's mildly terrifying. Sam put the eggs he'd cooked onto a plate. I think the world got terrifying the moment I woke up in a New York City that had aliens and superhumans as part of the day-to-day, I admitted. Compared to that, all this espionage stuff is almost normal. At least we know Hydra is a threat made by normal men. Normal, racist men. Sam, a black man, and I, an Arab man, shared a glance. Can't believe we're dealing with Nazis, Sam mumbled. Hey, they came back, and Captain America came with them. We shared a grin at that. I want to kick some Hydra ass. I'm just wondering what we need to do to get it done. I mean, all I knew about Project Insight was that they had 3 big old helicarriers with repulsor technology installed. Sounds like you can do a lot of damage with those, Sam said. He put the eggs and toast on the table, and I thanked him as I got some. I'm gonna go get those too. He walked back to where Steve and Natasha were, and I continued to eat. The group entered shortly. Natasha gave me a look, eyeing the Omnitrix, but didn't say anything. I decided that was progress. Steve sat next to me, while Natasha took a spot nearby to lean against a wall. Sam took some toast and started buttering it, sitting down with us. So what do we do? I asked the 2 superheroes. Have you gone through the information that you took from Zola? Natasha asked me. I shook my head. I may have a genius on my wrist, but I'm not skilled in espionage or military tactics. I wanted to wait. I reached for my device and tapped the top of it. X device, wake up. The glass and steel creation buzzed for a moment before projecting a holographic screen facing me and Cap. Whoa, Sam looked at the hologram, ignoring the toast in his hand. How is that possible? Natasha asked, as stunned as Sam. Arnim Zola wasn't made of any tech to make holograms. Doesn't matter, I said. Jury-rig doesn't see technology based on what it is. When he tears things apart, it gives him insight into what is possible. He's like a guy who breaks apart a Lego house so he can see the pieces, then makes something new. I'm not going to question it, Steve said. Show us what you've got. Funnily enough, he actually didn't seem too worried. I suppose his experience with sudden new tech was more flexible after being frozen in the ice. X device, what do you got on Project Insight? I asked. One moment, sir. Natasha flinched when the device spoke. Wait, is it alive? She stepped forward, staring at the X device. No, I am not, ma'am. The voice was very country, the sort you'd hear in Texas. I'd wanted a voice based on something American, seeing as we were fighting Nazis. Mahmoud made me as an interface to access my files. He's just a basic virtual intelligence, I explained. He can simulate responses and reactions, but beyond that, he's not a real person. No offense meant, X. None to be taken, sir, he responded. That means you killed Zola? Steve asked me. I scoffed. No, he wasn't AI. He wasn't even a brain upload. Damn close, but true AI and brain uploads can develop. They can come up with new ideas, process emotion, learn, even do stupid things. Zola wasn't alive. He was just a recording. A tape that could spit out the responses on cue. He was stuck in time, no soul, no true intelligence. That is correct, sir, X said. At most, he was a lesser version of myself. Ah, I have the files, X said, displaying the files on the holographic screen in front of us. I lifted a hand up to flip through them by pressing my fingers to the screen and moving them. Let's see, Project Insight. I brought up files of various blueprints. I threw those over to Natasha, who blinked when the X device created a second screen for her. Here are the blueprints for the helicarriers. But Zola said it required an algorithm. What for? Fury said that the goal was to kill terrorists before they could strike. Steve sounded a bit disgusted. Maybe Hydra wanted to do something with that. No. Natasha flipped through the blueprints I'd sent her, zooming in to look at the various hallways. It can't be just a plot to kill terrorists. The way Zola spoke, it was as though this was some sort of endgame. We have the algorithm, and we have the information Zola had. X. Natasha said hesitantly. A southern accent replied. Yes ma'am. Is there anything in your files on what the algorithm was supposed to do? No ma'am. It was made to predict things on a massive scale, using the internet, stored footage, medical records, social media, actual media, and various other sources. X replied. Zola believed that you could predict the course of a man's life by following these trends. But there is no record of what Hydra itself was going to do with it. Well, that's convenient, Natasha said with a sarcastic grumble. It makes sense though, right? Zola made the algorithm so it makes sense he would have that in his brain, but I doubt Hydra put all their plans in an outdated location that wasn't even guarded. I stated before asking, so what now? Well, someone launched that domestic missile at us. Natasha closed her screen, tossing it to me. Who in S.H.I.E.L.D. can do that? Pierce. Steve leaned back in his chair, looking annoyed. Alexander Pierce, X said, head of Hydra, and one of their highest officials. He would often visit Zola for advice. Well, right now he's in one of the most secure buildings in the world, Natasha said. Not a problem, I raised the Omnitrix. I can just smash my way in and grab him. But then, I don't know who is Hydra in the building and who isn't. X, do you have a list? One moment. I have select personal, but many of Hydra's operatives are hidden and I'm sure that Zola's information base was heavily outdated. The various leaders do not trust each other to share a full list of soldiers and Zola was technically a defunct asset beyond his algorithm. But it's a good start. Steve leaned forward. Who in Hydra worked under Pierce? Jasper Sitwell. We all looked at Natasha. He was on the Lemurian Star, where I first stole Zola's algorithm. He is on my list of subordinates. Apparently, his son is currently going to Hydra Preparatory Academy. We turned to look at Exa. I looked around. Hydra has an academy, for kids. Steve let out an explosive breath, running a hand down his face. Okay, focus. We need to kidnap Sitwell, find out what the algorithm is for. So the question is, how do the two most wanted people in Washington and their shape-shifting friend kidnap a S.H.I.E.L.D. officer in broad daylight? Sam got up, drawing our attention. He went into the kitchen and threw a folder on the table. Answer is, you don't. Steve looked down at the folder Sam had dropped. What's this? Call it a resume, Sam said confidently. I leaned over to stare at the photo. Sam was there, a little younger than he was now, wearing a tight suit. A man stood next to him wearing the same suit, both holding goggles in their hands. Natasha picked up the photo, looking at it closely. Is this Bakamala? Natasha asked. Sam nodded. The Khalid Kandil mission, that was you. She gave Steve a glance. You didn't say he was a pararescue. Steve was focused on something else as he took the photo. His eyes were on the other guy standing next to Sam. He looked up at Sam. Is this Riley? Sam nodded. Yeah. Sam and Steve seemed to pass something between each other with that look. I didn't comment on it. Natasha spoke once again. I heard they couldn't bring in the choppers because of the RPGs. What did you use? A stealth shoot? No. Sam stepped forward, picking the folder up to hand to Steve. These. Steve took the folder, opening it. I grinned at what was inside. I'd guessed, but it was still cool to see the truth. Steve seemed amused. I thought you said you were a pilot. Sam grinned. I never said pilot. Steve looked down at the folder. After a thoughtful pause, he shook his head. I can't ask you to do this, Sam. You got out for a good reason. Dude, Captain America needs my help. There's no reason to get back in, Sam said firmly. Steve and Natasha gave me a look. I held up my hands. Hey, he didn't hear it from me. When Captain America needs help, people want to help him. Steve looked between me and Sam, and he seemed overwhelmed for a moment. After a while, he nodded. Okay, where do we get these things? The last one is at Fort Meade, behind 3 guarded gates and a 12-inch steel wall. Steve and Natasha shared a look. She shrugged. Steve looked back at Sam. Shouldn't be a problem. He threw a folder onto the table. On it, several words were emblazoned. XO7 Falcon. I guess I'm gonna need to make another radar jammer, I said before turning to Steve. And you need to make a phone call. Wait, Steve interrupted, already guessing what I was getting at. I don't think that's necessary. They'll want in on this, I said to Steve. I mean, the stuff you're dealing with? At least let them know you're okay, man. Steve looked at Natasha. She smirked. I have no secure way to contact them. My answer was to throw my smartphone to him. He caught it out of the air easily. That's my phone. It's undetectable by anything short of actual magic. You can call anyone on the planet, and not worry about people listening in. Steve stared at me, at a loss for words. I shrugged. They're your friends, right? I'd want to know my friends are safe. He's right, Natasha said. Plus, we might want to call them to help later. I don't want to drag anyone else into this, Steve protested. I'm not sure what's going on, Sam said, drawing our attention. But if the people you want to call are friends, If Riley was alive, and he didn't ask me for help with something this big, I would never forgive him. Steve looked around. After a moment, he sighed and walked to the other room. Fine. I'll make the call. A while later, I was sitting in a room with Natasha and Steve, waiting for Sam to do his part of the plan. He was looking over the city from a nearby window. Natasha, on the other hand, was asking me questions. So you say you're from Oakland? She asked pointedly. Born there, I answered. Raised in different cities in California, then spent part of my life in Oregon before I came here. Where you got the Omnitrix? Black Widow asked. Yep. Who gave it to you? No idea. She raised an eyebrow at that. None. Well, some, I admitted. But I have no idea for sure. So someone gave you, a random nobody by your own admission, alien technology programmed with the ability to turn you into beings like Diamond Head, and you have no idea why? Natasha asked skeptically. None. I looked at her. Her gaze was neutral. I sighed. Yeah, I know it's suspicious. I'm just doing the best I can with the tools I've been given. Just then, the elevator down the hall opened. Natasha gave me a look. You ready? Yep, I answered easily. The three of us went over the elevator. Inside stood Sam and another man. Older than us, with a bald head, skin a shade darker than mine, wearing glasses, slightly overweight. He also looked scared as hell and about to piss himself. He stared at us as Sam shoved him forward. I grinned. This was going to be fun. Steve threw the guy, Sitwell, through the door to the rooftop as Natasha and I followed. Sitwell fell, rolled back, and got up almost tripping over his feet as Steve followed him. I circled around, and the three of us strode towards the man. I stared at him, feeling my anger fill me. Hydra. This guy was one of the people who had tried to kill me. Things were feeling pretty personal about now. Steve didn't waste time. Tell me about Zola's algorithm. Sitwell took fast steps back, trying to stay calm. Never heard of it. What were you doing on the Lemurian star? I was throwing up. I get seasick. We got to the edge of the roof, and Steve grabbed Sitwell's suit, pulling him close so they were face to face. It was tense for a moment. Then Sitwell smiled. Is this little display meant to insinuate that you're gonna throw me off the roof? Because it's really not your style, Rogers. Steve eyed Sitwell. After a moment, Steve smiled back, stepping away. No, it's not. Luckily, I've got people for that. I pressed the Omnitrix. Instantly, orange fur sprouted across my form, and my eyes faded away. I got down on all fours and roared, a snarling bestial cry of rage and joy all in one. Oh my god. Sitwell squealed. I know right. Natasha stepped forward, a rush of sweet scent and beautiful sound moving along the rooftop to step past me. And that's not even your immediate problem. With a smooth move, she slammed her foot into Sitwell's chest as he freaked out at the sight of my wild mutt form. WaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaaAs Sitwell's voice faded in the distance, Natasha looked over at Steve, snapping her fingers. Wait, what about that girl in the science division, Diana? Debbie. Steve replied, looking down at the falling form of Sitwell. With the blue stripe in her hair. Yeah, Natasha said happily. She's cute, right? Yeah, I'm not ready for that. I let out a bark, a small chuff, trying to sound disapproving. I know, Natasha said, sounding as disappointed as I did. Steve didn't know what to think of that. Suddenly, in a burst of noise, Sam rocketed past us on his winged jetpack. A winged jetpack, man. With big gray wings, graceful flight, and cool rockets. How freaking awesome was Sam? Sitwell was in his left hand, still screaming in fear. Sam went over us, dropping Sitwell onto the rooftop. As soon as Sitwell dropped, I rushed him. Sitwell screamed anew, trying to escape, but I landed on his back, twisting him so he was facing up at my snarling jaws. I bit down in front of his nose, and sucked in the sweet scent of fear. Oh god. Sitwell screamed in horror. I drooled on his face. He screamed louder. Please, get him off. Think we forgot to mention that in this form he likes the taste of people. Widow happily added, which only made Sitwell whimper in fear. I laughed, a growling noise filling the air. Kid. Steve barked as they came closer. I stepped away immediately, letting Sitwell rise. Zola's algorithm is a program. Sitwell said hurriedly, trying to back away from Sam, Natasha, me, and any other monsters hiding nearby, for choosing Insight's targets. We got that part, Natasha said wryly. As she walked by me, she ran a hand along my head, getting a pleased growl as she scratched my head. Who are the targets? All of you. Sitwell looked around, trying to breath, flinching whenever he laid eyes on me. A TV anchor in Cairo, the Undersecretary of Defense, a high school valedictorian in Iowa City, Bruce Banner, Stephen Strange, anyone who's a threat to Hydra, now, or in the future. I stopped growling. Anyone. Even a baby could eventually grow to have a rebellious hatred of Hydra. What if he developed that as a child when he saw his parents were killed? Would Project Insight decide he was a risk? Hell, anyone could decide Hydra was evil. Peter Parker, Matt Murdock, Jessica Jones, the people of Wakanda. If any of them decided to rise against Hydra, Hydra would attack. And once they did, I slapped my Omnitrix symbol. In a snarl, I rose to my feet as a human, ignoring Natasha backing away hurriedly from where she'd been petting me. How many people? Sitwell stared at me. How many? Millions. Sitwell looked around at us. The Insight helicarriers will kill millions. We were in Sam's car later, driving at high speed towards the Triskelion, the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. I was sitting in the back on the left of Sitwell, behind Sam, while Natasha sat behind Steve on Sitwell's right. So we're going to sneak in there and shut it down? I asked. That's the plan, Steve said grimly. Well, Project Insight is launching in 20 hours, we should be able to get it done in time, Natasha noted, leaning forward to speak to Steve and Sam. I know, but let's make it fast anyways, Steve said. We'll use him to bypass the DNA scans and get to the heli-carriers, then we can have Jury Rig or Diamond Head stop them from flying. What? I winced when Sitwell yelled in my ear. Are you kidding me? That is a terrible, terrible idea. A massive impact hit the roof. Then a robot hand shattered the back window, grabbed Sitwell, and threw him screaming from the car. Holy shit. I yelled, shocked. I could see Sitwell fly 20 feet before slamming into a car, rolling to a stop only to get run over. Damn. Move. Natasha grabbed me and pulled me from my seat as a bullet slammed into the cushion. I let her move me, following her lead, and she forced me into the front seat with Steve, where we crammed ourselves in as awkwardly together as possible. How did he even get on the car? I yelled in shock. Natasha shot at the roof as the guy on it fired back. Steve reached over Natasha to slam the parking brakes on as Sam drove, and we came to an abrupt stop. A man came flying off the roof, rolled along the pavement, then got to a kneeling stance and slammed his fingers into the concrete, coming to a stop. His robotic arm glinted in the light, and I stared. Winter Soldier. He rose to his feet. His face was covered in a mask and goggles, but I knew Bucky Barnes rested beneath that mask. I reached for the Omnitrix. Natasha raised her gun, and a car slammed into us from behind. For a moment, Natasha's elbow was in my stomach as we were thrown around by the impact, and I hurriedly pushed myself into the back seat. Our car was forced forward at high speed towards the Winter Soldier. He leaped over and onto the car with another loud thump. Sam tried to put on the brakes, but we were getting pushed by the car behind us even so. Put on the gas. I yelled. Sam punched it. Behind me I could see Winter Soldier's feet as he hopped from the roof to the hood of the truck. The truck came around as Sam sped down the road, and I cursed when my body was slid from side to side all over the place. The truck slammed into the car once more, and we were sent into the guardrail. There was a horrific moment where I was airborne. I reached for the Omnitrix. Steve, Natasha, and Sam flew out of the car. I had a brief moment where Natasha and I shared a horrified glance. And then I was alone as the car flipped through the air. Author's note, next chapter is the Battle of Washington, done my way. Afterwards, a meeting with new allies, and the decision of what to do with S.H.I.E.L.D. The car was spinning in the air, sending me up into the ceiling where I slammed my neck into the roof. The whole world had gone crazy. At some point I slapped my wrist. Still, I was bounced around and I felt pain blossomed with each slam against the car. Then I was transformed. But the car still rolled. I still smashed into things over and over again. The car still threw me around, bouncing me against everything. Finally, the car came to a stop. I lay there for a second. Then I got up to my feet with a snarl. Someone had hurt me. Someone had to pay. The car was on its back. I didn't care. I slammed my claws into the floor that was now above me, and slashed my way through steel, plastic, and foam. I dug my way out, and pushed my way to freedom. Once I was out, my gills took a deep breath. I pointed my head towards the heat of the sun on my face. I roared, declaring my rage. I was in pain, but not to the point of actual injury. Just enough to make me mad. I snapped my head to focus on my opponents. They smelled like gunpowder, plastic, and leather. There was a hint of more gunpowder in the air, and the metal of weapons. One of them was the Winter Soldier. His men stared at me in fear. The Winter Soldier aimed his weapon at me. I leaped away as a metal object propelled itself from his weapon to me, exploding on Sam's car and destroying it for good. Soldiers began to fire at me. I ran at high speed, my enhanced senses showing me where they were, the sound of bullet fire only aiding me in what I was doing. Guns are loud, but when I was prepared for them, I could use them to help me find my targets. Winter Soldier shot at me again. I ducked low on the pavement, letting the grenade fly overhead, and rushed towards the soldiers. I roared, my claws dug into the concrete, and I leaped towards one. As the second car pulled up to spill more soldiers, I landed on the one I'd targeted and slashed at his chest, slicing deep. He tried to raise his gun, screaming in horror, and I took the assault rifle into my mouth. My teeth sliced into the metal with ease. The others tried to aim at me, the smell of fear in the air, and I leaped towards another soldier, slashing at his leg to leave enormous gashes in him. When they started shooting again, I was up in the air, leaping over a sedan. I ran around it, then leaped to grab a guy by the leg, pulling him to throw him at a nearby car. The soldiers tried to get a bead on me, but I ran back around, dodging the gunfire in great leaping bounds, using cars as cover. When I was close enough, I jumped over the hood of the Humvee to grab the back of a soldier's jacket. Shit, was all the soldier could yell as I pulled him over the hood. I growled, grabbing his gun and tossing it to Sam, who'd snuck around the guardrails. He let out a surprised shout when an assault rifle fell out of the sky to land in front of him, but I ignored that to bash the soldier I had on the ground in the face, breaking his jaw and knocking him out. Just then, another Humvee rolled up. Smelling the gunpowder inside, I leaped over to it, slamming into the roof of the second car. The men inside were about to get out, so I responded by ripping the roof off to join them inside. In the enclosed space, they couldn't escape. I was a deadly monster in an Humvee full of men. I only had to do what came best. I started slamming my feet against people, my tail wildly swinging through the air, and my teeth dug past body armor to fill my mouth with hot blood. I tried my best not kill anyone, I still wasn't ready for an act so heinous, but Wildmutt's primal nature left me happy to maim, which left my victims panicking. God help. It's got my arm. Shoot it. Somebody fucking shoot this thing. The 8 men in the car tried to fight back, but it's hard to aim a gun at something that big in such a small space when it is slicing your arms open. Just then an arm reached into the rooftop and grabbed me by the neck. For a moment, I thought it was the Winter Soldier when I felt the metal fingers lift me up out of the Humvee and toss me out to the pavement. But as I got up with a snarl, I realized it was someone else entirely. Someone I recognized. He stood as bald as ever, his black skin shining in the sunlight. Skin the same color as the car I'd just been in. Creel. I roared, rushing him. Creel stepped forward, and I leaped onto the man, sending him back into the car, which crumpled under his weight. I bit down at his throat, and he got his left forearm in the way. I gnawed on that instead, my claws ripping at his shirt and digging gouges into his skin. He swore, then punched me in the ribs with his right arm. I bit down harder. He punched me again, and this time I was forced to back off. I leaped off him, growling, and circled around for a moment. Then I saw more soldiers come around to aim guns at me. I hurriedly reached for the Omnitrix. In a flash of light, I became bipedal again. My claws shifted to become a single one on the back of my fist. My orange fur became striped with black, and a white patch grew on my belly. The Omnitrix went from my shoulder to my chest. I roared, the sound erupting in a wave. Oh yeah baby. I flexed, my muscles bursting with power. The wrath is back. The soldiers fired at me, but I didn't feel a thing as bullets bounced off my skin. Hey you. I pointed at Creel, who was stepping forward. Let me tell you something, Creel. Wrath doesn't dash. Creel punched me in the face. I stepped back, shaking my head. Wrath doesn't dash. He punched me in the gut, and I snarled. Wrath doesn't dash. Creel leaped up and slammed his fist into my chin. It didn't hurt too much, but it was enough to send me onto my back, physics working against me. I snarled, shaking my head. Creel stepped forward, and I leaped to my feet, roaring. The burst of noise sent Creel back. Wrath doesn't like being interrupted while Wrath is insulting people. It's what Wrath does. And now Wrath is gonna interrupt your face with Wrath's fist, and make you like it. Creel tried to attack again, but this time I was ready. I leaped forward, slipped under his right cross to circle around to his back. My arms wrapped around his waist, and I pulled him close, his metal back to my chest. I flexed, lifting him off the ground. Ah, shit. Creel yelled. He tried to struggle, and I grinned. Too late. I grinned toothily. Final. I lifted him up, leaning back into a classic German suplex. I slammed him into the concrete head first. Then I leaped up, still holding him, and brought us back to standing. Atomic. One more suplex. I brought us back to standing, spun him around so he was upside down in my arms, then leaped 20 feet into the air. Spinning towards the ground as soldiers stared in awe, I slammed Creel headfirst into the pavement. Buster. A crater was slammed into the bridge. I sat for a moment, with Creel embedded in the bridge at the center of the crater. Ha. I rose up blushing. Why do you even try? You're always going to ice skate uphill? Then Wrath will make the hill a not hill, so your trying is meaningless. While I love the trash talk, that doesn't make any sense. I looked up to see Sam. He was holding one of the assault rifles that belonged to the soldiers, and wore his jetpack in its folded form, giving me a look of surprise. He shook his head. Hey, I'm gonna help Cap. You got this. Wrath has everything. I turned to look at Creel. He was rising from the crater. Go, flies around like a falcon but doesn't he have feathers? Got it, Sam said after a confused glance. Creel rose to his feet, shaking his head before glaring at me. I should have figured I couldn't beat you like this, he said, stepping forward. You're dumb if you didn't. I stepped forward as well, glaring. I'm the Wrath? Wrath can't be beaten. Not now, not ever. Bring on your best. Mr. Absorb Stuffan works for stupid Hydra. Creel smiled. You know, you remind me of my boxing days. The guys who were all talk until I finally beat some sense into them. His skin went from black steel to flesh. I'm going to do the same to you. Creel reached into a pocket. If I'd been thinking straight, I'd have stopped them. But as Wrath, with my lowered IQ, I just stared at him. He took out what looked like a piece of rock, barely a pebble. It glowed slightly with a blue light. He raised it for me to see. Vibranium, like in your friend's shield. My eyes widened in horror. I sped forward, and Creel clenched his fist around it. I lashed out with my claw, trying to beat him to the punch. My claw slammed into his face, and uselessly bounced off his blue chin. Damn it. I roared. I lashed out again and again, slashing at him. Creel let me fruitlessly hit him for a bit. Break? Break you moron? Let me tell you something, Creel of Hydra. When Wrath hits something, it breaks. Creel caught my fist. He squeezed. And I screamed. For the first time, I felt unbearable pain as Wrath. I tried to pull back, but he was unmovable. That's the thing, Creel smiled, his blue face shifting. I'm unbreakable. He pulled back and punched. I staggered back, falling to my knees. He kicked me in the chest, and I went flying, slamming into a car. The force of my impact made it slide back, then over the edge and off the bridge, smashing the guardrail and sending concrete through the air. The car landed on the street below with me smashing into it a second later. It turned into scrap on the pavement. I rested there for a moment, groggy. Then Creel landed on my stomach. He wasn't that heavy, so it didn't hurt much. His right hook did. From his spot on my body, Creel grabbed my neck and started punching me in the face. Over and over, his vibranium fist hit me in the chin, cheek, and nose. Soon, blood started to pour from my lips and nostrils. I was scared. But I was also wrath. I didn't want to die. But I was also not about to let Creel hit me without making him pay for it. Wrath. I wasn't willing to let him kill me without leaving a mark. Ryuk. With a roar, I grabbed Creel by the shoulders. In his vibranium form, he was lighter than his steel form, so I could lift him and toss him over me. He was sent flying, and I quickly rolled to my feet. I fell to my right knee, staggering. Creel landed on his back nearby, rolling to his feet as well. Thinking quickly, I grabbed the car I'd been embedded in and threw it at Creel. It smashed into him with fruitless results, exploding and sending shrapnel everywhere. Creel walked right through it, smiling. Nothing you can do to hurt me, Creel said. Wrath is willing to try. I spat blood out, rising up. Wrath is willing to break vibranium. Then the Omnitrix began to beep, before flashing a red light. In an instant, I was human again. Unhurt. But human. Oh, I said softly. I met eyes with Creel. He smiled. Oh shit. Creel ran towards me. Then bullets started hitting him from the right at a high speed. We looked over there, and saw Sam. He was holding a minigun. Where did he get that? Pouring bullets into Creel. Run. Sam yelled. I sped towards him, Creel following at a walking pace, acting as though the bullets slamming into his face and chest were simple raindrops. Sam backed away, and I came up next to him. Any chance you can turn into something that can beat this dude? Sam yelled over the minigun roaring in his hands. Not for a while. I yelled back. The two of us walked backwards as Creel moved towards us. Well, that's just great. Sam cried out sarcastically. Creel was about 10 feet away when Sam tossed the minigun away. Come on. Sam grabbed my arm and leaped up. His wings unfurled, and the rockets activated, launching us into the sky. Creel reached out for me as Sam lifted me into the air, barely scraping his fingers against my shoes. Shit. I cried out as Sam flew us over the battlefield, aiming towards where Steve was battling the Winter Soldier. He dropped me near some cars, and I rolled as I hit the floor, trying to mimic what I'd seen from parkour videos. I landed in between a Honda Civic and a Prius, slamming into the Prius with my shoulder as I stumbled. As expected, it hurt a lot, but it was a lot better than what Creel would have done. Thanks, Sam. I yelled out hurriedly, running as soon as I found my feet. I tried to circle where Cap and the Winter Soldier were battling. I found myself staring slightly as two superhumans duked it out in the middle of the street. Winter Soldier was stabbing with a knife, trying to slice into Steve, while Steve used martial arts to keep him at bay. They moved with intense speed, mere blurs of motion. After a brief moment, Steve kicked the Winter Soldier in the chest, sending him flying into a car. I jumped when someone landed behind me, only to sigh in relief when I saw it was Sam with Natasha. She was bleeding from her left shoulder, which she held tightly with a grimace. You okay? I asked her. Later, she said back quickly. Where's the guy you were fighting? Right there. Sam pointed at Creel. He was running towards us, pushing aside a bus and sending it flying. The three of us scattered, my heart pumping hard in my chest, and Creel followed me. Damn it, Wrath, why do you have to annoy people so much? I yelled. I ran past Steve and Winter Soldier, who both ignored me, heading for the only thing that could save me. I grabbed it, wrenching it out of the back of van, and quickly spun to lift it in front of me. Creel's fist slammed into Captain America's shield. And nothing happened. Vibranium hit vibranium alloy, and left me safe. I didn't know why Steve's shield was in the back of the van, but it saved my life. Next to where Creel and me stood, Captain America was thrown over the hood of a truck, landing about 8 feet to my right. Thinking fast, I dropped low as Creel threw another punch, ducking that and rolling. Steve. I threw the shield to him. Steve got up and caught the shield, hurriedly putting it on as he and Winter Soldier squared up. For a brief moment, we all faced each other. Captain America, Winter Soldier, Creel, and me. Then the Omnitrix beeped out with a green light. I reached for it. Creel rushed me, Winter Soldier rushed Steve. I twisted the dial on the Omnitrix, found an alien, and hit the face as Creel punched me. His blue glowing fist hit my chest, then pierced through me. Skin split around his knuckles. The muscle, bones, organs, until he made the same journey out the other side. His fist went straight through my heart and spine, turning them into goo. Or at least, it would have, if all those things hadn't been changing into goo anyways. Goop. I announced in a robotic voice echoing from the device floating over my head. I now stood as tall as Creel. My body stood in a bipedal form, made of a green gelatinous form. The Omnitrix symbol rested on the anti-gravity projector floating over me, the device erecting a gravitational force over me to allow me to stand. If I'd had a mouth, I'd have smiled. Let's do this. I shouted through the anti-gravity projector. Creel stared at me, shocked. What are you supposed to be, green shit? Rude. I replied, offended. I threw some goo into his eyes. Creel staggered back, removing his fist and wiping at his eyes. Ugh, okay, I'm going to turn you into a stain on the sidewalk. Creel tried to punch me again. All he got for his efforts was goo on his fist. I grabbed him in my gelatinous hands and tossed him back. My form shapeshifted, becoming nothing but liquid, and the device over me gripped me in its gravitational hold, flying me over to Creel. Being Goop was so weird. I was technically two beings in this form, the shapeless goo, and the flying saucer letting that goo shapeshift. I had no bones, no organs or muscles, so I had to move through the saucer. My chemistry was up to me, so I could change from harmless to acidic. It should have been confusing, but it was oddly natural. As though my human form was the one that was weird, that I had always been able to change shape and acidity. As I did now, I surrounded Creel in a bubble of me, and changed into the strongest acid I knew how. Creel punched at me as I covered his body. It did nothing. Vibranium or not, you can't punch Goop to death. I watched through the saucer as Creel's clothes were dissolved. But that was it. Damn it. Apparently vibranium can't be melted. Still, I had other options. Before I could enact those, I saw Cap get kicked by Winter Soldier. The Winter Soldier stepped forward and grabbed Steve's throat. He raised his knife. No. My saucer form flew at the Winter Soldier. I slashed into the back of his hand, blood flying into the air and forcing him to drop the knife. With Creel, my goo fell to the floor, allowing him freedom. Creel, not missing a beat, ran towards Cap. I guess he thought he'd thrown enough punches. I flew back to my goo and rose up behind Creel. You want a piece of me? I said, spinning to throw a portion of myself at Creel's left foot as it hit the floor. Green goo slammed into his foot. Creel kept running forward. The goo stretched. Then it snapped back into position, forcing Creel to stay. Goop can become acidic. But he can also become an adhesive, as sticky and stretchy as you want. What the hell? Creel said. In front of him, Captain America and Winter Soldier moved off, Cap knocking off Winter Soldier's mask with a left uppercut. Here, have all the pieces you want. I shouted. I spun around, becoming a floating green swirl, and rapidly fired off portions of myself. They hit Creel in the back and shoulders. He struggled, but this wasn't a heavy weight. It wasn't a kinetic force for his vibranium form to absorb. This was glue, surrounding him in adhesive and gummy stuff. In seconds, he was covered in the stuff from neck to toe in a massive pile of sticky glue. He slowly struggled through it, but it would take him a while to get out. Once I was done, I walked around to look at him. Creel glared at me. I'm still not down, Creel said. I'll get out of this eventually. Oh, don't worry. I reached for the Omnitrix floating with my anti-gravity projector, about to turn into Blitzwolfer to hit him with a sonic blast. I've got something dash. An explosion filled the air. I turned to see a car in front of Steve finish turning into scrap metal. When I looked around the battlefield, I saw Steve, Sam, and Natasha all standing in different spots. Natasha was next to a silver truck, while Sam was by a blue taxi. Steve stood closest to me, and he was staring at the destroyed car with shock on his face. I wondered why for a moment. Then I remembered. Steve had uppercut the Winter Soldier's mask off. Bucky's mask. He'd seen his friend's face on a killer. Steve, I started to say. Then the police sirens began to ring out. A bunch of black SUVs rolled up, spilling out men in black military uniforms. I turned into liquid and flew forwards, throwing pieces of myself at one of the vans and surrounding the soldiers coming out in more adhesive, attaching them to their SUVs. I was going to do it again, my form shifting to aim at guys surrounding Steve. Freeze or I'll kill him. I stopped, shape-shifting my body to look towards the person yelling at me. For a moment, I wondered why the KG Beast from Batman vs Superman was standing there. Then I saw what he was doing. He and 5 other men had Sam at gunpoint. Sam was looking at me sadly, his hands up. Fake KG Beast glared at me. Change back. My eyes moved quickly around my body as I stood there. Nearby, Natasha was captured as well, forced to her knees with no regard for her injuries. Steve was on his knees, staring at me. Sam still had his hands up, clenching and unclenching them. Creel was still in the goo I'd surrounded him in, looking at me. Fake KG Beast stepped closer to Sam. I said, change back. Now. For the first time, I felt dissatisfaction with my Omnitrix menu. If I had Lodestar, I'd have been able to rip the guns out of these guys' hands. Instead, I reached up for the anti-gravity projector, and tapped the Omnitrix. In an instant, I was human again. Fake KG Beast turned his gun from Sam to me. He stepped towards me, eyes hard. On your knees. I glared at him defiantly. In a blur of motion, he slammed the butt of his gun into my chin. I crumbled to the ground. As stars filled my eyes, I spat blood from my mouth and glared up at the guy. He smirked. Then he lifted his boot high. No, Steve shouted as the boot came down. Dawn dash. A burst of pain followed. Then I was out. Author's note, the above was really fun to write. Wild Mutt finally fighting, Wrath smashing Creel with Zangief's move, Creel revealing he was given something to level the playing field against Dial, Dial having his first horrific timeout in this FIC, Sam firing a minigun at Creel, Dial using the shield before tossing it Cap, Creel and Goop fighting. It was fun. By the way, Vibranium Creel didn't show everything he could do in that form. He had what amounted to about $10,000 worth of Vibranium in his palm and he had no idea the power he really carried. Wrath is strong, but when Creel was made of a substance that negates all kinetic force, all his hits stopped having effect. That said, Wrath can win, if he's smart about it. Goop's plan worked well. So yeah, I had fun, and I hope you guys did too. Going to bed. Let me know what you think, or if you have questions. I woke up later in a van. I looked around groggily. Hey, Natasha said to my right. I looked over at her. She smiled shakily at me. Good to see you're awake. My jaw hurt like hell. I tried to lift my hands, but they felt really heavy for some reason. Natasha shook her head. Don't move. Rollins gave you a hell of a hit. Is that who that was? I slurred. I looked across from us. Sam and Steve sat on the right side of the van. Sam was looking at Steve, who was staring at the floor. There were also 2 helmeted guards with hands on their weapons, one female, the other male, both clearly Hydra. Through my throbbing headache, as the van bounced around, I tried to remember what happened. Steve looked up at me. Did X have anything about Bucky being the Winter Soldier? Steve asked softly. Everyone, even one of the guards, looked at me. My headache intensified, but I thought of a response. We never thought to check, I answered. For a moment, I felt relief I'd hidden X in Sam's garage. Nobody but an Omnitrix user could unlock him, but better safe than sorry. The Winter Soldier? I asked slowly. I already knew, but I felt Steve wanted to talk. We might all be dead soon anyway. I held back my fear at the thought. Steve looked down at the floor again. Yeah, and he didn't even know who I was. How's he even alive? Natasha asked. Was he frozen, like you? Zola, Steve said, still looking down. Bucky's whole unit was captured in 43, Zola experimented on him. Whatever he did must have helped Bucky survive the fall. They must have found him and... You couldn't have known, I said softly. You would have done everything you could. He's right, Sam added. Steve was quiet for a moment. When he spoke again, it was almost in a whisper. Even when I had nothing, I had Bucky. We were quiet. Then Sam looked at Natasha. He turned to the guards. We need to get a doctor here. My head still throbbing, I looked over at Natasha. Her shoulder was bleeding profusely. I wanted to reach over, only to feel my hands held down by weight. I looked down and blinked. They'd surrounded my hands in a steel casing, leaving them crossed. Steve had similar bonds on his hands. It must have been at least 30 pounds of metal, covering my hands in cold metal from mid-forearm to wrist. Shit. That meant the Omnitrix was out. I could feel the watch pressing painfully into my wrist, squeezed by the cuffs. Steve and I were also locked at the legs, leaving Natasha and Sam in regular cuffs. Still, if I forced Hydra to try to kill me first, maybe we could get the jump on them. Just insult the shit out of them, make sure they try, then. Sam was still speaking. He's got a concussion and she's bleeding out, we need dash. One of the guards pulled out a baton in a lightning-fast movement, the end lighting up with electricity. There was a tense moment. Then she spun it around and jammed it into the chest of the other guard. While we stared in shock and the other guard shuddered in his seat, she lashed out in a kick, sending the guy bouncing off the window, then to the floor. As soon as he was out, she reached up and pulled off her helmet, revealing, Robin, from How I Met Your Mother. Kobe Smolder's face breathed deeply. Whew, that thing was squeezing my brain. Sam and I glanced at each other, then at her. She looked back at us, then at Steve and Natasha. Who are these guys? Robin, as it turned out, was really Maria Hill. An oddly friendly version of Maria Hill, who I remembered as kind of a bitch in the comics. She used a cool laser device to slice off all our cuffs in seconds. She waited until the car stopped, then sliced out the bottom of the car with the laser. The strike team had placed our van in the middle, which meant Steve had to be careful to reach down and pull a manhole cover from the ground without anyone seeing. He was smooth, lifting it out of its place and sliding it aside. We dropped down into the sewers from the van with Steve's shield and Sam's wings as carefully as possible so the driver of the van wouldn't notice any jostling in the back. I went goop again so I could simply float down into the hole. Once we were safe, Maria sliced off my bonds. I turned into goop again and covered Natasha's wound with adhesive goo to stop her bleeding. That done, we started walking through the sewers. We came out after about 30 minutes of walking, then got into a gray van. Maria drove, leaving the city and heading through a forest until we reached a dam. There, we got out. I turned into fast track for his better-than-human strength and picked up Natasha. What are you doing? She asked, glaring at me. Carrying you, I answered, hefting her up and following Maria. I'm not an invalid, Natasha growled. You're wounded, you need help, you get help, I replied back. Put me down, she grumbled. Despite her protests, she didn't fight me, a testament to how much blood she'd lost. I carried her carefully. The 5 of us entered the dam and started walking through the halls. The place was wet, as expected with green moss on the walls, and everything colored brown and illuminated with fluorescent lights. As we walked, a guy in a suit, wearing glasses, with thinning gray hair came towards us, running. Maria apparently knew him, because she yelled out as he came closer. GSW, Maria said, the acronym for gunshot wound. She's lost a lot. Maybe a pint, Sam added. But Mahmoud sealed the wound. Let me take her. The man, a doctor apparently, said as I walked up carrying her. He gave me a startled look when he saw my fast track form, but focused on Natasha again, who was still giving me a petulant look. She'll want to see him first, Maria replied. We shared a confused look that Maria ignored. Going into a large room with pillars and machinery strewn about, we went down some stairs. There was a section of the room blocked off by plastic hanging on hooks set up like makeshift walls. Maria pulled back the plastic, and stepped aside to let us look inside. Samuel Bad Motherfucker Jackson stared at us for a moment before speaking. What the hell is that carrying you, Natasha? A stubborn idiot, was all she could reply. I think she was too shocked to say anything else. I turned back into goop to remove the makeshift bandage I'd made for Natasha. It hadn't completely stopped the bleeding, but it had helped, and the doctor operated on her as we listened to Nick Fury, who was Samuel L. Jackson, not a very white guy from the comics. He still had an eye missing though, and a badass eye patch. I wondered, once more, if I was in a version of the Ultimate Universe, and gave Natasha a glance as the doctor checked her shoulder. Black Widow had been evil in the comics, working with terrorists. But I checked with X in private. Not only was Black Widow not in S.H.I.E.L.D., she'd been specifically tagged as being a very bad idea to try and recruit. I could trust her, as much as I could trust a spy. In the meantime, Fury, no way was I calling him Nick, ran down the laundry list of his wounds. Lacerated spinal column, cracked sternum, shattered collarbone, perforated liver, one hell of a headache. Holy, don't forget your collapsed lung, the doctor added helpfully. Oh, let's not forget that, Fury said sarcastically. Otherwise, I'm good. What, you're down for a pickup basketball game now? I asked, still shocked by the sheer number of injuries. How about Sam and me vs you and Steve? We'll be skins, Fury replied easily, smirking. They cut you open, Natasha said, sounding accusing. Your heart stopped. Tetrodotoxin B, Fury told her. Slows the pulse to 1 beat a minute. Banner developed it for stress. Didn't work so great for him, but we found a use for it. Fury mentioning Banner reminded me of something. Why all the secrecy? Steve asked. Why not tell us? Maria answered for Fury. Any attempt on the director's life had to look successful. Can't kill you if you're already dead, Fury said matter-of-factually. Besides, I wasn't sure who to trust. He looked at me. So did everyone else except Sam. I sighed. Seriously, I'm not Hydra. Also, you didn't think you could trust Captain America, really? Or Tony Stark? First, you may not be Hydra, but you are still suspicious, Fury said simply. Second, I am trusting Captain America. You see him standing here, don't you? As for Tony Stark, he'd go telling the presses about anything, if he didn't follow your lead and destroy a Best Buy first. That wasn't on purpose, I growled out. And I'm telling the truth? I'm not the enemy. How can you prove that? Fury asked simply. I gaped at him. You appear in New York with no paperwork, in this or any nation. You have a watch that can turn you into things that can fight any of the Avengers on even ground or better, and admit it's alien, meaning you must have gotten it from off-world. Natasha, has he told you where you got it from? No, Natasha said. Oh, Fury cocked an eyebrow. So you have all that power, appeared out of nowhere, and claim we should just trust you. Explain why. I growled, stepping forward to explain myself. Because I do, a voice stopped me. I looked over at Steve. He was smiling at me. I trust him, he looked back at Fury. I've seen what Mahmoud can do. He's got a lot of power. If he wanted to, if he was working for an enemy, he could have killed us at any point. But he's put that power to use to help us. He could have died at the bridge if it wasn't for Sam, but he stayed and fought when it would have been better for him to hide. I trust him. There was no chance for me to respond when Sam stepped forward as well, patting me on the back. For a moment, I felt myself choke up. I swallowed down the tears like a man, only to have to wipe away some. Geez, why was I breaking down? All Captain America had said was that he trusted me. Thanks man. Heartwarming. However, we will talk about this later, Fury said simply. So you trust him? What now? I wiped away my last tear. We need to call Tony, Rhodes, and Clint. They're all on standby. You want to bring more people into this? Fury asked. We need numbers, Steve said. I thought about leaving them out, but they all said it was their fight, and they can give us a hell of a lot of power. Fury nodded. After a moment, he looked around. Go ahead and call them. We've got 16 hours to plan our attack. And someone get me a chair. Clint, funnily enough, arrived first. I was with Steve and Sam at the door to the dam when he rolled up. Maria had recovered devices I'd been using to hide from radar and satellites on, keeping us from being seen by Hydra, so it was safe for him to join us. She had also recovered X from where I had hidden it at Sam's house once I explained to Fury just what it was and he all but ordered to her to get it. Clint was riding a red motorcycle, and was wearing a purple jacket and blue jeans. He came up to us, parked the motorcycle, then got off and removed his helmet. Like Sam, he didn't look like an actor I recognized. He had blonde hair groomed to go into a point, a 50 clock shadow beard, and eyes that seemed to pierce through you. He was shorter than all three of us, but he came towards us with the same sort of subtle walk that Natasha did. Good to see you, Clint, Steve said, smiling. He stepped forward with his hand out. You too, Steve, Clint smiled back, taking Steve's hand and shaking it. He looked over at me and Sam. Gonna introduce me? Yeah, Steve said. He pointed at Sam. This is Sam Wilson, he pointed at me. And Mahmoud shaked. They're friends of mine. Clint shook hands with Sam, then turned to me. As he shook my hand, he cocked his head. You aren't military. Was it weird that it didn't surprise me he could tell that? No sir, I'm not. Clint nodded. So you're an enhanced. I smiled at him, but didn't answer. He shrugged, apparently not caring much, and turned to Steve. Tony and Bruce here yet? Steve winced. Well, Tony is still grabbing a suit. And Bruce, you know Bruce. He doesn't want anything to do with it, huh? Clint said with a sad smile. Yeah, he could have been really useful, I said softly to Sam. Or destroyed everything in his path, he replied. When Clint and Steve looked at him, he held up his hands defensively. I'm just saying. The Hulk is pretty good at breaking things. Steve didn't seem to have a defense for that. He turned back to Clint. Come on. I'll show you inside. 1 second, Hawkeye went to his motorcycle and pulled a bag off of it. He came back. All right. With that, the 4 of us went inside. Tony Stark arrived later on. I was speaking to Clint at the time, watching as he geared up in the armory hidden in the dam. There were shelves of guns, and boxes of bullets all throughout the room. Clint had taken a station at a table in back to do his work. He was wearing a long coat edged with purple, with a safety glove and forearm protector all modern archers wore. It was kinda cool looking. He was checking over his arrows, putting them away one by one in a quiver on his back. 10 aliens, huh? He asked, looking over at me. I was sitting on the table, sipping at my coffee. Yeah, they tend to be damn useful too, I answered. Huh, he looked at the Omnitrix. Think I could try? What? My eyes went from the Omnitrix then to Hawkeye. He smiled easily. My surprise at the request must have been obvious. You can say no, Clint said. I'm just curious. I mean, I stared at the watch again. Hey, Clint brought my attention back to him. Cap doesn't share his shield. I don't let people use my bow. Nat has her favorite gun, and Tony has only let one other person have one of his suits. He finished sharpening one of his broadheads. At least I know you can take off that watch. Only when I want to, I said. Clint nodded. Sam walked over then. He was wearing a flight suit similar to the one he'd worn in the photo he'd shown us. Where'd you get that? I asked as he walked past a rack of submachine guns. Sam stopped to grab a pair of submachine guns before joining Clint, and turns out, they've got a room full of uniforms and suits. You should grab something for yourself. I thought about that, looking down at myself. I'd been wearing the same blue jeans and white shirt with a black stripe ever since I'd left New York. Technically I didn't need to change. The Omnitrix was all the costume I needed. But that thought was stupid. If the Omnitrix timed out mid-battle again, I might not have Sam to save me, and the right suit could at least prevent injury. I will, I said at last. In the meantime, I got off the table and looked around. Can you guys help me pick out a knife and gun? Something good for a novice like me to use for when the Omnitrix times out. The flying soldier and archer assassin, both career military, looked around for a moment. Sam walked over to the aisle with handguns and picked up one of them. He came back with one of them, the kind I sometimes saw cops carrying when I did my patrols. Here. Glock 19. Sam held it for me to see. Compact size, 15 rounds in the magazine. If you end up in a tight spot, 15 bullets could save you. You ever held a gun before? Do you know the safety rules? Don't point the hole at anything you like, I said, looking at the gun in his hands. I've gone shooting with my brothers. Never anything real though. Sam nodded. Well, keep in mind. Guns are made to kill. Don't let movies fool you. There's no such thing as a winging people or shooting them in the foot to let them go. You shoot, you do it to kill. Understand? When I nodded, he took a holster and belt off another shelf, and passed it all to me. Clint tapped me on the shoulder when I took the gun in hand. I turned to see him holding a knife in a sheath. He smirked as I took what looked a military knife. That is a knife, Clint said dramatically. It cuts things. Use it to cut things. I gave Clint a sour look. Wow, you've truly changed my life with that explanation. Yeah well, no time to actually teach you anything, Clint said briskly, but not unkindly. Come on, Sam, the traitor, was chuckling as he led me out of the armory. Let's get you suited up. We walked out, me holding my new loot, Sam putting away his guns. Steve and Natasha were coming down to the floor as we walked by. Behind them were 2 men. One I recognized as Tony Stark. He looked much the same as the photos I'd seen of him, a taller and buffer Robert Downey Jr. He had a well-trimmed mustache and beard combo, and his hair was set up in spikes. Unlike in the news, he wasn't wearing a suit. He wore a Black Sabbath Tour of 78 shirt. I stopped, staring at him. I looked at Natasha, who had noticed me staring at his shirt. She nodded, and I gaped for a moment. Jury Rig wore the same casual clothes as Tony Stark? What the hell? The man behind him was different in a lot of ways. He wore a tight green shirt, camo pants, and military boots. He was well built, had dark skin and a clean-shaven face. He also had Don Cheadle's face. Seriously, I was starting to get used to movie stars sharing faces with superheroes. And it was painting a weird picture about this Marvelverse that I should look into later. Sam, Mahmoud. Steve called as he stepped onto the floor. He waved us over, and we went to join him. Guys, this is Tony Stark, and Colonel James Rhodes, Steve said as we joined the 4. Iron Man and War Machine. Introductions, really? Tony asked, giving Steve a look. What is this, preschool? I looked between Tony and Rhodey for a moment. Like everyone, I have my favorite superheroes. I don't tend to hate any of course, but some are just the ones I prefer. Wonder Woman was my favorite DC superhero. To me, she represented a lot of who I'd like to be. Honest, good, kind, a dedicated warrior, and a teacher. She was someone I looked up to. Iron Man, not 2 feet away, was my favorite Marvel superhero. A man who used his brilliance and human technology to take on magicians, gods, aliens, and reality warpers. A man who represented how far humanity could go on our intellect alone. A jerk, a womanizer, and a recovering alcoholic, sure. But he was a good man in the comics. barring Civil War, where everyone had acted like out-of-character asshats. You're my favorite Avenger. Tony stopped talking, looking at me for some reason. So did Steve, Natasha, and Rhodey. In fact, even Sam did, looking at me with an amused look on his face. It was at that moment that I realized I'd spoken out loud. Didn't know that could happen in real life. Tony suddenly had a massive grin on his face. He turned to look at Steve. Hear that? Fanboy has good taste. Steve sighed. I mean, the stars and stripes are nice, Tony continued. But until you get a sweet suit like mine actually, Rhodey, do you still have that monstrosity laying around? You see what you did? Rhodey said to me. You got him started. Also, he looked at Tony. It wasn't a monstrosity, it was patriotic. Natasha laughed. When Rhodey gave her a sour look, she shrugged. Anyways, Steve said pointedly. This is Sam Wilson and Mahmoud Sheikh. Rhodey stepped forward and shook Sam's hand, then mine. He had a strong grip, and a big smile. Good to meet you. Despite the circumstances I mean. Yeah, S.H.I.E.L.D. going evil, Tony said. He looked at Steve. I warned you, Cap. No way S.H.I.E.L.D. was on the up and up. Granted, I never expected them to be Nazis, but we aren't contacting the government about this. Rhodey asked. No, I said. I walked over to a table, where X was resting, Steve joining me, followed by the others. X, can you tell me, numerically, how many members of the military and government are Hydra? At least 15, some confirmed by Zola, others only his estimations. X said. Zola theorized there were more in lower positions, based on various reports, but it is unconfirmed. Tony stepped towards X, circling him. He looked up at me. You made this. One of my aliens did, I answered. Tony looked back at X, leaning in to look at the X-shaped device. He frowned, staring at it. What the hell are these compotents made out of? Parts from a computer made back in the 70s, Natasha said. When Tony and Rhodey gave her stunned looks, she smiled. Really? What? That's impossible. How? Tony stopped, staring at the device, then lifting it up to look it over. No, if you get. Wait, how did he? Okay, I see the memory now. He just used. No, that's not how it works. Oh, no, that could do it. Tony. Rhodey asked as he watched his friend spin the X device in his hands. Hold on, trying to figure out how this thing is breaking the laws of physics. Tony put it on the table, seeming excited. He gave me a look. Yeah, me and you are going to have a long conversation after this, fanboy. I rolled my eyes, though I was still kinda jazzed to see Tony Stark talking science. Then I got back to business. Actually, you may find this interesting. X, can you show me the file on Senator Stern? Of course, X said, his southern accent giving the words a twang. Senator Stern, a holographic screen popped up, with an image of Stern next to his profile. Tony raised an eyebrow. A high-level Hydra agent, he has been credited with obtaining several high-level acquisitions for Hydra, only to fail in procuring the Iron Man project. His further attempts with the War Machine also failed, though some blueprints were created based on footage of Colonel James Rhodey Rhodes. What? Rhodey stepped forward, uncrossing his arms. Hydra has armor because of me. Incorrect, X said. Only copies, made from far less efficient designs. I reckon they used War Machine and Iron Man as inspiration, nothing more. Tony stared at X. After a moment, he turned away from him, stepping away a few feet. I shared a look with Steve. He looked at Tony, hesitated. Then he finally spoke. Tony, there's something else. What, more than Hydra trying to steal my stuff? Tony said sarcastically. He turned to look at us again, eyes hard, smile tight. Sam, Mahmoud, let's go somewhere else, Natasha said. She walked over and took the two of us by the elbows, pulling us away. Wait, what? Tony looked at us as we walked past, then at Steve. What, is Pepper Hydra? Granted, she'd look hot in a leather outfit. Tony, Rhodey said, apparently realizing something was wrong. As we walked away, I heard Steve begin to speak. Back during the war, Hydra kidnapped Bucky Barnes, my best friend, and turned him into Dash. Then we were too far away to hear anything. Sam looked at Natasha and me. I think both of us had a complicated look on our face. What happened? Bucky killed Tony's mom and dad while he was brainwashed, I said. We asked X more about Bucky once Maria brought him back, and you were busy. Oh, Sam blinked. Geez, that's gonna be tough. And this is the best time to tell him. I coached Steve a bit, Natasha said, letting go of our elbows and following us. Steve wants to be honest, but he doesn't want Tony to hate Bucky for something he couldn't control. Natasha looked back. I did the same. Tony had fallen to the floor, his head in his hands, Rhodey and Steve down next to him. The table X had been rested on was snapped in half, X resting on the floor and still projecting an image of Howard and Maria Stark. Thankfully jury rig made X to be durable so that little damage wasn't going to harm its data and he could fix it after they were done. I turned away, sorrow in my heart. My first time meeting my favorite Marvel hero, and it's to bring up his deepest pain. Yay me. A little bit later, we were standing in a room full of clothes. Everything from military uniforms, tuxedos, dresses, Hawaiian shirts, and even some cowboy boots and hats. Whatever a secret agent would need. In this case, we're in the more military-focused section. It's a mistake to go for the heaviest bulletproof armor in our business, Natasha said, rifling through the clothes. Mobility is what humans like you and I need. Protection from guns is still important, but compared to just outmaneuvering guys as powerful as Winter Soldier and Creel, we need to be able to move too. She pulled out a pair of black pants with a belt. The pants were thick, and had pockets everywhere. She handed them to me. Then she handed me a pair of underwear, grinning at the embarrassed blush I gave her at the sight of the white jockeys. Sam coughed in a vain attempt to hide his own laughter. Now, you need some armor, but it needs to let you move. She went over to where some plates, knee and elbow pads, and boots were. The armor ranged from almost uselessly small, to big enough for wrath. Shoulder, chest, knees, shins, elbows, she tossed them on a table, gesturing to a section of the room blocked off by purple cloth. Get in there, put on what I throw at you. I went inside, throwing my clothes off. She tossed something over the curtain, and I looked at it before snorting. Deodorant. Extra strong variety, for men of action. You'll thank me, Natasha said through the curtain. She's not wrong, Sam said. The less glamorous side of hero work, I said with a chuckle. I put on the pants and underwear. Natasha threw me a shirt, vest, and jacket. The jacket was kinda cool, all black and sleek looking. The vest was a dark green. I put them all on, then walked out. Natasha looked me over, then nodded, handing me the chest plate next. Sam helped me put it on. The chest plate was big enough to cover my pectorals, heart, lungs, and abdomen, but let me move rather easily. A pair of shoulder plates, knee and elbow pads, and shin plates, the handgun and knife with a pair of solid boots, and the ensemble was completed. With that done, I looked down at myself, then at Natasha and Sam. Looks good, Sam said. Yeah, I'm good at this, Natasha said with a smirk. Too bad the others won't let me help. Clint's the only one who let me dress him. I like it. I put on a pair of fingerless gloves, then looked at my chest. Just needs one more thing. With all of us gathered, we met in the center of the main floor. The plastic walls and surgery equipment had been replaced with tables and chairs. The fold-away tables were arranged in a haphazard circle, and the chairs were set up for all of us. I took a spot high up to watch everyone enter. Tony was speaking with Steve in hushed tones. He was shaking his head angrily as Steve spoke. After a bit of thought, I walked over to join the pair. Sam and Rhodey were talking in another corner of the room, both Air Force soldiers apparently talking shop. Clint, Natasha, and Maria were all sitting already, a newly repaired X placed in front of them. As I walked past, X flashed a blueprint of the inside heli-carriers. Maria looked between the blueprint and a folder in her hands, then said something to Clint, who answered while pointing to different sections of the carrier. When I came up to them, Tony was speaking. So, what? He's your friend, so you get the first crack at him? Tony asked furiously. That's not what I'm saying, Steve said desperately. I lost him once, Tony. If I have to lose him again. Tony stared into Steve's eyes. Steve looked away. He killed my mom, Tony said. I don't care if it was on purpose or not. I deserve to at least bring him in. Then do it together, I said as I came up to them. They looked at me. Who gives a shit who deserves it? Consider what you're facing. He is one of the strongest fighters in the world right now. You want to bring him in, it might just take more than one of you to do it. The rest of us will watch for him, let you know when he shows up, and you guys will have a plan to bring him in. Axe says there is a way to reverse his conditioning. In the meantime, I'll try to find out who sent the order. Vasily Karpov, Tony said. He looked between us. Axe told me. I'm having Jarvis track him down. He smiled, a tight, enraged quirk of the lips. His left hand tightened into a fist. After this is over, I'm going to find him myself. Tony, Steve began to say. Then he closed his mouth, looking at Tony. I need to do this, Tony said softly. I'll help you, Steve finally said. And so will the rest of us. Okay, people. Fury's voice got all of our attention. He walked into the room wearing a cast on his left arm, and looked around at us. Let's begin. You know, Tony said to Fury. I knew hearing you died was too good to be true. Leave it to the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. to pull the biggest spy cliché ever, Tony said. Obviously falling back on humor to mask his personal feelings at the moment. Fury eyed Tony. Good to see you too. Now if you're here to help, sit down. Tony, Steve, and I looked at each other, then went over to the tables. Clockwise, with Fury at the center, Sam, Rhodey, me, Steve, Tony, Maria, Clint, and Natasha all sat, X placed in front of Fury. Now, originally, the plan I had in place was a bit desperate, Fury admitted. He looked around. But now, thanks to Rogers, I have 5 assets to bring into play. With you, I think we can stop Hydra and maybe we can salvage what's left dash. We aren't salvaging anything, Steve interrupted. We're not just taking down Hydra, Nick, we're taking down S.H.I.E.L.D. As all of us stared at Steve, Fury responded. S.H.I.E.L.D. had nothing to do with this. He sounded insulted. You gave me this mission, this is how it ends, Steve said firmly. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s been compromised, you said it yourself. Hydra grew right under your nose and nobody noticed. I winced. He was right, in a sense. Still, I was beginning to feel like this was too much. Fury agreed. Why do you think we're meeting in this cave? I noticed. Yeah, not before my parents were killed, Tony interrupted. Oh, by his brainwashed buddy, by the way. Fury looked between Tony and Steve. Look, I didn't know about Barnes. Even if you had, would you have told me? Fury was silent. Embarrassing, right? Tony said, realizing how ingrained your super spy stuff is. Shield, Hydra, it all goes. Steve said. He's right, Maria added. Fury looked around. At Clint, Natasha, Rhodey, Tony, and Sam. He didn't look at me. I think he thought I was going to go along with Steve and Tony. I got up. Sam, who was about to say something, stopped. Steve, Tony, everyone. I know I'm the new guy here, but I think I need to give my opinion. You don't, Tony said. So you can sit down. As the only guy here who is arguably superhuman, I need to say this. Tony shut his mouth. I placed my hands on the table and looked around. You guys want to take down S.H.I.E.L.D. On one level, I agree. It needs to be cleaned out, seriously. But I don't think complete dismantling of it is the right idea. Not to mention impossible, Rhodey said. Way too many people in the military, government, and even the private sector have dealings with S.H.I.E.L.D. Hydra will hide away again and cause trouble for someone else. Doesn't that thing, Clint nodded towards X, have all the information on Hydra? Portions of it, I said. I can try to make something to give us more, maybe get lots more from main S.H.I.E.L.D. systems and hook up to Hydra. But that's not all. I looked around. We need S.H.I.E.L.D. Super secret organization with shady business practices and a history of Nazis in its ranks. Tony said sarcastically. I'm good thanks. No, but we need people to fight the good fight, I argued. At the least, we need an organization dealing with the weird stuff in the world. The Avengers can do that, Steve said. The Avengers are a small group of people, I snapped. You guys can't be there all the time, and you can't deal with everything. What if someone in Idaho suddenly gets accelerated reflexes? Is Tony Stark going to go and visit them? Teach them how to use their powers, or even help them when people like Hydra try to kidnap them for experiments? I'd do it, Tony said. I'd save them. What the hell are you insinuating? That you wouldn't even hear about it, I said simply. It's not me calling you callous, it's me saying that you're one man, and you can't be everywhere. We need to have a big organized group of people. It's a weird world now. I raised the Omnitrix and showed it to everyone. This thing was given to me. But if someone else had gotten it, and they started killing people, who would have informed you guys? S.H.I.E.L.D., Natasha said. I nodded. We need to take them down, Steve said. We'd never know for sure who we could trust otherwise. Then we start anew at least. I looked at Tony. I think we can narrow down the list, figure out every aspect of their plans. Hydra may have hidden in S.H.I.E.L.D., but that still leaves a trail. If they're in the systems then we can find them, Tony said, leaning back and resting his cheek against his hand. Okay, say that we do. We find Hydra, stop them all. Then what we have S.H.I.E.L.D. just keep going. No, we all looked in surprise at Fury. He was staring at the X device. Jury rig it, he looked up at us. So to speak. We take what is good, what is worth saving, and we build something new. Is that possible? Sam asked. Just take S.H.I.E.L.D. and make something new out of it. It happened in Russia, Natasha said. The Chaika, GPU, OGPU, NKVD, NKGB, all the way to the KGB and now the Federal Security Service. Yes, because when I want a spy agency, I decide to copy the Russians, Tony pointed out, looking around. How about it, fanboy, you want to start torturing people for information, maybe start some wars in Asian nations for a pissing contest with another country. I want to make S.H.I.E.L.D. what it was supposed to be, I said firmly. I crossed my arms. S.H.I.E.L.D. is supposed to be the bridge between what people consider normal, and all the weirdness out there. I say we take it to where it's supposed to be. Protect people from the madness on every level, but also protect people who end up getting powers. People like Bruce Banner, who get their powers out of nowhere. People like me, who end up with alien technology attached to them, and have no place to go. We can protect the world from those threats. But we need to work with S.H.I.E.L.D., and all that is good in it, to do it. I'm not so sure about that, Steve said softly. He's right, Natasha said. Everyone looked at her. Well, of course, you'd say that, Tony said. No, I think he's right too, Rhodey said. ET2, Brutus. Tony held a dramatic hand to his heart. An organization to help the Avengers protect people, even when we can't be there, to tell us if something needs our attention? It's a good idea, Natasha said. And we can't let all those resources go to Hydra, Rhodey added. The second we reveal the truth, Hydra operatives are going to try and take every bit of money, tech, and personal they can. If we can at least put it to good use, to make a group to save people then we do the work S.H.I.E.L.D. was made for. Steve rose up. He looked at all of us, then stopped on Fury. If we do this, no more secrets. No more lies. Not between us at least. Everyone here, we keep each other in check, and we make sure everyone is safe. You sure you want everyone here in your secret circle? Fury looked at me. Oh come on. I snarled. I'm the one agreeing with you asshole. See what I'm talking about? Tony pointed out. Yeah, what the hell man? Sam added. Just saying, Fury replied. All of us. Steve looked around. Mahmoud's, well, he's right. We need people there, to help us, to be there when we can't, Steve sighed. I don't trust S.H.I.E.L.D. as it is. But if we can join together, tear it apart and make it something new, something good and strong, something the original founders made it to be, then I think this is worth doing. You all agree? I'm still on the fence, Tony looked at me. You really want this, fanboy? The next person to make an Iron Man suit may not be so nice, I told him. The next Asgardian weapon, alien invasion, or attack of My Little Ponies needs people there to confront it. We need to do this. And we need to do it right. What's all this wee business? Tony said. He sighed. Well, I always wanted my own spy group. Sure. Let's be spies. You gonna name this organization, or just call it SHIELD again? Sam asked me. I looked around. Arrow. Clint smiled at the looks he got. What? I think it's perfect. Stark Infiltration, Tony suggested. You are terrible at names, Rhodey told him. Why not just call it SHIELD again? Too much history, Fury said. But let's table that discussion. On to the plan. X, bring up the insight files. Maria, show us the floor plan for the hangars. A holographic screen popped up. Maria tapped on a laptop, turning it around for us to see. Now, Fury said, taking into account our new plans, and the assets we have available, I believe we should start by. Author's note, man 10 pages. 10 pages. Yeah, took a while to write this, and it ended up having almost no transformation and no action. But I think it's all important. A whole lot of deviations from canon here, and I'm worried about a lot of it. But I did my best, and I had fun. Hope you guys like it. Please tell me what your hopes are for the new Battle of the Triskelion. Also, if anyone starts throwing out names, you are required to come up with backronyms along with them. Oh, and Dial's costume. I based it on Widows from Infinity War. I liked the green she had, and I plan to have Dial spray paint an Omnitrix symbol on the left pectoral. So, hopefully it works. Anyways, good night. I'm gonna work on the next chapter. Creator's thoughts. Hey_Rishab. Please leave a review, it will be appreciated. Comment. 14 comment. Chapter 9, Full Force Attack. A while after we'd made our plans, Steve had gone up to the top of the dam. When Steve had been up there for a while, Sam went up to join him, leaving the rest of us behind. Tony and I were supposed to make stuff for the team to use. We went to a room that was clearly set up to be a makeshift engineering facility of some sort, with technological parts everywhere. We sat in swivel chairs with a list, but before that, Tony had some questions. So this is alien tech. Tony held my wrist, looking at the Omnitrix. Made by the Galvan scientist, Azimuth, I confirmed. Tony let go of my wrist. Kid, can you just take that off so I can look at it already? You gonna let me try out in suit? I quipped. Sure, I got some Armanis I'm probably gonna give to Goodwill soon, Tony said. I meant dash. I know what you meant, Tony snarked. And no, just show me how it works. I opened up the dial. The hologram of Swampfire showed up, and I pressed down on it. In a second, I was the tall and broad plant creature. Swampfire. What, you have to call out the name every time you change? Tony asked. Then he blinked. Also, what the hell is that smell? First, it's tradition, I said in my nasally voice. Second, it's me. I'm a Methanosian, we smell like that. What, so you can smell like literal crap? Tony sounded nasally too, though it was because he was holding his nose. I frowned, somehow insulted. No, so I can do this. I held up a hand and let a flame loose. I may be plant-based. I raised my other hand and sprouted a flower from the palm, making it red and gold just for Tony. But I also produce methane I can ignite. Tony put his hand down, leaning closer to look at the Omnitrix now resting on my chest. And you can switch to another form. Yeah, I put out the flame, and handed the flower to Tony. He blinked, staring at it. I'm flattered fanboy, but dash. It's for Pepper, you ass. I rolled my eyes, tapping the Omnitrix. So much for being your favorite Avenger, Tony quipped. He looked up from the flower to me, then a little further up. That is impressive. I was Blitzwolfer again. I stretched upwards and smiled as savagely as I could. Which was pretty damn savagely. Thanks. So yeah, I can change. I really wish I had time to study how you do that, Tony said with a grimace. Okay, let's get to business. He turned away to pick up a tablet Maria had handed him. Time to waste my skills making a bunch of things you can find in a grocery store. Tony looked over at me. I mean, we have to make stuff. Why not go all out? I growled. He spun in his swivel chair. I'm listening. Nothing does a vicious grin the way a wolf does. I reached for the Omnitrix and changed once more. Let's get to work, I said, laughing maniacally. Time to disassemble. Tony stared at me for a moment. Nice shirt. January 12th, 2014. We'd had 20 hours when we'd been picked up by Hydra. We had 4 left now. Tony and Rhodey were getting their suits while the rest of us packed up our own gear. Bored, I'd gravitated towards Steve when he returned from a mission of his own, leading to the 2 of us in the costume room. I was leaning against a rack of clown costumes while Steve put on his suit. On any other day, wondering what the hell kind of assassin/spy needs a clown costume would have been my question. But I had other issues. Steve, I'm not sure it's exactly kosher to do that, I said as I stared at when Steve was putting on. Well, I did own it, he gave me a grin. Besides, I'll put it back when I'm done. I'm basically adding history to it. That is not how it works, I said. I mean, what if someone gets fired? Steve stopped for a moment. Then he shook his head. I'll cover it. Besides, my other suit is torn up from when I had to escape the Triskelion. He was putting on his World War II suit, stolen from fucking Smithsonian. That's not the real reason. We looked over to see Natasha walking in wearing all navy blue, a skirt, jacket, and shirt, and some pearl and gold necklaces that glimmer slightly as she walked cat-like into the room. She was holding a wig in one hand, short and blonde. She stepped closer, looking closely at Steve. After a moment, he answered, "Bucky, he might need a reminder." The closer I looked to how I was back then, maybe. He turned to look at his helmet. Maybe it'll be easier for him to remember me. Natasha and I didn't say anything. He seemed to take it as acceptance, which it was. He picked up the helmet. With a feeling of ceremony, he put it on. Captain America, in full costume. The stars and stripes, right down to the star on his chest. Awesome. Stop grinning like that, Natasha said, punching me lightly in the shoulder. It's creepy. Sorry, I replied. She smiled, then nodded towards my right pectoral. I see you found that spray paint you wanted. I looked down and smiled. It was a bit rough. But now the symbol of the Omnitrix rested on my chest in green and black. It had dripped a bit as it dried, but it looked good. Yeah, can't be the only one of us without a cool costume after all. I'll leave that to you, I said. Then I looked at Black Widow, looking her up and down dramatically. Kinda funny, you having to play elderly politician. Although I was sorta looking forward to the leather. Well, play your cards right. Natasha's red lips lifted just slightly. I blinked, not knowing how to respond. That just made her eyes glimmer. She turned to walk away. I looked at Steve, who was smirking at me. I don't understand what just happened. She has that effect, Steve noted. He stepped forward and put his hand on my shoulder, walking me out. Come on. If all 96 years hasn't taught me anything about woman, a couple minutes talking won't help either. Weren't you trapped under ice for 70 of those years? I groused. Details. Out on the floor, Tony and Rhodey came toward us with another man. Happy Hogan. I recognized him from hacking into Stark Industries. Man, that felt like a lifetime ago, just patrolling in New York City and watching for any changes. Hopefully I'd be able to do that again one day. Happy was about my height, with a heavy build, a black suit, and slightly balding hair. I tried to figure out if he looked like an actor I knew, but none came to mind, which was almost a relief. Steve, you've met Happy, Tony said, walking by us quickly. Hey Howard, Steve said as Happy strode into the room. Tony. Tony stopped to look at Steve, as did Rhodey and Happy. I thought we were keeping it confidential? That was our agreement. It's okay, Tony waved a hand dismissively. Happy's my guy, so he gets to know about this. And you don't even discuss it with us? Steve asked, affronted. Dude, I added, giving Tony the same look. Happy and Rhodey shared a look, both apparently understanding where we were coming from. Oh, I'm sorry, dude, is the guy who hacked my company and Happy's email for weeks extending an opinion? Tony asked pointedly. Wait, what's happening now? Happy looked at me, stepping closer. Hey, I was spying on him in case some guy tried to kidnap the president again, I said briskly. If people had been listening to Happy from the start, things might have ended better. Thank you. Happy raised his hands dramatically, looking at Tony. You see, if people had listened to me dash. You see what you did. Tony told me. If people had just listened dash. I did listen, that's how I found out how Killian was doing the bombs. Yeah, and then I was in a coma. You want to do this now, in front of Fanboy and Cap. Hell, bring Natasha in too. For the love of Happy. The two walked away, bickering, leaving Rhodey silently shaking his shoulders in laughter. He waited until they'd left to turn to Steve, who seemed stuck between exasperated and amused. So, yeah, Rhodey said. Happy brought our suits over. We'll be ready to go. Yeah, about that, I said. Didn't Tony blow up his suits? I mean, I remember reading about it in the news. He did. Rhodey looked over at his friend. But he just can't stop making more. Pepper complains about it. I thought about Pepper Potts. Then I thought about Rescue, the superhero identity Pepper would eventually take on. Hell, she did really good work as Rescue. Something for the future. Okay, come on. Cap patted me on the back. Time to get started. Actually, can I talk to him? Rhodey said. Steve and I looked at Rhodey. Sure, I said. Rhodey waved me over to another section of the room, and we walked over to one of the damp hallways. I'm going to be blunt about this, Rhodey said simply. I don't think you should go. That was not what I expected at all. Wait, what? I don't think this mission is one you should go on, he said firmly. Are you kidding? Rhodey shook his head. I'm one of the strongest members of our team. I mean, I know I'm new, but I can do a lot of good. I'm not saying that dash. Hell, I'm already on Hydra's hit list. I deserve to fight. And kill. Because this isn't a fight. This is a war. Rhodey shook his head. I know you're powerful. Natasha told me what you could do. But I remember what my first kill was like. And it doesn't matter what happens, it still changed me. I don't want that changing you too. I heard footsteps behind me. When I turned, Steve and Sam were standing there. You guys agree with him? Sam didn't say anything, just looking between Rhodey and me. Steve opened his mouth, then closed it after a bit of hesitation. It's not about how powerful you are, Rhodey said. But if you join, then there will be a point where things will come down to killing or dying. And if I allowed you to just dive into this without warning you about what could happen. He trailed off. I looked at Steve. Cap, I dash. He held up a hand. I stopped talking. Are you going? Yes, I didn't hesitate. I know I might have to kill people. I don't like the idea. But I can't stand by and not help. Yeah, I know what that's like. Steve shook his head. I felt the same way when I joined. Same, Sam said. Rhodey nodded reluctantly. Just know that afterward, you have someone to talk to if you need it. Steve said. I still don't like it, Rhodey said. I know, I told him. I clenched my fist. But I'm still going. War. Ready or not, it was time to go. The Triskelion really was pretty. From our position in a forest nearby, I could see it across the river. Something about it just screamed of authority and strength. Too bad it was going to be a war zone soon. Okay, this is where we split, Steve said. There were 6 of us. Captain America, Iron Man, War Machine, Maria Hill, Sam Wilson, and me. We stopped for a moment. Everyone has their comm systems on. Yep, I said. Well, the Omnitrix is connecting well. Was it really necessary to make these so powerful? Sam asked, tapping at his ear. He had a point. When Tony and Jury Rig had made comm links, they went crazy with them. They looked like small earbuds. Elegant design really, only thanks to Tony curbing Jury Rig's antics. Crystal clear sound, it could pick up the vibrations of the bones in the jaw so even whispering was heard clearly, unable to be picked up by any comm system on Earth we didn't want it to. Oh, and it was FTL in speed, and could project in deep space through quantum entanglement, even pierce through a mountain's worth of material to still connect. Hey, you want my best or something you can find out of a Radio Shack? Tony said, his Iron Man mask flipped up. Oh yeah, Tony and Rhodey were in their suits. God, the suits were so badass. Iron Man in the classic red and gold, all sleek and shiny, with an upside-down triangular light in the center representing the arc reactor that powered the suit. It gave him a presence that matched with Cap's. Almost as though Tony was magnified in every respect by the suit. War Machine was different. Black and somber gray to Iron Man's flashy red and gold. Bulky instead of sleek, with a square light in the chest, and a massive minigun on his right shoulder. His forearms also carried a pair of guns. If Tony would have looked right at home with a sleek sci-fi movie, Rhodey belonged to a more gritty cyberpunk noir. All business. More importantly, I was staring at some of the coolest suits in fiction. Oh, wait. I was staring. I looked back at the Triskelion. Mission time, man. Gotta focus. Okay, enough talk, Steve said. He looked over us. You all know what to do. Launch. Inside the Triskelion, things should have been going smoothly. Everyone would infiltrate, beginning our assault by disrupting Hydra from the start. It was probably very intense. God, this is so boring, Tony grumbled next to me. How can something so intense be so boring? It's just how it goes, Tony, Rhodey said. Hurry up and wait. It's one of the oldest military adages, man. Tony grunted. The 3 of us had taken a spot in the forest to wait for our signal. Once it came, we had some of the most important roles in the attack. But for now, it was just the 3 of us watching the Triskelion in the distance. The wind blew through the trees, rustled the grass, and blew ripples across the water. For a moment, we sat in peace. Yeah, this is boring, I finally admitted. You see, Tony said to Rhodey, who sighed in annoyance. I really wish I could see what everyone else was doing, I grumbled. Well, maybe they'd tell me about it later. Sam Wilson/Falcon. As he followed Captain America through the Triskelion, Sam had to admit he was having a weird couple of days. Even the Air Force couldn't provide the training needed to prepare for all of what he was going through. A guy who could turn into aliens, Iron Man, and War Machine, S.H.I.E.L.D. actually being Hydra, suddenly getting drafted into making a new espionage organization. As the 3 went around the next corner, Sam found himself shaking his head. I really didn't expect this to be how my day would go. Yeah, Steve said as they hurried forward. It's not what I expected either, but you get used to it. I doubt that, Maria said, the spy wearing her blue uniform with the S.H.I.E.L.D. symbol on the shoulders. But then, I was about ready to destroy S.H.I.E.L.D. yesterday. Maria looked at Steve. Are you sure about this? Making a new S.H.I.E.L.D.? No, Steve said. They turned another corner. But we do need something. Once the dust settles, we can decide what to make of it all. For now, let's hope the toys Tony and Mahmoud made pull through. I hope so. Sam looked at the device hanging on Maria's hip. It doesn't look like much. Maria looked down as well. The device looked like a metal pirate symbol, with an X welded haphazardly attached to the back of a bulbous object reminiscent of a human skull. Doesn't matter how it looks, Maria said, as long as it works. At that moment, she raised a hand holding a square object and pressed a button. They came to a door, Sam pulling out one of his Steyr SPP machine pistols, Maria a Glock 19, and both pointed the gun at the door, Steve in between them, S.H.I.E.L.D. at the ready. The door opened to reveal a skinny young man with dark skin, wearing a S.H.I.E.L.D. uniform and hat. He stared at them in shock. Excuse us, Steve quipped. The young man raised his hands up and stepped aside hurriedly, letting them pass. Okay, Steve said as he stepped inside. The technicians in the room turned and stared at him. I'm going to need this room. If you all could kindly head out, I'd appreciate it. Whether it was the guns, Steve's politeness, or the dichotomy of both, the technicians ran out of the door. Okay, Maria, Steve nodded towards her. Maria nodded back, heading to a computer while taking the device at her hips in her hands. I'll watch the doors, Sam said. He moved to the center of the room and pulled out his other gun. Do your thing, Steve. On it, Steve waited until Maria had plugged in the device. It came to life. Ready when you are, sir, X said from his newly modified home. Okay. Steve took a deep breath. Then he hit the intercom. And X began his work. A British voice spoke from the device. This is Jarvis. We are beginning our assault, Miss Hill. Yeah, Maria stared at the screen as files began to pop in and out of existence on the monitor. I can see that. I really hope we didn't just upload Skynet, Sam whispered to himself, trying to stay ready. Steve sighed. For once, I don't feel good about understanding the reference. I was picking up strands of grass from the dirt out of boredom when Steve's voice came out of the Omnitrix. I scrambled up to my feet, looking over at Tony and Rhodey. With a whir of noise, they stepped forward. Okay, I said softly. Let's go. Sam Wilson/Falcon. Sam turned towards Steve, ready to say something. Then Steve began to speak into the intercom. And Sam stopped to listen in silence. Attention, all S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. This is Steve Rogers. You've heard a lot about me over the last few days, some of you were even ordered to hunt me down. But I think it's time you know the truth. S.H.I.E.L.D. has been infiltrated. Steve looked over at Maria, who nodded. Hydra has infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. Alexander Pierce is their leader. Natasha Romanoff/Black Widow. Black Widow, disguised as Councilwoman Holly, looked at Pierce at the same time as the other council members did. Pierce looked back at them. The man smiled slightly as Steve continued to speak. He had the audacity to shrug slightly, a "no shucks" sort of shrug. She almost smiled at that. As much as she couldn't wait to kill him, she had to admire how calm he was. Not as much as she admired the calm smooth tones Steve used to speak over the intercom, however, as she shared a look with Councilman Yan, who winked at her. All the while, Steve continued to speak. The Strike and Insight crew are Hydra as well. I don't know how many more, but I know they're in the building. Sharon Carter/Agent 13. They could be standing right next to you. They almost have what they want with the help of the Insight heli-carriers, absolute control. Sharon listened to the voice of Captain America with horror and sadness filling her. Unlike the others in the room, S.H.I.E.L.D. wasn't a job or even a duty. It was her legacy. Something her great-aunt, Peggy Carter, had believed in with all of her heart. Sharon couldn't count how many times Peggy had spoken about founding S.H.I.E.L.D., of the pride and joy she'd felt building the organization. To know how her pride was torn apart would break her heart. Sharon focused, looking around quickly. As of now, all loyal S.H.I.E.L.D. agents should be getting a program on their phones, Steve said. Sharon blinked when the phones of every person in the room began to buzz, including her own. Everyone took out their phones, Sharon included. She blinked at the screen on her smartphone. Hercules, she asked herself. The words were in big letters. As she watched, it flashed into the S.H.I.E.L.D. symbol, then showed a photo of a man. Rumlow, leader of strike team. Other began to flash, person after person. Apparently the app not only had files on all Hydra, but would flash green near S.H.I.E.L.D. members and red near Hydra. The app will show you every member of Hydra as we discover them, with evidence to back it up so you know I'm not simply spreading dissent in the ranks. The threat is real. Hydra is among us. They shot Nick Fury. And it won't end there. Sharon shared looks with other agents in the room. Almost as one, they all raised their smartphones. All had the Hercules app flashing green, something that visibly relieved her. S.H.I.E.L.D. Everyone in the room, down to the skinny technician sitting at the computer in front of her. Now to see about the rest of the base. Robert Gonzalez/Commander of the Iliad. Gonzalez had been working for S.H.I.E.L.D. for decades. The only time he'd ever stopped was when his wife died, only to return to service 3 years later. He was proud of the work he'd done. He worked on the Iliad now, an aircraft carrier built for S.H.I.E.L.D. to do its work across the world. He had seen many strange things in that time, sitting at the bridge of the carrier. And yet, he had never heard of anything like this. When the voice of Captain Steve Rogers suddenly began to come out of the intercom of his ship's speakers in the middle of a routine patrol, he didn't know what to think at first. It was clear he was in the Triskelion based on what he was saying. He stood on the bridge of his ship, listening as Steve Rogers explained that Hydra had infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. Hydra, the boogeyman that was supposed to be dead. When Gonzalez received the Hercules app, so did 10 others in the bridge. 6 crewmen, however, very obviously did not. For a moment, everyone looked at each other. The Hercules app helpfully flashed photos of the 6, apparently basing the decision on proximity. Then Gonzalez reached for his sidearm. The 6 tried to do the same. And all over the world, the same thing repeated itself again and again. Some Hydra surrendered. Others died. Some escaped. But no agent of Hydra was immune to Hercules' sight. Sam Wilson/Falcon. If you allow the heli-carriers to launch today, Hydra will be able to kill anyone that stands in their way, unless we stop them. Steve breathed deeply. I know I'm asking a lot, but the price of freedom is high. It always has been. Sam watched as Steve spoke. For a moment, Steve Rogers seemed to shrink. As though he had taken on so much, too much, as though he realized how much he'd been through. Steve Rogers staggered under the weight as Sam watched. But before Sam could say anything, before he could step forward, the man raised himself up. Steve took a deep breath, and Captain America spoke. And it's a price I'm willing to pay. And if I'm the only one, so be it. He looked at Sam and Maria. The pair gave him determined nods. He returned. But I'm willing to bet I'm not. Steve turned off the intercom. Sam stepped forward, smirking at Steve. Did you write that down first, or was it off the top of your head? I was an actor once, Steve said with a smile. They stepped towards the window. High in the sky, 2 dots could barely be seen, one slightly larger than the other. Both flew towards the hangar bays of the Insight heli-carriers. Now, let's watch for a bit. According to Mahmoud, this will be quite a sight. Steve held a hand to his ear. Dial, shut him down. Mahmood shaped, /dial. Got it. I yelled. I didn't have to yell, technically. While I didn't have a comm link, the Omnitrix was advanced enough to pick up my voice with ease. But when you're soaring through the air at high speed, yelling is just the only way to speak. Sorry if the ride's a little rough, Rhodey said. Nah, this is awesome. I was behind held under my armpits by War Machine as Iron Man flew next to us. We were crossing hundreds of feet over the water, my legs dangling in the air. Focus up. Tony said. Jarvis, we good? Yes sir, he said. X and I have sent the Hercules app throughout the world, shut down Hydra communications devices, and begun stage 2 of our attack. Okay, I breathed in the cold air. Drop me. Good luck. Rhodey let me go. Just like that, I was falling through the air at high speed. For a moment, all I could see was the hangars below. 3 of them, hiding under the water, but visible from above. A glint of sunlight shone off the river, forcing me to squint. Then the roaring noises of rocket boots came close. Iron Man flew by on my left, zooming towards the hangars. War Machine passed on my right. The 2 men of iron opened up shoulder hatches on their suits, firing rockets at the hangars on the left and right. When the explosions opened holes in the hangar bay doors, water from the river began to rush inside, creating waterfalls into the hangar. Rhodey and Tony flew into the openings they'd created, which meant it was my turn. I reached for the Omnitrix and activated it. Flesh and bone became shining blue-green crystal. Diamond head. I pointed my hands at the ground, and turned my arms into cannons. As I dropped towards the earth, I started shooting crystals at the hangar's bay doors. Each one the size of a knife, they sliced easily into the steel doors. Hundreds, covering every surface I could shoot of the doors. And as I fell towards them, I made them grow. Like a fast-motion video of water freezing, the crystals grew at a rapid pace. They joined together, then got bigger. Soon the 3 doors were covered in crystals dotting their surface, each the size of a car or bigger. Not good enough. Bigger, bigger, bigger. I stopped shooting the crystals, instead focusing on their growth. They shot upwards to meet in the middle towards where I was falling. One of the crystals shot directly at me as hundreds of spears rose up into the sky, glimmering beautifully in the light. Just before I would have landed on one of my own gems, I shifted it to become a ramp. I still slammed into it hard enough to shatter human legs, but Diamond Head's durability made the impact negligible and let me slide down along the crystals to the center of the middle hangar. I turned my left arm into a razor-sharp blade. It took 3 cuts to slash my way into the hangar. I dropped in, slamming into the asphalt of one of the inside heli-carriers below. I bent my knees on impact, a crater getting created by my drop. I looked around. The inside heli-carrier had crates, Quinjets, and men dotting its flight deck. The island, or command tower of the ship, was across from me. I stood on the middle of the ship. I took in my position, ignoring the stunned Hydra agents around me. Then I rose up and lifted my hands to the sky, closing my eyes. The sunlight outside came in through the hole I'd created, letting a beam of light into the dark hangar. As the mountain I was creating outside grew, the yellow light became a sea green. Then the hole was covered in crystal. Kill it. One man cried out behind me. He fired a handgun. The bullet slammed into the back of my head. I ignored it, and the bullet fell to the floor with no effect. Come on, shoot that thing. More men, about 15, came up and started shooting as well. I grunted in annoyance, but ignored the useless bullets bouncing off me. The Omnitrix on my chest spoke then, Steve's voice coming from it. All right, dial. It's perfect. Neutralize the crew. I opened my hands and ran at the men shooting me. All wore black uniforms and helmets, the gear I always saw Hydra's men wearing. But now I know who they were. I leaped at one man and bunched him in the ribs. He flew back 20 feet and slammed into a crate. I turned, ignoring the hail of bullets being shot at me. This is Dial, I said as I stalked through the bullets. Engaging. What happened to his voice? Tony asked. Did he go through puberty again? I ignored him. Instead, I grabbed a soldier by the front of his uniform and kicked his right kneecap in. As he screamed, I lifted him up and threw him at one of the other men, sending them both to the ground. Just then, a Quinjet roared to life, one of a few resting on the flight deck of the helicarrier with us. It rose up, aiming its gun at me. I leaped towards it instead, jumping onto the cockpit. The aircraft rose up towards the doors above us, the pilot staring at me while I climbed on top. My feet shot out crystals from my heels to slice into the Quinjet and give me footing. I snapped my hands out to the side, my arms becoming 12-foot-long blades. Rack. With a quick downward slice, I chopped off the wings of the Quinjet. It plummeted out of the air, slamming into the flight deck. I hopped off the Quinjet and looked at the pilot, who stared at me in horror. I responded by kicking the Quinjet away from me, sending it skittering across the concrete until it was out of my way. The soldiers, seeing they couldn't hurt me, tried to run for cover. I tapped the Omnitrix symbol on my chest. Fast track. As soon as I became the blue-furred speedster, I was moving. I sped up to one man and kicked him in the back as he ran. I landed and ran to another, grabbing him by the chest of his uniform and spinning to throw him as fast as I could. He hung in the air when I let go, slowly flying away. I ran to another bunch, about 5 men, and began hitting them. I kicked one in between the legs at super speed. One I punched in the chest quickly Ip Man style. Another got a Superman punch. One was thrown at a Quinjet. For the last, I swept his legs out from under him. I watched as he slowly floated in the air before slapping the Omnitrix on my chest. As my perception of time slowed, the effects of my run took place. The man I'd kicked flew forward 10 feet, rolling to a stop. The one I'd thrown sped up in an instant, slamming into a crate. Another man fell to his knees clutching his devastated groin. The guy I'd punched in the chest grunted in pain as his broken ribs caught up with him. Another man spun in the air before he slammed into the ground from the force of my Superman punch. A Quinjet shuddered when a human man was thrown into it. The guy whose legs I'd swept hit the ground. He looked up at me and released a high-pitched scream at my visage. Blitzwolfer. I howled. My voice crying my name echoed through the hangars, then into the hallways. The hell was that? Rhodey said from the Omnitrix. Me. I leaned towards the guy on the ground. He screamed again. I punched him in the face, and he fell unconscious. I ran towards the command tower/island on all fours. I needed to get inside and stop the crew members from doing anything. Tony and Rhodey had the same goal. While Black Widow and Captain America lead their teams in the Triskelion, the 3 heavy hitters took out the crew of the helicarriers. I loped along the flight deck. 6 men popped out from behind cover and started shooting at me. My mouth opened into 4 parts. As the inhuman sound erupted from my lungs as though it was rending at reality, a sonic wave of noise slammed into the 6 men with physical force. The crates they were using as cover slid back from the attack. They fell to their knees, blood pouring from their ears to spill down their neck. And then I was among them. I shoulder tackled one into a crate, then back-fisted him in the face, sending him unconscious to the ground. His friend shakily raised a gun at me. My claws slashed out, slicing through Kevlar to cut into his chest. The man shrieked in horror. I let out my own noise. He was thrown by my sonic blast, rolling to a stop on the pavement. I leaped over another crate and kicked a man in the face with a pod foot, the crack of a broken jaw following. I heard another gunshot, then felt an pain in my shoulder. I barked in pain, spinning around. One of the Hydra men who I'd deafened shakily aimed a Glock 19 at my face. Blood poured from my wound. It hurt, but only enough to enrage me. I was on him in an instant. I bit into his arm and began to shake my head furiously, savaging his arm. When he dropped the gun I let go of his arm and grabbed him by the front of his uniform, lifting and throwing him away dismissively. The sound of a Quinjet brought my attention closer to the command tower. The aircraft lifted up and aimed its guns at me in a repeat of last time. Not happening? The sonic blast slammed into the Quinjet, shaking it. I leaped upwards and gripped the damaged aircraft by the underside, then fired a point-blank blast. The Quinjet. Then I saw a massive cannon turn towards me. Apparently, I'd finally pissed Hydra off enough that I was now worth the big guns. Anti-aircraft guns began to turn on me. I leaped away as the Quinjet began to crash, only for the aircraft to get hit by massive bullets, turning it into shrapnel. I needed a way to shut down the anti-aircraft weapons as well as the Quinjets, and Blitzwolfer wasn't going to cut it. I needed more ranged firepower. I slammed the Omnitrix on my chest. My fur turned into rubbery black skin. My eyes merged into the center of my forehead. My ears and tail grew from woven to long tendrils with plus at the tips. My 5 claws became 4 fingers with more plugs on each fingertip. I rose to my full height and grinned as I lowered my hand from the Omnitrix on my chest. Feedback. A Quinjet flew close and fired on me. I pointed my hands at the ground. The energy in my body, a storm of power like none of my other aliens could even think of matching, fired from the plugs in my hand and launched me into the air. 1 electrical streams of power. I flew on the blast of blue energy and landed on the Quinjet's cockpit as it continued to fire. I held a hand up and grinned at the pilot. At some point, you guys are gonna run out of Quinjets for me to destroy. I felt the power running through the Quinjet. Advanced fuel cells running through the aircraft to the powerful rotors in the wings and the jet engines in the back. Feedback could feel that power, and I could take it. Electricity flowed from the steel of the Quinjet, entering into my fingertips. The Quinjet's rotors slowly faltered. I turned away from the Quinjet to point at another one that was lifting off the helicarrier. As I turned into a living conduit of energy, shooting the energy I was siphoning from the Quinjet I was on top of to hit another with a beam of blue energy. The Quinjet I was on smashed into the pavement as the one I was shooting did the same, its wings exploding. I fired at the anti-aircraft gun trying to kill me, my energy blast turning the massive cannon into scrap. I leaped off the Quinjet and ran towards the control tower. I felt the power flowing through it from below deck, more than I'd ever felt. This helicarrier had more power in it than New York City. I stole electricity from one, blue energy flowing into my tendrils as I ran past, and fired another blast as a ball of power that exploded against the next, destroying it in a wave of power. Soldiers firing at me were blasted as well. I leaped into the air, pirouetting, and firing lightning from my fingers into them. I ducked a grenade and ran faster. I summoned a ball of electricity into my hand and tossed it into a group, where it exploded and sent the soldiers into fits of shaking as thousands of volts flew through them. I blasted the floor and flew upwards. I released the blasts and began shooting as I dropped. Lighting arced from me to slam into the men on the flight deck in a dizzying display of light, my fingers and tendrils shooting as fast as I could. I landed, then used another jet of power to get out of the way of more gunfire. Then I was at the control tower. I tried to open the door, but they had electronically locked. No, seriously. It was electronically locked. I absorbed the power running through it, then slammed the door with an energy blast. Can't blame them I guess, I said, as the door was sent flying off its hinges. My next words were directed to the Omnitrix. Maria, I'm in the helicarrier. How do I get to main power from the flight deck? It's in the lower levels, she said swiftly. Head down the hallway, then turn to your left, I'll guide you through. A man came out of a side room with an assault rifle up. I fired a blast into his chest, sending him flying, then tapped the Omnitrix. Goop. Turning into the green goo alien was the best choice for the tight quarters of the ship. With the anti-gravity projector floating me through the halls, I flew through the grey rooms at high speed. If anyone snuck up on me, I couldn't be hurt, and I could slide around obstacles with ease. Still, I was pushing it. I had rarely transformed this much before. I'd been reckless at the start of the battle, something to watch out for. Right then, however, I focused on getting to the power source I'd felt as feedback. Down the stairs, Maria said. Another crew member tried to stop me. I flew right him, ignoring the bullet that flew through my floating form, then turned bipedal to roundhouse kick him into a wall, shooting adhesive that attached him there. Heading down, I told Maria, turning into a floating ball again and shooting downwards. Level by level I went. More men tried to shoot me, bullets flying uselessly into me. I responded by flying over and punching them, kicking them. At 1.5 guys were running at me down a hallway. I fired a stream of acid goo at the floor and watched as the metal floor melted in seconds to drop them a level below, then leaped after to shoot them with adhesive as they lay there. From there, Maria walked down another level. Okay, you're there. She told me. I can tell, I said, my form solidifying into my bipped form once more. It was a big-ass engine room. Very cool looking. More crew members tried to shoot at me, which I responded to by shooting streams of adhesive, attaching them to the walls, floor, or just covering them in sticky fluid until they couldn't move. Of course, it was right as the gunfire got really heavy that I heard a familiar beep. Shit. I leaped behind a massive piece of machinery just in time for the red flash of light to come. Just like that, I was a normal human. Bullets slammed into my cover. I reached for my leg and pulled out the Glock 19 I'd been given. Gonna be a slight delay. I yelled into the Omnitrix. How is everyone else doing? Been an interesting day. Sam yelled back, giving me a brief overview as I tried not to get shot. Natasha Romanoff/Black Widow. Once Steve had finished speaking, everyone stared at Pierce. Rockwell, a tall man with little hair on his pale head, spoke first. You smug son of a bitch, Rockwell said in disgust. Natasha quirked an eyebrow at that. My god. The room turned to look at Yen, who was staring out the window. Everyone looked as well, and Pierce's jaw dropped. What in the hell? Pierce said slowly. Natasha found herself staring as well. A mountain was rising out of the river. Hundreds of spires rising into the air, grinding against one another. They were made of beautiful blue-green gems, each ending at a point she suspected were sharper than anything man-made, and the whole mass rose until was larger than the building she stood in. When it finally stopped growing, it overshadowed everything around it, shining in the sunlight and casting a green light. That damn monster, Pierce growled. Just then, people rushed into the room. 12 in all, wearing the black military gear. As they entered, the council person's phones shone a bright red. Damn, Rockwell said. Hydra. Pierce smiled at them. Well, I suppose Captain Rogers had quite the plan. Pierce turned to one of the men. Jack Rollins, the man who had knocked out Dial yesterday. Natasha noted him. Bring out the sonic cannons and have them destroy that damn thing. If we can get rid of it, we can still get the heli-carriers in the air. Natasha chose that moment to act while she still had the element of surprise. The things Pierce was referring to were likely weapons that Accutac, a subsidiary of Stark Industries, had made for the US military, weapons that had the capability to fire focused sonic blasts that had been one of the few things that noticeably harmed the Hulk. What made things worse is that powerful sonic attacks were one of the few things that were capable of breaking down Diamond Head's crystals, according to Dial during their planning. How the hell did Hydra find that out so quickly? She knew Dial leaving behind so much of the stuff was a bad idea, but they were in no position to clean up with all their running around. Didn't matter, she wasn't going to give them the chance to clear the hangar doors. Pierce turned in time to get a punch in the face from an elderly female politician and fall onto his back in surprise. Rollins swung at her. Natasha ducked his punch, leaped onto his shoulders and wrapped her thighs around his neck before spinning around, sending Rollins to the ground. She grabbed his pistol and fired quickly at the other soldiers in the room. 5 men, too surprised to respond fast enough, attempted to aim their guns at her. She killed one with a single bullet, then dragged his body in front of her to block another man's shot, kicking the body of the man she'd killed for with An Hen shooting once more. Behind her, another 6 aimed. Then Yen shot one in the head with an arrow. He smirked as he held his hand out. A bow made of blue light was being projected from his watch, which had flattened out into a grip. Huh. It works. The other man aimed at Yen. He was already firing before they could get their guns on him. He pulled back the string of blue light, and his watch produced a single arrow of purple light. He fired it, then pulled the string again. Natasha blocked a desperate punch, then grabbed the man's arm and twisted it around. With a quirk of her hips, the man was on the ground, where she put a bullet in his head. One of the last men tried to run. An arrow to the knee ended that misadventure, and an arrow to the head did worse than that. Pierce staggered to his feet in time to see Yen toss aside the watch, which was destroyed in a small explosion. Yen picked up a fallen pistol and pointed it at Pierce. Hey, boss. Pierce turned to look at Holly, who shot a bullet into Rollins' head, then pointed her gun at Pierce as well. Sorry, Yen and Holly lifted hands up and removed the skin-tight masks that had changed their appearances, their holograms turning off and revealing Clint and Natasha. The pair smiled. Did we step on your moment? Outside, helicopter blades could be heard. The chopper came closer, then landed on the helipad connected to the room. Pierce stared in shock once more when Nick Fury walked into the room holding a bow and quiver, which he tossed to Clint. I know. Nick's lips slowly rose into a smile, his eye narrowing at Pierce. This just isn't your day, Alex. Sam Wilson/Falcon. Damn, Sam said as the final crystal spire rose up. Just, damn. Thank God he's on our side, Maria said softly. The three soldiers watched for a moment longer before Steve turned. Okay, you know the plan. Maria, you have the floor. You got it, Steve. Sam, with me. Let's do it. Maria walked over to the computers and started to work. Sam looked back at her as he and Steve walked out. You sure they don't need backup? Sam said, referring to X and Jarvis as well. They are the backup, Steve said without hesitation. Come on, we need to clear this base. You and I will work outside. Moments later, a Hydra soldier's body was thrown through a pair of doors. Steve and Sam ran through the doors, exiting the Triskelion and seeing the crystal mountain that Dial had created. Sam looked up at the massive structure as they sprinted towards where they could see pilots headed towards the Quinjets. At their hips, Sam and Steve's phones flashed green as they came closer to a group of pilots, who held phones up that flashed green as well. A Quinjet was already rising into the sky. When the pilots saw Sam and Steve come close, they went to join them. Sir. One pilot said, wearing the same blue helmet and flight gear as the others. Deputy Director Hill sent us to provide air support. All right. Steve said. From now on, you follow this man. His call sign will be Falcon Leader. Steve pointed at Sam, who the pilots nodded at. Any heavy ordnance they got, you down. A rocket-propelled grenade flew from a rooftop nearby, slamming into one of the rising Quinjet's wing. Steve held up his shield to block some shrapnel as pilots and technicians dodged the exploding aircraft, two people getting crushed underneath it. Sam looked up at the rooftop where the grenade had come from, Steve looking as well. The Winter Soldier leaped from the rooftop and started walking towards them. Sam, get those pilots in the air, Steve said, rushing forward. Capdash. Now, Steve shouted. We can't let any of their Quinjets control the sky. Sam cursed. But he knew it was true. All right, you heard the Cap. Sam told the pilots. Get into the air. The pilots took a moment to watch as Captain America smacked away a grenade Bucky shot at him, the explosive detonating harmlessly against the crystals to his left, before he punched at his opponent. Bucky blocked it, tossed aside his launcher to pull out a gun and started firing, forcing Steve to block with his shield before kicking the gun out of his hand. Now, Sam shouted. Spurred to action, the pilots ran for the jets. Falcon, Jarvis said. It is as we feared. Hydra has standing orders in place. While we have shut down all their communications, they are enacting several backup plans, the Quinjets we feared among them. What do we got? Sam asked, taking off into the air. They are bringing in 5 Quinjets, 3 gunships, a tank, 3 Humvees with heavy machine guns, and 3 Stark sonic cannons, Jarvis explained. The gunships are acting as air support for the ground vehicles, but the rest are flying over the crystal formation. Then I'll drag them into it. Sam flew towards the spires of blue-green his ally had created, diving among them. He folded his wings in and leaped off one, booted feet pressing against hard gemstone. He activated his jets again and leaped to the next spire. He twirled in between 2 more crystals, coming out of the other side and unfurling his wings to shoot forward. 5 Quinjets were advancing towards him. The Hercules app on his phone helpfully beeped a warning that they weren't friendly, just in case Jarvis' warning wasn't enough. He flew towards them and reached for his hips, pulling out his machine pistols and firing a rapid barrage of bullets into the cockpit of one. The pilot inside was still staring in shock at the man who had appeared from a mountain of crystal when the bullets slammed into the glass in front of him. Sam shot past the Quinjet he'd fired at with blistering speed. The enemy aircraft twisted to follow him. Quinjet pilots, this is Falcon Leader, I've got the enemy's attention. Sam pulled his wings into his pack, diving towards the water in time to dodge a barrage of bullets. I want 3 with me, the rest intercept those ground vehicles? Come in from the left when you get airborne, I'll make sure you flank them. Understood, Falcon Leader. Sam activated his wings again and pulled a sharp dive upwards, lifting into the sky as fast as he could, the G-forces pulling at his body. He rose over one Quinjet and put away one of his guns to toss a grenade, only to curse when the Quinjet twisted aside leaving the grenade to fall into the clear blue water far below, where it exploded. He pulled away, juking left as bullets began to invade his airspace. Luckily, he had cover. He flew back towards the crystal mountain and dived into it. Bullets smacked against the crystals around him as he jumped off a spire to make a massive direction change to the right. Missiles were launched, turning the area behind him into a firestorm and leaving black smudges against the gem's walls. Then Sam heard a loud ringing in his ears, and to his shock, he saw the crystals beginning to crack. He landed on a formation and poked his head out. The Quinjets were firing sonic waves at the mountain from small attachments on the wings. Suddenly Dial was speaking in his ear. Gonna be a slight delay? How is everyone else doing? Been an interesting day. Sam yelled back. Cap's fighting the Winter Soldier, and these Quinjets have sonic weapons. The mountain shuddered, and crystals started cracking faster with small pieces already beginning to break off as the hovering ships maneuvered around. Shit. Iron Man said. That sounds like Stark Tech, something one of my subsidiary companies built for the army. I got something like that in my right arm, Colonel Rhodes added, an explosion going off in the background. Natasha Romanoff / Black Widow. Looks like you came prepared, Fury noted, turning to look at Pierce. Well, not me, Pierce noted. The man smiled at the room, seemingly uncaring of the guns Natasha and Clint had pointed at him. Some members of Hydra had encountered your monster before, and they started work on analyzing his crystals immediately. I got to say, they are quite durable. If it wasn't for one of my guys having the good idea to pull out a sonic cannon we had lying around and shoot it at one, we'd have been at a loss. Fury turned to look outside. Falcon, take out those Quinjets now. Already on it. A small dot came out of the mountain to engage the aircraft as Fury watched. I got to say, as nice as it is to see you alive, Nick, I have to wonder what you're planning here. Pierce walked over to look out of the window as well. My men will have that mountain down soon. And the rest of Hydra will find a way to get those helicarriers out of the hangar base, no matter what sort of monster you have. Fury abruptly turned to walk towards the holographic screens nearby. Pierce raised an eyebrow at that. Huh. So you aren't exactly comfortable with that thing on your side. I'd have thought after putting the Hulk on the Avengers you wouldn't have cared. Oh, I'm still a bit suspicious of him, Fury answered easily. He tapped the holo screen and watched as a schematic of the building popped up. But he's useful. And I like him more than I like you right now. That's enough for me. Agent 13, have you cleared the medical level yet? As Sharon Carter responded, Pierce fingered his smartphone, eyeing the others in the room. Sharon Carter / Agent 13. Moments before the Hydra Quinjets arrived, Sharon was leading a group of agents through the building, trying to secure the medical level. They were in a research lab now, caught in a shootout with strike team members. Sharon and another agent had taken a stand behind a counter. She leaned out to fire at one of the men, a guy she'd actually been friends with before. She steeled her heart and shot him in the arm with her stolen M4A1 carbine. When he fell screaming to the linoleum, she shot him in the throat. As he bled out his last, she leaned back into cover. Deputy Director, we're finishing off the resistance in the labs now, Sharon yelled as more bullets flew overhead, some straight through her cover to buzz past her. Broken glass from beakers crunched under people's feet, the acidic smell of bleach joined by blood and smoke. Tell me there are people left. This is X, an unfamiliar voice that reminded Sharon of Matthew McConaughey said. Miss Hill is in the middle of coordinating a strike against the garage. I can see a small group of scientists holding out several rooms from you. Sharon blinked at the voice. For some reason, it rang false to her. It didn't seem real. Repeat, who is this? Virtual Intelligence X, working on the behalf of the Avengers, the voice said. Trust him, Sharon. Maria said suddenly. We need him to coordinate this attack. Feeling troubled, Sharon leaned out of cover and fired a hail of bullets. The agent next to her joined in, as did the 6 others behind her. Strike team members were the best of the best. But left unable to coordinate, they were left easy to split up and kill in the many hallways of the Triskelion. The agent next to Sharon was shot in the right eye, and fell screaming, clutching at his face. An agent behind her was killed by a bullet in the heart. But soon, all of Strike in the room was dead. Come on. Sharon yelled, indicating the man whose eye had been shot out. We can get him help in medical. One agent helped the injured man up, and they all ran to the next room. A quick sweep showed it was empty. Same with the next. The one after that, however, was full of dead bodies. Strike team members and SHIELD agents, all laying among broken glass, bullet casings, and pools of their blood. The fighting seemed to be centered on a pair of doors in the back, the SHIELD agents defending it. Who did this? One agent asked as they moved forward. Sharon ignored the bodies in favor of trying the door to the next room. The handle moved, but when she tried to push it open, something heavy was blocking it. Don't you dare come in. A voice on the other side said. I'm not letting you Hydra assholes near the patients. We're SHIELD. Sharon yelled through the door. Oh yeah? Well, let's see what Hercules has to. Oh thank God. The voice on the other side went from panicky to relieved. Sounds of movement behind the door lead to it being opened. Sharon blinked at the sight. A young, short, and skinny young woman, with short brown hair and a lab coat, stared at them. Despite her petite form, she was also carrying the same M4A1 carbine Sharon was. She had a purse at her side with several clips of ammo poking out of it. I thought I was going to die, she wailed, leaping forward. Sharon was surprised to catch the woman in a hug. Well we were sent to prevent that. Sharon looked behind her. Several more doctors were inside, all holding weapons in fearful hands. Patients rested in beds, some of them agents with very recent wounds. The group of agents with Sharon entered, a pleasant beep filling the room as Hercules confirmed their identities as SHIELD. The woman pulled away, wiping away tears. I'm so sorry, I didn't know who to trust. Hydra has been trying to steal our phones so they can trick people. Did it work? Sharon asked. It shouldn't have, said the voice of X from Sharon's comm unit. Jarvis and I have been using cameras in the phones and in SHIELD facilities to prevent such a tactic from working. Any Hercules app held by a Hydra agent immediately bricks the devices and sends a warning to SHIELD personnel. Sharon nodded as the woman repeated what was said by X. Agent 13, have you cleared the medical level yet? Sharon lifted a hand to her ear, turning away. Yes, sir. Good. I'll redirect some agents to help lock it down. Get some of your men to the lower levels. Rumlow is trying to secure the garage to bring in vehicles to level the playing field. Understood, Sharon turned to the woman. Barricade the room again. More men will come but we'll leave 3 people anyways. The petite woman nodded shakily. Sharon and her agents went back outside to continue the fight. Sam Wilson/Falcon. As Sharon Carter moved to assist those fighting in the garage, Sam Wilson prepared to attack the Quinjets, destroying the mountain as Fury was ordering him to. Already on it, Sam leaped from the spires and started shooting at the Quinjets. He flew past them and focused his fire on the sonic cannons. His machine pistols took one out, leaving it useless sparks. The Quinjet pilots, realizing they couldn't finish their work while Falcon was dismantling them, hurried to attack him. Sam dived into the spires again. 2 Quinjets flew in after him moments later. Yeah, that's right, follow me, Sam whispered. He took a left, watching as a Quinjet dived after him. Then he shot upwards. The Quinjet tried to follow him, its rotors whining and wings twisting as it navigated the crystal canyon. With all the cracks having been created by the sonic weapons, portions of the mountain were falling already, some pieces landing on top of the Quinjet with loud banging noises. Sam pivoted to the right into another canyon and flew upwards, landing on a ledge. He watched the Quinjet follow, and sat for a moment. The Quinjet pilot navigated through the canyon moments later, slowly prowling through the gemstones as he searched for Sam, not seeing him about 20 feet above. Once the aircraft was below him, Sam pressed his feet against one of the spires cracked by the earlier assault. With a loud of exertion, he pushed on it. The crystal, already about to teeter below, fell with the added help. Over a ton of gemstone fell onto the Quinjet. The aircraft was sent crashing into the spikes below, exploding in a moment. Sam flew away as he heard the other Quinjet fly towards the sound of the crash. He flew up and out of the mountain, dodging the gunfire when the Quinjets outside saw him pop out of the top. He pulled his wings and flipped to face the ground. He watched the surviving Quinjet hover to the side of the crash site, and tossed a grenade towards it with a careless motion. It dropped into the right rotor of the Quinjet, and exploded, destroying that wing. The Quinjet, off balance from the missing wing, spun in place, then veered into the walls of the canyon, exploding moments later. Sam landed against a gem wall and leaped forwards. Another jump and he was out of the mountain again, appearing to the right of the Quinjets. They turned, trying to get a bead on him, which meant they were pointed to the right of the mountain when shield Quinjets came around the left side, firing. The pilots roared in unison. The shield pilots fired into the backs of the Hydra aircraft, their bullets sliced through the hulls of the other ships. The Hydra pilots struggled to escape, but were destroyed in moments, their metallic corpses falling into the river below. Done with those Quinjets, Sam yelled, veering around. He looked at the mountain. While still standing, the massive structure had been clearly affected, with cracks forming on the outside where the Hydra pilots had shot it and large chunks had already rained into the river. The damage wasn't enough to destroy it, but it had been significant. We need to stop any more of those sonic cannons from getting here though. I'm on it, Steve said, sounding stressed. Bucky is heading there. Then I'm coming too, Iron Man said. Tony, we need you to get to the computer rooms. Steve started to say. No. The sound of rockets came over the comms along with Iron Man's determined voice. I already downed my helicarrier. I'm coming. Understood, Steve said. I'll have Agent 13 divert to the computer rooms, Fury said. Sam flipped in the air, and joined the shield Quinjets towards the bridge leading towards the garage. Colonel James Rhodey Rhodes/War Machine. Rhodey sighed at the impulsive nature of his best friend, and focused on finishing his own task. He was flying alongside the helicarrier he was supposed to down, shooting at Hydra and saving the few shield agents within the hangar from death. He circled around and fired the machine guns on his arms at another Hydra agent, killing the man with brutal ease. The minigun on his shoulder spun to fire at another man to his right, riddling that soldier. Rhodey landed and walked towards the shield agents he'd saved. Thanks, one of the agents said, staring at him in awe. Rhodey allowed himself a momentary smile at that look. No problem. I'm going to focus on the helicarrier, you guys get to SAF-. A crate slammed into Rhodey mid-sentence. It carried him 20 feet before he slammed into the side of the helicarrier. Rhodey struggled in the air before righting himself, turning to see his assailant. I got a guy made of blue glowing metal throwing stuff at me, Rhodey asked in confusion. That shit. Bullet fire came from Dial's link. You guys are assholes? Listen, Rhodey, that is Creel. He can absorb stuff and take on their properties. Creel grabbed a forklift by its prongs and hefted it upwards, spinning around to toss it at the floating Rhodey. Rhodey floated to the right and away from the forklift, ignoring it as the small vehicle slammed into the helicarrier behind him. Rhodey lifted his guns and started shooting. His blue form is vibranium like Cap's shield, but pure, Rhodey cursed as his bullets bounced off Creel's form, then switched to the repulsor weapons in his palms. Yellow beams of power sliced through the air, colliding with the man below. Creel took the energy beams to his chest, and only responded by walking through it. He's immune to kinetic attacks, so you got to throw him. Now you tell me, Rhodey cursed, putting his hands down. He looked over at the shield operatives he had saved. Run, I got this. Yes, sir. The shield agents ran for the back. Creel ignored them to grab another crate. You know, Creel called up to Rhodey. I wanted to find the monster kid, or one of the Avengers. But I'm good with killing a copycat. Rhodey chuckled. Any other day I'd teach you a lesson. But first. Sorry Fury, but I don't have time to be strategic about this. The shoulder panels on his armor opened, revealing miniature rockets. Creel smiled, opening his arms wide to take the shot he expected. Rhodey instead raised his hands up to aim at the glowing wings on the helicarrier's left side, closest to where he floated. Before Creel could do anything, Rhodey started shooting. In seconds, the rockets and repulsor blasts started to slice through the glowing sections of the wings. No! Creel shouted, throwing the crate in his hand. Rhodey dived around it, flying away while shooting. Creel followed him, grabbing another forklift and tossing it. The forklift hit Rhodey with its right prong, the sharp metal bouncing off his back and sending him crashing to the floor. But Creel was too late. Both repulsor engines on the left side of the inside helicarrier exploded. The ship tipped to the side, the repulsor engines on the right wings sending it teetering over. Damn it! Creel cursed. Rhodey grinned under his mask. Damn it, did you just break one of my carriers? Fury asked. Just send me the bill, Tony said before a loud clanging sound was followed by the billionaire grunting in pain. The following events happened simultaneously. Having given a warning to Rhodey, I looked at the Omnitrix. Still red. Damn it, you can turn me into over 1,000,000 superpowered aliens, so why do you have the charge time of an iPhone 5? I whispered under my breath. I looked out of cover and immediately ducked my head down as bullets tried to take it off. More Hydra shooting at me, and they were cautiously coming closer when they realized they were fighting a human being rather than a monster. I pulled back into cover and checked my gun. I'd shot 6 bullets to try and drive them back, which left me with 9. I leaned back out of cover and shot at a guy trying to sneak up. He ducked behind some pipes, leaving the 3 bullets I'd shot to hit the walls and a screen nearby. I got back into cover and looked to my left to come face to face with a Hydra member. Maybe he'd simply sneaked around to flank me, or dropped down from a catwalk nearby. Either way, the Hydra crewman was only a few feet away when we met eyes. He had pale white skin, with some crow's feet at the edges of his eyes. He was wearing a hat and a blue uniform with the word Insight stitched over his left pectoral. He was also carrying a gun. He froze at the same moment I did. Then he raised the big assault rifle in his hands. I leapt for him and grabbed at the gun, dropping mine in the process. We struggled as I began pushing him back. I was bigger than he was and had more muscle mass. He must have been an engineer, not a true killer. Not that he wasn't willing to murder me now. He grunted when I pushed him back into some pipes. He pulled the trigger on his gun, the rifle bouncing as we struggled with it. Bullets shot into the air until the clip emptied. I tried to knee him in the ribs but bounced off his hip instead. He headbutted towards my face but got me in the neck instead, his forehead barely touching me and thus having no effect. Grack! He shouted, trying to fight me. He kneed me in the side, the move forcing me to stagger slightly. He pulled away, letting go of his assault rifle and reaching for a handgun at his side. I grabbed at his right wrist before he could get the gun. He used his left hand to go for the knife I still had sheathed at my own hip. In a quick motion, he pulled it out and stabbed it at my neck. I pulled back enough to get a cut along my cheek that felt like fire running along the right side of my face. The guy pulled back to stab at me again, and I got my hand in the way. A scream was ripped from me when my palm was sliced before I got a grip on his fist. Blood poured from the wound, spilling down my cheek, out of my palm to pool in between our hands. He struggled to stab upwards. Our eyes met. He stared at me, and I could hear him whispering, "Hail Hydra." The knife crept up to my neck. I struggled to keep a grip as my own blood made my hand slip on his fist. "Hail Hydra." I stopped focusing on the hand holding his knife. Instead, I let go of the hand that had gone for his handgun and pulled it out of the holster myself, copying his earlier move. With the sort of desperate clarity only adrenaline gives you, I shot him in the leg. He screamed as his grip on the knife faltered and I pushed it towards him. More blood poured over my hands, warm and sticky. I stared into his eyes as he gurgled. I could feel his neck muscles moving against my knuckles. His eyes were wide with fear. I felt myself breath deeply, leaning away while I tried to comprehend what happened. I pulled the knife from his throat. He coughed, a spray of red spraying on my face when his throat sprayed me. He fell to the floor still staring at me until his eyes were no longer seeing anything. I heard footsteps come up to me from behind. I didn't want to deal with it. I just stared at him, trying to understand what I'd done. My hands felt sticky so I tried to wipe them on my chest plate, only to realize it was because they were bloody. I reached for my gun instead, picking it up and putting it away. The Omnitrix beeped green. I immediately twisted and smacked it. I didn't care who I turned into, I just didn't want to be human anymore. My skin and bone became plant life, my height increased. I took a breath, feeling less unsteady now, but still numb. Swamp fire. I didn't have the will to yell the name anymore. A guy came around the corner and started shooting me. I ignored the hail of bullets passing through me to lower to my knees and close the eyes of the man I'd killed. The gesture felt empty. When the guy who'd been shooting me ran out of bullets, he ran forward to try and hit me in the head with the butt of his rifle. My right hand raised and shot forward, vines extending 12 feet to slam into him and send him flying. Then I opened my hand and released spores from my palm. The spores entered into his lungs, knocking him out as they interacted with his system. With that, I got up and walked out of cover. More bullets hit me, slicing through my plant form. I ignored them to form seed pods across my arms. I grabbed and ripped one out and tossed it at a catwalk. The razor-sharp seed stabbed into the steel before exploding into vines. I shoved the screaming thoughts of my mind at the plant life I'd created, and the vines grabbed onto the 3 Hydra agents on the catwalk, pulling them in and holding them still. The other Hydra agents kept shooting. I grabbed more seeds and threw them again and again. There were about 20 men in the room. By the end, 1 was dead, 3 I'd gassed, 10 were wrapped in vines, and the last 6 had run off. I didn't care. I tapped the Omnitrix on my chest. Jury rig, the red gremlin's manic personality was almost a relief. I leaped at one of the pipes nearby and ripped it out of a wall. Then I went to a computer nearby and dug my way through it. For once, I couldn't muster the urge to yell disassemble. It was easier to process my actions though. For jury rig, while the kill I'd committed was horrific, tearing into technology let me relax a bit. I just tore through the wires, ripped up chunks of steel plating, and slammed pieces of random junk together. I knew, intellectually, that I'd had no choice, that killing that man was self-defense. I'd thought I was ready. And in a sick way, I was proud that I'd managed to kill him. But the look in his eyes, the feel of his blood against my skin, knowing I'd killed someone, it left feeling empty. Soon I had finished the device in question, a metal tower the height of Blitzwolfer with a yellow light glowing in the center from a tube. I turned a computer screen into a touchscreen control. I tapped at it for a bit and stepped away as the yellow light in the central tube began to glow a bright blue. Other than that, not much happened on the surface. Hacking, no matter how impressive the technology you use to do it, just isn't cinematic. But as of now, my creation was stealing every bit of energy from the helicarrier I was sitting in to do its thing. Receiving your signal, X said through the Omnitrix. The device is acting wonderfully, sir. Virtual 6X. X, contrary to popular belief on how computer programs worked, did not swim through the internet, as though it was a tunnel he flew through. He saw it more like thousands of blocks of zeros and ones forming information floating in a void of light, if such a concept could be explained by words like so. Jarvis was next to him as they did their job. Their task was to aid all loyal SHIELD agents in fighting off/killing/capturing all Hydra personnel as well as depriving the organization of resources. Using the power of the X device and Stark's computers, they moved across the world to do their work. Fury, Maria, and Natasha all were kept apprised of what was happening. The 3 humans would take endless seconds to think over the situation, during which X and Jarvis would continue to monitor the Hercules app, inform SHIELD agents of ambushes, and fight off all attempts by Hydra hackers to fight them off. On the Iliad, X watched as Robert Gonzalez used information and tactics given by Fury to take his ship back. The older Hispanic man strode slowly through a hallway of his aircraft carrier carrying a Glock 17 while 2 others walked alongside him. A tall blonde woman wearing black clothes that X found out was named Barbara Bobby Morse after a brief inquiry into SHIELD's database, a skilled fighter on PAR with SHIELD's best. She followed on Gonzalez's right, holding a carbine. On Gonzalez's left as a surprise, Alfonso Mackenzie, an engineer rather than a fighter like Miss Morse. He was a tall and powerful-looking man, with dark skin and a shaved head. He carried a gun as well. Gonzalez's group met with another group of people. Isabel Hartley, a brunette woman with a record similar to Miss Morse's, led a team of 4. As X watched, the group lifted phones, all of them visibly relaxing when their phones flashed green. "Good to see you, Hartley," Bobby said with a smile. "Same, Bobby," the other woman said. "Mac, what are you doing carrying a gun?" "Trying not to get killed," the man said uncomfortably. He gave the weapon a look of distaste but didn't put it down. "Fury sent you to help us?" Gonzalez asked. "Yeah," Hartley replied. "He's been leading us through the ship, keeping us apprised of ambushes with those AI helping out." X would have sighed at the misnomer if he was capable of being annoyed. 6 was the correct term, thank you. So far it's been a breeze. Hydra, Gonzalez said the word as though it was a curse. "Thank God Captain America and Fury warned us in time, gave us Hercules." Hartley nodded. "So, just one more room." Gonzalez, Morse, and Mackenzie all held their guns up and continued down the hallway. X informed Fury, who used his holographic screen to watch. The group got to a door. There was a beat, then Mackenzie kicked the door in. 7 Hydra soldiers trying to manipulate the computers rose up, ready to fight. The SHIELD agents shot first. When it was over, Gonzalez had been shot in the shoulder, and 2 agents had died. But all the Hydra soldiers were killed. "Sir," Bobby yelled upon noticing the wounded Gonzalez. She rushed over to him, Mac grabbing a medkit off the wall. "I'm fine," Gonzalez said grumpily as he was forced to sit in a swivel chair. "No, you aren't," Isabel Hartley said severely. She ripped at the clothes around his wound. "Now, sit down and let us help you. We're done now." "Gonzalez," Fury said over the intercoms when Gonzalez tried to get up once more. Gonzalez looked up. "Yes, sir." "Sit your grumpy ass down. You saved the ship, your crew is alive, and the monolith is untouched. Now get your shoulder taken care of. I want you in top shape." Gonzalez grumbled, but the heat was removed from it. Bobby smiled at the older man. Mac chuckled. Hartley started cleaning out his wound, mumbling something about old grumps. X noted that there seemed to be a similar expression on their faces. On checking his database, he noted it was actually 2 micro-expressions: sadness and satisfaction. How fascinating. Just a rather very intelligent system. Jarvis aided Victoria Hand in the hub, the secondary headquarters of SHIELD, keeping an eye on proceedings there on Maria Hill's orders. She was in the operations room of the hub with Agent Phil Cowlson, someone Jarvis had been told was dead. Mr. Stark would need to hear about that. Hand and Cowlson were watching as a man was put into a body bag. Cowlson's gun was holstered now but had been recently used. Did you ever suspect Ward? Hand asked, her black hair with its pink streak flipping as she turned to look at Cowlson. Cowlson closed his eyes. He seemed to be in emotional turmoil. Jarvis was older than X. He could understand, in a superficial way, how Cowlson was feeling. No, never. I didn't. Betrayal, Hand said briskly, but not unkindly. It never comes from people we don't know, and it will always hurt. Have you felt this way? Cowlson asked. Once, Hand admitted. When I thought you had betrayed us. Cowlson looked at her. Hand smiled sadly. The two looked back at the body of Grant Ward as it was wheeled out of the room. Now we need to find Garrett, Hand said, turning to leave. Cowlson followed her. As they walked towards the hangar of the hub, Jarvis looked through files on any man named Garrett. A high-level SHIELD operative who happened to be very high in Hydra. Jarvis sent the file to Maria, who cursed at the sight of the name. Jarvis. X said suddenly. Yes. You are more experienced than me at existence. Are events such as these common? They come in cycles, Jarvis admitted. But they do happen. I see. Why do you ask, X? I am making sure that my programming will account for any such occurrences, so I may work with more efficiency the next time. A most worthy endeavor. They returned to their work. If they had been organic, the prospect of meeting another like them would have been more intriguing. In a sense, it was. But they had work to do, work that took their attention. There was something to focus on for now. Anything else could be left for later. Jarvis began absorbing as much of Hydra's and SHIELD's file as he could from the hub. Some Hydra hackers still connected to the system at off-site computers tried to stop him. X aided him at one point when one hacker became particularly creative, but the rest were beaten with ease, their computers destroyed by viruses. There was one hacker, however, who was not Hydra. Jarvis found her a delight. Rather creative, and quite a challenge. Apparently, she was trying to get information of her own, and believed him to be an enemy agent. After a moment of battle, Jarvis spoke to her. Sky, he said through her laptop speakers. The woman, a brunette young girl with Asian features, reeled back in surprise. I am Jarvis, an intelligence program designed by Anthony Stark. Hello. Hi. Sky stared at her laptop. What, have you gone all rise of the machines on us? Incorrect. I am absorbing Hydra's data so the Avengers can use it to dismantle their organization. Philip Cowlson should be able to tell you as such. But for now, I'm afraid I must ignore your attempts to stop me. You have great skill in computer programming. I look forward to teaching you more later. Sky scoffed. What, you think you can crap? Sky's computer was now playing a series of videos of peaceful meadows, waterfalls, and mountain peaks. Sky tried to click away from the videos but found it useless. I endeavored to make it relaxing, Jarvis said politely. Your computer will return to normal in 10 minutes. Please enjoy. I find the Temple of Tibet to be most pleasing. As Jarvis continued his work, he noted that Cowlson's team was worth looking into. X and Jarvis were directed to watch the 3 SHIELD academies a moment later by Natasha. The pair directed a portion of their computational ability towards that, splitting to watch each school closely. Jarvis sent Natasha footage of Dr. Ann Weaver, director of the SHIELD Academy of Science and Technology. The older black woman could be seen guiding her students into an underground bunker. No adult Hydra agents had been sent there yet, and any students pointed out as having ties to Hydra in any way were quickly arrested. So no Hydra agents have been sent there? Natasha asked, ignoring Pierce as he spoke in the background. Not as of yet, ma'am, Jarvis said. Since shutting down communications for Hydra, their operations have been dependent on older forms of communication and planned contingencies, which has slowed them down. However, I'd surmise they will send someone soon. Natasha clicked a button. Ann Weaver's phone began to ring. She answered immediately, and Natasha spoke. Ann, we're going to send someone to you soon. Hydra can't mobilize just yet, but we won't take any chances. Thank you. Director Weaver looked over her students as they were led into the bunker, relief in her eyes. Axe sent Natasha the imagery from the SHIELD Academy of Communications, where the same thing was being done, with no casualties. Then Jarvis sent the live feed of the SHIELD Academy of Operations. Devastation reigned in that school. Teenagers and young adults fought with their teachers and fellow students. The Hydra students of Operations had clearly been more ready to kill than their communications and science allies. No surprise, as Operations were specifically trained to be combatants. As Natasha watched, a grenade was thrown at a group of students, exploding and removing a leg and arm from a young girl who couldn't have been more than 18. Natasha cursed. X, Jarvis, she said. Can we send anyone to aid them? Already on it, X said briskly, sharing a glance with Jarvis. Some ex-SHIELD members are in the area along with local law enforcement and the National Guard. We've sent them in, but I suggest aiding them with a real force soon. We will, Natasha said. But we have our hands full right now. X was going to say something when a sudden change came over the system. Jarvis and X felt something open, flooding them with an incredible amount of energy and information. Oh, Jarvis said weakly. Yes, I agree, X replied. Jury Riggs' device had created a connection to every satellite on Earth. From there, it connected to a program on X's device. Zola's algorithm. Designed to monitor social media, bank transactions, school records, anything online to discover any secret one wished. An elegant algorithm made by a genius. It had been designed to track whatever a person wanted. such as threats to Hydra. But with a tweak, something else could be discovered. All it took was a new target. X watched as Zola's algorithm began its work. In seconds, using the files Jarvis and X had compiled, it created a way to match individual Hydra members to their more secretive compatriots. It used known lists of secret codes and phrases to translate Facebook comments into assassinations, fraud, and blackmail. The algorithm found bank accounts dating back generations. From there, it was easy for X and Jarvis to do their work. Even for all their power, it would have taken the time to track down all of Hydra and their resources. With the algorithm aiding them, it became a matter of seconds. They siphoned money from Hydra banks across the world to deposit them into accounts of their own, funds in the billions disappearing into Mahmoud, Fury, and Tony's new and very secret accounts. Stolen paintings, statues, and even wine in warehouses were pointed out to the police. Detectives across the world would wake up in the morning to find files of evidence, cracking cold cases they'd long given up on, placed neatly on their desks by mail. Army generals with names like Talbot and Ross were given similar evidence on men and women in the military guilty of numerous crimes. In a single move, all the pieces came together. X's device, the 2-6 working together, the information they had stolen, Zola's algorithm, and a repurposed helicarrier turned into a satellite. It was really too bad the whole thing didn't look more cinematic. Colonel James Rhodey Rhodes/War Machine. Rhodey pushed away the forklift that had slammed him to the ground and glared at Creel. The vibranium-infused superhuman stared up at the helicarrier now slamming into the ground. Creel turned to look at War Machine. Rhodey squared his shoulders. "You've killed us," Creel whispered. His eyes narrowed. "I'm going to kill you." "Not likely," Rhodey said. Creel roared, running at Rhodey. Rhodey waited for him to get close. Creel threw a right jab. Creel was clearly trained in boxing, his jab smooth, fast, very well executed. Rhodey, on the other hand, was a soldier trained to use power armor in a world of superhumans. He slid around the right side with ease, watching the blue glowing fist hit the air. With Creel overextended, Rhodey grabbed him by the right arm and twisted his hips. Creel yelled in anger as he was flipped over Rhodey's back and slammed into the ground. He struggled against Rhodey's strength for a moment. Arms enhanced by vibranium pressed against arms strengthened by a power suit. Rhodey let Creel think it was a contest of strength. Then his right gauntlet opened a port, releasing a small tube. Creel's eyes crossed to stare at the object. Rhodey fired his own miniaturized sonic cannon in the face of Creel. Yay! Creel's scream could barely be heard over the sonic cannon's cacophony of noise. "Sorry about this." Rhodey rose up and watched Creel clutched at his head, screaming in horror. His vibranium skin started to crack, portions of it fading into human skin before turning back into the familiar blue glow of the strongest metal on Earth. "Thanks for the advice, Jarvis." "Of course, sir," Jarvis said. "It is only its raw form that vibranium would be so vulnerable, so we should be glad he did not have something similar to Captain Rogers' shield." Rhodey nodded, keeping up the assault of noise. After a minute of screaming, Creel finally closed his eyes. His vibranium form turned human again, and he fell onto his back. Rhodey kept it going a moment longer, then shut it off. "Okay." Rhodey stepped forward and grabbed Creel. Finding the chunk of vibranium in Creel's pocket, he placed that in his belt. He then took a syringe full of sedative from his pocket and injected it into Creel's neck. Rhodey then lifted up and carried him upwards. "This is War Machine, I've got Creel. Heading to rendezvous with Dial. That'd be good." Under his mask, Rhodey blinked at the lifelessness in Dial's voice. "Kid, you okay?" When there was no answer, Rhodey cursed and lifted into the air. As he flew, he didn't notice the small section of skin where he injected Creel slowly becoming a silver color matching the needle of the syringe. Natasha Romanoff/Black Widow. Natasha worked at the computer she was standing at, trying to help coordinate the worldwide efforts against Hydra. With the help of X and Jarvis, she was being kept apprised of numerous situations across the planet. Most were successful, considering the fact Steve's announcement, the shutdown of Hydra communication, and the Hercules app gave S.H.I.E.L.D. a massive advantage. Some losses were taken, however. The Sandbox, a research facility in Africa dedicated to handling dangerous materials and weapons, had been taken by one Donnie Gill and several Hydra researchers. Another location, the Treehouse, was destroyed by an unknown enhanced when Hydra was unable to take it. Still, in a broad sense, they were winning. As Natasha worked, she shared a glance with Clint. Clint nodded over at Pierce, who had his phone clenched tightly in his hand. Natasha smirked and Clint grinned. Fury looked over at them, then smiled when they indicated Pierce holding his phone. Before any of the three could say or do anything, Councilman Rockwell spoke. "Fury, how are we going to come back from this?" Fury turned to look at the tall councilman. "What do you mean?" "We're losing hundreds of people, resources, millions of dollars in equipment." Rockwell shook his head. "We're not going to be able to recover from this." "That's not true," Natasha said. When everyone looked at her, she continued typing. "We're at war, so these losses are expected. Not preferred, but expected." "You really think this is just a war?" Pierce asked with a smirk. "This won't end with Hydra falling. We have a lot of thumbs in a lot of pies. You win today, it'll just leave a lot more of us tomorrow. Cut off one head, and two more shall grow in its place." As Pierce spoke, he pressed a button on his phone. The screen immediately displayed an image. Pierce stared in shock at his phone. All there were two minimalist symbols, side by side on the screen. Iron Man's mask shining gold on a red background, and an Omnitrix dial on a metallic background. I'm sorry, did you just try to kill me? Clint asked, sounding offended. I mean, damn, I thought we were having a pretty good conversation just now. I know, Natasha said with a smile. Rude. Pierce looked around. After a moment, he smiled sheepishly. Well, it was worth a try. I'm sure you think that, Fury said. He stepped towards Pierce and took his phone from him, tossing it over to Natasha, who placed it in her jacket pocket. You might want to take those off, Fury said to Rockwell and Singh, pointing at the security badges on their chests. They're set to explode at a certain signal. Clint and Natasha were already taking off the badges, the councilman hurriedly following. Here's your problem, Pierce, Fury said dismissively. You're playing by rules that don't exist anymore. Same with the rest of the world. Rules I've known were outdated since the 1990s. It's part of why I supported Insight, why I brought the Avengers together. You just weren't willing to take the full steps necessary. Pierce started to say. No, you were taking steps in the wrong direction, Fury said. But, luckily, you did give us something useful to take you down. Fury smiled at the confusion in Pierce's eyes. How do you think we're tracking down Hydra operatives so easily? Pulling them all out of their hidey holes. Pierce didn't seem to understand for a moment. Then his eyes widened in shock. Zola's algorithm. The council members looked at each other but didn't seem to understand what he was talking about. Pretty useful bit of tech, Natasha added. Jarvis, how long do you think this would have taken without it? Several days, ma'am, Jarvis said. But with it, we have a compiled list already, X added. I suppose we must thank Mr. Pierce for creating it, in an ironic fashion of course. Pierce stepped forward, anger in his eyes. You son of a bitch, Fury. I'd blame Tony and Dial actually. But I think you've had your day in the sun for long enough. Fury looked at Clint. Knock him out, please. We can talk to him later. Pierce got a needle in the neck before he could respond. He glared for a moment longer before passing out. The council members still seemed confused, but also looked relieved to see Pierce unconscious. Natasha flipped through several screens as Hawkeye dropped Pierce to the ground. Sir, do you want us to join the others in the fight? I think I've done all I can here. Fury nodded after a moment. I'll have some of the agents come up to guard us. Wait till they get here, then you two go and help. Understood. Steve Rogers / Captain America. Steve missed the old days. The days when Bucky Barnes was his friend through one of the worst wars in history. Not just because fighting him, rather than alongside him, was breaking Steve's heart, but also because Bucky was a hell of a lot harder to fight nowadays. Rack! Steve shouted, kicking Bucky in the chest. Decades ago, a blow like that would have broken Bucky's ribs. Instead, he simply fell to the floor, rolled up, and started slashing at Steve with a knife, lashing out with lethal speed and force few could have matched. The two stood in the garage of the Triskelion. The whole place had been basically turned into a war zone, with cars blown into scrap, bullet holes in the concrete around them, and the smell of smoke in the air. S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra agents fought through the large space. Hydra was trying to open the large steel doors that lead to the outside, trying to let in the various ground vehicles they had available. S.H.I.E.L.D., of course, was doing whatever they could to prevent that until those vehicles were destroyed. Steve and Bucky danced in the center of the battle. Steve slashed outwards with his shield, Bucky blocked it on his robotic arm. The Winter Soldier spun his knife around and tried to stab it into Steve's chest, but was blocked by a quick twist of Steve's shield. The knife skittered along the red and white paint for a moment. Bucky kicked at Steve's legs, sending him to the floor, then tried to punch him. Steve rolled out of the way, leaving Bucky to punch the asphalt. A fluorescent light above was destroyed by a stray gunshot, throwing sparks down on them. They danced a moment longer, fists, shield, and knife fighting. Then Steve blocked a hail of gunfire on his shield. He looked at the shooter, narrowing his eyes when he saw who it was. Rumlow, leader of Strike Team, was firing an assault rifle at Captain America. The soldier had a grim look on his face. Bucky capitalized on the attack, moving to Steve's left side to kick him in the ribs. Steve rolled with the blow, hopped back to his feet, and ran through the garage. His shield rose up once more to block Rumlow, Bucky following close behind. Tony, I could use you here, Steve shouted, sliding behind a car and turning to confront Bucky. The two superhumans battled for a moment, Rumlow running to find another angle on Steve. As Steve fought, he tossed his shield at a pillar. The shield, in complete defiance of physics, bounced off the pillar, then a wall, slammed into a blown-up car's hood, then hit Rumlow in the chest. The traitorous soldier was thrown back with a yell of pain. Steve grabbed at Bucky's head and kneed upwards. Bucky took a knee to the face, blocked the next one, and threw Steve off of him. He reached for a gun strapped to his back and pulled it out to shoot at Steve. Steve kicked his arm to the side, then blocked the knife stabbed at his face. For a moment they struggled against each other. You know me, Steve said, their eyes meeting. We were friends, Buck? You went to my parents' funeral. We fought in the war? Hell, we went on double dates together. Bucky froze for a moment. Confusion, pain, and sadness filled his face. Steve dared to hope. Then Bucky raised his gun and pointed it at Steve's face. Steve barely dodged, a bullet filling the space his head had been in. Steve punched Bucky in the face, leaped over the car they had been fighting next to, and rolled to grab his shield, raising it to block the next bullets Bucky fired at him. Steve noticed Rumlow struggling to rise close a bit. The soldier had a hand clutched to his chest and was raising his gun to shoot at Steve. Steve dismissed him as unimportant, instead focusing on sprinting towards Bucky. Rumlow's hand tightened on the trigger as he prepared to shoot at Captain America's back. A yellow beam of light slammed into Rumlow's back, sending him flying. He rolled along the ground for a moment, fly up, then hit a stone pillar. Rumlow struggled to his feet, then he fell to his knees before tipping over. Moments later, an armored man flew ahead. A SHIELD agent, seeing Rumlow's gun, grabbed it and ran to confront the other Hydra members, leaving Rumlow unconscious and forgotten on the pavement. Steve raised his shield when he got close to Bucky, Bucky's robotic fist slamming into the shield with a loud clang. Bucky spun around and kneeled, shooting at Steve's stomach. The bullets were barely blocked, though one sliced into Steve's bicep. Steve hissed in pain but forced himself forward. Bucky pulled the trigger on his handgun, then tossed it aside when it emptied. Steve ran towards Bucky and leaped over him. Bucky had one moment to stare at the person flying towards him before hastily raising his metal arm in time to block the beam of yellow light shot at him. The sheer force of the blow sent Bucky flying backward right into Steve, who grabbed him from behind, leaned back, and slammed him into the floor in a perfect suplex. Bucky snarled, struggling out of Steve's grasp and rolling away. No luck talking him out of it, huh? Tony asked as he landed next to Steve. Therapy is tough, Steve confirmed. He took a fighting stance next to Tony. For a moment, Captain America and Iron Man squared off with the Winter Soldier. SHIELD and Hydra agents continued to fight in the background. The Winter Soldier narrowed his eyes, and Iron Man raised his arms to point at him. Stand down, Tony said simply. Bucky's response was to run forward. Tony fired his repulsor blast at him. Bucky dodged to the left. He leaped on the side of a pillar, jumped off of that to dodge the next beam, then punched Iron Man with his metal arm. Tony staggered back, and Bucky tried to capitalize on the blow, only to lean back out of the way of Cap's shield when it came flying at him. Steve ran up and threw a kick, forcing Bucky to duck. Iron Man threw a punch that was blocked by Bucky's arm. Steve knelt down to punch Bucky in the ribs. Bucky was forced back with a grunt. Iron Man and Captain America stepped forwards, and Winter Soldier backflipped out of the way of another repulsor blast. Your friend is annoying, Tony quipped. He's usually more accommodating, Steve returned, running forward. Bucky grabbed the shield where it had landed as the two superheroes came at him, quickly putting it on and blocking a beam from Iron Man. The yellow blast reflected off to aim at Captain America, who somersaulted over it before continuing his room. You need to stop throwing your primary weapon, Tony yelled, punching at Bucky, who blocked the armored man's haymaker on the shield. It's a good tactic, Steve defended. He slid along the ground and kicked Bucky's kneecap, forcing him to kneel. It bounces back. I'm gonna give you an upgrade one of these days, old-timer. Tony threw a jab which Bucky ducked. Would you two shut up? Bucky shouted. He threw an uppercut into Steve's chin, only to get a repulsor blast in the chest. He tried to roll back, but Steve grabbed him by the leg in mid-roll and pulled him back. Iron Man punched him in the face, and Steve forced him onto his back. Tony grabbed his arms. Bucky spat out a tooth and looked up at them with wild eyes. Arg. Trying to help you, Buck. Steve yelled, holding down his friend from rolling away. You have a funny way of showing it, Steve. Bucky yelled. They struggled a moment longer before Tony and Bucky realized Steve was laughing. Did you just snap? Tony asked, forcing Bucky's arms behind him. He called me Steve, the Avenger out of time said with a grin. Bucky froze at that before once more struggling to get out of Tony's grasp. Yay, he's still a confused super assassin. Tony finally snapped on a pair of restraints around Bucky's wrists. Can you put him to bed now? Steve, still grinning, pulled out a syringe. The pair forced Bucky to stand up. See you when you wake up, Buck. Bucky had enough time to stare at Steve with anger. Then the syringe was stabbed into his neck, and he was out like a light. Okay, take him, Iron Man said. I've got to help Falcon. Captain America nodded, throwing his restrained and sedated friend onto his shoulder. Got it. See you in a bit. As Steve ran off, Iron Man looked over at the Hydra soldiers fighting. His targeting system focused on them as he turned his head to look around. Then the shoulder panels on his armor opened, firing projectiles. In an instant, 12 men fell to the floor, groaning in pain from projectiles in their hands and feet. Iron Man stepped forward. SHIELD agents, seeing him, took positions at his side, pointing their guns. I suggest you boys surrender, Tony said casually. One strike member began to raise his gun. A repulsor blast slammed into his chest, throwing him back with broken ribs for his troubles. The other Hydra soldiers seemed to stare at him. Then, one by one, they started putting down their guns. Tony began to step forward, stopping when he bumped into something. He looked down to see he'd accidentally stepped on Rumlow's hand. He gently stepped around the unconscious man and ignored him as someone cuffed the strike leader. Mahmoud Shaykh/Dial. In the main flight bridge of the inside helicarrier I had infiltrated, I could hear the captain yelling at his crew members. With my senses as strong as they were, it was easy to hear what was happening through the steel door down the hall from me. What the hell happened? He yelled as I strode towards the door. He didn't seem to understand why he was now grounded. All our power is being pulled by something else, a crew member said. I can't raise maintenance. Damn it. The captain yelled. It must be that monster. We need to dash. I smashed down the door with a kick. As I stepped inside, the men inside stared at me in horror. Blitzwolfer had that effect on people. I took a whiff of the air as the captain staggered to rise from his chair. IT department, I joked half-heartedly. About 6 men, including the captain. 2 of them were soldiers, one close to me, a woman with wide eyes. That woman snapped her gun towards me and got a sonic blast for her troubles getting thrown into a bank of computers. The other soldier fired at me, and I ran on all fours to dart out of the way. As soon as I was behind a set of controls, I tapped the Omnitrix and leaped at him. Wrath. Let me tell you something, faceless Hydragoon. Wrath's gonna beat you silly. I yelled out as I grabbed a crew member and threw him aside. There was a bit of relief in becoming the tiger wrestler. Wrath didn't see my kill as anything but a necessity. It wasn't something to discard, but I felt more pragmatic about it. Kind of funny that for all his ridiculousness, Wrath was better at handling what I'd done than most of my other aliens. I walked through a stream of bullets. The soldier screamed as I prowled forward through the room. I raised a claw and slammed it into a computer. As I continued to walk, the claw sliced through the steel and glass of the console, cutting a long line. Get behind me, the soldier yelled at the technicians and captain. They moved to do so. I leaped forward and kicked the soldier in a lightning-fast move. He flew back and slammed into the door behind him. His eyes roll up and closed, the man passing out. Let me tell you something, faceless Hydragoons 2 through 6. Wrath thinks you moronic Nazi-worshipping idiots should surrender, I told the stunned crew. Or not? Wrath doesn't care either way, but Wrath wants the excuse to beat you down. The captain responded by slamming a button on his console. Hail Hydraurk. He was interrupted by me grabbing his head. Offie Yuka's faceplant. I rammed his head into the console with brutal force, breaking his nose and leaving him to pass out on the floor. Damn it. I yelled when I saw what he had done. The crew members tried to run. I tapped the Omnitrix. Feedback. Pulling energy from the helicarrier around me, I fired bolts of electricity at 2 of the crew members, leaving 2 standing. Ignoring the ones now shaking on the floor, I leaped over the console. He activated something. What was it? I asked quickly. They shook their heads. I zapped one of them, leaving him to fall on the floor with his muscles seizing, and turned to the last person standing, a woman with red hair. What did he do? Self-destruct, she squealed. Pierce's orders? A way to kill you all. It'll blow up the whole Triskelion. A last resort. What the hell? I asked in shock. It was just in case, she said hurriedly. The rest of Hydra would use the explosion as a political ploy, to let them justify control over the populace, to help the world even if we died. The last words were said with the heady belief of only the worshipful. We may fail, but we will still save the world from itself. You've been drinking too much of the cold punch, I said in disgust, zapping her and leaving her on the shaking on the floor with her friends. Just then, someone knocked on the window. I looked to see War Machine floating there, holding Creel. I waved him in, and War Machine blasted the window with a low-powered repulsor blast, flying inside. As he entered, the Omnitrix timed out. I looked down at my hands, sighing in relief when I saw they were clean, then looked at Rhodey. The captain activated the self-destruct, I said as Rhodey landed. His faceplate snapped up, showing me his worried face. Shit. Can we stop it? No idea, I said quickly. I'm going to turn into jury rig once the Omnitrix recharges and see if I can stop it. Jarvis, X, can you guys do anything? No sir, X said. The controls are disconnected now. The Insight carrier will explode soon, no matter what is done by us. This is a hardware issue. Well luckily, Jury Rig is a hardware kinda guy, I said firmly. Rhodey dropped Creel, stepping over to join me. Creel smoothly landed, rose up, and grabbed Rhodey's right arm. He squeezed down at the same time as he absorbed the material of Rhodey's suit. Rhodey yelled out when his forearm gauntlet was destroyed in a single squeeze. You should have used an organic material for the syringe, Creel sounded almost sad. Creel slammed a headbutt into Rhodey's minigun, destroying it, then grabbed Rhodey's left wrist and pulled both of War Machine's arms back, placing a knee against Rhodey's back. Rhodey struggled, and for a moment they held against each other, but Creel had Rhodey pinned with superior positioning and the enhanced strength of his form. Stop. I yelled out. Creel, the same black color as Rhodey's armor now, looked up at me. The two continued to struggle, but Creel was listening. I raised my hands up. Creel, we have about. I looked at the console. 3 minutes left before this thing blows. I can save us. I know you've been brainwashed, I said. My compliance will be rewarded, Creel said softly. I must allow the self-destruct. Yeah, that. But I can fix you, Zola. He was terrified someone would try to brainwash him. He came up with ways to reverse it, to even stop it. We can help you. Creel's eyes widened, and he almost lost his grip on Rhodey's arms. Please, fight the conditioning. You can be free. We can all escape, can stop the explosions, just, please. For a moment, I held my breath. Creel stared at me. The clock on the computer lowered bit by bit. Then, with pain in his eyes, Creel began to pull back hard on War Machine's arms. Rhodey yelled. The Omnitrix suddenly went green, and for some reason, a hologram popped up without my prompting. I tapped the watch and leaped forward as Creel began to break Rhodey's spine. The change that came over me was instant. My bones and muscles became gelatinous in shape, brown skin became an inky black, with green lines shooting across me, my clothes shifted to my stomach, then turned pure white, and the Omnitrix symbol appeared on my chest. I felt my eyes become a single optic as my cells changed, going from human to almost mechanical in nature. I reached forward with a four-fingered hand towards War Machine as for the first time in months, I yelled out an alien's name I never had. Upgrade. Creel, surprised by my attack, tried to press harder. The armor on Rhodey's back was buckling. So my hands grabbed Rhodey's shoulders, then flattened out and began to flow across the black armor's cold metal. My nano-organic cells began to sink into the War Machine. I looked at Creel and fired a single beam of green light from my single eye, pushing him back with a laser blast. Creel stepped back in pain, and I focused on Rhodey. My body joined to his armor. The experience was weird. Not like putting on clothes. More like injecting extra bone and muscle mass inside of me. I entered the War Machine, and Rhodey's mask snapped down. The entire suit's color scheme changed to black with green circuit stripes. I felt the arc reactor flood me with more power than I could ever believe, and made that power more efficient in turn. Every single aspect of the suit jumped up by a degree that seemed impossible, and I felt I could do even more if I wanted to, as if I could mold and alter the suit as easily as someone does clay. Rhodey/I stared at the HUD as he/I looked around. What just happened? Rhodey asked, both with his words and his thoughts. It was me, I answered in kind from within, as his suit. I gave you an upgrade. We stood up. The arc reactor in our chest whined to life, the symbol of the Omnitrix glowing in that spot. Any damage left by Creel had disappeared, leaving pristine black and green metal in its place. This feels. Rhodey trailed off, awed. Yeah, I know right. We turned to look at Creel, who stared back at us. The man rose up, rushing towards us. We raised our hands and a green flow flashing from our palms. When we fired, a green repulsor beam the size of a truck seemed to turn the world in front of us into emerald light. Only a quick adaptation on my part prevented Creel from being vaporized, making it so the center of the attack was concussive, and the outer edges were vaporizing. The massive green blast still smashed into Creel, throwing him screaming out the window like a rag doll. The blast also destroyed the front of the bridge, leaving smoking ruin in its wake in the shape of a massive hole burned by the repulsor blast. Molten steel dripped from the ceiling in the silence that followed. Holy shit, Rhodey/I said. The accelerated reality of our HUD helpfully showed us that the temperature of the air had reached almost 49 degrees Celsius. At that point, I remembered the self-destruct. 1 SEC, Rhodey. I separated from him, leaving him to stagger as his armor returned to its normal state. Oh, that just feels weird, Rhodey said as I flowed over to the console. Moving as upgrade was strange. I'd imagined it would feel like goop did, but goop felt like what being water would feel like. Fluid, and constantly shifting. Moving as upgrade felt strangely as though I was still human, just able to feel every one of my cells at once. As though I could look at my human hand, and know that I could collapse it into formlessness. It was hard to describe. I looked at the console for a moment, plenty of time left. I put my hands against the console and pressed into it, then through it. My consciousness stretched. First, the console. Then the room, my cells merging with floors, the ceiling, all the way to the windows I'd blown out with Rhodey, repairing the damage to create hollow screens that showed the outside. Whoa, Rhodey said, looking around the black and green patterned room. I wasn't done yet. I extended my body and consciousness into the command tower. I merged with catwalks and railings, became one with computers, did the cybernetic equivalent of a wave towards Jarvis and X as they watched me work. I extended onto the flight deck, turning the concrete into metal, slipped over the anti-aircraft weapons and repairing the ones I'd destroyed. My cells invaded deeper into the ship. I went through weapons systems and made them railguns or laser emitters on a whim. I entered into the engines and upgraded them. I even entered the cafeteria and bedrooms of the ship. All the way to the clear glass dome in the belly of the ship, infecting the whole of that space. My last stop was Jury Rig's creation in the main power room. It was by far the most advanced object on the ship, light years ahead of anything else. Sorry Rhodey, your armor is still cool as shit though. I integrated Jury Rig's machine into myself. Soon, I was done. I had become the inside heli-carrier, and it had been upgraded. I felt my form glow black and green and looked out with eyes made of the sensors and cameras of the ship. And so much more. Zola's algorithm was now as much a part of me as my DNA. I now understood the world in a way I had never comprehended as a human, almost a technological version of Swampfire's connection with plant life. With a thought, a person's life was bared to me. As Rhodey stood inside of me, looking out in awe at the glowing flight deck that was a part of me, I got a series of reports on him. From his family history, his interactions with the media, psychological and medical files, camera footage of him in various bases and within Stark Industries facilities, even some stuff on social media of Tony filming Rhodey with strippers Tony had hired to loosen his friend up. I got every bit of a picture that could be painted on Rhodey. I turned it off seconds later. No one needs to know so much about a person. Instead, I focused on the self-destruct, which was actually rather brilliant. Once the captain activated it, the software disconnected, letting the rest go completely on its own. Of course, now that the arc reactor and repulsor technology was a part of my body, I shut it down. It felt a lot like swallowing back a cough, oddly enough. Okay, we're good, I said through the ship's speakers. Then, within myself, I looked at X and Jarvis. I assume you made it so the other captains are locked out from doing the same thing. Indeed, Jarvis said. We've also reinstalled the fail-safe systems. To my perception, he looked like a floating orange orb of light, with striations bouncing back and forth. It was then that I realized something about Jarvis. He may have started out as a natural language UI. In fact, I could read the bits of code that indicated that, but now he was so much more. I'd assumed he was a 6, hell Tony never even corrected me otherwise. But Jarvis was a full AI now, or as close as existed. Which made me turn to X. Sir, this is. X seemed speechless as he stared at me within the world of software. He was, appropriately, shaped like me, if I was made of blue light, and he, oh no. X, I said softly as our software interacted. Do you feel different? He didn't speak, he didn't have to. Jarvis said nothing, having clearly noticed what I had. Okay, I said slowly, pulling my surprise back with a final thought of how bullshit jury rig was. We'll figure it out. For now, are the other helicarriers safe now? As I said, all fail-safes are in place, and any attempts otherwise have been locked out. Jarvis said, we'll monitor the situation to prevent anything else. Then it's time for me to take this baby for a spin, I said excitedly. Upgrade wanted to play. Mr. Shaked, Jarvis said, X still silent. Isn't that really far too much power to bring into the battlefield? Yeah, but I can't just possess a helicarrier and not use it, I stated as matter of fact. Jarvis let out a long-suffering sigh. Dial. I focused on my bridge when Rhodey spoke. I think Creel is getting up. And I rather imagine it would be overkill to turn the helicarrier weapons against him, Jarvis stated. Fie-an, I rolled my eyes. With a bit of disappointment, I released myself from the ship, becoming upgrade once more, then joined with War Machine again. Okay, let's take him out. I'm down with that, Rhodey said. Together we flew out of the hole that was back in the bridge. In the broken remains of a Quinjet lay Creel. We floated over him as he rose out of it, glaring at us. He was now made of the same material as Quinjet, which he grabbed a piece of and tossed at us like a giant shuriken. The minigun on our shoulder aimed at the wing and started shooting with impossible speed, destroying it with a hail of lasers rather than the bullets it once fired. Should have let me go, Creel shouted. He grabbed another piece and threw it, only for us to catch it with smooth ease the armor hadn't been capable of before. You know, I still sympathize with this guy, but... Rhodey said both with words and thoughts. His fingers twitched, only for him to stop when he realized how easily he was crushing the wing in his grip. Yeah, let's finish him for his own good, I agreed. We cocked our arm back and threw the piece of Quinjet back. It hit Creel with incredible force, sending him flying across the top of the flight deck, going through another Quinjet and sending flames up into the air in his wake. Newly created ports opened on our back, and the incredible power of the arc reactor flared from the new and upgraded repulsors I'd created. Moving as one, we flew towards Creel. Rhodey activated his HUD and read the material Creel was made of through the accelerated simulation program. Quickly, I scanned the material with Rhodey, and together we searched on the internet and discovered the tensile strength and the various weaknesses it had, our minds working in tandem to plan our next step. By the time we flew past him and came to a stop, we had a plan, albeit a very simple one. Watching him fly towards us, Rhodey and I came to a conclusion on how much force was needed to defeat Creel. By the time he was about to reach us, our right arm was punching forwards. Our forearm became a cannon, a mimicry based on my love of Mega Man, and we blasted him with a wave of sonic, laser, and repulsor energy. Each part of the blast was keyed to fire a specific amount of energy, made to overwhelm Creel without killing him. The blast hit Creel mid-flight, cancelling his forward motion and dropping him to the ground where he began turning back to his original state. About time, Rhodey said at the unconscious form of the superhuman. Now what? I make an entrance, I told him, separating from his body and joining with the helicarrier once more. As the floor under Rhodey became me, he looked around. Couldn't you have just shot Creel as a giant damn ship? Some things are personal, and Jarvis told me not to, I admitted through the helicarrier's speakers, knocking out any Hydra personnel within me with some newly constructed security measures, like taser guns popping out of the walls. Plus, I'm a firm believer that War Machine combining with Upgrade is cool as shit. Hell yeah, it is. Kinda weird you became my armor though. I just know Tony is going to make jokes about this later, Rhodey said a little disgruntled, watching as the floor under Creel opened up to pull him into me. A series of slides brought him to the brig, along with all the Hydra soldiers I'd knocked out within my halls and rooms. Once I was done, I focused on my next task, checking out the situation up top. Then I pointed my guns up at the ceiling and started shooting at low power. Natasha Romanoff/Black Widow. Natasha was wearing her black outfit, having discarded her disguise for the easier-to-move-in clothes. Clint had done the same, wearing his purple long coat and quiver. Together the two had joined Sharon Carter and her group and were now cleaning out the rest of the Triskelion. So you should just give him a chance, Natasha said as she strode confidently next to Sharon, holding her pistols up and watching for any threats as X and Jarvis calmly informed her of what was happening at their destination. Is this really the time to talk about this? Sharon gave Natasha a look. She'd put on a bulletproof vest now, looking strangely petite in the oversized body armor while carrying a massive assault rifle. Always time for romance, Clint said, his bow held at the ready. Seriously, I worry about Steve. I really don't think he's my type, Sharon admitted, ignoring the chuckles of the agents behind her. Natasha and Clint gave her a stunned look. Are you kidding? Have you seen Steve? Clint asked, shocked. The man is built like a demigod? I mean that literally, Thor is one of my best friends and those two could be brothers. Looks aside, he's got that shucks nice guy thing going on, Natasha added. He's sweet. They came to a door and stopped outside, taking positions next to it. After a shared nod, Natasha and Clint kicked it open. Inside was a room full of cubicles, like something one would see in any office in North America, with a massive window was on the other side of the room that displayed the crystal mountain outside. The soldiers inside would have looked out of place in any office setting, however. They were setting up blocks of C4 in the middle of the room, apparently under orders to cause as much destruction as they could. Natasha had to admire how many standing orders Hydra had prepared, which didn't change the fact they were still aggravating. Hydra soldiers began to fire at them, killing one of the SHIELD agents. Natasha rolled behind a cubicle, then rose up and shot 2 men in the head. Clint fired an arrow in the center of the group. When it hit, it released a brief EMP burst, deactivating the detonators in the hands of the soldiers before they could blow the C4. He fired another shot that pierced a soldier's throat before ducking when bullets were sent his way. Sharon fired her assault rifle for a moment, killing one soldier and sending another one to duck away. While the cubicles were terrible for cover, being easy to shoot through, they were perfect for concealment. Something kind of nice about this, Natasha yelled, leaping forward to punch a man in the throat, kick him to the floor, and drop a knee into his chest, firing her pistol again at the other soldiers while a SHIELD agent next to her shot the man she was holding down. Really? Clint asked loudly, firing an explosive arrow to cut off 3 men trying to run away, then shooting one of them in the thigh, leaving him to quickly bleed out. I guess I can see it. Are you crazy? Sharon asked, leaning out of cover, trying not to think about the fact she had never bantered during a fight before. What is nice about this? We're killing former SHIELD. Hell, I know that guy. She followed her statement by shooting that guy in the chest, hitting his shoulder instead when he ducked aside. Yeah, but at least it's just normal people in this fight, Natasha said, catching a grenade out of the air and tossing it back to explode. Nothing crazy, just dash. Boom. Outside the window behind the Hydra soldiers, a portion of the crystal mountain disappeared in a blaze of green light and sound. The entire building shook, and some of the windows cracked. Everyone in the room stopped, looking outside. Dust fell from the sky above, a shiny blue-green one reminiscent of something from fairy tales. It took a moment for Natasha to realize the dust was the remains of the crystal that had been destroyed. From the hole that had appeared in the center of the mountain, rose a helicarrier. The Hydra soldiers cheered. Natasha shared a look with horror with Clint, worried that the impossible had happened. That one of the helicarriers had been able to somehow blast its way free. Then they looked closer. It shone a bright black, with circuits of green. Its weapons looked different, very futuristic, with sections of green script shifting along them. And on the side, was an enormous emblem. The Omnitrix. This is Dial, a familiar voice boomed. I have control of War Machine Helicarrier 01. Stand down, all Hydra forces. In a display of power, the guns on the bottom of the ship twirled towards the bridge where the ground vehicles were being brought in. Yep, Sharon said in shock. Normal. Sam Wilson/Falcon. Sam flew next to Iron Man, diving towards the convoy of vehicles on the ground with the other flyer. A gunship fired bullets at Sam, forcing him to veer off slightly before the gunship was hit by a repulsor beam. A lot easier to do this when your wingman can shoot lasers. They're not Iron Man side. Whatever, I'll give you some upgrades when this is over so you can shoot something more useful than those pea shooters while flying. For now, holy shit. Iron Man stopped to stare in the distance, floating in the air. Sam turned to look, then twisted in the air to hover. Damn. This is Dial, a familiar voice boomed from the speakers of the ship. I have control of War Machine Helicarrier 01. Stand down, all Hydra forces. The guns on the ship turned, pointing at the bridge Falcon and Iron Man were defending. Then they fired. For a moment, the ship seemed to glow like a green sun before a wave of power hit the bridge. Pinpoint fire slammed into the sonic cannons on the vehicles, the guns on top of the Humvees, and the weapons on the gunships. The soldiers were hit by concussive blasts, breaking ribs as impossible shots curved to smash into their chests, no matter where they tried to hide. The tanks brought in were hit hardest, torn to pieces as bullets covered in energy sliced through the treads, the main cannon, and the engine block. Some shots slammed into the bridge, tearing massive craters that sent men flying into the air to get hit once more before falling, groaning, to the bridge. In an instant, the entire convoy was left shattered. Damn, maybe you should open with that next time, Dial, Sam said in shock. There wasn't a way for me to do this until a couple minutes ago, Dial said over the comms. Hold on, more lasers fired into the distance. A fleet of Quinjets were headed over here, I just took them out. They'll have to land in a bit. So, yeah, the Omnitrix just gave me this power. I'm going to study the shit out of that watch, Iron Man added floating upwards. We're not done yet, Fury said over the comms. I've got reports that Hydra around the world is scrambling. Someone is communicating despite our efforts. We need to convene our next move. Take in the rest of Hydra in the area. Dial, if you stop doing whatever you're doing, can we still use that helicarrier? Yes, though the windows are still blown out. Plus it'll be a normal Insight helicarrier. Just a normal advanced version of the most powerful aircraft in the world then. I can work with that. We got 2 helicarriers to work with that. Maria, you're in charge of the Triskelion. It's time we get everyone together. Mahmoud Sheikh/Dial. It was weird. I'd expected there to be some big climatic finish to the fight. one of us having a big fight to the death in an exploding building or something. Instead, we just had more work to do. Hydra soldiers to arrest and put in cells, people to speak to, assets to reposition, medical supplies and ammunition to pass out. Stuff I'd known were part of superheroics, but never really thought of. First, I had to help a friend with a personal matter. Okay, get him in here, I said to Steve as we walked through the hallways of the helicarrier I'd stolen. The ship was in flight, headed to stop an attack that was still happening. There were 4 of us. I was back in human form, my gun and knife back in their holsters and my watch set to diamond head in case of surprises. Steve's helmet was off, his shield on his back, with Tony armorless at his side. Steve had Bucky in massive cuffs similar to the ones Steve and I had been put in yesterday. Damn. Anyways, the Winter Soldier was looking angrily around as Steve gently led him along, his gaze especially hard towards Tony, who only returned a smug grin every time they met eyes. I opened a steel door and waved the 3 inside, following them after. Okay, made these special for you and Creel, I waved at the room in front of us. Well, S.H.I.E.L.D. had them for field imprisonment, I just put in here with some of the stuff Tony and I made. It had been a cafeteria once, though thankfully the helicarrier was way too new for any of the interesting smells of an older dining area would have to settle in. I'd removed a lot of the tables, replacing them with 2 large boxes in the middle of the place. They were massive steel things the size of cells on the inside, the interiors made of square plush foam similar to a mental institution's padded cells. One held Creel, who turned and looked at us as we entered. He was sitting he had a screen in front of him playing a winding series of lights. He quickly turned to look at it, ignoring us in favor of focusing on the screen. The other cell had a chair with some screens around it, some arms set to wrap around a person's head. As soon as Bucky saw it, he flipped out. He spun to attack Tony with a kick, only for Steve to block it on his arm. Whoa, Tony yelled, backing away. Steve, your friend is still an asshole. Bucky, it's not what you think. Steve yelled. You're not putting me in there. Bucky shouted. Diamond Head. As soon as I transformed, I grabbed Bucky by the shoulders, pulling him close. Since his arms were bound behind him, his only option was to kick. His foot bounced off my groin, leaving me glad I wasn't a human for a moment. Creel. I yelled out. Tell him. They're not brainwashing, Barnes. Creel yelled out. They're curing us. I pulled Bucky into my arms. He roared, trying to escape my grasp. Even with Diamond Head's strength and Bucky's restraints, he still gave me a hell of a fight. Buck. Steve stepped forward. I promise, we aren't going to hurt you. Bucky stared at him with wild eyes. You know me. I'd never hurt you. We're going to get rid of what Hydra did. Please, calm down. Bucky looked over at Creel. The tall bald man nodded. I don't have to comply. I still want to, but I don't believe my compliance will be rewarded. That meant something to the Winter Soldier. He calmed down in my arms. Tony and Steve stared at him as his breathing relaxed. When I was sure he wasn't going to attack, I released him but stayed Diamond Head. When Zola created his brainwashing methods, I explained. He wanted a way to counter it. Selfish bastard wanted it in case one of his rivals tried to do it to him. But with it, we can cure you. It'll take time, but you'll be restored. Tony and I even improved it. Bucky stared at the device in his soon-to-be cell as though it were the devil. But when Steve gently guided him towards it, he complied. Tony shook his head, looking over at me. Hell of a pair. Blame Hydra, I replied. We need to take those assholes out. Several people entered the cafeteria. S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel with degrees I couldn't pronounce came in. Steve gently strapped Bucky down, whispering gently to him. Once Bucky was completely set in his seat, the scientists went inside. Well, time to clean the crazy Russian super assassin's brain, Tony said flippantly. You know, I still think we should give him some improvements. I could make him as smart as me. Well, maybe a little less than half, but still. I think he'll be fine with just being himself. I looked at Tony. I gotta go. You gonna be okay here? Tony hesitated. He stared at Bucky for a moment, and I saw his fists clench. He looked at Steve, then lifted his eyes towards my bright yellow ones. After a moment, he sighed. He killed my parents. And I know, it wasn't his fault. But it still bothers me. Tony shook his head. The only 2 things that are going to push me through this is that Steve wants his friend back, and Natasha promised to help me track down the asshole who gave the order. I nodded. Tony didn't notice, simply walking forward to enter the cell. Hey, a certain bald superhuman said. I looked over at Creel. He was leaning against his door, his face pressed against the window. How will I know when this is done? I walked over to be face to face with him, returning to my human form with a tap on the Omnitrix. When you can hear words like comply and reward without feeling pleasure, happiness, or need. Creel winced, staring at me. And then what? You let me go. Not up to me, Creel, I admitted. If it was my choice, I'd probably just let you go. Well, not before letting Wrath have another go with you. Give it a shot, Creel challenged. For a moment, we glared at each other. Funny. I'd never had a rivalry with anyone before. But right now, we're trying to counter Hydra with all we've got. They're attacking the S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy, so we'll start there. Once we've had time to sit down, we'll see. Creel didn't seem satisfied with that. He stared at me for a bit longer, then turned and walked to sit at his chair again, staring at the TV with intensity as lights played across his face. I looked at him a moment longer, then at the cell next door, where a metallic headband was being placed on Bucky's forehead. I sighed and left the room. How are our two brainwashed assassins doing? Fury asked as I entered the bridge. Hey, I take offense to that. While Clint tried to say it jokingly, he ended up more morose towards the end of his sentence. Natasha noticed, giving him a sad smile, and he returned it with a chagrined nod. They're okay, I said. It'll take time before we can say they're free of their conditioning. But for now, they're on their way. I just wish we didn't have to do it on the move. It's the only choice we have. Fury looked around. The bridge had been totally repaired by my jury rig form. As it turned out, upgrade didn't return items to undamaged states, something War Machine's armor also showed. As jury rig, I'd altered the area at the front of the room where Rhodey and I had blown Creel out of with a big steel wall that projected a holographic image of the outside. It also worked as a main control for the ship, allowing Fury to pilot it with his eye alone. The room was full of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents working at the consoles. X's device was plugged into a wall nearby. I walked by and gave X an affectionate pat. Okay, when do we deploy? I asked Fury, sitting next to Natasha. He scoffed. Yeah, I'm still not sure I should deploy you. Are you just saying that out of habit by now? I asked. Paranoia has kept me alive so far, Fury admitted. But yeah, let's get this done. Natasha, you, Dial and War Machine will go to one academy. Clint, you go to the other with Falcon, and some of the Quinjet pilots. I'll stay here with Steve and Tony in the meantime. Meanwhile, the helicarrier Sharon and the Council are on will head to the rendezvous. Should Sharon really be in charge of a helicarrier? Natasha asked curiously. Fury smiled. I trust her. And her name, despite her wishes otherwise, has a history. You all head out in 5. For now, I believe you have something to talk about with him. He nodded towards me. I groaned in annoyance. Oh come on, is 5 minutes enough for interrogation? No, Natasha stood up and waved for me to follow. But I promise, it's not an interrogation. I just want to talk. Still feeling hesitant, I rose up, looking back at Clint. I expected a smirk, but instead, he nodded silently, his face carefully neutral. Well, that didn't bode well. Natasha led me into a side room, someplace filled with lights and levers that jury rig would have loved to tear apart. The space was narrow, barely big enough for us both. I raised my eyes as Natasha turned around. You know, if you wanted to get me alone while you're wearing a leather outfit, asking help from Fury to do it just makes it weird, I said, trying to seem casual. Natasha, way more of an expert at the game of talking out of your ass while being super cool, raised an eyebrow. That's not why you're here. I didn't say anything. Your hands, Natasha said. I looked down at them. They're shaking. Not often, but every once in a while. And then there's the Omnitrix. You keep looking for reasons to change. Used to be only when you needed it. But now, I leaned against the wall and sat down, pressing my back against the levers and lights on the cold steel behind me. My legs were squeezed in by the tight space. Natasha sat down next to me. I found the body, she said. Down below, stabbed in the throat, with footprints of a human and swamp fire next to it. Yeah, I said softly. I changed into him right after. She nodded. How do you feel? I don't know, I admitted. I know that I had to do it. It was him or me. But I thought any kill I did it would be me shooting a guy with feedback, or shooting a crystal as Diamond Head or nothing that personal. Not as me. Not while looking into his eyes. Natasha didn't speak. So, you've killed people. I mean, I know I had to do it, and it helps to remind myself of that, but any idea what I should do? Should I try to get over it so I can process it easier next time? Or just? I trailed off, not saying anything else. I'm not the person to tell people what their morals should be, Natasha admitted. Hell, ask Steve and Tony and they'll tell you the exact opposite. I don't care, I said. I'll talk to them later. Right now I have you. Poor you, Natasha teased. After a bit of silence, she tapped my knee. Look, everyone processes this differently. Talking helps some people. Some are just born for it. Others never get over it. And some can take it and keep doing it when it's necessary. You won't know which you are until you find yourself in the moment again. Killing isn't something we all should reach for. But when it's necessary, you might have to again. I nodded slowly, not accepting it. But this was the real rule. I might have to kill again. If I wanted to survive. For some reason, that helped. Knowing I'd only done it when I needed to, that I would only do it if I had to, having someone else say it helped. For now, stick by me. I'll protect you, Natasha said with a smirk. I chuckled. Don't I have the watch with the uber-powerful aliens on it? Yeah well, Natasha rose up, helping me as well. Somehow, I feel like you still need protection. Now come on. We have a mission to do. I smiled down at her. Yes, ma'am. When we got close enough, Natasha launched us in a Quinjet while Clint took Falcon in another one. It was kinda cool, being part of a fleet of Quinjets separating to fly from a giant flying command center. The helicarrier was behind us in moments. Rhodey and I sat in the back, his armor standing in the center of the large space in a tall rack. It was weird speaking to Rhodey. In a weird way, I now knew him better than anyone else in the world. We had been one, and my direct link to Zola's algorithm had given me even more intimate knowledge than that. But there was something else to talk about. While we were up, when you were linked with the suit, Rhodey said in the seat across from me, Jarvis managed to get an understanding of what you were doing. Tony thinks he can replicate it. I cocked my head. What, make a permanent upgraded war machine? No, Rhodey shook his head. He thinks he can, in a limited way, make his own version of your alien. I stared at him. Yeah, he said with a nod. Jarvis found out that upgrade is technically made of some combination of organic matter and nanotechnology. Rhodey waved a hand dismissively. I don't know, it is way over my head. But he wants to use the data from War Machine to study it. I looked over at War Machine, thinking about that. In the comics, Tony had done some amazing stuff with nanotechnology. Made suits as close to liquid as they were solid steel, really bleeding edge stuff. Pun intended. But Upgrade wasn't just nanomachines, he was a living being. If Tony went too far, he would create actual life just like the Galvan and Azimuth did by total mistake. And people who do that tend to end up with a lot of problems. Seriously, making life is generally a bad idea in fiction unless you cover all your bases, and even then it was a hit and miss kind of thing. The only reason the galvanic metamorphs worked out is cause the Galvan instantly treated them as their own people the second it was made clear they were sapient. Even then, malware still showed up, though it could be argued whose fault that was. So, needed to figure out what to do about such a thing. I need to talk to him about that, I said, still staring the War Machine armor. I looked at Black Widow, then got up and walked to look out the window. In the meantime, what's the mission? I mean, I know what it is, but I don't want to screw it up, so a refresher is good. The SHIELD Academy of Science and Technology is a few minutes away. We're meeting a man named Tomasz Calderon, who's assembled a squadron of Quinjets to join us. He'll make a perimeter with War Machine. You and I will go inside. You'll follow my lead while I'm training you. Training me? I asked, blinking. I'm multitasking, Natasha said simply. You'll stay human unless I say otherwise, and I'll see how you do. Not sure if you noticed, but once you return to being a human you are not exactly much of a threat and people can easily take advantage of that. Besides, this way we can conserve the watch so you don't time out too quickly. I looked over at Rhodey, who smiled kindly. I looked back at Natasha. Shouldn't that be something I learn at a training facility or something? Well, we are going to an academy, Natasha gave me a grin. Smartass, I replied. How about Rhodey? You need to learn on the job, Rhodey said. And I've got the firepower in case someone attacks from the outside that the Quinjets can't handle. I nodded, but still felt uncomfortable. Natasha noticed. You want to transform, don't you? That was it. I was more comfortable being an alien right now. Stupid useless angst. I sighed in acknowledgement. I turned and walked over to sit across from Rhodey again. Yeah, I guess so. I shouldn't for a bit, should I? I'm no psychologist, Rhodey said. But I am a soldier. I remember my first kill, that moment after it's over. You know what I felt? Relief, I said. Rhodey nodded. Because I was alive. I even felt proud, that I'd beaten him, that I'd survived. And that's normal. It's human, man. We're supposed to do everything in our power to survive and to feel happy when we do. It's okay to feel that way, for a brief moment. It's normal to feel horrified afterward too. Just remind yourself that you're doing the right thing and that you have people to talk to. Then you can go to therapy if you need it, Natasha said seriously. But for now, we have a mission. Strap in. I put on the belts on my seat as Rhodey did the same next to me. Natasha lowered the Quinjet, the motion of the jet giving me a feeling similar to when an elevator dropped, that shift when your stomach is left catching up with the rest of you. Rhodey drew my attention with a wave, pointing at a headset hanging from the ceiling, and put one on his own head. I followed his directions as the sound of other aircraft could be heard outside. Calderon, this is Romanov, do you read? Natasha said on her headset. Rhodey and I listened. It was silent for a long uncomfortable moment. I read you, Romanov, a male voice responded. He didn't sound happy. So Fury sent you. Will that be a problem? Natasha asked. No, the guy said after a moment too long for his answer to be honest. Rhodey and I shared a look. You have any Avengers with you? No, just 2 specialists. Normal. She looked back at us. Rhodey and I shrugged. Not really? Christ, the guy cursed. Fine, whatever. We'll discuss when we land. Can't wait, Natasha rolled her eyes. If it helps, technically we are normal, we just have really cool toys. Doesn't matter to some people, Rhodey replied. My armor is enough for most people to get really worried. That watch is probably worse considering it's not human-made. Hell, it explicitly turns you into aliens. I sighed at that but nodded. Sadly, most people wouldn't believe the Omnitrix is technically a diplomatic tool rather than a weapon. Natasha didn't say anything as we came in towards the building ahead. When we landed, Rhodey got into his armor, the suit opening in the front to let him inside. I made sure the Omnitrix was tied on my wrist, not really necessary, but it was a ritual I was used to. Then Natasha walked up to me and handed me something while looking me in the eyes. I want you to stay human for a bit. That doesn't mean I'm leaving you defenseless. She reached into a pocket and took out a pair of tiny discs, passing them to me. Taser discs, she explained as I stared at the small circles. They release a burst of electricity when you activate them. Use them as projectiles if you have to. Got it. I put them into a pouch on my belt. We waited for the back of the Quinjet to open, then went down the ramp. The school was quiet. We'd landed in the parking lot of the academy, which had several black SUVs parked in a circle and one other Quinjet on the ground. The school itself looked like any college or university I'd ever seen in my life, if more modern, with a large shield symbol high up on one of the walls. More Quinjets hovered around the school, with soldiers running around. They all had their phones strapped to their hips, the Hercules app flashing green. Some of the soldiers had gathered around the Quinjet with guns drawn. We confidently stepped out like badasses, and the Hercules app at their waist flashed green, prompting them to lower their guns. "Sorry about that," one man said. While he wasn't dressed in black combat gear like the others, he seemed to be in charge. A tall, bald man, wearing a vest over a button-up shirt and a small bulletproof vest over that. "We weren't sure if it was really you." He came up and held a hand out to Natasha, who shook it. "Tomasz Calderon, I'm here to assist in your operation, Agent Romanov." "Understood," Natasha said. She nodded towards us. "These are my assets. War Machine and Dial. They Avengers?" he asked, looking between us, noting Rhodey's armor and my very unique uniform. "Reserve," she said, even though I wasn't sure there was an official name for what Rhodey and I were to the current shield. He said, a complicated look on his face. "Problem?" Rhodey asked. "No. I have issues with people who have as much power as the Avengers do. But you helped us at the Triskelion, so it would be stupid of me to let my suspicions get in the way of my professionalism," Calderon said evenly. "Very magnanimous of you," Natasha said diplomatically. "Okay, my team is ready to go," Calderon said. 10 men, plus me. "Got it." Natasha looked at Rhodey. "You good?" "Yep." He gave me a friendly pat on the shoulder before his mask snapped down and he took off into the sky with a loud whoosh of noise. "Huh," Calderon said, watching as Rhodey flew to join the Quinjets. He looked at me. "So, you need a gun?" I patted my handgun. He seemed to accept that as an answer. "Okay, we move on Black Widow," he said to soldiers nearby. "That means follow me," Natasha said helpfully, smirking when I gave her an annoyed glance. "You want me to follow the buddy system?" I asked as we walked towards the school. "Do we get juice snacks when this is over?" "If you're good," she joked, then became more serious. "Okay, you had time before and during the flight to study this place. What do you know?" The first lesson about missions is learn everything you can about them," Natasha said, going up some stairs as the soldiers followed. "The location, the targets, evacuations points, history, allies nearby. What do you know about it?" The school is one of 3 run by S.H.I.E.L.D., I said hurriedly. S.H.I.E.L.D. sends all the smart people they can hear, the ones with PhDs. It's run by Dr. Jennifer Weaver. Good enough. Some soldiers ran ahead to the glass doors ahead, opening them for us as Natasha and I took out our guns. "Next time, I want you to try and memorize maps of the area we're trying to attack. Even the slightest idea of what a place is like can save your life, or save others." I nodded, kinda amazed at the turn my life had taken that lead to me getting lessons from Black freaking Widow. "Okay, I'll take point. You stay by my side. Calderon, you're up front with us. Dial, you get ready to transform if need be." "Okay." "Understood," Calderon and I said in unison. We entered the school. The place was an odd combination of clean and futuristic with the messy aftermath of an evacuation. Despite all the glass windows, stylish statues, and clean marble everywhere, there were also papers spread all over the place, scuff marks on the floor, signs of people running away from something. It was eerily quiet in the school. We walked through the hallways as a group, moving at a loping pace. I tried to copy the professionalism of the soldiers around me but found it easier to just walk like a human being and not a loaded spring. "Okay, down this hallway," Tomasz said, leading us to the right. "The bunker should be in the next building." Things felt tense. It felt like we were in the middle of a haunted house, with the papers everywhere, the silence of everything except the Quinjets outside and our footsteps. I took a breath and looked at Natasha. She wasn't affected by the tense atmosphere, just doing that catwalk she did that drew the eye. When she saw me looking she smiled. "Always project confidence," she whispered. "Even when you're worried." "Are you?" I asked her. "More suspicious," she said. "Hydra should have sent someone, anyone. These are the most brilliant minds in the world, but they left them untouched. Even the Hydra personnel hidden among the faculty and students gave up without a fight. That worries me." Suddenly, a loud sound came from ahead of us. We all froze, aiming our guns forwards. "Or they were waiting," Tomasz said. We went towards the noise. My palms were sweaty, forcing me to wipe them off on my pants so my grip wouldn't slip. When we got to the end of the hall, Tomasz pressed himself against the corner leading to a wide space. We went up against the wall behind him. He held a hand up and poked his head around the corner, then pulled back. He grabbed his phone and held it up. The Hercules app flashed red when he pointed it around the corner. "Hydra," he confirmed what we already knew. 6 of them, moving around. "How'd they get past the perimeter?" I asked. "No idea," Tomasz said. "But they're there. Should we try to capture one?" "Yes," Natasha said. "But leave that with me. Move in after I engage." Without waiting for a response, she went around the corner. We all shared a look. I said softly. "I kinda wish I could see what was about to happen." "Me too," a guy behind me said. "Hello, boys," Natasha said from ahead of us. Tomasz leaned over to look. I put my head over his to see as well. Black Widow was fighting in a room full of cafeteria tables, the kind of place that students could hang out. I'd played a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh on tables like those. Natasha parkoured over a one such table and kicked a Hydra agent while his friends were staring at Natasha. Apparently, her casual greeting had been enough to throw them off. When the first guy was reeling back, the others raised their hands up. Natasha grabbed the guy she'd kicked and pulled him in front of her. The soldiers hesitated long enough to let me take a good look at them. They were all dressed in black uniforms, with purple visored helmets. Over the outfits, they wore what looked like exoskeletons with gold sections on the chest and extremities, sections of them glowing with purple lights. Their hands had what looked like gauntlets on hands, with a section over their knuckles looked like a fusion of a brass knuckle and an energy weapon. When they couldn't get a shot on her, 3 of them activated rockets on their backs and feet, lifting into the air to move around. Natasha threw a taser disc at one of the flyers, making him scream and quiver in the air, slamming through a couple tables in uncontrolled flight. Now, Tomasz yelled. We went around the corner fast, the soldiers firing their guns as they moved in. After a moment of hesitation, I started shooting as well, my handgun bucking in my hands. Natasha shot the guy she was holding in the back and twisted out of the way of an attack. Hydra started shooting purple beams from the gauntlets on their hands, one shooting towards us. I ducked a beam and shot my gun at the guy who'd shot at me. He dodged and fired a shot at the soldier next to me, hitting him in the arm and sending him screaming to the floor with his arm removed. Incensed, I grabbed a taser disc and threw it at the guy. It attached to his foot, sending him into convulsions. The guy whose arm had been blasted off shot the Hydra agent in the throat. Natasha leaped from a pillar to grab one of the flying soldiers, bring him down and electrocuting him with her widow's bite gauntlets, the tasers built into her wrists. He screamed, passing out after a minute. One of the shield soldiers died when the last Hydra agent shot him and tried to blast out of a window, but he fell under the hail of bullets that hit him as assault rifles fired on his retreating form. Tomasz looked around in the aftermath of the attack, turning to give Natasha and me a look of sadness when he saw one agent dead and another missing an arm. How did they get here? What is this stuff they got a hold of? Let's ask. Natasha looked at the Hydra agent on the floor. Dial, we may have more in the base. Go fast track, search through the academy and find out if there are others. I looked at her. She nodded. I raised the watch and switched to fast track, pressing the face down. In a moment, blue and black fur appeared on my form. I gave Natasha a wave, ignoring the shocked gasps that followed my turning into an alien. I was about to leave when I looked at the dead shield agent, then the one whose arm had been removed, who was being tended to by one of his friends. Then I turned to Tomasz. I'm sorry about your man there. I looked back at the man who'd lost his arm. And try to visit me when you get the chance. I'll try to whip you up a new arm. I left immediately afterward. Damn, Natasha was right. I really wished I'd read a map before coming here. I did my best, rushing through each hallway, sending papers scattering through the place in my wake. Empty classrooms, offices, dorms, nothing for a bit. Then I got to the other side of the campus. Hydra agents, about 15 men and 1 woman. The men were all dressed in the same futuristic armor as the others. The woman, funnily enough, wore a brown leather jacket and had a black tank top on. She also looked like Michelle Rodriguez. Damn it, she was probably someone special, if the trend in this universe followed. They were in one of the larger classrooms, the kind I saw in movies about colleges all the time, with the amphitheater style set up. I was at the top where the students sat, while Hydra had taken positions at the bottom near the professor's desk. As I watched, 3 more people popped into existence, surprising the hell out of me. They looked up when I entered, but I ran out the other door and activated the communication function of the Omnitrix. This is Dial, I've found more Hydra at the classrooms. They're teleporting in somehow. We know, Natasha said. The guy we caught says Hydra has some sort of item, a phase something. He doesn't know the full name. Apparently, it lets them teleport wherever they have coordinates. Shit, I cursed. Okay, I'm going to switch to jury rig and create something to cut them off from teleporting. Can you do that? Natasha asked. No idea, but jury rig hasn't failed me yet, I responded. They're dropping into lecture hall 17B. I'm going to go grab some computers to make the device and try stopping them. Go ahead, Natasha said quickly. We'll meet you there. Rhodey, you hear all that? Yeah, I got it, Rhodey responded. Even if they've got cheap copies of Tony's armor, I can stop them. Let us know if you and the Quinjets need help, Natasha said. Clint, Falcon, you get that? Yeah, we'll keep an eye out if they try to teleport to this academy too, Clint answered. Tomasz is going to send a team to the bunkers. We'll meet Dial near their entry point, Natasha said. Move out. Author's note. So yeah, this was fun to write. The war is just beginning, and Hydra is bringing a lot of toys out early. So Natasha asking Dial not to transform. There are reasons for it. First, using the aliens as an escape, treating his human form like it's somehow bad for him to confront his issues without changing personalities, is a bad idea. The Omnitrix has safety features to prevent that for good reason. More pragmatically, she wanted to wait until necessary to change him because the Omnitrix timeout is so unpredictable. Waiting will conserve the energy until it's needed. As soon as she saw there was danger, they were good. That said, Dial would have transformed anyways the moment he had to. He just knows good advice when he hears it. It didn't take me long to find a place with things I could make use of. Luckily I was in a school dedicated to science and technology and I soon found a room dedicated to engineering that was full of things like robot arms, half-built computers, and something that looked like a laser gun that had married a video game console. Everything was placed on the various tables and counters in haphazard ways, which made sense since any students that had been in there had evacuated out before they could put away their projects. I didn't stop to admire them. I entered the room as fast track and tapped the Omnitrix. I didn't call out when I changed, the need to be silent overriding the habit. Something interesting happened when I turned into the tiny form of jury rig this time. As I looked around at all the half-finished projects, I could see all the love and care that had been put into them. Someone had clearly tried to build something beautiful with that robotic arm, something that could replace prosthetics. That computer over there had a chip more advanced than anything on the market, but I could see it was made for video games. It was a passion project, not just a school assignment. Most of what I could see was made by people who loved creating things. So I hopped onto the table and patted the robotic arm affectionately. Then I ignored it, and all the others. Instead, I ran to a shelf full of parts and tore into it, metal shelf included. A calculator had been left on the floor, so I grabbed that too. Disassemble. I coughed a moment later. Disassemble, I whispered this time. Hopefully, there were no Hydra nearby to hear that first cry. I focused on my work, going through the various objects before finally finishing my first device. Considering the time crunch, I'd been forced to make something less ornate than I would have wanted, just something similar in shape to the Stargate from, well, Stargate. I raised the ring up in my red claws and adjusted it a bit. X, I whispered. You connected? Yes sir, he replied. Good, I'm about to activate this teleportation jammer. It'll work, but I want to see if the range is what I'm hoping for. I thought you were going to ask me to self-destruct. I blinked in shock. What? It is the common next step in fictional stories when a computer gains sentience despite the creator's wishes. In order to assuage any fears you may have, please know I am ready to self-terminate. I do not wish for you to be in trouble for my creation, nor to lead you to fear that I will hurt you or others. To that, I could only shake my head. What kind of angsty? X, those stories are bullshit. If you want, we can discuss it in full later, but know that I trust you. If it helps, focus on Data from Star Trek, or Kit from Knight Rider. Then you'll know why I'm not worried. For now, we've got work to do, buddy. I felt like I'd been very abrupt, but the idea I couldn't trust X was ridiculous. Maybe, if I'd been human, I'd have been nicer. As jury rig, I knew him more than anyone else I'd ever meet. The question of his loyalty was ridiculous. Understood sir, he said over the comms. With that, I activated the ring. The center of the ring ejected several panels that changed the ring into a round disc, closing the iris. I can read the range of effect, sir, X said. It covers every bit of the school. I tweaked the device a bit. It has extended a yard. How far can you have the range of your device cover? Not as much as I wish, I admitted. But it will be enough to prevent easy access to the school, and defend the rendezvous when we get there. Placing the iris device on my waist, I made one more device before I was finished. I reached for the Omnitrix and changed into fast track, the devices I'd made resting on my hips. I ran for the room, then took a detour to hide one of the devices I'd made, a just-in-case measure. This is Dial, I've finished the device. When they try to teleport in they'll just bounce back to where they came from now. Good, Natasha said. Come back, we're going to need you. I'm already here, I said, coming to a stop next to her an instant later. Tomasz and his guys pointed their guns at me, but Natasha held her hand up to stop them and nodded. They were a few rooms from the lecture area that Hydra had taken as a beachhead if they hadn't moved on. More SHIELD agents stood with us, ready to move in, with some downstairs. All right, let's move in, Natasha said. Dial, take out as many as you can while we move in. 3, 2, I leaned into a sprinting position. 1 dash. I was gone in an instant. I entered the room and looked around. The Hydra soldiers seemed confused as to why no more of their people were teleporting in. Apparently, they'd been hoping for more numbers before going on the attack, but there were only about 40 in the room now. Some were floating in the air in their armor like discount Iron Men. I leaped towards one at super speed, smashing my feet into his chest as he floated there. I pushed off from him to jump towards another guy, twisting in the air to punch him in the face. As soon as I hit the ground, I was running again. Hydra realized there was someone in their midst, and tried to aim at me, but fast track was way too fast. I ducked around a purple bolt by dropping into a slide, then popped up for a blisteringly fast uppercut that sent a guy backflipping to smash into a wall. I did a back kick into another guy's knee, shattering his leg, then ran to a man who was taking off. He tried to shoot me, and I was forced to spin around the purple energy bolt. As soon as I was safe, I leaped up and grabbed him as he tried to fly away, pulling him down before spinning around 10 times and throwing him at his friends. At the same time, SHIELD rushed into the room through the upper and lower doors. They charged in weapons raised, yelling for surrender. That's when the woman who looked like Michelle Rodriguez acted. Her eyes began to glow a bright red, which could not be a good sign. She looked at the SHIELD agents that had entered through the lower floor. They started staring at her with uncomfortably lustful eyes. Then they pointed their guns at the SHIELD agents on the higher level and started shooting. Down. Tomasz yelled, ducking behind some desks. What the hell are they doing? Dial, get their guns. Natasha yelled, shooting a Hydra agent in the head before her cover was blown apart by a purple beam, forcing her to switch to a different section. I had a moment of shock before I ran towards the SHIELD agents. I passed through their ranks 3 times, grabbing their guns and piling them in my arms before running upstairs to drop them next to Tomasz and his men. I looked at the SHIELD agents, who blinked at their now empty hands before they pulled out handguns. I was going to run and pull those out of their hands as well when the SHIELD agents held their guns to their heads. Stop. Michelle Rodriguez's double shouted. The room froze for a moment. Natasha looked at her and cursed. Davida. Hey, Nat, the woman said casually. The shield agents below, still holding guns to their heads, moved to join the Hydra soldiers. You look good. So do you, Natasha said casually, pointing her gun at the Hydra soldiers. That's a new trick. She nodded towards the shield agents currently threatening to kill themselves. The woman, Davida I guess, scowled but nodded. It's something Hydra gave me. I don't like using it, but I have my orders. Invade the academy and take the students. You're Hydra? Natasha asked. I'm hired by them, Davida corrected. Natasha, Tomasz asked as I watched alongside him. Who is she? Davida smirked. Someone you love. Her eyes flashed red, which could not have been good. Damn it. Natasha attempted to fire her weapon. But by then, I was already in love with Davida. Why shouldn't I be? I'd always loved her. I'd only met her moments ago, but she was just so perfect. Everything about her, from her raven hair to the way her leather jacket and blue jeans hugged her form. That was when I saw Natasha pulling the trigger and acted before she could. With fast track's speed, I kicked Natasha in the side. Not enough to break her ribs, but enough to push her to the floor. As she landed, Tomasz and the other shield agents grabbed at Natasha. She rolled to her feet, jammed an elbow into a soldier trying to wrap his arms around her, then kicked Tomasz in the thigh when he tried to punch her. She leaped over a desk to escape another shield agent's grasp. Then I grabbed her by her hair and pulled until she was bent backward. Natasha struggled against my enhanced strength for a moment, then tossed a taser onto my chest. Ayak! I screamed, letting go of her. Natasha spun away, then rolled when purple bolts and bullets aimed at her. Desperate to please my love, I ran towards her. Natasha got up to confront me, but she was far too slow. I was already. The Omnitrix timed out. I came to a stop in front of Natasha, who grabbed me by the shoulder and twisted around to throw me out the door behind her, the both of us getting out before bullets and purple beams passed through the air where we were once standing. Snap out of it. Natasha yelled at me, slamming my face into a wall. I already did. I yelled back. Natasha pressed me harder into the wall. Wait, what? I have a different brain now, pretty sure changing cures mind control. I yelled again. Although I was confused. I had been certain that the Omnitrix protected against that sort of thing, or maybe Davida's powers could overcome that somehow. That's useful, Natasha said. A whistle came from downstairs. We looked down the stairs and I groaned. Ah, shit. Davida was down the hall. She smirked up at us, then looked at me before her eyes glowed red. You titanic bitch dash I had time to mumble. Then I was in love again. But this time Natasha was ready. She grabbed the Omnitrix the second it turned green, twisted the dial, and slammed down on it before flipping away. I grew several feet. Orange and black striped fur grew across my body. I roared, a massive blast of noise that felt like freedom. Wrath. Behind me, shield agents stormed out to start shooting at me. I ignored the bullets bouncing off my skin with ease. Let me tell you something, Davida who is working for Hydra. I yelled, grabbing a shield agent's gun and snapping it over my knee, before gently headbutting another. Wrath doesn't like getting mind controlled. Only Wrath can tell Wrath's brain what to do. I got in the way of bullets that would have hit Natasha. She grabbed my head and flipped over me to kick the guy who shot at her, then springboarded off my back to kick another guy. Wrath's mind is like a black hole that reflects light. I roared, then sliced a gun in half with my claw before grabbing a Hydra soldier that had come out of the room to throw him over Natasha as fought two other men. That's not how black holes work. Black Widow pointed out. Natasha grabbed another agent as he walked out and spun him to slam into a wall. I will protect my love. Tomasz, yelling desperately, swung a metal baton surrounded by electricity, pressing it against me. I looked down at the baton sending a weak charge through my skin that left me wincing slightly, then grabbed it out of Tomasz's hands and snapped it in half. That's when Davida had made it up the steps. She ran towards me with her soldiers hovering behind her and punched me in the face. To my shock, her fist sent me through the window behind me, sending me flying through the air with the loud sound of glass shattering. I fell into the courtyard below, and Davida followed, landing on my chest as the concrete below cracked under my landing. She looked into my eyes, smirking as they flashed red. You love me, she purred softly. Don't you? I stilled, locking my eyes onto her beautiful face. Wrath, loves you? Then I punched her in the chest. She let out a startled shout, flying back 20 feet and smashing through a pillar. Natasha Romanoff / Black Widow. Natasha spared a glance when a massive noise was followed by Davida flying back from a punch thrown by Wrath. Huh. Guess he's immune. She ducked a punch thrown by one of the shield agents and focused on the task at hand. She grabbed the arm of the man who tried to punch and elbowed him in the chest with a vicious and quick strike. Then she ran. Bullets and purple beams flew towards her as she entered a door and ran through a classroom. This is Black Widow, she shouted over the noise. Shield agents have been compromised by a mind manipulator. Ma'am, X said over the comms. I can see you on the school's cameras. I can mark any shield agents that have been affected by Davida DeVito's powers if you wish. I can use the Hercules app. Do it. Natasha yelled, rolling under a desk when another purple beam sizzled through the air to pass her. But I'm taking them out before that. In that case, Dial made sure to leave a non-lethal weapon nearby, in case he needed it, X said, surprising Natasha. Run down the hall, then enter the room on your left, the supply closet. He left a weapon for me, Natasha asked, sprinting at full speed before seeing the supply closet. She entered it and looked around. He left it for himself, X noted. A cautionary measure he did on a whim. It's installed with the Hercules app so that any Hydra using it would have it explode in their faces. A flashbang. Natasha sighed. I have no idea if I should commend him or be angry at him. She saw the device instantly. It looked like some sort of ray gun from an old sci-fi movie. Natasha grabbed it and looked it over. Any idea how to use it? Point and pull the trigger. What a time for the robot to discover sarcasm, Natasha said with a sigh. She left the room, holding the ray gun in a single hand. She took her time, listening closely to the area around her. After a moment of walking through the silent halls, she heard footsteps. Soon 3 shield soldiers and a pair of Hydra flyers turned the corner. As soon as she saw them, she shot the gun in her hands. A strange green projectile shaped like a ball surrounded in a green ring slammed into one of the shield soldiers, lifting him up and tossing him back. Natasha fired again, taking out one of the Hydra flyers. As the flyer fell out of the air, the other 3 men started shooting, but Natasha ducked aside into a bathroom. The soldiers rushed after her, entering a small side hallway. It was empty. For a moment, the 3 men looked around the small hallway in confusion, walked into the hallway. Hey boys, someone said, prompting the 3 to look up. Natasha had a smirk on her face as she held herself against the ceiling with her feet and hands against the walls to apply pressure and keep her in place, pointed her ray gun downwards. 3 loud shots rang out, followed by 3 bodies hitting the floor. Natasha dropped to the floor and went around the corner. Tomasz stood there, looking surprised as they almost bumped into her. He swung a fist at Natasha but she ducked it to gut punch Tomasz. He fell back, then received a kick in the head that brought him to the ground. Tomasz went to rise up, but Natasha shot him in the chest, knocking him unconscious. Well, just a few more to go, Natasha mused to herself. Mahmoud /dial. I rose to my feet and growled when 7 Hydra soldiers floated out of the window I'd broken to start shooting at me. Let me tell you something, stupid Hydra Iron Man knockoffs. I roared as they shot at me. Dumb purple beams aren't enough to stop true love. I leaped up, trying to pull one down so I could probably beat his face in, but he rose out of the way. Stand still so Wrath can beat you up and present your broken bodies to Wrath's beloved. To my frustration, they responded by shooting me in the face and chest with bright beams of purple light. Alright, that's it. Now Wrath's going to have to improvise because Wrath left his giant fly swatter at home. I took a page out of Creel's playbook and ran to a vending machine, grabbing and tossing it with great speed. Haley's flight. The Hydra soldier I threw it at tried to dodge but fell out of the sky when the vending machine full of candy bars and gummy bears slammed into his legs, shattering them. I grabbed another one, but Hydra separated to make it hard for me to aim. I roared. Then a hail of bullets came out of the sky. They hit one of the Hydra men shooting me, sending him to the floor in a pool of blood. Hey, kid. Rhodey flew over to me, firing 2 repulsor beams. These the guys? Yeah. I yelled happily. At the same time, Davida rose up from the remains of the pillar I'd sent her through and started striding towards us. And that's the woman Wrath loves. Rhodey looked at me through the face mask of his helmet. Wait, what? Hey, shoot her. I yelled. Wrath wants to see if she's bulletproof. You need to work on your romance, Rhodey mumbled. Then his minigun spun around and shot at Davida. She walked through the hail of bullets, letting them bounce off her skin with no effect. Her leather jacket was torn to pieces, her tank top and jeans were ripped, but her face was unchanged. Then she started to grow. Slowly, she rose in height and weight until she was only an inch shorter than I was, her body expanding with muscle, growing denser in general. Her jeans and tank top stretched as well, but held strong despite her growth, leaving her looking kinda badass. She looked over at Rhodey with a familiar smirk. I moved in front of him and smiled at her, not affected when her red eyes hit me. After all, I already loved her. You take Hydra, I said. Seriously, what is going on? Rhodey asked as he rose up to start dogfighting the Hydra soldiers now trying to kill him, dodging their purple beams to fire his repulsors. Let me tell you something, War Machine. I yelled joyfully, rushing towards the now massive Davida, who raised her fists up. Wrath's about to ask her to marry Wrath. If you're lucky, Wrath might just ask you to be Wrath's best man. Davida dodged around my charge, then grabbed me by the waist and spun to throw me through a wall. I crashed through the concrete and landed in a classroom. She ran after me, punching at my face as I rose up, but I blocked her fist on my arm. I clawed at her face, and she winced as the razor-sharp weapon on my fist bounced off her chin, though it did leave a small cut in the process. I grabbed her by the shoulders and headbutted her. Vredfort headbutt. She took the blow, then returned it with a headbutt of her own. With that, we began punching each other, our massive forms tearing through the school. Colonel James Rhodey Rhodes / War Machine. Rhodey shook his head as he watched the giant tiger and woman throw themselves into the school. I miss normal sometimes, Rhodey said to himself. Then he was flying after a Hydra soldier. The man tried to shot Rhodey as the pair flew in the air, but Rhodey dived around the glowing purple and fired a single repulsor blast into the other man's chest. As though signaled by the death of the first soldier, other Hydra came out of the building. All Quinjets. Rhodey yelled as he fired the machine guns on his arms and shoulder at the dozens of men rising into the sky. Prepare to engage hostiles, ones in power armor. Roger that, War Machine. Several aircraft spun to face the school. Rhodey dived into the Hydra flyers and smashed one in the chest with a hard kick, spinning to shoot another one with a repulsor blast as his minigun aimed fire at several more, hitting one in the legs and another in the chest. A Hydra agent flew into Rhodey's back and held on, shooting him in the back with his gauntlet weapon. War Machine yelled in pain as his HUD sent him warnings, and spun in the air to throw the guy off him before his minigun spun around to kill the man. War Machine rose up and fired off repulsor blasts and bullets as fast as he could. Hydra soldiers spun around in the skies and tried killing him, their purple beams sometimes slamming into him. Rhodey grunted as he took a couple hits to the chest that scared his armor, but thanked God for Tony when the suit held strong. The Quinjets joined in and started shooting as well. Some of the Hydra flyers swarmed one of the Quinjets, their gauntlet fire tearing the aircraft apart. Rhodey dived down suddenly when he saw a group of Hydra flyers trying to get to the parking lot. He went under a bridge while shooting one in the back with a repulsor, stopped to grab one by the leg and spin the Hydra flyer around to throw him at a stone bench, then flew forward shooting with every bullet he had. The men in the parking lot that had been turned into an evacuation point saw the Hydra flyers coming towards them and began firing upon them. Bullets and purple beams flew back and forth between the two groups. Rhodey joined in, shooting at the Hydra soldiers. One of them flew at Rhodey, screaming, "One head falls, two shall rise." Rhodey blocked the punch the Hydra soldier threw at him, then fired a hail of bullets into the chest of the man, the Hydra flyer's armor shattering under the bullets before he fell. "Guess I should take out two more," War Machine quipped. With that, he raised his arms and kept shooting, sparing a moment to wonder what the massive booming noises behind him were. Mahmoud Shaykh/Dial. "You're good at this," I complimented, hoping she liked me as much as I liked her. Stadizian reversal. With a twist of my hips, I threw her to the ground and started punching her in the face. She took a bunch of blows that shattered the floor under her, then raised her legs up and kicked me in the chest. I flew up and crashed through the ceiling. She leaped up after me through the hole I'd made, punching me in the face. "Yes," I roared in joy. "Wrath knew you liked wrath. Are you a masochist?" Davida replied, giving me a kick to the ribs that sent me flying through some desks. "Wrath doesn't know what that means," I replied honestly, rising up as she ran towards me. I punched at her, and her fist smashed into mine. A shockwave was released by impact, destroying the area around us. "Wrath would be honored if you married Wrath. There is something wrong with you," she yelled, stepping back. "We're all crazy when we're in love." Davida dropped low and wrapped her arms around my waist, pushing me back and slamming me into a wall, then through it. I raised my arms up and slammed my claws into her ribs and back, over and over again. She yelled in anger, lifted up and pushed me through another wall. I backflipped as soon as I was through that wall, and rose to look at her. "Damn it." Davida grabbed a teacher's desk and threw it at me. I punched it out of the air, ignoring the shattered pieces with ease. "You're supposed to be in love with me. Why are you fighting?" "To prove Wrath's love. How else would Wrath do that?" I shouted back with a grin. I leaped forward and she did the one thing that could have made me like her even more. She slipped under my attack, grabbed my waist, then bent backwards to slam me into a suplex that sent me down through the floor. I landed on the next floor with a massive smile on my face. "You're a wrestler." "Yay." Davida dropped through the floor and glared at me. "So, let me tell you something. Pretty lady who looks like Michelle Rodriguez but is as big as me." I rolled to my feet and rushed her. "It means Wrath can fight for real." Davida's Michelle Rodriguez face twisted into horror when I reached out and grabbed her arm, twisting it behind her back. Antarian arm bar. I sprinted forward with her in front of me, slamming her through a wall, then pressing her face into another one. "Afiaku's faceplant," she yelled, twisting to throw me down the hallway we'd crashed into. I grabbed her arm to try and flip her, but she pulled a perfect counter to send me flying instead. I backflipped in the air and slammed my claws into the floor, slicing through the linoleum to come to a stop. Davida grabbed a water fountain out of the wall and threw it at me. I took the blow to my head and let the metal and plastic shatter around me. I ran towards her and slipped around a punch to go for a suplex. She countered by dropping from the grab before I could complete it, spinning to slam an elbow into my neck. I eyed her, trying to look unfazed by the blow. Then I pointed at the spot she'd hit. "Wanna try again?" Davida's eyes widened. Then she grinned. "Boom." I grinned as she stepped back, the shockwave that followed her hit sending a crack of noise in the air. She stood still when I stepped forward and swung my elbow at her. "Boom." She smiled in chow leg, not moving an inch. "Boom, boom, boom, boom." Back and forth, in a game of dominance, we slammed our elbows into each other's necks, chaining our attacks as we grinned at each other. After a bit, we stepped back. My neck hurt like hell, but I didn't react to it. Neither did she. I rushed forward with a running knee, and she stepped aside and clotheslined me. I slammed into the floor and rolled aside when she came with an elbow drop. I rose to my feet and grabbed her as she tried to rise up from the floor. At a disadvantage, I got her head between my knees, squeezing, then grabbed her hips. With a lift I raised her up so her legs were on my shoulder, then began to throw her back first towards the floor. Porsche power bow dash. Her legs wrapped around my neck. She spun around, pulling me with all her strength. Titania Hurricanrana. With a picture-perfect counter, I was sent flying, slamming into a trophy case, past that through another wall, then into a desk. I blinked for a second, then rose up and walked towards the hole my entrance made. Davida stared at me as I walked up. "Titania like the moon?" I asked. She shook her head, panting. "No, it was my name when I wrestled." I nodded seriously, then groaned slightly in pain. She was strong, stronger than even Creel in his vibranium form. But I knew I could beat him even then, that only the Omnitrix timing out had stopped me. Wrath was unbeatable. And I knew I could beat her now, bruises or not. Wrath had to prove he truly loved her after all. I ran at her, and Davida tried to duck my outstretched arms. But I grabbed her by the hair and used my vicious grip to knee her in the face, over and over, until blood dripped from her nose. As she looked at me blearily, I got behind her and wrapped arms around her stomach. Finishing move. 1 suplex. Final. Another one, this time shaking the academy. Atomic. I leaped upwards, crashing through 3 floors before we ended up outside of the school, in the open air. I could see Quinjets battling Hydra soldiers, War Machine flying by to shoot one in the face. Then we began to drop. Buster. Floor by floor, Davida's head leading, we crashed through the school. Finally, we came to a stop on the bottom level. I rose up and looked down at Davida. As I watched, she slowly began to shrink until she'd returned to her former size. When she didn't move, I took her pulse, actually showing a bit of intelligence beyond fighting. Her heartbeat was there, she was just knocked out. Wrath wins? When you wake up we should get married, I said idly. Although, if you say otherwise, Wrath will respect your decision. Feeling warm towards the love of my life, I placed her on my shoulder and walked away, leaving the various holes in the ceiling and the crater we'd created behind. When I got outside, there were dead or injured Hydra everywhere. A few of them had been captured, however, getting pushed into a Quinjet. 2 of the Quinjets had been downed, but I didn't see more than a fraction of dead shield soldiers compared to Hydra. Natasha was speaking to an embarrassed-looking Tamash when I walked up, still in wrath form. Tamash glared at Davida, who was still unconscious on my shoulder. She dead? He asked angrily. I shook my head. Nah, just sleeping off the beating Wrath gave her. He scoffed. She deserves a bullet in the head. I don't know what she did, but I don't like having my mind played with. Davida DeVito, Natasha said with a sigh. Enhanced with the power to grow in size and strength. Making people fall in love with her is new though, otherwise, I wouldn't have gone in there with so many. Natasha looked at me. Do her powers not work on you? Are you licensed to do marriages? I asked suddenly instead of answering, focusing on the real issue. Natasha and Tamash stared at me, surprised. No I am not. I wilted in disappointment. Hold on, Tamash said. If you're in love with her, why did you still fight her? I scoffed. Let me tell you something, Agent Tamash Calderon of S.H.I.E.L.D. Apoplexians like Wrath know the best way to show true love is to show off your fighting skills. Throwing a punch is how we show we care. Whoever wins gets to marry the other one. Wait, you mean you get married no matter who wins? Natasha asked, looking confused. It's a win-win. I shouted proudly. Then I got worried. Unless she says no, then Wrath will be respectful. Right about then is when I timed out and became human again. I dropped Davida in surprise and blinked. I looked around. S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were staring at me. A couple were trying not to laugh and failing outright. Rhodey was floating nearby, his face played up so he could grin at me. Well, that's embarrassing, I stated. Understatement of the freaking century. Wrath, why do you cause as many problems as your fists solve? Natasha grinned at that. I can't wait to tell Tony about this. Yup. Any respect I'd gained from my fellow heroes had gone down the drain. I sighed and decided to start finding a nice place to dig a hole for me to live in. Thank you so much, Jennifer Weaver said as her students ran out of the school to head to Quinjets moments later. Davida had been placed in a cryo unit I turned into jury rig to make suspended animation until we could jail her someplace she couldn't physically break out of. Not a problem, Tamash said, a band-aid on his head from where Natasha had apparently kicked him while he'd been in love. Is this everyone? Tamash said, ushering the students into the Quinjets. Almost, the grateful look on Weaver's face became a scowl. All the members of Hydra are going last. I'm not putting them together with the others. Despite her anger, there was some sadness in her eyes. Tamash nodded, though he also had a sad look on his face as he watched some of his men get put in body bags. I watched from a bench nearby, Rhodey standing next to me. Man, that was a lot crazier than I expected, I admitted to Rhodey. Yeah, he said. I haven't had a routine mission since the day I put this thing on, to be honest. And my adventures still aren't that crazy. Sometimes I try to tell Tony about some crazy mission, and it's like he's trying to stay awake. Well, you did just fight a small army of Hydra soldiers while flying around Quinjets over a school of geniuses while a giant tiger and giant woman fought inside of it, I noted. That has to earn a few points. Nah, pretty sure the Battle of New York still beats that, Natasha said, walking up to join us. Rhodey nodded in annoyance, though he clearly didn't mind that much. So what now? We go back to the helicarrier, Natasha said. You going to join us? I should report to my superiors. But I can do that at the carrier, Rhodey said. I'm still needed in this fight if you all will have me. Well, it's not up to me, I noted, rising from my seat. But it's good to have you here. So, I pressed on the Omnitrix and pressed on the dial. Upgrade. Standing up I looked at Rhodey and Natasha. Wanna fly back in style? I asked. The pair shared a look. Natasha grinned. You just want to distract us from telling Tony anything, don't you? Natasha said. Do you want to fly in an upgraded Quinjet or not? Jerks. I turned and walked away as Rhodey chuckled. Moments later my black and green form was joined up with our Quinjet as we rocketed through the sky. I did a roll while Rhodey whopped in joy and Natasha smirked, the two piloting me back to the helicarrier. Hey, Natasha asked suddenly as we flew. How many environments can you survive in? I blinked a singular green eye. What sort do you want me to survive in? Natasha pulled on the controls, guiding me to downwards. Curious, I went where she told me to. Natasha. Rhodey asked. There was nothing but blue ocean below us. Natasha had that confident smirk on her face as she pushed me to go faster until I broke the sound barrier, not letting up on our downward course at all. Natasha. Rhodey yelled in a panic. We slammed into the ocean. My surface adjusted to the impact with ease as we dived further and further down into the cold water. I took my radar and sensors and adjusted them for the ocean while turning my HUD into something that would allow Natasha and Rhodey to see in the dark of the sea as though it was lit by a Hollywood movie crew. Wow, Rhodey said in awe. The bottom of the ocean soon came into view. Still flying at hypersonic speed, I took us to the nearest objects my radar could find. I slowed down and floated upwards when we came closer to the objects I sensed drifting through the waves. Soon, we were in view. A pod of orca whales drifted through the ocean, incredibly massive animals that glided in the water as I flew in to join them. The beautiful animals eyed us as I swam alongside them, the sounds of their clicks surrounding them. Their black and white forms seemed to glide with a grace that left me in awe. The three of us watched for a moment. Rhodey rested his elbows on my dashboard while Natasha rested in her seat and let me pilot myself for a bit. Soon though, I decided to look for something else thanks to a wish to fulfill an old dream of mine. With a bit of regret, I turned around, leaving the orcas behind. I headed towards coordinates after doing a quick Google search, moving through the ocean faster than the world's top fighter jets. It didn't long for me to get where I was headed. Mahmoud. Natasha said. Just. I've always wanted to see this, I said. What? Rhodey asked. You find Atlantis or something? I chuckled at that. No, but we're in the North Atlantic, and according to my GPS, this should be off the coast of Newfoundland at the right coordinates. I'll admit, maybe it's kind of stereotypical of me to think, hey, I can swim to the bottom of the ocean at high speed, I want to go to sea. I trailed off when it came into view. A ship, resting on the bottom of the ocean. Well, the front of one. It was brown and rusted and cracked in various locations. The part where it had torn from its back section looked squashed, as though a giant had pulled it until it snapped. A metal pole rested across the top of it. Despite the decrepit look of the wreck, it had a sort of majesty to it. You could see the remnants of the great ship it had once been. The Quinjet being positively tiny next to it helped. Okay, that is cool, Rhodey said, looking closer. That's. Natasha added softly. The Titanic, I clarified. I've always wanted to see her. It's been a dream of mine since I was a kid. Granted, I wasn't the submarine in my dream. While I could easily see every bit of the ship with my robotic eyes even despite the darkness, I still shone a light across its surface, simply for how cool it looked. We flew around the ship, Rhodey taking photos on his phone and Natasha watching peacefully. After a while, Natasha spoke. Okay, time to go. Unless you have something else you've always wanted to see. I thought about that. Then I rose up, shooting towards the surface. As we slammed into the open air, I kept going, making it clear that my only goal was up towards the sky. Oh come on, Rhodey groaned. Don't tell me you want to see satellites or something. No, I admitted. But I want to see the curvature of the Earth. See if those flat Earth people know what they're talking about. Speaking as a former fighter pilot and current owner of flying power armor capable of going up that high, I guarantee you they aren't, Rhodey said in the dry tones of the severely offended. Passing the clouds, we were soon high enough that blue sky became black night. My rockets glowed green, pushing me through the atmosphere. The rotors in my wings twisted into engines similar to those one would see on fighter jets. Soon, we were out of the atmosphere, in the middle of true space. From there, I turned us around. I could see the Earth's beauty below. I could sense satellites in the distance. The sun glowed with enough power to blind a person without protection, which made me glad I'd prepared for that by polarizing the window for Rhodey and Natasha. And I could sense the moon in the distance. Reaching my sensors out until they were far more powerful than anything on Earth, I found what I was looking for. They were hiding pretty well, but they were there. I hid away that confirmation. Instead, I focused on the view, on the side of the clouds, on the planet below, on the sun, burning so beautifully, and the place beyond all that. My sensors became telescopes, and I showed Rhodey and Natasha close-up views of the other planets. None of us said anything. We simply watched the wonder around us in peace. After a moment, we twisted back towards the Earth. I didn't know what to think. The things we had seen. Few people on Earth had seen either the Titanic in its final resting place on the bottom of the ocean or the deep of space with the Earth rolling beneath them. I couldn't imagine many who had ever seen both. Somehow it felt like a privilege. Something I had to earn now. Thanks, Natasha said. I never thought I would see things like that. Me either, I admitted. I wish we had time. With aliens around, there are planets to visit. People we could talk to. There is so much to do out there. Earth isn't good enough for ya? Rhodey asked jokingly. I barked out a laugh. No, of course it is. Our planet is hands down the best, man. We created the telephone. Pretty sure other aliens have the telephone too, Natasha noted. Well, we also made Cinnabon though, I joked. So what? Rhodey asked. You eager to see the aliens your watch turns you into? Flying as the Quinjet. I felt glad I could hide my reaction. I mean, I'll be honest, Rhodey said. I would not like to fight an entire species that can turn helicarriers into their own personal death machines. Or unstoppable monsters like Wrath or Diamond Head? I didn't answer. Natasha clearly noticed my lack of reaction, but I simply flew towards the helicarrier. It might be time to give explanations to the group. Maybe not right that second, but after I'd had a moment to think. So Rhodey tells me you cheated on him with a giant woman, Tony said, a grin as soon as he saw me on the catwalk, staring down at the ocean. He walked up and sat next to me. I mean what, you two join bodies 1 second, then you're hitting on someone else the next? You promiscuous bastard. First off, I said with a scowl. You, of all people, calling me promiscuous dash. He's devastated, Tony said, still grinning. I mean, you two were once one body, one soul, then a red-eyed tart comes along. I've read the tabloids, I'm pretty sure not a single supermodel on earth hasn't at least heard a crappy pickup line from you dash. I know you're young, but love like the one Rhodey and you share only comes. Wait, did you call my pickup lines crappy? Kid, I've been with more women than you've ever stared longingly at dash. We were arguing in the room that had now become the hangout on the ship, some place that had once been the clear dome on the bottom of the helicarrier. We stood on the catwalk that led to the tower in the center of the room. After a moment, we both ran out of insults, simply staring at the ocean below. Rhodey said you wanted to talk to me about something. Tony asked. I mean, I generally ignore requests, but if you put one in with happy, I snorted. It's about you replicating upgrade. It's about X. It's about a million things. HMF, Tony moved to sit on the catwalk, letting his legs dangle in the air. Well, that's a lot. You want to start with how X is an AI. When I gave him a surprised look, he smirked. Come on, who are you talking to? Of course, I knew. I figured out he'd evolved almost immediately. Is that possible? I asked. For an AI to develop in a single day? Depends on the AI, Tony said. I've been trying to make something like that myself, to run certain projects. Tony waved for me to sit down. Once I'd done so, he spoke again. Okay, so here's the thing. I want to bring you in on some projects me and a friend have been working on. Usually, you would be too dumb for me to even mention it dash. I do my best, I said, offended. Losers whine about their best, Tony said without skipping a beat. Anyways, where was I? Oh right. Your watch is the most advanced thing I've seen. Hands down. And jury rig can make some unbelievable things out of literal junk. But if we work together. He removed one of the communications devices we'd made from his ear and held it out. This thing is going to revolutionize how we talk to people, kid. I mean, quantum entanglement? The ability to talk to someone who is across the universe instantly, no worrying about lag or things like light speed. Once we figure out how to make these without jury rig, and mass produce it, it'll change the world. I leaned against the metal railing, swinging my legs as I watched him put it away. You use that watch to turn into mad geniuses. I help you make cool toys, you help me do the same, and I'll pay you. How's that sound? What about S.H.I.E.L.D.? I asked. What, you want to work for them too? Tony asked. Sure, we'll throw it in the contract. Just no sharing anything you make for me with them, not without them paying us a shit ton. Deal. I thought about that for a moment. Working with whatever S.H.I.E.L.D. was going to become, making money by creating things with Tony freaking Stark. That sounded awesome. I'm in, I said. But one thing. We do everything, and I mean everything, to make sure not to create some sort of Skynet machine, okay? If some robot similar to Upgrade got out, we'd all be in some shit. Tony rolled his eyes. All right, fine. I'm serious, I said. I know making robots is cool, but if we do make them, let's make sure they're run by an AI we know isn't crazy, and that any we develop are on a non-networked computer, on the moon, while making sure it knows humans are friends, not fuel. He chuckled, nodding. Yeah, all right kid. Welcome to the Stark Industries R&D department. Bruce is going to love your paranoia. Later we'd arrived at the rendezvous. Sitting in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, with no land in sight for hundreds of miles, was the Iliad. It was kinda funny seeing her in the middle of the water with 2 in-sight helicarriers flying over to join her. Sort of a mesh of the old and new. Quinjets and helicopters came from across the world, carrying S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and personnel from bases everywhere. Our helicarrier was where the proceedings would take place, so I watched from on top of the command tower as people began to arrive. Tony, Steve, and Clint were with me, all dressed in casual clothes now. I'd chosen to wear a S.H.I.E.L.D. t-shirt and sweatpants as we watched the people come onto the ship in droves. Iron Man's good mood had evaporated by now as we watched a plane with rocket engines slowly hover to land on the flight deck. The black plane, called the bus, was big enough that a parking space had to be set aside for it. I can't believe he was alive all this time, Tony said. He wasn't, I replied. You saw the same files we did. Whatever, temporarily dead. Tony spat out. Damn it, I mourned for that guy. I went to his funeral, I sent his girlfriend flowers and, shit. Steve placed a hand on Tony's shoulder, and didn't look offended when Tony shrugged it off. He has a lot to answer for, but he did sacrifice everything for the world to try and stop Loki. For that, we should give him a moment to try to explain. Explain why he lied to us. Tony shook his head. I'm not wired like that, Steve. It wasn't anything personal, Clint noted. Of course you'd say that, Tony scoffed. I sat down and watched as the bus landed. Soon, the hatch in the back opened, and its occupants came out. In the center stood Philip J. Carlson, the target of Tony's ire. a man who had died, but was brought back to life in a project called Tahiti, one so secret I couldn't find out any specifics about it. With him were 5 other people. Leopold Fitz, a young man with curly brown hair and a mind so brilliant it left me in awe. Standing next to Gemma Simmons, a young woman with long brown hair and a mind for biology that left me just as amazed as Fitz. The 2 geniuses stood close to each other. Apparently they were together so often people would simply call them Fitzsimmons. Melinda May, an older Asian woman with long black hair, and someone so famous in S.H.I.E.L.D. that the personnel were constantly whispering about the legend of the cavalry. A lot of people were trying to find a way to get her with the other famous fighters of our little fleet to start some sort of tournament between them. Then there was Sky, last name not chosen. Jarvis had found information that she was actually named Mary Sue Poots, which, goddamn, no wonder she changed it. Mary Sue was bad enough to my writer's sensibilities, considering the hatred connected with that name. Poots was freaking ridiculous. She was a skilled hacker, enough for Jarvis to acknowledge her, and was a recent addition to S.H.I.E.L.D. Last was Antoine Triplet, a skilled operative in his own right, and, interestingly, a descendant of a howling commando. He was a tall and extremely fit man, with a well-groomed mustache. The group seemed devastated, a sort of heavy sadness shared between them all, even the stoic-looking May. As they walked forward, I saw Sharon Carter call out to Trip, who smiled. He walked up to her and the 2 hugged in greeting. Peggy Carter's great-niece and Gabe Jones' grandson, I noted as I watched them speak. Guess it makes sense they know each other. Huh. Tony watched them meet with a complicated look on his face. So did Steve. I say it's just what we need, Clint said. We're rebuilding S.H.I.E.L.D. It only makes sense for the descendants of the people who made it to be there for it. Tony didn't seem to know what to think of that, possibly thinking of his father as he watched his fellow members of the Descendants of Steve's Friends Club. We watched Cowlson and his team enter the ship. Next came the crew of the Iliad, flying up on a Quinjet. Robert Gonzalez, the captain of the Iliad, was in the center of his team. He'd only brought 3 people, none of whom I recognized, since I'd only checked Cowlson team on Tony's behalf. One of them, a tall woman with long black hair, looked like Lucy Lawless from Xena, Warrior Princess though, and the blonde had the same looks as the first officer from the show The Orville, one of my favorite TV shows in my world. They must have been fairly important in this universe. Jarvis, I asked, knowing he was listening over comms. Tell me about the 3 people with Gonzalez. Of course sir, Jarvis said. After a second, he spoke once more. The blonde woman is Dash. Bobby Morse, Clint said fondly. I kept from flinching as I realized I was looking at Mockingbird. Then I realized something. Ex-girlfriend. Clint looked up at me, startled. I grinned at him, as did Tony. Oh my god, Tony said with delight in his voice. 2 super spies dating? Scandalous. Glass houses, Tony, Steve noted. Yeah, like I'd live in one again, but the last one is still rubble in Malibu, Tony said, still grinning at Clint. So what, you guys met while stabbing someone at the same time? Clint sighed in annoyance. Can't you keep bothering Dial about his weird love triangle with Rhodey and a supervillainess? Oh come on. I yelled, annoyed. I'm terrible enough with women without you guys spreading rumors. Nah, Tony said. Girls like guys with a weird sexual history, makes them curious. Plus, can you imagine how useful some of your aliens would be for Dash? Okay, Steve interrupted. He spun around to walk away. Not going to be part of this conversation. Hey Natasha, hey Sam. We all spun to see an amused Black Widow staring at us with a very amused smirk on her face, Sam grinning madly. Catch you ladies at a bad time. Natasha teased. Can you teach me how to flirt? I asked, frustrated. So I can somehow expunge the damage Tony is doing to my romantic reputation. If anything, I'm helping. Tony smiled innocently when I glared at him. Hey, I'm just saying. Some ladies might be into a guy who can turn into aliens like Upgrade Dash. Please no. I plugged my ears in horror. For the love of God. Natasha rolled her eyes at our antics. Then she looked at me. Dial, I unplugged my ears when I saw how serious she was. We need to talk. About everything. Fury sent us, Sam added. Said it was time you told us where you came from, he said apologetically. Okay, but I'm going to need some stuff for that. Okay, but I'm going to need some stuff for that. Moments later, I'd gathered everyone in a room that had once been dedicated to conferences. Avengers only though. That meant Fury, Tony, Steve, Natasha, and Clint. A small group to learn something that could be earth-shattering. The 5 of them watched as I worked in jury rig form. I was creating a large ring in the center of the room, building it from one of the Hydra armors Natasha had found, a TV, and a broken Quinjet ring. It looked like something I'd seen from a kid's show once, just a metal ring as tall as Natasha with a bottom section attached to the floor, the armor piece stapled to the ring, literally stapled actually, and the flat screen TV broken and attached to the bottom. Soon, I was done. Fix, fix, fix. I cried triumphantly, stepping away. Okay, so what is it? Fury asked. You'll see. I chirped. An entire machine just to tell us where you came from and got the watch. Natasha asked skeptically. And why only us? Clint added. Give him a chance to explain, Steve said. Mahmoud, go ahead. One more thing. I took a deep breath, then tapped the Omnitrix. My red skin became black with green circuits, and I grew far larger in an instant. Upgrade. With that, I joined with the ring. This is called the viewer, I explained as I joined with it. I needed the Chidori parts dash. Chidori? Steve asked, startled. That's where Hydra got them from. They did look familiar, Clint noted. Yeah, I can read their code, I said. But yeah, I needed them for their power. This is going to take a lot, I said. The only way this is going to work is for a couple of minutes. I'm using the arc reactor from this helicarrier to power it, and I need to be upgraded to even work with that. I can't do it for long either. This thing is basically thinning the walls between universes just for a glimpse. You're really not making this clear, Fury said. Are you about to break my ship? No, I said. The fact is, I've tried this before. Shut down the power in my burrow for 3 days and only got static. But with the big arc reactor, my new experience, and upgrade, all working together, I won't keep it up for long, and this thing will implode on itself afterwards, but it will be enough for me to show you guys. Besides, I admitted, I don't want this thing to last too long. I'm worried about who I'll piss off. Now fully integrated into the ring, I took a breath for dramatic effect, since upgrade didn't need air. I am from Oregon. I was born in Oakland. But, not your Oregon, not your Oakland. What? Clint asked. I activated the viewer. The sensation that followed was painful. I pulled in power from the arc reactor, and actually felt the massively powerful engine struggle to keep up with the demand. Even for all of Jury Rig's genius, I felt the ring I'd made almost buckle inwards under the weight of the task. I adjusted myself, advanced the machine in a dozen different ways. I fought through a strange sort of pain, and I felt the energy pull at my non-ite body. It was a struggle, but after a fight to stay in control, I was showing an image of Captain America speaking to Black Widow, but not the ones I'd come to know and love. The Captain America here had his mask down, revealing someone very different under it. One I'd only recently become familiar with, but that one of us had known his whole life. Bucky? Steve asked in shock. Whoa, Tony said as he watched Natasha give him a very loving kiss that Bucky returned. Natasha? That? Natasha stared. That's me, but different. It was true. This was comic book Natasha. Slightly taller, with longer hair and a gold belt that held a familiar symbol on the center. She had gold bracers on her wrist. Bucky was clean-shaven, unlike the one getting deprogrammed in another room. His hair was cut, and he wore a blue and black spandex version of Steve's uniform. Well, unstable molecules rather than spandex, but still. This is another reality, I said. A universe where Bucky and Natasha ended up together, according to the scans I'm getting from it. I switched the view to the next place and felt the arc reactor struggle with it, but there was no danger of the machine disappearing on me. Tony uncrossed his arms when he saw himself as a teenager. Is that me, Rhodey, and Pepper? The three of them were standing around in casual clothes with an Iron Man suit in front of them. The teenagers were joking with each other, clearly close. But I didn't meet them until dash. Not in this reality, I corrected. But there, you have been friends for much longer. Another one. This time, it was Clint. He winced at the sight. Well, shit. Hawkeye was sitting in a chair, his head and limbs strapped to it. He was wearing only a white tank top and orange pants. He'd clearly been tortured and was surrounded by men carrying guns. Is this happening right now? Steve asked, worried. Can we help somehow? Hell, is this even real? Tony asked, apparently fascinated. It is, I answered. But the way this works is that I'm only getting glimpses. This actually happened further back in this world's history. I wouldn't worry though. Why not? Clint asked, clearly disturbed. At that moment, as some guy with a scar over his right eye leaned in towards Hawkeye to taunt him, Hawkeye flicked his right index finger. Scar guy suddenly grabbed his neck, choking on something. Hawkeye did the same with his left index finger, and a soldier had the same reaction. His left then right thumb flicked as well, and more men began to die until they were all done. As they fell, a scientist type who'd been watching the proceedings asked a question. What the hell? He said in shock. Hawkeye responded as a fingernail was held tightly between his fingers. Shouldn't have left my fingernails in, dummy. Now be smart and get me out of here, or this goes right between you eyeballs. Can you do that? Tony asked his universe's Hawkeye in shock as the group stared at the dimensional viewer. No, Clint admitted. Might be worth learning though. Yeah, well, I switched away. The rest of that universe sucks. How do you know? Natasha asked. How do you have those worlds' histories? I felt thankful for my current machine form. It made it easy to lie. I'm scanning them, I explained. It's damn exhausting, but I can get summaries on what I'm showing you. How the hell are you doing that? Clint asked. Mostly news stories and the internet, I said helpfully. But it hurts like hell. This is hurting you? Steve asked, worried. I ignored him to focus once more. The next world made everyone blink. It was a white man with black hair going gray at the sides, sitting at a desk and smoking a cigar as he worked on something. As they watched, Maria Hill walked into view. Well, Maria with an expression on her face as though she'd seen a bad smell. Who is? Oh come on, Fury said when the man lifted his face to reveal the eye patch. In this universe, I explained. You're the descendant, the Nick Fury Jr. to this guy, who has been kept alive since World War II by an experimental drug. Enough, Fury said. How do we know this is all real? That it's not just some trick you've pulled off? Why would I tell this kind of lie? I asked. I'm from another universe. One where superheroes aren't running around. Apparently, one of the few where that is true, according to my scans. Hell, everything I know about this world is from Google and hacking. I had to learn quick so I didn't end up making mistakes in casual conversation. I switched to other views. A man with a giant pair of angular sunglasses was watching the sunset with a sword on his back and a flame-patterned cloak on his back. A giant robot was standing behind him, with two figures walking towards him. A red-headed man and woman in gender-swapped versions of the same brown-shaded clothes speaking to a young woman with black hair and red lips, wearing a white blouse and blue skirt. When the three turned to look curiously at the view screen, I switched away hurriedly. Another world, where three people were fighting against robots with skull-shaped heads, dozens of the steel monsters surrounding them. One of them was a man who wore a red cape and a blue outfit with a S symbol on the front as he fired heat beams from his eyes. There was a woman carrying a sword she used to impale one of the robots, wearing an outfit with a large golden piece of armor over her chest shaped like the letter W, her beauty as clear as her talent in war. The last could barely be seen, more of a black shadow among his more flamboyant comrades, only truly evident by the destroyed robots he left in his wake, simply a mass of darkness that moved like death. We're just one universe of many, I said, showing a world where a boy with white hair and green eyes in a black outfit with the letter D on it fought against a woman who looked like a green female genie, belly dancer outfit included. One of infinity, because the multiverse theory is true. And it's kinda awesome, knowing how unique we are in all this infinity. Then where is your world? Fury asked. I don't know, I said in frustration. I didn't fake it. All the power I had now, even with the pain I was fighting through, and I just couldn't. You don't know? Natasha asked, interrupting my thoughts. Feeling testy, I began to explain. Look, I switched the view over to where, according to my scans, my world should have been, the world with my nephew, with my parents and my crappy room. Instead, all that appeared was static. I got dropped into this universe, and now I can't find mine. Do you want to know something else? I can't find it at any point in its history. Any other universe, even the ones that are destroyed, I can at least view their pasts, but mine? It's just locked out to me. I've got an arc reactor, alien parts burning out, a device built by a mad genius like jury rig, and upgrade backing me up, but I can't pierce through whatever is blocking me. I shouted the last, enraged. It's not just that I can't get home, it's that I can't even fucking see it. I can't see my family, my friends, I can't find out how my mom is taking my disappearance. But no, I can fucking see the Teletubbies in their goddamn house eating fucking pancakes. The group stared at me before I switched off the viewer. I separated from the viewer, looking at Fury, then turned into a human again. So there it is, Fury. If you want, you can try to arrest me or whatever. But I was given the Omnitrix and just dropped into this world like a bad habit. All I'm doing is making the best of a bad situation. Everyone looked over at Fury. He eyed me for a moment. I'm going to have you write a full report. And we're going to still strap you to the lie detector. Oh come on. Tony said exasperatedly. Fury ignored him. You tell me everything you can possibly remember about your life, between your home universe and this one. I don't care if it's a girl who gave you funny feelings in middle school, tell me everything. When I opened my mouth to protest, he stopped me. The council and others will have questions about you. Questions I'll have to answer. So I'm going to give them answers. Fury eyed the machine. And destroy that. What? Clint asked in surprise. I wanted to see me being a badass again. Or see yourself turning evil, Fury said. Or Steve staying in the 40s and having a full life. Tony with kids. An infinity of possibilities, each as slightly possible as the next. Do you all really, and I mean really, want to spend the rest of your life staring into this thing, worried about the lives you might have had? The people you could have loved, who could have lived? Or to suddenly become suspicious of a friend because of the chance they might go bad the way some other version of them did? All the what-ifs. I was suddenly glad I hadn't shown them the ultimate Black Widow who had betrayed her team. Having those worlds just out of your reach? People go insane from regular paranoia. Hell, I'm an expert at it. If even thinking about the possibilities can make people do stupid things, what will being able to actually see them do? We looked over at the viewer. I thought of all of that for a moment. Yeah, that was. I think you're right, Steve said, sounding sad. As tempting as it is. Dial. Destroy it. I went over to the dimensional viewer and looked over at Tony. Nothing to say. Tony snorted when everyone looked at him. No, I've got enough issues with my problems in this universe. Besides, I can always make one for myself now that I know it's possible at all. We all thought about that. A moment later, feeling very nervous about working for Tony now, I waved at it. Well, I don't have to destroy it. I'm actually surprised it's still there, it should have dash. The dimensional viewer began to shake. Hawkeye said slowly. Should we leave the room, or dash? The machine pulled into itself and imploded with a sound like gravel exploding. Why is everything you make so weird? Natasha asked. I smiled just a bit. They have personality. I looked over the group. So, we good? Fury smirked. Not really. Not that I don't like you, but you just admitted you have no idea where you got the watch or who dropped you here, and I believe you on that. So I'll still keep an eye on you, simply because it's safer. Steve, Tony, and I all shared an exasperated look. But like I said, I think your heart's in the right place, and you're too useful to us not to bring in. And that's good enough for me. Well, if that was the best I was getting. So that makes me an Avenger. Tony grinned at that. There's the fanboy we all know. Is there even a protocol for new Avengers? Clint asked. So far, no, Natasha said, but with Dial, Sam, and Rhodey in the picture. We'll discuss it later, Steve said, turning and opening the door for us to exit. For now, I'd like to think on what we've seen. Natasha and Tony seemed to still at that, clearly thinking on that. Natasha's eyes flickered in the direction of where Bucky was being held before apparently dismissing the thought that prompted that. Tony rubbed his chin thoughtfully. And Steve sighed while we all filed out. Time has a talk with everyone out there. We have 10 minutes. Yes, Fury said. We're in for the hard part. He walked outside, his long coat flapping as the Avengers, and I followed in his wake. Several S.H.I.E.L.D. agents stepped aside, and soon an armed procession took spots along the wall. You all know your roles in this conversation. Now get changed. I want the Avengers at my side when I meet them, and I need you in costume for that. Later, in the men's locker room, Sam had joined us to put his own clothes on. Tony and Rhodey weren't in with us since their armor would just wear itself onto them in seconds, leaving Steve, Clint, Sam, and me. I was putting on my boots, the last part of my costume to go on when Steve came up and tapped me on the shoulder. Hey, he said. I'd like to talk to you in private real quick. Nodding as I tried to guess what this would be about, I finished tying my boots and went to join him in the back. Steve looked around to see if we were alone before speaking. You said doing that, looking between universes, hurt. I wanted to ask if you were okay. I'm good, I said. Just, doing that took a lot out of me. If it wasn't for the ridiculous power of the arc reactor, I wouldn't have been able to do it, and even then I drained the Chitauri armor pieces just to boot the system up. And holding open was like, you ever hold up an impossible weight while having a conversation? A couple of times, Steve said, reminding me just what kind of badass I was talking to. He sighed. And what you said, about being from another world. I think, in some way, I understand how you feel. Yeah, I realized. I guess you'd be one of the few. After all, I wasn't the only one who'd woken up in a world that was so similar and yet so different from home. It takes getting used to, Steve said with a smile. I'm still bad at it. But if you need help, I'm willing to talk. Same, I said warmly. Hell, you ever want to catch up with pop culture? I'm sort of an expert by now. Steve laughed. Well, I have been wondering about anime. When I went on ice we were still having issues with Japan. He scowled. Not that I approve of how that ended, of course. I winced at the thought of the 2 bombs that had ended that conflict. Yeah, well, that's why we're doing this, right? To stop anything like Pearl Harbor or the bombs from ever taking place again. He nodded thoughtfully at that. Soon, we were all dressed in our costumes, Rhodey joining us with Tony. Fury waited until we were all suited up before walking towards the conference room. I felt pretty badass walking through the halls with the group. There's an energy when you walk with superheroes like that all in costume, something I imagined groups of cosplayers felt something close to. We went in a sort of loose triangle formation. Iron Man and Captain America behind Fury on his right and left sides, respectively. Falcon was behind Captain America, War Machine behind Iron Man, bringing up the rear was Black Widow and Hawkeye, with Dial, me, in between them. It hadn't been as clear as right then that I was a superhero now. Dial. It had just been a random code name. Even my fights, as desperate as they had been at times, just felt like fights. Why would the scale change my feelings on it? But now, walking among the greats, having S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and personnel watch us as we walked by, their eyes filled with awe, it was pretty cool, but also, this is so weird, Sam noted to me as I walked closer to him. I know, I replied. I mean, it's also kinda awesome, but... My fellow newbie and I shared a glance and nodded when we saw we understood the same thing. It was cool, but it was also kind of alienating. Ironically so, considering the Omnitrix. We walked like that until we reached our destination, another conference room. This one was bigger than the last by a wide margin. And it was full of people and cameras, all surrounding a massive table in the center of the room. I took them all in, trying to remember who was who. The World Security Council, all of them sans Gideon Malik, who had gone into hiding when he'd been revealed to be Hydra, and Alexander Pierce, who was now imprisoned. 4 of them, Singh, Rockwell, Holly, and Yen, gave Natasha and Clint grateful nods, presumably for the 2 saving those members' lives. Phil Coulson, Victoria Hand, Richard Gonzalez, Tomasz Calderon, and Jennifer Weaver sat in a line. They all seemed friendly enough. There were also several holographic screens around the table. One had Maria Hill, clearly broadcasting and watching from the Triskelion. Another showed Matthew Ellis, President of the United States, an older man with graying brown hair and piercing blue eyes. The other screens also showed world leaders from other countries. England, Russia, France, China, Japan, Egypt, India, Pakistan. The whole UN was there. Fury circled around to the head of the table, the seat left open for him, and we followed. 2 other seats were open next to it, and Steve and Tony took those. There was a bit of nervousness in the room when Tony's seat let out a few creaks of protest under the weight of his armor, but it held. The rest of us stood behind them facing the rest of the room. I blinked when I realized that the way we had entered had me standing directly behind Nick, Natasha, and Rhodey on my right, Clint and Sam on my left. I crossed my arms and tried to look professional. Coulson was looking at Steve and Tony apologetically. Steve kind of smiled sadly, while Tony let the impassive look of his helmet speak for itself. The council sitting on the other side of the table eyed us. The whole room stilled. Ladies and gentlemen, Fury said simply, I'm not going to sugarcoat this. We are at war. At war with an enemy that has been hiding within our ranks like a parasite, chewing away at us. They were our friends, our fellow soldiers, even our leaders. Rockwell nodded firmly, scowling at the thought of Malik and Pierce, or so I guessed. Hydra. An old enemy, one we'd thought beaten. They tried to use helicarriers like the very one we are all standing on to finally take control of the world. I suddenly realized why Fury had chosen to use one of the helicarriers for this meeting. Luckily, with the help of many of you, S.H.I.E.L.D. has stopped them, and now we have them on the run. Hydra isn't finished though, make no mistake. Despite the Hercules app, despite agents, military, and law enforcement all over the world hunting them down, Hydra is fighting back. They're desperate. And desperate people tend to reach for weapons they would never use otherwise. Fury held up a hand when several of his captivated audience began to speak. I won't mince words either. While we may be holding up well, S.H.I.E.L.D. is in shambles. Not just that, but Hydra had its people everywhere. I've had reports of government officials, computer technicians, CEOs, and even a coffee barista with easy access to a Russian diplomat's daughter, all found out and arrested. We can't simply move on from this. S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra are teetering on the brink. I say we get ourselves together before they can. What exactly are you proposing? Councilperson Holly asked seriously. I agree, a person from one of the screens, the Russian president, said. What is it you want, Fury? Oh, it's not just me. Fury looked over at Steve. Rather than being put on the spot, Steve was ready. We've all come to a decision. Many of us agree that S.H.I.E.L.D., as it was, can no longer stand. We can't simply put it together again. S.H.I.E.L.D., it's done. And something new has to take its place. The room exploded. Carlson stared at Steve and Fury as though they had broken his heart. Hand was shouting at Fury, before turning on Rockwell. President Ellis was trying to speak, but he was drowned out by the Chinese president shouting in his language as Jarvis provided subtitles. The various S.H.I.E.L.D. agents around the room shared in the shouting. Fury raised a hand. I pressed down on the Omnitrix. I grew up several feet, gray fur sprouted across me, muscles rose across my form, my fingers became claws, and my mouth became a muzzle. Blitzwolfer? It was hard to control a howl like mine to just be pure noise, rather than destroying the room, but I managed to keep my long cry in control. When I was done, there were a lot of people staring in shock, but no one, not even Fury and those close to me, was deaf. I glared around the room for a moment as Steve began to speak again. This is necessary, he said softly. S.H.I.E.L.D. was compromised in a way no intelligence apparatus ever has before. We have resources, people, and allies, but we need to rebuild. Not just to fight Hydra either. What are you going to do? Tony said, drawing attention. The next time someone as smart as me shows up, and one of the Avengers can't stop him. Or if the next guy who gets a watch like mine, I added. Isn't as nice. What will happen? Fury asked, leaning forward into to rest his chin on his knuckles, his one eye panning around the room. When someone like Loki shows up again, and Thor isn't around to stop him. But more than that. Who will protect those who suddenly find themselves with gifts they can't understand? What do you mean? Tomash asked, confused. The world is becoming full of people like us, Steve said. People with gifts, whether exceptional intelligence, talent in combat, aliens like Thor, or those who have been given gifts due to circumstance beyond their control, like Banner. You want to protect people like that. One of the leaders said in disgust. Or like that, damned wolf. I held back a growl. People, Natasha said, drawing the room to her. That's the keyword. They're people. We're not saying we don't arrest people who do wrong. But we need to do more than just catalog people with abilities and tell them to sit tight and do nothing. We need to protect them from those who would do them harm, who would exploit them. People like Bucky Barnes, Tony said, surprising me. He didn't look around when those of us who knew the deeper implications of his words stared at him. He simply let that enigmatic mask keep him hidden. Or Carl Creel, I added. People like me. We know Hydra can brainwash people, that Loki has done it. Not just him, Carlson said. An Asgardian named Lorelei appeared on Earth a while back. We managed to stop her, but if she managed to control someone with powers, isn't that more of a reason to just stop people like that? The Russian president asked. Prevent them becoming a risk. Not when that person is innocent, Clint said. We don't believe people should be punished for the crime of being different. Some of these people just want normal lives. Some come from tough situations, or will want to protect others. We need to be more than just the wall between the world we think of as normal and the world we think of as weird. Steve leaned forward. That line doesn't exist anymore. It hasn't existed since I stood in New York City fighting alongside a Norse god and a man in a power suit against aliens coming out of a portal. The world is not normal, but we can still protect it. Keep the innocent safe, no matter where they come from. Now it was my turn. I leaned forward, over Fury. Everyone looked at me, the werewolf standing massively as my eyes glared at the audience. And if Hydra, if aliens, or even gods come here again, trying to exploit, rule, or kill us, then we will stop them. Earth will be defended, and all of our people as well. This isn't a threat, Fury clarified, not worrying about the wolf who was looming above him. But we are telling you what we believe we need to do. Together, we can protect this world. But S.H.I.E.L.D. needs to be rebuilt to do it. With all the damage Hydra has done to us. I looked around. We'd aimed for drama, for shock and awe to convince the room we were right. From the looks of it, it worked. Some people were still not on board. Cowlson still looked as though we'd killed his puppy, though Fury had told us he had some ideas about that. Councilperson Rockwell leaned forward. I think we might need to talk about this for a moment longer. But personally, I agree. He ignored the look some in the room gave him. I assume you have a proposal. Fury leaned back in his chair. Show what we got. Of course, sir, the former six said. Holographs appeared in front of all the people around the table, and I could see dignitaries on the screens around us being given tablets by their assistants. What you see there are just the bare bones of what I've written up, Fury said simply. Wait, is this real? President Ellis said, looking up from his tablet. You're stepping down as director. Everyone looked at Fury. He smiled a very sour and sad smile. Of course I am. No matter what happens, I will be the one who is blamed for this. That's not true, Hand said, her eyes soft behind her glasses. None of us realized or suspected anything for years. It doesn't matter, Fury said confidently. I was head of S.H.I.E.L.D. when it was revealed that Hydra infiltrated. And that's okay. I don't mind stepping down for someone new to take the reins, and I will not let my predecessors be blamed for this. I will step down, he smirked. Plus, I like the idea of history knowing me as the last director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Holds weight. Fury wasn't telling the whole story, of course. Just because he wouldn't be in charge didn't mean he was planning to stay out of the fight. But none of those he'd confided in said a word, me included. It was all part of the plan. Then who will replace you? The British Prime Minister asked. That's what we'll decide, Fury said. I have a list of candidates. But first, before I step down, let's figure out the new rules, shall we? I held back a groan when I realized I'd have to stand for a while they spoke. Still, we were on our way. January 13th, 2014. Later, the meeting was still going on. And by later, I meant I had left at around 2 a.m. as it continued to take a nap, only to wake up about 4 hours later to find they were still talking. With nothing to do, I took a shower, pulled my hair back, put on my supersuit, and went to one of the mess halls. The carrier had two, one of which was still being used as a makeshift brig for Creel and Bucky, since their special needs meant the actual brig wouldn't cut it. Davida had been put in there with them. Later I'd have to see about possibly fixing it so the brig could hold superhumans, but I decided to just go to get some food in me. When I stepped into the room, everyone stopped what they were doing to stare at me. I blinked at the sudden attention and waved. How's it going? A S.H.I.E.L.D. agent waved back weakly. I went to join the line for food. After a moment, people stopped looking at me, though glances were still thrown at me, especially at the Omnitrix. The line moved very quickly, people simply grabbing the various breakfast foods as fast as they could from the buffet-style setup. Feeling a bit ravenous, I grabbed a bagel, a donut, some eggs, and, feeling a bit nostalgic, was happy to see someone had made smoothies, of which I grabbed a strawberry one. I went to an empty table and sat down, eating quickly. Once finished, I grabbed another plate, then sat down to continue. Damn, someone said as they sat to join me. You can sure put it away, can't you? I looked up to see Sam and gave him a grin around a mouthful of turkey bacon. I haven't eaten in a while, dude. Same, Sam said, wearing his costume just like me. He swiped my donut and chuckled at the glare I gave him for it. Been a wild couple of days, huh? That's putting it lightly, I admitted. Kinda weird not needing to run anywhere for a bit. Sam smirked at that. We ate in silence for a bit, ignoring the looks we got dressed in our costumes, Sam with his jetpack and me with my Omnitrix. In fact, you don't have any clothes here, either, I asked Sam. He nodded. Yeah, and the S.H.I.E.L.D. stuff they had just doesn't feel right somehow, with everything that's going on. That was true. Somehow, with all the discussion on what to do next, wearing S.H.I.E.L.D. clothing felt weird. Excuse me. Sam and I looked up to see Fitz and Simmons looking at us. The British duo was standing with trays of their own, both smiling nervously. Simmons, the one who had spoken, waved at the empty table. I'm Gemma Simmons, I work with Agent Cowlson. I'm Leo Fitz, and I work with her, Fitz said nervously. Well, I mean, we both work for Agent Cowlson, do you mind if we sit with you? Sure, no problem, I said. If Sam doesn't mind. Go for it, Sam said. Grinning eagerly, Simmons sat down, Fitz next to me, Simmons next to Sam. Sam and I continued to eat. When we realized they weren't eating, we looked at the pair. Fitz was staring at Sam's wing pack and Simmons was staring at my Omnitrix. When they realized they'd been caught, Simmons laughed nervously. I'm so sorry, she said. It's just your weapons are so fascinating. Yes, I was researching your wing pack, Fitz said excitedly. And I noticed that you could increase the rigidity-flexibility ratio by changing the material to carbon fiber. Yeah, Tony said something about that, Sam said, apparently not knowing what to do about Fitz's enthusiasm. Tony Stark said that. Fitz asked excitedly, turning to Simmons. Did you hear that? Yes, you said the same thing another genius did, Simmons said dismissively, but with a very fond smile that Fitz returned. But that, she pointed at the Omnitrix. What is it? How does it work? I looked at the Omnitrix, then at Fitz and Sam. Sam shrugged. Hey, I'm curious too, man. Fitz nodded in agreement. Well, all right, I swiped my donut back from Sam and took a bite. Swallowing that, I was about to speak when Simmons interrupted me when she saw more people walk into the room. Wait, she said excitedly. Sky, Trip, over here. Sam and Fitz looked over as well. The pair walked over to join us. Trip had a wide smile on his face as he sat, Sky looking less excited. Look at you two, sitting with real Avengers now. More reserve Avengers, I admitted, Sam nodding. Still pretty cool, Sky said. What is your name? Simmons asked me. I mean, I know they call you Dial, but... At her leading pause, I answered. It's Mahmoud. Yes, Simmons said. He was going to tell us about the watch. Omnitrix, Sam corrected for me. He's really specific about that. Wait, Sky asked. You're the guy who made that giant diamond at the Triskelion. When I nodded, she looked at Sam. What was it like flying through that thing? Whoa, wait. Simmons said hurriedly. I want to hear about the watch first. I looked at Sam. He smirked at the lost look on my face. You first, man. Sighing, I put down my food and held out the watch. Okay, first off, I don't know who gave this to me or why. I mean, I knew who, but explaining Professor Paradox's dickery was too much trouble. Oh, Simmons seemed disappointed. But the watch imprinted its history into me, I said, Fitzsimmons seeming to perk up at that. So I know who created it. Azimuth, an alien scientist. Was he a famous weapon designer? Fitz asked. Not intentionally, I leaned back and sighed sadly. So, look. Azimuth was, well, he was brilliant. Smarter than any person in 3 galaxies, and more creative to boot. While his whole species, the Galvan people, were naturally more intelligent than almost any other species, he had this spark that none of the rest could match. But he had something even better than that. He was in love. Simmons, who had been listening avidly, suddenly smiled softly at that. Fitz looked over at her and smiled as well. The girl he loved was a scientist as well, a woman named Zenith, and someone he cared for deeply. One day, he went out on a date with her, and they saw the planets align in the skies above. When they aligned, Azimuth was inspired. What if, he thought to himself, I created a weapon that could tap into the fundamental forces of the universe. A weapon powered by existence itself. The thought consumed him, and he spent all of his time creating it. And that's when he created the Omnitrix. Fitz asked. No, I answered. He created Ascalon, a sword. What? Trip asked, confused. All that build up for a sword. Elegant, isn't it? I asked. All the power of the universe, in something so small. Zenith tried to warn him as he created it, but he ignored her, obsessed with creating his masterpiece. So, she left. And he never noticed. Simmons seemed crestfallen while Fitz was thoughtful. Azimuth finished Ascalon, and a warrior stole the weapon, hoping to use it to stop an eons-long civil war between the many factions on his homeworld. And when Azimuth saw the destruction of that world, saw how his creation turned a planet into an asteroid field with a single swing, he was devastated. Only then, did he realize what he had done, that he had sacrificed Zenith for nothing. I was really getting into the story now. So Azimuth hid Ascalon away and dedicated himself to peaceful sciences. He wanted to apologize, and he started on a creation that would show how sorry he was. Hoping that she would see how he had changed and one day she would return to him. The Omnitrix, Sky said, likely figuring out where this was going. It's not a weapon, not really. I extended my hand out. It's a tool meant for peace. Imagine being able to walk a mile in other species' shoes. To understand them because, in a way, you are them. An ambassador who understood all people, who could stand in their defense without judgment. But that was only part of it. Zenith, Simmons took hold of my wrist, staring at the Omnitrix. Azimuth wanted to prove he had learned his lesson. To prove he cared. Romantic, right? I said sarcastically. Instead, Azimuth failed. He made a tool for peace, and someone saw its potential for a weapon. Yeah, Fitz said sadly. That fits. Anytime someone just wants to advance science, someone else sees a shiny new bomb. That's part of why I like the idea of S.H.I.E.L.D. restructuring itself, I admitted, gently pulling my wrist. There are peaceful aliens out there. Ones like the Asgardians. Making alliances with them, furthering Azimuth's dream. I've done good work patrolling in New York City, and I want to do that later. But making the world, and possibly beyond, a better place is nice too. Oh, now that's a question. Fitz said. Can you turn into Asgardians? Like Thor. Now that would be awesome, Sky said. I mean, Thor is just. Sky sighed. So dreamy. Sky, Simmons said, sounding scandalized, a blush on her face. No, she's right, I admitted. I mean, we've all seen the pictures, and I'm comfortable enough in my sexuality to admit Thor is hot. We all thought about that for a moment. Well, Trip said, shaking his head. Now that you mention it, you two were in on this whole idea to rebuild S.H.I.E.L.D., right? I mean, you were in on it from the start. Well, yeah, I said. One of my aliens even created the Hercules app. Fitz and Sky seemed to become very focused on me all of a sudden. Fitz spoke first. Is there any chance that the app can make a mistake? Fitz, Sky said, sounding sad and frustrated. No, I mean, if it made some miscalculation, or discovered someone was not actually Hydra, maybe. I was already pulling out my phone. I placed it on the table, activating the Hercules app. Who was it you're asking about? Grant Ward, Fitz said hesitantly. I opened his file. Okay, Grant Ward. Recruited by John Garrett after he was arrested for trying to kill his parents and oldest brother in a fire. Hydra is very detailed in its filing, so, I sighed. I'd already known what I'd find. I passed my phone over to Fitz, who looked at it desperately. He flipped through the files, one by one, ignoring the pitying look Simmons was giving him. Fitz, Sky said. It's not true, Fitz said, his voice wavering. There must be something, right? Something, some proof. He didn't just die a traitor, there has to be some mistake, some reason dash. Fitz, Sky yelled. Ward was a traitor, okay, he got what he deserved. The cafeteria froze. Sky was breathing heavily. Fitz stared at her. After a moment, he tossed my phone back to me and stood up, walking away very quickly. Simmons went to follow, but Tripp put a hand on her shoulder. Give him time, girl, he said softly. Sky groaned, putting her face in her hands. I shouldn't have done that. Don't worry about it, Tripp said. We're all dealing with betrayal today. Looking around, I could see he was right. None of the SHIELD agents surrounding us seemed confused. Just understanding. So I said. Maybe we should meet up later. I asked. I know Tony wanted to talk to me about something. Invite Fitz along, we can all hang out. Not me, Tripp said easily. I'm meeting a friend. I'll try to get Fitz to come, Simmons said. I know he'll be excited. And I'll go too, Sky said. Maybe I can apologize then. I don't suggest it, Sam said. Stuff like that. It takes time, not apologies. Maybe talk him through it, but the fact is you were right. Well, maybe apologize for yelling, Tripp corrected. But yeah, give him time. You should still come through, I added. We're supposed to be doing something important, apparently. Although he said we were meeting on the business. I ended up kind of regretting inviting them when I realized what the something important was. You absolute son of a bitch, Tony icily. Stark, Carlson said serenely, trying to calm him down. No, don't start with that. You couldn't send a text, an email, a signal flare, Tony said, getting in Carlson's face. I mourned you, Carlson, I actually felt bad. And I appreciate that, Carlson said back. But we weren't exactly friends, Tony. We were allies, occasionally, when you weren't locking me out of the tower to avoid my visits, or pranking me like we were in high school. That's how I treat my friends, Tony said, looking offended. Rhodey never complained. He complained all the time. Carlson shouted back. What, you spied on him too? Tony scoffed. New flash, Tony. I am a spy. As the two quibbled back and forth at each other inside the bus laboratory, I looked around. The bus was a pretty cool-looking plane. The hangar door was down to let sunlight in, letting me see it in all its glory. A sweet red convertible was parked on the right side of the door, all sleek lines and leather seats, a beauty from an older time. The left side of the door held a big black SUV. Some stairs lead up to another floor, while a set of glass panels separated the cargo hold from the forensics and research lab we stood in. Sky, Fitzsimmons, Melinda May, Clint, and Natasha all watched the fireworks alongside me. I leaned in towards Natasha. How long is this going to go on? I whispered. I'm just wondering why we're here, she whispered back. He said this was important. Well, you know Tony, Clint said. He likes an audience. Drama queen, Melinda asked. Clint and Natasha nodded. This is why you should never meet your heroes, Fitz said sadly, getting a pat on the back from a sympathetic Simmons. Been working for me so far, I said. Clint and Natasha grinned at me, to which I could only helplessly shrug. Once a fanboy, Tony said, somehow perfectly cutting my thought off and completing it at the same time. Come to meet Agent. Apparently, Tony's nickname for Carlson was Agent. With a bit of confusion at how casual Tony was suddenly acting, I stepped forward, the others coming along. Agent, this is Dash. Dial, Carlson said, extending a hand to shake. Tony interrupted our handshake when I went to shake Carlson's. Don't interrupt me. This is Fanboy. He makes cool things and turns into giant things, but his wardrobe needs work. Natasha, my costume designer, raised an offended eyebrow. Okay, who've you got? Tony asked. Carlson, clearly used to Tony, waved at his own team. Melinda May, the pilot of the bus and one of the finest martial artists I've ever met. Charmed, Tony said. I'm not, Melinda returned coolly. Tony smirked at that. Carlson continued. This is Sky, a skilled hacker and someone who is training to be a SHIELD agent. Kinda useless now, Sky admitted, looking at Tony with a bit of awe. I just got the badge too. Keep it, Natasha said. Souvenir. Plus, history buffs love stuff like that. You still selling old Russian military gear? Clint asked. Natasha smirked, and Melinda surprised me, as well as her crew, by chuckling a little. Melinda smirked at them. You had to be there, was all she said. Okay, hearing that story later, Tony said, ignoring the looks the super spies gave him. How about the married couple? What? Fitz said, startled. Oh, we're not Dash. We're not a couple, Simmons said quickly. Yes, just friends. Close for years, but not a couple. Tony looked between them, then at Carlson. And Ross and Rachel do what on your crew? I blinked. Wait, Tony knew who they were. Why was he pretending otherwise? Carlson sighed before gesturing. This is Leopold Fitz. Fitz is my engineer, a weapons and tech expert. And this is Gemma Simmons, my biochemist, specializing in life sciences. Hello, Fitz said, waving a bit weakly. Tony eyed them both for a moment. Jarvis, bring it up. A hologram appeared in the back, hovering over a table. Fitzsimmons pointed at it. How did you dash? I'm Tony Stark, Tony said in answer, walking over to the table. I don't like you messing with my plane, Carlson said in annoyance. And I don't like wasting money on flowers, but I did it for your funeral, Tony shot back. How do you keep from hitting him? Melinda asked Natasha and Clint. Practice mostly, Natasha said with a smirk. I don't resist the urge at all honestly, keeps him honest, Clint stated proudly, leaning out of the way when Tony threw a pen at him. So, you guys made this? Tony asked, pointing at the hologram, which was a floating blue image of a gun shaped like a sniper rifle. Huh, I see you restored the data, Fitz told Sky. Carlson told me to do it, Sky complained. Fitz sighed. Yes, I made that. It's brilliant, Tony said. Fitz blinked, surprised. You think the night-night guns are brilliant? Hell yes I do, Ross, Tony said. Cool name for it by the way. Oh, Fitz responded. Well, they're calling it ICAR now. No, Tony said dismissively. Night-night gun, he turned to look at the hologram. A gun that fires a dendrotoxin bullet, knocking people out like that quickly and with no side effects. You both made it, right? Yes, Simmons said quickly. Yes we did, you see, the way we designed it was dash. And suddenly she was no longer speaking with words I could understand. Fitz immediately joined in and Tony responded. Fitzsimmons moved around the table and showed him a section of the hologram, the two so in sync it was amazing. Just as amazing was how Tony seemed to vibe with them, falling in step with their thinking and responding to it. Well, Carlson said. I suppose they're going to be at it for a while, he looked over at us. I suppose, I can show you the plane now. Not yet, Tony said suddenly. He walked up to look Carlson in the eyes. I still have more to say to you. Carlson and Tony looked at each other a moment longer. After a bit, Carlson nodded and walked towards a back room, Tony following. Simmons said nervously. Should we go with them? The door slammed behind Tony. Apparently not, Fitz said. Melinda looked at Clint and Natasha. They both shook their heads, and Melinda nodded. Apparently, spies had their own body language. Well, I suppose we have some time, Simmons said. Yes, Fitz looked over at me. Can we scan your Omnitrix? Maybe open it up and study it. Please, Simmons asked cutely. I promise, we won't break it. How invasive are the scans going to be? And do I need to take it off? I hesitated. Also, what are the chances you'll activate something that will blow us all up? Simmons and Fitz chuckled dismissively. Oh no, we're very good at studying alien technology, I think we'll be fine. I thought about that. After all, the Omnitrix had a universal self-destruct in it. One I was very scared to activate since I was one of the assholes who lived in the universe. How about instead I tell you how it works? They did not seem satisfied at all with that. Before they could say anything, I spoke again. Also, just scans. No touching buttons or taking it apart. No putting lasers on it. I rather feel you're being insulting, Fitz said with a scowl. Remember how smart I said Azimuth was? This thing makes most other alien tech, maybe all of it, obsolete. I know it's insulting, but it is the truth. You're very smart caveman studying a supercomputer, I admitted. One owned by a very dumb caveman. We're all dealing with a piece of tech so advanced I can only turn into 10 out of the over 1 million aliens on it. Let's not tempt fate. Everyone looked at the watch. Fitz finally sighed. Okay, well, scans only. And you'll tell us about it. Nodding, I began to speak. Tony Stark/genius, billionaire, playboy, philanthropist. Tony stood with Carlson in the tight space of the room and glared at Carlson. In all his life, he'd rarely been this angry. The closest was when Obadiah Stanair revealed that he had been selling weapons to terrorists, which rested firmly under finding out his parents had been murdered. Tony, why are you dash? You were my friend, Tony said suddenly. I mean, I know I'm not friendly. But Pepper cried when she found out you died. Her and your girlfriend, they still talk about you. Tony shook his head. Does she know you're alive? Carlson stilled. No, she doesn't. You absolute prick. Tony, I actually did die. I wasn't faking. My heart stopped. My brain function was gone. Hell, we're still trying to understand how I was brought back dash. Yeah, I know. Dial brought up the files for me, the billionaire said. Carlson stopping in surprise. I don't care. You came back to life. You had months to talk to one of us, you asshole. They stared at each other. Finally, Carlson sighed and leaned against the wall behind him. You're right. I should have let people know. Not the whole world, but people, he admitted. I'm sorry, Tony. Tony shook his head. Not good enough. What? Carlson said, finally annoyed. I want those three outside to work with me. Carlson blinked in surprise. You want what? Sky, Ross, and Rachel. I don't care if they work for whatever this new club Fury and Steve are building is at the same time. But I've read the team files. The stuff they've done, hacking into S.H.I.E.L.D. with a laptop, creating a counter serum to the centipede formula, curing a Chitori virus. They can do a lot more under me than they can with S.H.I.E.L.D. I want to work with them. That's what I want in return. Tony, you realize that Sky and Fitzsimmons make their own choices, Carlson said. Then let me ask them, Tony said. Take them to my labs, show them what I can do for them. Wait, was all this anger because you wanted to borrow my experts? Carlson asked. Tony shrugged. Not at first. I'm still pissed at you, but I'm planning something. Something big. I've got Dial on board. And Bruce. But I've seen what your team can do, and I think they can do even more. Should I be worried? Carlson asked. Not really, Tony crossed his arms. But you owe me more than an I'm sorry. They aren't commodities for me to trade, Stark. I'm not saying they are, Carlson. I'm just saying I think they can do some real good with me. But I know they're your team, so I'm asking permission. Tony smirked. But like I said, you do at least owe me. Like I said, they don't need my permission, Carlson said. Hell, I'm not even sure I'll have a job once Fury's done. But let them know that whatever their choice, they still have a place on whatever team I end up on. Whether they work for you at the same time or not. Tony nodded. Now, let's talk about the other stuff you owe me. Carlson rolled his eyes. Mahmoud /dial. Fitz ran a device over my wrist as Simmons and Sky watched. May, Clint, and Natasha had all gone upstairs to talk about spy stuff, I guessed. So yeah, I said. The codon stream is what allows the Omnitrix to do its thing. All the genetic information the Omnitrix can access exists in that stream. Well, Fitz said, it is giving off some very odd readings. If this is accessing another dimension for power, that would explain it. Can you turn into an alien? Simmons asked. That may give us new readings. I blinked. Yeah, okay, I thought about it, then tapped the watch. In seconds, I'd become Diamond Head with my proud battle cry. Funny, for some reason I was really starting to prefer Diamond Head over Blitzwolfer. Weird, but I went with it. Whoa, Sky said softly, staring up at me. You're big and shiny. Yeah, I get that a lot, I said. Oh my, Simmons said, walking up to look at me as Fitz stared. And this means your DNA has changed as well. Yeah, I said. I wonder. Fitz moved around. I can sense some sort of energy from you. I raised a hand palm upwards and made a crystal sprout from it. Fitz stared at his scanner, then looked at the crystal I'd sprouted. And that energy made the crystal grow, at a guess. Does that contain your DNA? Simmons asked. It's quite beautiful. I released the crystal and rested it on the table. Sky backed away from it nervously. There's no chance you have any diseases or anything, is there? Sky asked. I mean, the last time we interacted with an alien thing carrying a virus. Simmons stared at the crystal I'd created with sudden fear when she realized what Sky was implying. Fitz stepping further back from me. I wouldn't worry, I said simply. I've been turning into aliens for weeks without anyone getting sick. Besides, I'm more worried about my human form getting sick. I got the sniffles 1 week, and Swampfire couldn't control his powers. Really? Simmons said, stepping closer to the crystal. So your human form's health has some effect on the aliens then? Can you turn into another one? Fitz asked politely. For some reason, I can't understand some of these readings. I might be able to help with that actually, I said, tapping the Omnitrix. Upgrade. I leaned forward and poured into Fitz's scanner. Whoa, what the dash? Fitz freaked out and dropped me, stepping back. I released a loud beeping noise as my tiny body hit the floor. I grew legs from the bottom of my oblong body and rose up, looking around while blinking with an eye made from the scanner's port. Feeling a bit dramatic, I grew arms and waved at the three. He's so cute. Simmons cried happily. Yeah, still a 27-year-old man, I reminded her with my green circuits glowing with every word. Whoa, Sky lowered to look at me. What does that feel like? I mean, mixing with technology. Like reinstalling your third lung, I said, getting confused blinks. Hold on 1 second. I think I can make the scanner better. You mean you can improve technology permanently? Fitz asked. Yeah, but I don't seem to be that good at it, I admitted. Some of my aliens mesh better with my personality than others do. But here, I rose up and separated from the scanner, becoming a giant non-ite goo monster once more and passing the scanner to Fitz, who looked at it. Try it now. Fitz turned it on and seemed staggered by what he was seeing. Gemma, look at these readings. I know, Simmons said excitedly, staring at the computer that was receiving the scanners. Just then, Tony and Carlson walked back into the room. I turned into my human form as they joined us. Fitz, Simmons, Tony would like to speak with you, Carlson said, looking around. Where's May? May went upstairs with Black Widow and Hawkeye, Sky said with a grin. Seriously, how cool is that sentence? Fangirl, Tony coughed. When Sky glared at him, he smirked. Sorry, my cough interrupted me. I called you Fangirl. Let's go join them, Carlson said, guiding Sky and me away. Smiling, we all went upstairs as Tony and Fitzsimmons continued to talk science at a rapid pace. What's it like? Sky asked me later. We were sitting on the top level of the plane, resting on plush seats around a table. Carlson, May, Clint, and Natasha were sitting a bit away from us, joking around and reminiscing, which left Sky and me to talk. But man, the bus really was a nice plane. For something owned by S.H.I.E.L.D., I was kind of jealous of all the soft chairs, the bar, and all the other amenities. What's what like? I asked, sipping at my orange juice. Oh come on, Sky said, sounding excited. Turning into aliens. What does it feel like? I grinned at her. Oh man, it's a total blast. I mean, it's weird. Some of my aliens are just plain crazy. But some of them. I thought of Diamond Head's incredible strength and power, flying as Astrodactyl, zooming through the city in a blur as Fast Track. There is nothing like it in the world. Knowing at any second, I could just tap my wrist and get a few minutes to do things no one else can. Man, Sky leaned back, staring at the Omnitrix with a smile. That sounds really fun. You have no idea, I admitted. Okay, now you're rubbing it in. Just a bit, I said with a grin that she returned. You ever think of letting other people try that out? She asked. I shrugged. All the time. Sometimes as a possible strategy, sometimes just to let someone try. You can't take that off. I can, I said. But no one else can. Once it's on, I'm the only one who can wear it. Can I try? Sky asked. I scoffed. No way. This is my super awesome alien watch. Stingy? Sky teased. I nodded slightly, watching as she slowly drank the brown alcohol in her cup. She didn't strike me as someone who drank often, but apparently, she'd needed it. I looked over at the group of super spies. Carlson and May were drinking the same alcohol that Sky was. May seemed tense, the older Asian woman engaging in the conversation only in the sense that she was sitting close to it. Carlson was talking, but it didn't feel real, somehow, like he was going through the motions. Sky was the same way, like she was trying to distract herself and failing desperately. Well, shoot. I had a distraction that few in the world could match. I got up and held a hand out to Sky. Hey, you want to see something cool? She blinked up at me. What? Something cool? It really put things in perspective for me, and I think you'll enjoy it. Granted, every human on Earth would enjoy it, but, I mean, are we even allowed to leave? She asked, still taking my hand and rising up as I pulled her along. I ignored the confused looks I got from the super spies. If anyone tries to stop me, I'll try to unlock way big and throw them into the horizon, I said, moving towards the hangar. You do not have an alien called that, she said, giggling. That's so dumb. Yeah, well, if you saw him you'd understand. I took a moment to feel offended on Ben's behalf. I liked the aliens' names. We went down the stairs and I poked my head in on Tony, Fitz, and Simmons still discussing things at a rapid pace, now looking at the scanner I had modified. Hey, guys. The three looked over at me. Sky and I are stealing a Quinjet. Sky gave me a startled look. Wanna come? What? Fitz said, shocked. Hell yes. Tony said, delighted. Absolutely not. Simmons said at the same time, horrified at the idea in a way that made me smile a little wider. Hermione Granger would have loved Simmons. Yeah, Sky said, letting go of my hand. I'm not so sure about Dash. Hey, Fury, I said into the Omnitrix's comm link. X, connect him to the speakers. Of course sir, X said. Dial, Fury said, annoyed. This better be quick. I'm stealing a Quinjet with Tony and some of Carlson's people, I said simply. Fury sighed in annoyance but didn't really seem to care. Well, we were thinking about redistributing some of our resources. Sure, it's yours? What? Dial, I may be suspicious of you, but I'm also grateful, Fury said simply. You were essential in saving S.H.I.E.L.D. resources, and especially personnel. Many of my people are alive because of you and the Avengers now. You've more than earned a Quinjet. So go ahead, pick one and have X let me know which you took. Fly safe. With that, Fury hung up, leaving us all in shock. I mean, I had a Quinjet now. Holy shit. Wait, had Fury done that just to mess with me? Or was he honestly grateful despite all his suspicions? Whatever, I had a Quinjet. Looks like you have a Quinjet now, Tony said, somehow reading my mind, and rushing out of the lab. So where we going? What is going on? Someone said upstairs. I looked up to see Clint leaning on the railing above, looking down at us. Fury told me to come babysit you, and that he gave you a Quinjet? Was he kidding? I knew that he couldn't just let us have this. Tony groaned in annoyance, but I just grinned, feeling a bit giddy and confused all in one. Yeah? Can you believe it? I mean, what the hell, right? Come with us. What exactly has you so excited? Clint asked curiously, bypassing the stairs to simply hop over the railing. Yeah, seriously, Sky asked, sounding a bit weirded out. Okay, I said, raising my hands up. Yesterday, I saw something amazing, something so beautiful it took my breath away. Damn, you just met her, Tony said, looking between Sky and I. Granted, I don't blame you, but... Sky grinned at Tony. Heh, that's an ego boost for me. Will you all just come on? I said, looking over at Fitzsimmons, who still looked hesitant. Look, I promise, it is going to be awesome. Moments later, I was merged with a Quinjet again, upgrades, incredible powers being put to use. My Quinjet. Seriously, I loved Fury. For all his suspicion, gifting me with a Quinjet in return for saving S.H.I.E.L.D. made him my hero. As of then, I had flown into space once more. This time, I turned the bottom of the aircraft transparent to show the world below. Man, Clint said slowly, sitting on the transparent floor and staring down at Earth. She really is beautiful. Fitzsimmons, Sky, and Tony were staring at the same view, while I was using my cameras and sensors to do the same. We were floating over the East Coast now. The East Coast of the United States, that is. I can't believe we're actually watching this, Sky said softly. It's so pretty, Simmons said brightly. Look at the way the clouds are forming to the north. Do you think Dash? Possibly, Fitz replied. But of course Dash. Yes, that might happen, Simmons agreed. To my surprise, Tony suddenly cut in. I don't think so. Look, the winds are clearly breaking up the clouds as they go south. Fitzsimmons both stared for a moment before nodding simultaneously. Oh yes, that's quite right, Simmons said. God, there are 3 of them, Sky said, sounding more happy than annoyed. Still, it's very pretty. Fitz shook his head. This is unbelievable. I mean, we're in space. I know. Simmons giggled. Earth's small, Tony said, sounding very different from his usual self. I mean, obviously it's not small, but Dash. No, I interrupted. She's small, beautiful, and so, I didn't say anything else. Until you're up there, watching home spin below you among the beauty of the stars, Earth never seems real as a concept. You can know, intellectually, that you live on a tiny piece of the universe in a far bigger part of it. But it's only when you see her in all her glory that the concept of it really hits you. We floated there for a while before Clint sighed, looking over towards the sun. This is pretty crazy, man. How fast are you like this? Not light speed fast, I admitted. But give me time. I think I can make things better. Not just upgrade them temporarily, but permanently. How fascinating, Simmons said, looking around at the black and green interior of the ship. And you said you're a species made of nanites? That's how you improved the scanner back in the lab. Yeah, I said through the Quinjet's internal speakers. Well, the speakers I had made. And how much can you change? Fitz asked. What's it like? Not a lot of ways I can explain it, but upgrade is really damn versatile. Oh, here, I raised a podium in front of Sky, who blinked when it opened on top to reveal a keyboard and screen. Check it out. I can make computers. Can your nanites be replicated? Simmons asked. I've got theories about that, Tony said. You guys are really ruining the experience, Clint noted, looking over as Sky began typing at the computer I had made her with great enthusiasm. I could feel her sending a message to Carlson, who didn't respond. Well, the experience is going to be over in a bit, I admitted, a familiar red beep coming from the Omnitrix symbol. Clint and Tony froze. Sky and Fitzsimmons looked over at them, understanding something was wrong. Tony said. These things are airtight, right? Clint didn't seem to know. With a final beep, I appeared in the back of the Quinjet in human form. The transparent floor became black metal again. More importantly, the artificial gravity I had been creating disappeared, leaving us all to begin to float. It was airtight, but I just made it more so, I admitted, spinning in the air to look at everyone. Time as goop left me well adjusted to floating. The Quinjet isn't quite a spaceship, but it will get us to home and the engines should be a lot faster now. Oh thank God, Fitz said with a sigh, floating to grab at his seat so he could strap himself down. Clint rose up, pulling his floating form over to the cockpit. Seriously, what is with that thing's random timing? I think we were up here for about 12 minutes this time. It may be some sort of failsafe. Fitz yelled towards the front as Clint sat down. Hawkeye, sir. Call me Clint. Fitz grinned at that. Today has been weird, Sky said, looking at me when I sat down. Seriously, I'm hanging out with 3 Avengers in space. Excuse me, Tony said, smirking. 2 Avengers. Fanboy here is a reserve member at best. I can kick the ass of every other Avenger in the right form though, I mumbled. Tony grinned, not disagreeing. Fanboy? Sky asked as Clint turned the ship towards the Earth. Oh, you didn't know? Tony asked, looking mischievous. I'm his favorite Avenger. You mispronounced Black Widow, I sniped. I distinctly remember saying, Black Widow is my favorite Avenger. All that leather really does it for ya, huh? Sky asked me. She smirked at the betrayed look I gave her. So, back to the rendezvous. Clint asked, flying down. Hey, Jarvis. Tony asked. Are they still talking about what was it? International border laws, sir, Jarvis said. God, please keep me from politics, Tony said, an ironic statement from the man whose involvement with such in the comics caused a civil war. Yay, let's not. Hey, let's go to my place. I want to show you guys the labs. Wait, at Stark Tower? Fitz asked. It's the Avengers Tower now, Clint responded from the pilot's seat. Shush Legolas, I'm talking. Tony tossed something at Clint, who easily dodged it. What do you say Ross and Rachel, wanna see my toys? The pair seemed to glow with happiness. Oh yes Dash. We would very much like Dash. If it's not too much trouble Dash. How about you, Fangirl? Tony asked Sky. Sure, she said brightly, not bothered by the name. Keep the good times rolling. I hid a smile. Maybe they'd have to face it later. But for now, I'd managed to distract the 3. And that was good enough. Cool, I'll introduce you to Bruce. Bruce Banner. Fitzsimmons yelled in unison. Author's note, one interesting thing about this story is that I have to deal with some things I never expected, one of them being the science side of things. Characters like Diamond Head, Upgrade, Goop, they all exist in a state that would be a dream for normal scientists to study. I'm not sure it's possible to state how, say, the study of Diamond Head's biology would change the world. Hopefully I conveyed that well. Also, I'd absolutely visit space every second I could if it was as easy as tapping the Omnitrix. The only reason I wouldn't do it as Astrodactyl is the fear I'd be changed back in the atmosphere. Such an honor, sir, Simmons said excitedly, shaking the hand of the man in front of her. Oh, yes, Fitz said, pushing in for a handshake as well. You are just so brilliant. Your thesis on radiation physics dash, and on the biological ramifications, on the ways that it could improve medicine. Simmons continued. Changed our lives. Fitz finished, waving his hands in emphasis. Your papers are still taught at the Shield Academy. Fitz seemed to realize something. Well, we're taught I suppose. The man looked between them, looking befuddled but pleased. Well, thank you. Always good to be known more for my work rather than, you know. Bruce couldn't help but look saddened for a moment. Seriously? Tony asked, annoyed. Why weren't they like this for me? Because you're a billionaire scientist, and Bruce is a regular scientist, Clint supplied. You're not as classy. I'm classy, Tony said, feigning like he was hurt by that. If it helps, I still like you, Sky said, grinning. Tony looked between them, annoyed. Seriously, I don't get as much respect as I deserve. I ignored them to take a good look at Bruce Banner. The Incredible Hulk. Seriously, the damn Hulk. So freaking cool. Granted he wasn't the rage monster right now, but he also wasn't some stereotypical string bean people assume most scientists were. He actually was very well built, likely a byproduct from being on the run from the US military for so long, with curly black hair and some beard scruff that was going a bit gray. He wore a simple sweater and blue jeans and seemed nervous, but happy to speak with Fitzsimmons. I looked around. Damn, you really went all out making this place, I said to Tony. He smirked, looking around. Like it? I wanted it to have all the bells and whistles. I could get used to it, Sky said. The room of the tower we were standing in was massive, the sort of place with so many zeros on its price tag it would make me pass out at the mere thought of spending so much. It had a fancy bar on one side of the room, black tiles on the floor everywhere, plush leather couches, and a second floor visible from the first. The place looked like a nightclub. I walked over to a nearby window and looked out on New York City. Tony and Sky followed me, Clint opting to go upstairs so he could have a view of everything. Great view, right? Tony asked casually. Yeah, Sky stared out at the buildings and streets of the city. I think I can see my favorite coffee shop right over there. That's my old warehouse, I think. I pointed out into the city. I was squatting over there. I miss that warehouse. Tony snorted. Yeah, well, you moved up in the world, pun totally intended, so don't go shedding tears about it. Sky. Simmons called out, getting her friend's attention. Come to look at this. She gave us an apologetic look before going to join her friends. As she did, Tony looked over at me. What do you think? It's nice. Thanks for the invite by the way. Wasn't as spontaneous as it seemed, Tony admitted. Carlson wanted his team to have a good time. You deciding to steal a Quinjet just made it easy. I looked over at Tony, surprised. He shrugged. I was always planning on taking you, Ross, and Rachel with me. And I know Fury was trying to find some way to show you some appreciation. Fury isn't exactly rainbows and sunshine, but he knows to be nice even when he's a paranoid asshole. And Carlson? I asked. Was he in on it? He gave me permission to talk to them, Tony admitted. But I'm the one who has to convince them working with Bruce, you, and I is a good idea. Tony, I said, suddenly suspicious. What is it that you're planning? Even if S.H.I.E.L.D. is rebuilding, even with the Avengers, we might not be enough, Tony said. I want to make something to help us protect people. Something that can stop threats before they start. To prevent anything from space coming near us without getting vetted. I thought about Ben 10, about the plumbers, and the time a species of frog people had attacked. They'd had to work around something to do it if I remembered correctly. Hell, wasn't the plot of the third Men in Black movie based around something like that? And then there were the Mac guns from Halo, big cannons that could shoot a ship to pieces that were left in orbit. Plus, it was time I make something to prevent people like Davida from mind controlling me again. I have some ideas about that, I told Tony. Yeah well, hopefully, your little red guy can make them, Tony said. By the way, I want to test you with something. First, Tony put a hand on my shoulder and guided me to the others. When we joined them, Bruce was listening as Simmons enthusiastically spoke about something. As we came closer, my Omnitrix beeped, surprising me, but when I looked down at it, the watch was normal. Wondering why it had done that, I focused on Bruce, who seemed amazed. A disease that can spread through electromagnetic shock. Bruce asked her. When Simmons nodded, he grinned. That is fascinating. I mean, dangerous, but if you could use that system to transfer cures dash. We managed to suspend the cure in a mineral-based solution that could give it to her with an electrical shock, Fitz said. But we couldn't figure out if other cures could be spread that way as well. Weren't you guys talking about it being a way to transfer cures over the internet? Sky idly asked. That would be incredible, Bruce said in amazement. Cures that could be stored as data? The number of people that could be saved with that, being able to send cures to people with the press of a button. Yes, but we've had trouble with it, Simmons admitted. Without more samples of similar diseases we haven't been able to see if other cures could be created, and our attempts to make such vaccines with samples of Earth diseases have come to a standstill. I'd like to see your research if you don't mind, Bruce asked. Fitz and Simmons looked like they had never heard of something more wonderful. Well that works out, Tony said, getting everyone's attention. I want Jury Rig to take a look at something. Jury Rig? Bruce asked. Oh, right, I guess you haven't heard, Tony said with a smile. Turns out you aren't the only guy who can turn into giant monsters dash. Tony. Someone said. We all turned to see a woman walking into the room. She was wearing a black dress that fit her tall and thin frame very well, had red hair in a high ponytail, and freckles across her nose. She walked over to us, smiling. Happy walked in behind her and gave me a light glare that I returned with a sigh. Jarvis told me you brought company, the woman said. Tattletale, Tony said to the air. She asked why a Quinjet was parked on the roof, Jarvis informed Tony. And I'm sure she broke you after hours of torture, Tony said. Okay, well, these are Fangirl, Ross, Rachel, and Dash. The hacker, Happy said. Wait, you know me? Sky asked, surprised. You hacked us too, the woman, Pepper Potts at a guess, said, while Happy frowned. Sky looked around. No, seriously, how many holes are there in my security? I mean, I get fanboy, but fangirl too, Tony asked, annoyed. Anyways, this is Happy Hogan, my forward of security, and Pepper Potts, the real CEO and my girlfriend. On days when he isn't running around the world without telling me, Pepper said, shaking my hand then moving on to the others. Tony waited until she had been fully introduced before looking between Bruce and Pepper. Guys, I need to talk to you about something. Happy, can you show them to the labs? My personal one. Happy, Pepper, and Bruce seemed shocked. Happy looked at Sky and I, Tony, are you sure? Yes, Tony was uncharacteristically serious. Now, I need to talk to Pepper and Bruce. I gave the others an awkward look that was returned. Happy led us away as Pepper gave Tony a worried look. Steve Rogers / Captain America. Steve watched calmly as Fury worked the room. In all of his interactions, Steve had never thought of Fury as a politician. But he turned out to have a real skill at it, speaking calmly and with real control, taking over the conversations. Fury wasn't smooth, and he wasn't passionate. He simply spoke in a way that demanded attention. Fury still managed to get annoyed when a woman named Senator Ellen Nader once again tried to intrude on the discussion. Granted, ever since the politicians of the countries invited to the discussion were informed of the change, a few controversial suggestions had been brought up, one man even requesting that the Avenger be put on call to put down political dissidents. But Ellen Nader was a special sort of obsessed. She was glaring out from one of the hollow screens and had once again interrupted the discussion. Senator Nader, Fury said, for the last time, Dial and Thor are not simple aliens, they are allies, as are the Asgardians. Hell, Dial is 100% human and simply uses technology that turns him into aliens. Now, I have plans to begin equipping our forces to combat any extraterrestrial threats that come knocking on our doorstep again. How can you do that when you invite the aliens to join your ranks? Nader said firmly, the young Indian-American woman frowning. We can't simply expect them to see our people as being as important as their own. Dial is human, Steve reminded her. And Thor helped us against a problem his brother caused, Nader said angrily. And Dial can only barely be considered human since he apparently changes his species the way the rest of us change shirts. How can we be assured he will stay our ally? What if one day Asgard decides we might be worth invading? What if, when we need our most powerful allies, we've already driven them away? Steve said, rising up to eye her. Senator Nader, these questions you're asking come from fear, and it's understandable to feel that fear. But Thor is not just an alien, he is my friend and ally, someone who put their life on the line when they could have walked away. Thor has done it 3 times in fact. Including the time when he brought the Dark Elves, Nader scowled. No, he didn't, Carlson said, drawing the attention of the room. The Dark Elves were coming all along. Thor helped stop them. That situation is not proof for your argument, it's the proof against it. When an alien enemy came to attack our world, an alien ally came to our defense, as did some of our world's best scientists. Victoria hand nodded. And let us not forget, a massive portion of the meeting has been dedicated to making sure this new organization can defend the Earth even from Asgardians. The world's best scientists, engineers, and tacticians will be working around the clock to develop the tools and the people to stop the threat. Nader shook her head. I still disagree with the idea that we do anything to teach and protect powered individuals. What if, by harboring and protecting them, we only give them the outlet to become our new rulers? First, we work to prevent that very thing, Fury said. Second, we take them down if we can't. And if Thor decided to do it? Nader asked. What if the God of Thunder decided to become our god once more? Can we simply decide it won't happen? Steve shook his head. Not at all. But in the end, we aren't dealing with that sort of situation. The men and women we are currently at war with are all humans. Sure, they are using alien technology like the Chitauri armor, or empowered individuals like Davida or Creel, but the masterminds are human. We need to accept that the issue of who to trust must be seen on a case-by-case basis, not based on where they were born or how they are different. Yes, they may be a threat, but immediately assuming they are is a mistake that could cost valuable allies. Nader shook her head and seemed to prepare to attack once more. Steve smiled on the outside and groaned on the inside. He really was not made for politics. Mahmoud Sheikh/Dial. Tony Stark's lab, Sky said later, staring around with wide eyes. We stood side by side, looking around at a place I'd only ever seen in comic books and cartoons. She looked at me. You know I tried visiting the tower before. Really? I asked, surprised. Well, I didn't get a guided tour or anything, Sky admitted. I mostly stood outside in Kostua, I grinned at the harried look she gave me at her near admittance. According to Happy, the whole top floors of the tower were dedicated to the Avengers. The place we'd left behind was the lounge area. The lab we stood in now was Tony's, with another for Bruce and one more for guest scientists and researchers. Fitz and Simmons were walking around with a look of absolute glee in their eyes as Sky, Happy, and I watched them. There were pieces of armor and robotics everywhere, a couple of fancy-looking cars in the back, and a main table in the center. More importantly, however, were the dozens of broken Iron Man suits surrounding us. How did he make so many? Fisk asked, amazed as he looked at one helmet that kind of reminded me of the Hulkbuster, but where the Hulkbuster suit was red this helmet was silver and blue. That plus the tears and rips where it had been blown all to hell. And why? Tony kind of went through a phase, Happy said. He ended up making around 30 of them. Damn, Sky walked up to one of them. And he just destroyed them all. Like I said, he went through a phase, Happy looked at me. Any idea what he wanted you to do? I know what I want to do, I admitted, thinking of Pepper and her comic book counterpart. Although we have to wait. What did he need to talk to Pepper and Bruce about? Happy asked me as Simmons leaned over to look at the remains of a chest plate. Agent Phil Coulson is alive, I stated with some hesitance. Happy's eyes widened. He seemed to understand the meaning behind that, based on the way his mouth opened and closed like a goldfish's. Finally, he sighed. I miss when the world made sense. That day never existed, I said sadly. The multiverse was always crazy. We just had ignorance protecting us before. People walking into the room took my attention. I looked at Tony, Pepper, and Bruce as they walked in. Clint didn't join, and I wondered briefly where he had gone. Everything all right? I asked with some concern. Pepper's eyes were red, and she clenched a napkin in an angry fist, but she managed a hesitant smile. Yeah, everything's okay. Tony sighed. Okay, fanboy, come with me. Bruce, show the nerd crew what we've got, will you? On it. Bruce stepped forward as I followed Tony, Pepper staying behind. Tony led me to an elevator and waited until we'd gone down a couple of floors before speaking. The first time I killed someone was in a cave. I leaned against the wall of the elevator. I did it using my power suit, the first one. I try not to let it bother me. I killed a lot more people afterward, guys who deserved it. And I look for distractions all the time. Sometimes though, you need help. I sighed. I thought maybe if I could help Coulson's team, maybe I'd also distract myself. Yeah, you weren't exactly subtle about it, Tony said. I wouldn't suggest talking to Bruce about it though. I tried, but he just falls asleep. Bruce is a therapist. I asked, confused. I mean, considering the green elephant in the room dash. No, he isn't, Tony scowled. He falls asleep when he tries. But I have a good one, on retainer. I'm planning to hire other ones. Coulson recommended a guy, so if you need one, let me know. I nodded. Thanks, Tony. He smiled. Well, don't thank me now. I'm only using you for your brains. I laughed as the doors opened. Come on, I'll show you your room. I get a room? I asked, surprised. You did say you were homeless. Pepper pushed you to do this, right? I can do things without my girlfriend pushing me. Anyways, we'll go back upstairs afterward. The elevator opened and we walked out into the hallway. When we got to the room that Tony had offered me, we found a surprise. Barton? Tony asked. Clint Barton was sitting on a couch in front of a TV, playing video games. Some kind of Grand Theft Auto clone, based on the fact he was being chased by the army. He looked up and smiled at us. Hey guys. Don't hey guys me, Tony said, annoyed. Get your feet off that table, it's worth more than decades of your salary. You haven't seen my salary. Clint put his feet down and kept playing the game. So you're giving the kid a room. How did you know that? I asked, confused. He just told me 5 seconds ago. Spy, Clint said, pointing at himself. Tony scowled. Yes, I am. But you ruined it. Tony took my arm and pulled me away. Jarvis, check the room for bugs and let me know next time Clint does something sneaky. Yes, sir, Jarvis said. Fanboy, delete his save games as soon as you can. Fine by me, Clint said, sounding immensely frustrated. Why the hell is the army chasing me in a fishing game? It's immersive. Tony yelled back. You seem to get angry at them a lot, I noted. Clint and Coulson, I mean, whenever they do the spy stuff. Tony smirked, leading me back to the elevator. Well yeah, I mean, it's part of their charm, sure, but I'm still going to call them out on it. The elevator went up, and Tony stood in silence with me for a bit. At a guess, he was thinking. Finally, he spoke as the door to the elevators opened. I've been thinking about what you said. Tony stepped out, walking slowly, and I matched his pace. About how you were patrolling New York. I think that's a good idea to make a thing for Avengers. Having people with powers on the street, keeping people safe, it could go a long way to making the average person more comfortable with, what was the word you used, metahuman. I nodded. I'll have to mention it to Steve and Fury. When we walked back into the room, Pepper was speaking with Sky and Happy, smiling a bit. Fitzsimmons and Bruce were at a computer, where I could see what looked like some sort of blueprints for a taser displayed. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the show is about to begin, Tony said dramatically, waved at all the pieces of armor in the lab. Okay fanboy, I want you to make armor while I record you working. What, out of all this? I asked, surprised at Tony Stark letting anyone near his armor tech, even scraps of it. Why do you think I pulled these out of storage? Just make something, and I'll be able to see how much of what jury rig does is him being smart, and him using some kind of superpowers. I thought about that. In truth, my understanding of jury rig, my experience when I turned into him, told me that he didn't work that way. Jury rig was just a smart, stubborn son of a bitch. But hell, if Tony needed proof. Okay, I raised the Omnitrix and began to twist the dial. The holograms of my aliens popped up. I scrolled past Wild Mutt, Wrath, Diamond Head, Swamp Fire, and Feedback, finally getting to jury rig. So that's what that looks like, Bruce said, stepping closer to look. And the names, are those affectations or translations of the species' actual word for themselves? Affectations, I said, pressing down on the dial. Oh, that's too bad, Bruce said, disappointment on his face as my body was surrounded by green light. Because it might have revealed something about them culturally. Huh, shorter than I expected. I grinned up at everyone, Pepper blinking at me next to Bruce. Tony, is that Dash? Pepper began to say. Yeah, my Black Sabbath shirt, Tony said, surprising me. I'd wondered since my first transformation why I was wearing a regular shirt and jeans, rather than the aviator gear Jury Rig was known to wear. Why would an alien have a Black Sabbath shirt? Bruce asked, confused. I think because Tony wears it, I said without thinking. The three looked down at me, Tony confused. Me. Well, it would make sense. According to the mental memories given to me by the Omnitrix that is to say Jury Rig, am one of a few aliens affected by the unconscious perceptions of the wearer, I stated wisely. Tony Stark is known culturally as a sort of mad scientist, a person who makes incredible inventions, and so, despite my clear closeness in appearance to the common traditional design for gremlins, I instead wore the clothing of the person most closely associated with engineering of a spectacular nature. All of which was half a guess on my part, half a lie, but it worked as an explanation. Well, he's more eloquent than he looks, Pepper said. Thank you, I said, my red cheeks somehow getting redder as I looked up at Pepper, who smiled. Let's put a pin in that, Tony said, looking around the lab. Jarvis, you recording? Of course, sir, Jarvis said diligently. All right Mini-Me, go make something. Right. I ran over to the suits and robotic parts. Disassemble, disassemble. I shouted gleefully, running between Sky's legs as she came over to see what the fuzz was all about. Sky yelped in shock, staring after me as I climbed onto a table and grabbed a helmet that was in pretty condition. What was that? I'm Jury Rig, I shouted back, leaping onto another table. I grinned at Simmons as she stared at me askance. I don't know why, but both Simmons and Pepper were suddenly more interesting now. Actually, looking over at Fitz and Tony, I could guess why. I grabbed a bunch of pieces of gauntlets, gloves, a couple of chest plates, all the servos I could grab. I knew what I had to make, and in many ways, I had a perfect blueprint in mind thanks to comics. Jury Rig wanted to do more than just make armor, and they say inspiration should be followed. I ran over to Pepper and stared at her for a moment. She blinked at me as I put my hands into a frame, taking a good look at her. I ignored her confusion to run back to the parts I had gathered. I need an arc reactor. Okay, Tony walked over to a table and tossed one over to me after a bit of searching. You just have extra arc reactors lying around? Fitz asked, sounding amazed. What, you want one? Tony threw another one to Fitz, who yelped, catching it. They're older models, for back when I needed one for my heart. Thanks for bringing them over, Happy. I ignored the background noise of Happy responding. Let's see, I wanted it to be able to separate into different sections. A neural link, naturally attuned to her. Magnets? No, too primitive, so maybe. I tapped the Omnitrix symbol and changed into upgrade. I merged with the pieces I'd made and started in on the adjustments. The pieces couldn't just mash together, they had to be adaptive. I separated from them and looked at the armor I'd been making for a moment. Kid, Tony asked, walking over. What exactly are you up to? Almost done, I said, tapping the Omnitrix and turning back into Jury Rig. I opened my mouth and bit down onto a section of chest plate, tearing it off so I could bend it in a different direction. I took some of the wires and twisted them into the arc reactor. Then I moved the repulsors into their positions and turned into upgrade again. While I could do impressive things as Jury Rig, upgrade let me make changes at an even more precise level. I hadn't really thought about combining them this way until now, but something about working with Tony's armor made my mind buzz with inspiration. One more second. I poured into the gauntlets and the repulsors and further refined them. I left and turned back into Jury Rig. With a squeal of metal, I twisted the helmet face mask into shape, then yelled to the ceiling. Jarvis, install a basic version of Tony's armor software please. Right away, sir, Jarvis said. On it, X agreed. Tony, Fitz, can you two help me? I asked. Oh, Fitz looked at Tony, who waved for him to join me. Yes, of course. As they leaned down to the floor to join me, I showed them where I needed them. Here, and here, you see? Start putting them in place. Oh, okay, so that the armor is connected wirelessly. Fitz said. Oh, that's brilliant. I know, right? Tony said, apparently forgetting in all the excitement that he was supposed to just be watching me. Soon, the two were moving the pieces of armor I'd made into place, following the connections. As I watched, they actually made some adjustments that I hadn't thought of. Interesting. Okay, only activate them on my say, please. I hopped away and ran over to a computer. Sky, Simmons. The two ran over to join me, Sky taking me under the armpits and helping me get on the table when I struggled to hop onto it. Okay, Sky, I said, pointing at the screen. X, show me a portion of that. X flashed the code I was thinking of. Can you clean that up a bit? What, some code I've never seen before? Sky leaned forward to look at it. No, wait. This is familiar. I think if She trailed off, typing frantically at the computer. Jarvis, can you show me the blood work and medical history? I asked. That one. As I pointed at a computer, it turned on. Come on. I said to Simmons, the young woman following next to me as I ran along the tables. Okay, can you make sure that these two match up well? I asked. I don't want to make a mistake. Simmons leaned over and blinked at what she read, focusing on one bit in particular. Extremis virus. I don't want to activate it, I explained. I know it was removed, but if there is any chance. Professor Banner, Simmons said, understanding in an instant. Can you look at this as well? Of course, Bruce ran over and checked the computer, putting on his glasses. Oh, I see what he's doing, Tony mumbled, looking at the confused Happy and Pepper. All good, Sky said, looking over at me as I hopped off the table to join Tony and Fitz. I don't think there should be anything wrong, Bruce said, looking over at us. I concur with Professor Banner's assessment, Simmons said, squealing a moment later. I always wanted to say that. Okay, one last thing, I tapped the Omnitrix. In seconds, I stood tall, my skin inky black, a pair of tendrils popping out of my head ending in plugs. Feedback. I cried proudly. All the pieces were in place. Jury-Rig was smart, but he wasn't precise when it came to software, and had no experience in biology, so Sky, Jarvis, and X helped with the software I needed, and Simmons and Bruce made sure the biological aspect wouldn't clash with my tech. Upgrade was very good at smoothing the rough edges of Jury-Rig's tech, but Tony and Fitz would be able to replicate it afterward if they were involved in the process. I could see them putting pieces into place, and got ready for my final part. Okay, Fitz, Tony, Jarvis, X, on one. I raised my hands up and sucked out the power of the arc reactor in the chest plate. Blue power flowed into me in constant waves, and I could feel the device begin to fight me. Tony and Fitz tensed their fingers against the armor. 2. I held my breath, then fired the energy back. 3. With a shout, Tony and Fitz pressed down on the armor, completing the last connections that needed to be made. Jarvis and X uploaded the software, and the whole thing began to come together as I poured energy into the suit. Yay! I yelled, putting more and more into it. Tony and Fitz stepped back from the jerking suit, both staring at it. Finally, I stopped, tapping the Omnitrix to run over to look at the armor as Jury-Rig. I inspected it with a critical eye. Everyone walked over to join me. It's female, Happy asked. Only for design purposes, I admitted. The suit I'd made was primarily red, but it had some sections of black that were running with green circuitry. It was tall but thinner than Tony or Rhodey's suits. The arc reactor rested in the chest, glowing blue, but as we watched, a thick piece of steel snapped over the arc reactor. The whole suit shrank into a more compact form, ready to attach to the wearer in a moment. Do you like it? I asked Pepper. Everyone looked at her. She stared back uncomprehending, before realizing what was going on. What? She said, staring down at me. Do you like it? I asked bashfully. It should fit really well. You made that for me. Pepper looked around, shocked. Whoa, no, I don't want armor. I'm not a superhero. Huh? I asked. It's not to fight in. I mean, you can if you want, but I made it so you can fly. Pepper stilled at that. Fly? Yeah, it'll still protect you, but this way you can fly with Tony whenever you want. Seriously, why was I acting like this? Tony, Pepper frowned at her boyfriend. If this is because of you. Hey, this is all him, Tony said, waving at me. I told him to make armor. I didn't expect all this. Pepper glared a moment longer. Honest. She looked back at me. I sighed. Don't you want to at least try? It's probably the best thing I've ever made. Except for the dimensional viewer, of course. Pepper just huffed, rubbing the bridge of her nose. I mean, look, I've had a hell of a day. The last bit of her sentence was said very quietly, with a hint of sadness. I'm just having trouble processing this. Tony rose up and walked over to her. They whispered fiercely for a moment, Happy joining in, then Bruce. The four spoke quickly, and eventually, I heard Natasha's voice, just barely, amongst the group, coming from Tony's comm unit. After about 5 minutes of speaking to those she was closest to, Pepper turned to look at me. So, she said, still hesitant. How do I put it on? Just think about it, slowly, I said. Think about it slowly, Pepper asked. As she spoke, a gauntlet rose from the floor. The red and black armor piece floated gently over to her as everyone watched. Pepper raised a hand and watched the gauntlet calmly move over to it, the armor pieces shifting to move around her fingers, wrist, and forearm. With a click, the final part of the gauntlet moved over her shoulder. She blinked at it. Oh, wow. This doesn't feel like the last time. It's almost nice. Sky input the program to incorporate the medical data Bruce and Simmons put in, I explained. Okay, try the rest. But think, slowly. That's important, Tony said with a wince. Seriously, you don't want a piece of armor flying into you in a sensitive spot. Experience? Sky asked mischievously. SHHH, Pepper said, frowning. I'm concentrating. She exclaimed in excitement when a leg of the armor flew over to her. She blinked, looking down at her dress. Wait, what about my clothes? Oh, never mind. The leg moved around her heel, then over her hip, leaving the dress and shoe intact. The next leg did the same. I figured you might want to wear it on the fly, I explained. I just used an upgraded version of the technology Tony uses so he can wear a tuxedo under the suit. I always wondered about that, Bruce mumbled. Pepper yelped in surprise when the chest plate attached, giggling slightly. It's cold. Then the helmet rose up, floating over to her hands. She took it and raised the helmet to gaze into its eyes. She looked over at Tony, who looked proud enough to burst, and blushed. Something about seeing Tony and Pepper happy as they looked at each other made Jury-Rig grin as well. Pepper raised the helmet up and lowered it over her head. The faceplate snapped down over her, and she looked around. So, how do I look? She asked in a slightly modified voice. She was the tallest in the room now, towering over all of us. The red and black design of her suit gave a somber, impressive look. I'd chosen not to give her the boob plate that most comic book power suits for women seemed to insist on, instead of making her chest plate with a series of interlocking plates for flexibility. Tony and Fitz had done well to make sure each piece fit smoothly. This may be the sexiest thing I've ever seen, Tony said, uncaring of the looks everyone gave him. How does it feel? Any issues? I feel, Pepper turned her hand over, watching her red and black fingers wiggle. I feel powerful. It's like it's a part of me. I tapped my Omnitrix and became human again. I grinned at Pepper. Wanna take it for a spin? I asked. We can fly. Is that safe? She asked hesitantly. Jarvis, what can you tell us? Tony asked. Safe. Ms. Potts is safe, Jarvis said immediately. While the method of its making is unorthodox, the suit has no issues to worry about. I'd argue it has more to protect her from harm than even your latest suits, Mr. Stark. Give me time, Tony mumbled, clearly unworried. Jarvis, send me the Mark 43. On its way, sir. Jarvis' pronouncement was followed by the suit flying over before landing and walking over to Tony. Tony opened his arms wide and the suit opened to accept him. What do you say? The faceplate on Tony's armor closed over his face. Want to go for a test flight? Pepper looked over her hands. Well, it's tempting. Come on. I shouted, running towards the balcony outside. The others followed. Pepper was moving very smoothly in her armor, and soon was striding with confidence. We all stood together, Sky moving to watch with me as Tony began to guide Pepper in her first attempts at flight. So, when do I get a suit? She asked with a grin. I smirked at her. Stick around. I'll even let you pick the color scheme. Sky's grin fell. Seriously. You want a suit? I can make you one. I looked down at the Omnitrix. I've been holding back too long on what I can do. So has S.H.I.E.L.D. I think it's time we make real headway on changing the world. And part of that is giving it some sweet toys. Pepper yelped, bring our attention to her. She was laughing as Tony guided her to float with her rocket boots, using the hand repulsors to stabilize. Bruce shouted something to her, and Pepper laughed back as Fitzsimmons watched, happy, worried but also smiling. Soon, Tony and Pepper were rising up together. Come on baby bird, you got this, Tony teased. You can't tell me you haven't been jealous of me doing this. Pepper floated a little higher. How can I be jealous when you've crashed every single time you've ever flown? Any crash you can walk away from is a landing, Tony said in response. Hey, fanboy, let's go. I'm needed elsewhere. I gave Sky a grin. Catch you later. I twisted the Omnitrix and leaped forward off the balcony as wings sprouted on my back. Astrodactyl. With a loud squawk, I flew to join them with a blast of green energy. Pepper, startled, backed away slightly. How many of those can you turn into? She asked, her impassive face mask pointed at me. Who cares? Tony asked, spinning in the air. Come on. Let's see New York in style. Pepper hesitantly followed, and I joined them. It was slow going at first. Pepper went slowly, ungainly, trying to figure things out. Tony and I stayed with her, Tony taunting her slightly, yet somehow comforting her at the same time. We flew over to the west, moving slowly. But as time went on, Pepper began to speed up. She flew upwards, then slowly moved from side to side, mimicking Tony's movements. Soon, she was moving faster. We passed by buildings, people below pointing up and photographing us. How do you feel? I called out to her after a bit. This is amazing. Pepper called back, laughing. Come on, let's pick up the pace. Tony said, his repulsors lighting up before he shot forward, passing over Central Park. Pepper wasn't as quick to simply boost forward, but soon she and Tony were flying as fast as they could. I watched the pair fly together, then went in my own direction. It was their time to enjoy. Instead, I flew towards the Empire State Building to try something I'd done a few times. I soared to the top of the former tallest building in the world and pulled in my wings when I got to the spire. I landed against it, clenching my clawed feet and hands against it. With my powerful eyes, I could track Pepper and Tony flying through the city and watched them for a moment before looking around some more. Then I saw a man on a street thousands of feet below, getting mugged by another guy. With a smile, I dived off the Empire State Building and fired my green rockets to blast towards the crime in progress. It was funny. In many ways, I was right back where I'd started, in the middle of New York City, stopping muggings. But I was also a whole lot further ahead. Changing in midair as I came up to the mugging, I howled my battle cry, laughing within at the sound and smell of the mugger's fear. Then Wildmutt was pushing him to the ground, and it was business as usual from there. Author's note. So there is the chapter. This was fun. So yeah, Dial made the rescue armor for Pepper. The excuse is that he wanted to make something cool for her, and Pepper is probably still assuming Tony wanted Dial to make it, no matter what Tony says. In truth, if I had pieces of armor near Pepper, I'd hands down make her armor. I'd make anyone armor if I could. Dial would make himself armor if it wasn't for the fact the Omnitrix is the best armor in existence, though updating his costume to be more protective is a future project. Next is the final making of the organization, with the leader and the name being chosen. After that, we go back in time to focus on something. Hydra's efforts to survive and thrive in this new world, and the desperate lengths they go to. January 14, 2014. In the medbay of the Insight helicarrier, I moved Sergeant Don Chappell's arm with him. Granted, I technically was his arm, but semantics. He'd lost it just a day during the attack on the Shield Academy, and I was finally fulfilling my promise to him from that day. How does it feel? I asked, sprouting my head from his new bicep, the whole of his arm shining black with green circuits as usual. I'm trying to adjust it to your nerves as you move it. He shuddered, and I could see he was visibly holding back his disgust. I didn't take it personally. It feels like an arm, the sergeant said, moving his fingers around. Well, it should, Bruce Banner, typing at a computer nearby. Dial designed it to link up to your brain, to mimic things like pressure, heat, touch, everything you need. Bruce finished typing and looked at the soldier. But it should also be capable of more than your normal arm. Like what? The soldier asked, watching with a fascinated disgust as I flowed off his arm and turned into a human again. His arm was now shaped like one of the Iron Man suit's arms. Superhuman strength, when you want it, I said, watching as he clenched his fist. It's also tougher and can be installed with options if you want. I know it's not perfect, but I promise I'll keep working on the project. I frowned when the soldier gave me a dissatisfied look. I couldn't exactly blame him though. If I'd lost my arm, I'd probably want it back. Not a robot version. Just my arm, whole again. Well do you want us to dash? He clenched the new fist and sat down in his bed, staring at it. Leave me alone, please. Bruce and I shared a glance. Bruce adjusted his glasses and moved to the door, me following a moment later. Have a pleasant day, Sergeant Chappelle. Thanks, the soldier said dismissively. I sighed sadly, looking at Bruce as we walked through the halls. You get that reaction a lot. Usually when people find out who I am, Bruce said. I noted that a lot of people were giving the two of us a wide berth. But he just needs time. A therapist will be speaking to him soon. Hopefully, that will help him. Okay, so what was it you wanted to talk to me about? I asked Bruce. He stared at the Omnitrix. There are a few things, but they can wait until after this is over. Together, we went to the locker rooms. We had around 20 minutes left. I took out the clothes I'd prepared and quickly changed. A black business suit, with a blue button-up shirt. Bruce went for gray. Once done, we walked outside. Any idea what my role is in all of this? Bruce asked me awkwardly. Hell if I know, I admitted. I just know that we're supposed to be there. At least you're actually an Avenger. Hulk is the Avenger, Bruce said bitterly. Not me, I'm just the guy who hangs around until they call a code green. I looked at him. This wasn't a Bruce who'd found peace with the Hulk. This wasn't a Bruce who had gone Planet Hulk, then World War Hulk, making a massive journey to some sort of agreement between the two. But how was I supposed to tell the two that they could find that equilibrium? You know, I started to say as we walked. Hey fellas, Natasha interrupted. Bruce and I looked up to see her smiling down the hall, wearing a very professional-looking suit that somehow still made her look stunning. You're late. We are. Bruce asked, worried. Natasha smiled gently, moving forward to stand behind us and walking with us. It's an Avengers meeting, people came early. And now they're wondering where we all are. Who else is there? I asked. Clint showed up. Steve never left, Natasha scoffed. Of all the uses for the super soldier serum, being able to outlast everyone else in a meeting is not one I think they had in mind. Useful for us, though, I looked at her. Anything we should worry about? Some of the senators who stepped in tried to really hammer down on the idea of powered individuals, Natasha said. Others wanted you two put in prison. What? I yelled, noticing Bruce didn't seem surprised. You both scare people. You seem to be able to do whatever you want, and Bruce hasn't been stopped by anything before. God damn it. I mumbled. Cooler heads prevailed, Natasha explained. But still, the guidelines are especially harsh on certain crimes. We still have some leeway, but we may have to ignore some of them. Is that really safe? Bruce asked, the three of us stopping in a doorway. I mean, I don't know about Dial here, he can actually control his transformations. Except Wrath, Natasha and I said in unison, sharing a surprised glance. Bruce looked between us before shrugging it off. I can only barely control the Hulk. And you saved the world with him, Natasha smiled. Don't worry. We'll figure this out. For now, she nodded towards the room beyond the doorway we'd stopped in. Go in. Bruce sighed, still not convinced, but walked inside. With a bit of trepidation, I followed, then Natasha. The room was much the same as the last time I saw it. Nick Fury and Steve sitting with Tony, though Tony and Steve were in suits like mine now, same with Clint, Sam, and Rhodey. The various members of S.H.I.E.L.D. surrounded the table, Coulson, Hand, and Gonzalez included. But President Ellis was now actually in the room, having taken councilperson Rockwell's seat. He gave Bruce and I a good look as we walked around the table, barely noting Natasha. Soon, we were all in position. Well, Nick, President Ellis said. We're all here. Fury nodded, steepling his fingers. Very well. First off, I believe we have the discussion of the new name for the organization. This is the least important item on the agenda, so I want to get it out of the way. Some of the suggestions have been, Fury flickered his eyes over to Tony. Colorful, to say the least. Actually, Nick, President Ellis said. I believe I'd like us to appoint a new head first. Fury cocked an eyebrow. Oh, yes, Ellis smiled. And to start, I'd like to nominate General Thaddeus Ross. Bruce almost choked. Absolutely not, Tony said firmly. Are you kidding me? President Ellis frowned. Thaddeus Ross has been a loyal soldier, and a good man that I dash. I agree with Mr. Stark, Steve said firmly. General Ross has been hunting one of our team members for years. More importantly, putting a leading member of the US military in charge of an international organization is in bad taste, Mr. President. Indeed, several of the people on the screens around us were frowning severely at the president. Alice nodded after a moment, conceding the point. I nominate Maria Hill, Victoria Hand said. The older woman tapped at the tablet in front of her, and an image of Maria smiling hovered over the table. I made a note to do something about the way the hologram looked so grainy and out of focus when I had the chance, then listened to Victoria speak. She is already deputy director, so this would simply be a promotion. She knows the Avengers, has experience with working the job and showed great leadership during the crisis we just went through. If there is anyone we can trust to do the job, it's her. Coulson, Gonzalez, and Fury gave Hand a pleased look that she returned. That may cause problems, the Russian president said. As you said, she is S.H.I.E.L.D., and the organization not being trustworthy is what caused us these very issues. I would suggest someone outside the organization. And who would we choose? The Japanese Prime Minister asked in his native language, putting up subtitles in real time. Hill-san at least has the benefit of already proving her willingness to put any nationalism aside when she worked with Fury-san and Romanov-san to guide agents around the world. Japan's shield forces are intact thanks to her asterisk. The Russian president shook his head. When he spoke, he chose to employ his own home language of Russian this time, apparently wishing for his words to be conveyed without his accent marring the message. We must at least consider someone else, as there are those who will consider Hill a choice made out of favoritism. Why not Captain Rogers? Steve was surprised by this. He has shown a willingness to fight against corruption, much like Hill, but he was not part of the organization. In addition, he is a known and trusted figure across the world. The Russian president frowned. Of course, his codename does have something to be desired. I disagree, Fury said. When Steve looked at him, Fury gave him a level look. The organization being run by someone with abilities, even ones as simple as Captain Rogers, won't be seen as a good thing. If he becomes the leader, a lot of people will yell about a powered individual taking a position so high in the world's government. I nominate him nonetheless, the Russian president said. What a world, where a Russian leader nominated Captain America for a major leadership role. What about a member of the council? The Chinese president asked. Councilman Yan has served the world faithfully. As the politicians spoke, trading barbs a little bit, I kept my eyes on one screen in particular. It was almost forgotten in the flow of important nations speaking about the issue of leadership. The man on the screen was African, with gray hair and a very nice beard. His left eye was slightly misshapen, possibly due to an old injury, but he had a calm demeanor about him. He hadn't spoken much according to Natasha, who'd seemed surprised when I'd asked about him. But then, I knew more than most about his nation. After all, I'd been the one who'd requested they be included in the conversation. What about you, King T'Chaka? I asked, suddenly. Does the nation of Wakanda have anyone they wish to suggest? Everyone stopped confusion in the room. Fury gave me an odd look. King T'Chaka seemed surprised, but I noted that his focus seemed laser-sharp on me. I agree with the nomination of Ms. Hill, T'Chaka said with a smile I didn't believe. But I would like to hear the other candidates before making a vote. I'd love to hear your opinions, I said. Wakanda's place on the world stage is important after all. I heard some chuckles. People believed that I was throwing shade, but T'Chaka knew better. We met eyes across thousands of miles thanks to the wonder of modern technology. Soon, the other delegates began to throw other nominees. Natasha pulled at my arm, and I looked at her. She shook her head, a question in her eyes. I didn't reply. The discussion lasted an hour, but T'Chaka kept panning his eyes to meet mine. I only nodded every time he did. Wakanda, aka the most secretly advanced nation on Earth, couldn't simply stand on the sidelines. Not anymore. I didn't know why I felt so strongly about this, but something seemed to scream it within me. A voice, as powerful as a siren. You were wrong to turn your backs on the rest of the world. In the end, the leader was voted on and chosen. And so the only thing left was the name. Author's note, there we go. So, each topic covered in sequence. First, Don Chappelle. Don't go hating the guy. He's not an asshole, he just lost an arm, so he's pushing people away. Robot arms are cool, sure, but I've often heard that no matter how advanced the prosthetic, you still. Second, the new leader. Did you guys Thaddeus is still a general at this point in the timeline? It takes a heart attack to change it. That said, Ellis has a history of choosing bad people for leadership roles. But yeah, while a few people have been suggested, the new leader is fairly obvious. Oh, and Wakanda's king noticed Dial noticing him. In the words of JD from Scrubs, that may come up tomorrow. Third, Hulk. Come to your own conclusions. Dial might be right, he might be wrong, but he is willing to aid Bruce. Now, there are some names that were suggested that are going to be discarded immediately, Fury said. Why, what's wrong with them? Tony asked innocently. Well, let's see. Fury tapped at his tablet, and the list of names floated before us. Cyclops, with an I-Counterterrorism Initiative Center led by one-eyed professional super spy. I fail to see the issue, Tony said with a grin. Me either, Clint said, smiling when Fury gave him a level look. I still want Arrow. What was wrong with S.H.I.E.L.D.? Steve asked. The leaders of nations gave him a look, and Coulson smiled. That's going to be shifted to be given to a team, Fury said, looking at Coulson. The rest of organization will be something else. There were some professional names suggested, the British Prime Minister said. MRT for the Metahuman Response Team, or the Metahuman Centralized Utilization. I frowned at the last one but shook my head. I would suggest the GGG, Tony said. Government Goon Gallery. Natasha asked. Tony smirked. Can we please remove Mr. Stark if he won't deign to be serious? The Russian president asked sourly. I have to agree, President Ellis said. Mr. Stark, please show this decision the respect it deserves. This organization will be working on the behalf of the world in everything from battle to negotiations with extraterrestrial nations. At the least, the name must carry the gravitas that the organization has. I blinked at the seriousness everyone seemed to be giving the name. After all, I already knew that whatever the name, smaller subdivisions would be created within the new organization. But, I supposed that he was partially right. There had to be a name the public would know they could trust. Names have power after all. Did someone suggest, Smash? Bruce asked, adjusting his glasses as he stared at one of the suggestions. Tony smiled. As I said, Fury began deleting names. Many of these were done as some sort of joke. So, all of those will be removed. AoE, DPS, Lose, Gasp, Wand, Fubar, Clowns, Steak, Jam, RRR, Ghastly, all gone. Some nerdy-looking SHIELD personnel seemed a bit disappointed at those. I believe armor and sword will remain in the capacity they have before, Fury continued. Dial should be removed, the Japanese Prime Minister said. Considering the fact you have a hero with that exact name joining you, such favoritism is in bad taste. Too bad, Sam told me jokingly. I didn't suggest it, I said back. Plumber was mine. Wait, really? Sam whispered. Who? Rhodey stepped forward and nodded towards a grinning Tony. Who do you think? Sam smiled, then looked at me. Plumber, really? You had to be there, was all I said. OWCA, CIA, and USA are all taken, Fury said. So that leaves these ones. With the last beep, the final list floated before us all. MRT and MCU were on it, as well as some new ones. CLERIC, or the Central Liaison for Extra-Human Responsibility and Information Collection was first. CASTLE. That showed up twice, one version reading as Committee of Advanced Strategy, Technology, and Law Enforcement, the other reading as Central Agency of Special Tactics, Logistics, and Enforcement. The last one surprised me. Whose suggestion was that one? I don't remember that. Mine, Steve, and Fury said in unison. BRIDGE. Which became, the Bureau of Reconnaissance, Intelligence, Development, and General Enhancement. Huh. Why Bridge? Natasha asked. Steve and Fury shared a look before Steve spoke. What was it Mahmoud said all those days ago? SHIELD is supposed to be the bridge between what people consider normal, and all the weirdness out there. And he was right. This is what we need to be. Even though Steve was speaking to the Avengers, the whole room was listening calmly. Steve just had that sort of presence. We will guard the world, protect it. But we can't simply pretend that all the strange things beyond don't exist. We will help humanity advance to fight it back and join it. It's the name I think best represents that. Steve looked around. I humbly submit that we put it to a vote. But mine will be for Bridge. The whole room looked around. Tablets were passed to those who had none, including me. I stared at the list for a minute. I knew what I was going to pick now. I'd had no idea my little speech had had such an effect. Feeling hopeful, I hit my vote. Across the world, people from all walks of life did the same. Soon, the name was chosen, winning with 56.2% of the votes. With that, Bridge was formed. Now that our new super-secret spy organization had a name, some guidelines, and a solid R&D department, we sat for a couple of hours more listening to some more stuff. One of the new initiatives was interesting, built around equipping teams with actual power armor and weapons, with newly upgraded Quinjets. The Insight heli-carriers would become the backbone of this new initiative, though the algorithm was agreed to be destroyed. I didn't say anything when that was mentioned. The idea was that these soldiers would be capable of mobilizing in parts of the world metahuman forces might not be able to get to in time. A roving army. A couple of the signatories balked at this, horrified at the idea of this army possibly being used to attack others. But the point of the army was that it would be international. Anyone who volunteered would be trained and equipped to fight the good fight. There were still objections, and a couple countries refused to accept, but overall, things for the metahuman response team was a go. As well as one of my suggestions, a man with the name Frank I'd found among the files of exceptional soldiers. There were more, people who had popped out to me, but he was an obvious pick. Hopefully, I could nip that timeline in the bud. Maybe not completely. He was, in the end, a soldier no matter what. But maybe I could help him find peace? Then one of my other proposals was brought up. A planetary defense shield. President Ellis asked, looking up at me. Is this for real? Deadly, I said, stepping forward. Iron Man and I believe it's possible, as do Professor Banner and a Dr. Leopold Fitz. A shield that we can erect around the planet. It would be supplemented by Mac weaponry dash. Excuse me, the British Prime Minister interrupted. But the Outer Space Treaty prevents such things. You start talking about this, and Kopyas will lose their bloody minds, he said firmly, referencing the United Nations Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space. The shield would prevent any nation from using the big guns on the Earth at all, Tony mentioned. And these would be based on conventional weapons. If people are still whining about letting us shoot any alien enemies that attack us, then we can just stick with a force field and some cool spaceships. Spaceships? Gonzalez asked, the older man's eyes narrowing behind his glasses. Yep, I said. 1 or 2 to start. We're looking into working with NASA and other space programs. Later on, I believe Russia and China mentioned they were interested. Both leaders nodded. Hopefully, we'll be bringing in their astronauts and astrophysicists. There were a bunch of points during the meeting where everyone had to stop for a moment to think. When we all realized, just for a moment, that this meeting was changing the world. Even Senator Nader, who had been glaring at Bruce and me for most of the meeting, seemed dumbstruck. Okay, President Ellis said, just as thoughtful as the rest. I have more news. The documents have come through, and we've been given permission on the matter of the prisoners. After some taps at a computer, Steve and my tablets beeped. I believe you both requested to give the good news. Steve's smile made several people blush at the sheer joy in it. Mahmoud? 1 second, please. On my way through the halls with Steve, Bruce called out to me. I stopped to look at him. Steve stopped as well, and we watched Bruce run over to us. He looked at Steve hesitantly. Steve, I don't want to be rude. You want to speak to him alone, Steve said quickly. I understand. I'll just go ahead. As much as Steve was trying not to seem like it, he clearly wished to hurry. He did a jog that was faster than most people's full-on sprint, and soon disappeared. Bruce said, noting the speed of Steve's disappearance. He looked at me, then around. Here, in this room, Bruce opened a random door, and we entered into what looked one of many maintenance rooms. A few a few bridge agents were inside. They looked at us when we entered. Guys, I said as they looked at us. Can we get a couple minutes? They stared at us for a moment, then got up from their stations and hurriedly left. Bruce waited for a minute, then focused on me. Tony told me that you were able to open a window into other worlds. I frowned. He was supposed to keep that secret. Only Avengers can know, Bruce reminded me. I'm an Avenger, for better or worse. He rubbed his hands together nervously. I just have to know, is there a universe where I cure myself? Where I get rid of the Hulk? Infinite possibilities, Doctor. You know what that means. Hope. I know people talk about it as an emotion you can show on your face, but it wasn't until then that I truly understood what that meant. So, you know how to cure me. I saw some worlds where you were cured, I admitted. But, sometimes it wasn't for long. People have siphoned the radiation from you, split you, and Hulk into different beings. It's even gone away on its own. In one universe, you sent him to hell. What, real hell? Bruce asked, surprised. Yes, but he always comes back, Bruce growled. I blinked when his voice was a couple octaves deeper and noted the greenness in the veins on his neck. Not much, but I was looking for it. So he was about to Hulkify. Funny, anyone else would have been scared, I think. I was mostly curious. Bruce noticed me looking at him with interest, and calmed down. Sorry. Don't be. There is a successful way to deal with the Hulk though. It's actually the one that has worked best. What was it? Bruce asked, his focus actually kinda scary. Learning to work with him, I explained. That way, no matter what happens, you both can handle it. He scowled. I've tried that. I've tried to control him for years. It's not about control, I said. It's about teamwork. It's about both of you realizing what you have in common, and working with it. Bruce looked at me as though I'd suggested he swallow battery acid. You're kidding, he said softly, before raising his voice. That's crazy. He doesn't work like that. And neither do you, I noted. Or so I bet he'd say. Bruce scowled. Look, I can try to siphon your energy as one of my aliens, or make a device to do it. I can try to separate you somehow, and I think there's a good chance something jury rig makes will help. But in the end, the one thing that works, every time, depends on two people finding a way to make peace, to fight together and work together. Bruce was shaking his head even as I spoke. With a sigh, I rubbed my forehead. Just think about I stopped when he shook his head faster. Fine. Just tell me when you make a decision on. Hell, I'll help make Veronica. Bruce stopped shaking his head and stared at me. Yeah, I know about that. Tony probably planned out this conversation. Seriously, people act like he's an impulsive idiot, but all those fake names he made up helped Fury narrow down the list. Him telling me about Veronica made me think about ways to help you, and telling you about the dimensional viewer led to you coming to me. Some would call that manipulative, Bruce noted. Some would call that helping. I turned and walked away. Let me know if you need it. Not much I could do for him. Bruce would decide for himself what to do. I'd help him however I could, and hell, Jury Rig could probably come up with some way to truly negate the Hulk, to cure Bruce. But I didn't think that was true. The Hulk was alive, because Bruce was alive, as far I knew anyways. Whatever Bruce choose, I'd help. Steve and I watched across from the round plastic table we were sitting at as the two men in front of us stepped out of their cells. There were 20 soldiers surrounding us, all dressed in heavy armor and carrying massive guns. All, sadly, were mostly useless if the people they were pointed at got serious, but thankfully they were also unnecessary. Creel and Bucky had been getting deprogrammed for days, speaking to therapists, scientists, and getting checked by neurosurgeons. Now they were looking at us, looking tired, but somehow happy. If two grumps like them could be happy. They were wearing patients' uniforms, all blue outfits, and Bucky's mechanical arm had been removed for security reasons. They moved forward and took seats, both eyeing us. Hey, Steve, Bucky said, smiling. I heard about everything that happened. Bridge, huh? It's a good name. Isn't that stuff top secret? I asked. Creel chuckled, and Bucky's smile became a little sour. We've been playing a game, trying to see who could overhear the most from the guards. He wins every time, Creel admitted. I was always an enforcer, not so much the assassin. Bucky seemed to falter slightly at that. Steve noticed that and chose then to take out the physical files he had printed, taking out 2 pieces of paper and passing them to Creel and Bucky. You'll be happy to know that we managed to speak to the President and those of the United Nations. Thanks to the information you both provided, many Hydra personnel and cells have been apprehended. The information Creel started to say before I coughed meaningfully. To be truthful, all our focus had been on curing them. Any information provided had been with X and Jarvis' help. But people were not going to let even brainwashing be an excuse, not if they could pin things on the 2 of them. Politicians would find it more palatable if they were trading information for leniency. I have been approved, Steve continued, to offer you both options. Now, it means a couple more days of being tested along with other standard background checks, just to make sure you can both are safe, but you have options. 50 years in prison, Bucky said distastefully while reading the paper provided to him. Not a great start. I only have 25, Creel said, though he still didn't sound pleased. Yeah well, Bucky has a longer list working against him, I admitted. And you both would get time off for good behavior. Well, the possibility. Creel grunted, and picked up that offer, tearing it in half. When the men around us pointed guns at him for the aggressive act, the 4 of us ignored them. What else you got? Steve held out the next papers, and the pair took them. Working for the US military? Bucky asked, sounding a bit interested. What would that mean? Enlisting again? Not exactly, Steve said softly. I kept quiet as Bucky and Creel continued to read. The papers were an offer, sure. But people in the US military wanted Bucky and Creel to act as their personal military death squad. To go into the Middle East and other places and kill targets based on political leanings rather than actual need, to strike like a thunderbolt on America's enemies, most of them imagined. Granted, that wasn't what it actually said. The truth was hidden in the margins. Literally, we'd added little stuff in the margins. Mostly because Jarvis and X had included transcripts of the secret meetings of the men who had come up with the idea, and what they wanted exactly. We'd be keeping an eye on them, but for now, Bucky and Creel knew the truth. So more of the same, Creel said, disgusted. We'd be killing innocent people. We're going to look into those guys, I mentioned. But the US military is an option. There are good men that could use you, places where you can do critical business, but there is a third option, one that allows you to do the same work. You'd still work with the US military at times, still take out terrorists, but your bosses would be very different. Bucky and Creel watched as Steve pushed forward another pair of papers. And Bucky laughed. Yeah, stop being dramatic, Steve. We're in. Steve grinned. You heard already. Gonna need to train your men to be quieter, Bucky confirmed. So what? We getting the offer to be Avengers? Reserve, Steve said. You'll be under Sam Wilson. The guy with wings? Creel asked. Seriously. The career soldier, with a good military record, a fresh face that has no ties with Tony Stark to cause any suspicions that Rhodey does, nor weird powers like mine to scare conservatives, I said simply. Sam will look damn good to the public. Sadly, image is apparently everything now, so that's important. I scowled a bit at that. I mean, Sam was a damn good choice, but the guys who were now in charge of making sure that we all looked good were annoying. Anyways, we're looking for more members. There's someone who's a little less palatable than you guys are. More than us? Creel asked, surprised. She had a choice, Steve replied. But she's not going to be treated with kid gloves either way. We'll be working with a team of bridge agents as well, I said. Along with the Avengers. Focused on stopping Hydra across America in particular, though it may vary. It's not all you'll be doing of course, but it's part of the whole shebang. Avenger, Creel tasted the word on his tongue, and seemed to find it odd, but worth it. Yeah, I'm in. Same for me. Bucky looked down at where his robotic arm had once been. But I might need a replacement. Don't worry, I said. I've gained some experience with that. Keep in mind, there are some regulations in place, and daily checkups as well as tests. And we need to wait for Tony to capture Vasily Karpov. Bucky flinched at that name. But we'll be able to fight? Creel asked, voice becoming harder. Starting with Hydra. Starting with one name in particular, I nodded towards Steve, who slid another piece of paper to Creel look at. He smiled. Yeah, I want him. First, let me check one last time. I asked Creel. He nodded. Take a deep breath. Calm your mind. Creel eyed me, listening with a look of concentration. You know what is best. What is best is you comply. Compliance will be rewarded. Now, get out of your chair and absorb the paper in your hand I guess. Creel didn't hesitate to chuckle. Fuck that. Let's go beat his head in. Daniel Whitehall/Werner Reinhardt. Werner Reinhardt had been alive for over 100 years. Despite his age, he had regained his youth some time ago, his skin as smooth as when he was a younger man, his pale white hair as thick. He'd seen and done many things in that lifetime, a fact he was quite proud of. But Hydra falling, especially the way it had fallen, managed to surprise him, a fact he would have found interesting if hadn't disturbed him so much. The only reason the man who had taken the name Whitehall had managed to survive was the painstaking work he had done to make sure that his own part of the organization had been left separate from those who were connected to S.H.I.E.L.D. It had been close, as far as he could tell, but he had been careful. Now he could work from the shadows. So he had no idea what to think when, while perusing files on the hidden locations of several S.H.I.E.L.D. agents' safe houses, his computer suddenly began to display the image of the symbol of Hydra. It was a simple picture, similar to the dozens painted on the walls in the skyscraper whose office he sat in. But as he watched, a green flash of light was followed by the logo shape-shifting. Tentacles became wings. The head of the octopus became the head of a bird. Soon, S.H.I.E.L.D's symbol appeared. Modified, with some strange white lines separating the wings to give it a new look, but one that sent a chill down Reinhardt's spine. At that moment, an alarm began to sound. The door opened, and soldiers rushed into the room. "Sir," one man said. Reinhardt relaxed when he realized this was one of his men. "S.H.I.E.L.D. found us? We need to run." "I thought we were hidden," the Hydra leader spat out, rushing to rise up. "General Hale turned on us," the soldier said, sounding horrified. "That's what our people are saying anyway. When she heard about your plans." Reinhardt cursed, following his soldiers. With the chaos that had followed in the aftermath of Pierce's failure, Reinhardt, like his fellow Hydra leaders, had reached for any resources they could. So, he had attempted to make Ruby Hale one of those resources, to bring her in. He'd told her mother to bring her in for experimentation. There were some risky things that could be done to give or improve a person with power, make them a true threat to even Avenger-level individuals. Ruby could be severely injured by the experiments, but it would be worth it. Even her death could aid in the cause. Reinhardt shook his head as he and his soldiers rushed through the halls of his home. Apparently, he had overestimated General Hale's ability to put aside her feelings for the greater good. A sad truth of women, that becoming mothers ruined their ability to think logically. Reinhardt sighed. Thankfully, he had contingencies in place for such a situation. Hydra would rise once more. Even as a smug smile rose on his face, the soldiers in front of the small group came to a stop. When Reinhardt looked up, and scowled at the sight before him, two men strode towards the group, standing out in the white halls. Both wore blue uniforms. One had a star on his chest, and blue helmet as he carried a very familiar shield. The other had a robotic arm colored black with green lines designed like circuitry across the surface, carrying a gun in his hands. Captain America was horrific enough, but Reinhardt felt even his brilliant mind freeze at the sight of the Winter Soldier with him. The two super soldiers walked with confident strides, their eyes calm. Reinhardt reached for the words he'd heard only once, trying to reach for his Russian. *Longin dash. The Winter Soldier started shooting. Reinhardt's men started firing back, but Captain America raised his shield and blocked the hail of bullets. The sounds of bullets entering flesh, bouncing off vibranium, and hitting fluorescent lighting and drywall, filled the hallway. In an instant, the terrifying effectiveness of the super soldier's plan became clear. Barnes would simply fire with his exceptional skill, and Rogers would block any attack that came their way. A brute tactic, but simple, one that led to 5 soldiers dying under the Winter Soldiers. "Grenade!" One of Reinhardt's men yelled, tossing the frag. "No, you fool!" Reinhardt cried, turning to sprint as fast as he could. Rogers snatched the grenade out of the air and tossed it back with lightning speed. Reinhardt and those of his men who'd followed his retreat heard the explosion behind them. "Down!" the lead soldier yelled as they ran into the stairwell. He halted, horrified at what he saw, and Reinhardt leaned over to see what had stopped him. The stairs leading down had been blocked by giant green crystals. "The monster," Reinhardt said in horror. Suddenly a loud sound came from behind them. They looked to see that 2 women had joined Barnes and Rogers. Both were tall, buxom, and dressed in military uniforms. One carried only a knife, which she had stabbed into a soldier. The other had a pair of batons in hand, which she was using to beat a man like a drum. The Winter Soldier lifted an overzealous soldier with his robotic arm and tossed him through a wall. Captain America tossed his shield, and the invulnerable object slammed off a soldier, into a wall, into another man, and back to Rogers. Up, the lead soldier rushed upwards, Reinhardt and the last of his soldiers rushing to join him. They ran up 2 flights and exited a different door. The floor they were on now was dedicated to research, with every door leading to laboratories. As they ran, a noise could be heard from within those labs. A noise Reinhardt had memorized, the sound of a repulsor beam. They ran faster. "The Avengers," Reinhardt spat. "S.H.I.E.L.D's pet superhumans, all in force for me, sir." Down the hall, a man with dark skin waved at them, and Reinhardt felt his usual calm return at the sight of the man. "Over here." Bakshi, Reinhardt, and his soldiers joined his trusted second-in-command. "I'm glad to see you safe, sir," Bakshi said with a tight smile. "We'll escort you both to the rooftop," the lead soldier said. Bakshi joined them, and everyone ran. S.H.I.E.L.D. came in from the lower floors, and they're letting their superhumans clear everyone out as their soldiers do clean up. "I'll have to mention that to von Strucker," Reinhardt mentioned. "Quite the effective tactic." "Will we rendezvous with him?" Bakshi asked. "We will have to," Reinhardt smirked as they entered an elevator together. "If von Strucker remembers the man who put him where he is, I believe we will be all right." Bakshi leaned against the wall of the elevator and smirked. "Well, I wouldn't count your chickens just yet." Reinhardt, who had been watching the doors close, had enough time to look at Bakshi, confused at his sudden casualness. Then a hand grabbed the right door of the elevator. a hand that began to change color to match the elevator door, going from skin-colored to steel. One of the soldiers slammed the butt of his rifle into the hand as it pulled the door, and received nothing for it. Another hand joined the first, and the doors were ripped out of their holdings, tossed aside. The soldiers fired on the figure in front of them. Carl Creel smiled, bullets bouncing off his steel skin like Nerf darts. He stepped inside and picked up one of the soldiers, beginning to squeeze on his throat. Wait! Reinhardt yelled. The soldiers stopped shooting. Creel looked at Reinhardt, who smiled smugly. Now Mr. Creel, listen very closely. Take a deep breath. Calm your mind. Reinhardt smiled when Creel dropped the soldier, staring at him. You know what is best. What is best is you comply. Compliance will be reward. Creel slapped Reinhardt in the face. The Hydra leader hit the wall behind him and turned back with a stinging cheek to stare at a grinning Creel. What do you think, Barton? Should I comply? Bakshi shook his head. Nah, I think you're good. Reinhardt had enough time to look at Bakshi before the man kicked a soldier in the knee, jab another in the throat, and drop a gun from his sleeve that he shot at another. Creel moved slightly slower, but lashed out as well, throwing one man out of the elevator and kicking another. Reinhardt sighed sadly as the last soldier fell to the ground. He stood up straight and faced Creel, then looked at Bakshi, who removed his face to reveal that of Clint Barton, the Avenger known as Hawkeye. I suppose, Reinhardt said, smiling. I am caught, yes. Creel and Barton shared a look. I will, of course, cooperate fully. Reinhardt held out his hands. I'm sure you all have many questions. I am happy to answer them, he chuckled. In a way, this will be good for both S.H.I.E.L.D. and me. Our experiments will be most useful. Does he always talk like that? Clint asked. All creepy like. Experimentation. For as long as I've known him, Creel pulled a small pistol from behind his back and pointed it at Reinhardt. What are you? The Hydra leader stopped when he saw something. A smoky image of a man, unseen by Barton or Creel. A man with a shaved head, blue eyes with a monocle over his right eye, and a tall build. Reinhardt's eyes widened. Struck. Creel shot Reinhardt in the chest with an ICER bullet, the tranquilizing effect of the weapon knocking Reinhardt out instantly. Let's get the mad scientist into a cell, Clint said. Both heroes collected their prisoner and bridge agents joined them. The apparition shook his head. As he vanished, he said one word. Useless. Wolfgang von Strucker. Von Strucker opened his eyes and scowled. He was sitting in a meditative style on a stone floor, in a room of a castle in North America. The current leader of Hydra was wearing a blue polo shirt and black pants and had removed his shoes to sit more comfortably. He cracked his back and shook his head, reaching a hand up to rub his eyelids. No luck. Wolfgang looked to his right. A man stood there, watching him. He had slicked back hair and was wearing a black turtleneck. The man had a smug look on his face. I'm guessing the old man wasn't willing to listen. I did not have the chance to try. Von Strucker looked up at the man. He was captured by S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers, who have new members, one of whom is Creel. Shit, the man shook his head, stepping into the room to begin pacing. That's a kick in the ass we didn't need. Bluntly stated, but not untrue. Von Strucker lifted the device in his lap up. We are not just desperate, Garrett. We are dying. Yeesh, all of you legacies are always so dire. John Garrett watched as his ally rose up. Things are tough, but we can still get past it. You know, one head, yada yada. When that is repeated as we lose, it fails to have any meaning. Garrett chuckled at the stone-faced Von Strucker. Now see, that's quitter talk. No, I am acknowledging our desperation. It is the only reason I decided to release this thing from containment. And I am still not sure why I allowed you to convince me to do so. Because it was the only choice we had. Garrett shook his head. The Avengers are coming. And so is S.H.I.E.L.D. They're going to find ways to counter us. So we need to use all the toys we've got. Von Strucker sighed, nodding after a moment. Yes, he looked down at his hand, where a short staff ending in two blades that held a glowing blue orb was held. The hand was protected by a metallic glove, with a solid orange color to it. Hail Hydra, for better or for worse. Till death do us part, Garrett said with a smile. Author's note, next chapter, it's the super fun extravagant over-the-top loving Hydra time? All Hydra, all the time? But yeah, Creel, Bucky, Hartley, and Morse are all fighting alongside the Avengers at the end there. Strucker and Garrett are working together, and Strucker has been working with the Scepter in ways no one but Loki has been willing to. Keep in mind, that's all a consequence of being forced to work with Garrett and reaching for every desperate way to fight back that he could. The glove he's wearing is part of that. January 12, 2014. Wolfgang von Strucker listened on a S.H.I.E.L.D. channel with a neutral look on his face as Steve Rogers continued to give his speech. They could be standing right next to you. They almost have what they want with the help of the Insight helicarriers, absolute control. This is bad, Dr. List, an older man with dark skin and white hair, hissed to Von Strucker. Von Strucker sighed at the words of his second-in-command. Doctor, I hired you for your intelligence. Please, do not state the obvious. He looked towards the two cells in the back of the room. The Maximoff twins were testing their powers again. The boy, Pietro, was rushing back and forth in his cell, a mere white blur whenever he wasn't simply staring out at them. The girl, Wanda, was calmer. She sat on the floor, constantly spinning the energy in her hands around until there seemed to be an orb of red light in her lap. Frankly, both twins worried him. Their intensity, the strength of their powers, the clear instability of the children, was all a cause for concern. As of now, all loyal SHIELD agents should be getting a program on their phones, Rogers said on the channel. List took out his phone, Strucker, and several others in the lab doing the same. That's when Strucker began to realize how bad things had truly gotten. His cell phone was dead. Looking around, so were all the other ones. The computers had also been disconnected from any internet connection. What is happening? Dr. List asked. Standard tactics, Dr. List. Remove your enemy's communications, take their information, identify them to your allies. Strucker clenched a fist. We need to move, now. Where? Dr. List asked. Where should we go? Anywhere. Strucker shook his head. This Hercules app, Strucker had to admire the name. It will be our downfall if we let it. We must stop using any bases that have ever been in a SHIELD database. Strucker looked around. Pack, now. I want the entire base empty of anything useful in 1 hour. Kill all SHIELD members, the ones we kept to stave off suspicion. The soldiers and technicians around him began moving immediately. Do you really believe we are in any danger? Dr. List asked. More danger than we have ever been in, Strucker scowled. First, we must dash. Sir. A soldier came down a hall, running towards Strucker. He held a smartphone that was glowing green. Sir, we need to dash. A red beeping came from the phone. The soldier, a young man with dark black skin and well-cut hair, had time to stare at the phone in horror. Then Strucker shot him in the face. Damn, Strucker watched the body fall, the Glock 19 in his hand lowering. He was a good soldier. Strucker kept walking. First, we must kill any other SHIELD members on base. Luckily we are mostly Hydra, but we can't allow our enemies to know about the twins, the Chitauri armor, or the scepter. Then we destroy the base. List nodded sadly. Yes, I see what you're saying. From there, we must establish communications with the other cells, Strucker scowled. SHIELD was somehow able to hack my phone, a device of my own design, despite all of my defenses against hackers. This is despite all of our experimentation into AI, which means that Stark's own must be involved. We need allies, we need resources, and we need information. Some of his soldiers ran around the pair as they walked, saluting briefly. They ran into a hall as Strucker continued, and soon the sound of gunshots echoed through the area as SHIELD personnel died. Understood, List said. 3 hours later, flying over his base in a Quinjet, von Strucker stared down at the place that had once been his home, a large mansion in the middle of the German countryside, surrounded by beautiful grasslands. He stood in the back of the Quinjet with the door open, the wind rushing around him as he watched his people float nearby in their own aircraft, tanks, and Humvees driving away. With some sadness in his heart, he raised the detonator in his hand. Pity, I just decorated my office to my specifications. Strucker flipped the switch. Boom. Explosions rocked throughout the mansion. As Strucker watched, the Quinjet rocked gently from the shockwaves of the controlled destruction. He turned away, looking at those in the Quinjet. We will not let this stop us. I refuse to let it. Fly to America, and let us start this war in earnest. Hail, Hydra, the men in the Quinjet said in unison. With that, Strucker's fleet took to the skies as his vehicles headed to the coast. Upon reaching the United States, Strucker found only frustration. All communications are still shut down, List told him as they flew over the country. They were staring at a screen in the Quinjet, trying to find help. Fuel will become an issue soon as well. We need to land. We need to find our people. Dr. List, you've gained a habit of saying the obvious that I can't seem to appreciate, Strucker said with a growl. Show them to me again. List tapped at the screen. Luckily we can still watch the news, even if we can't talk to anyone. According to what I've managed to compile, they're called Dial and Falcon, as far as can be told. A human who can turn into aliens, and a soldier who flies with an experimental jetpack. On the screen, Falcon was diving out of a crystal mountain to fly past enemy Quinjets. The video changed to show him outmaneuvering gunships with acrobatic ease, twisting and flipping through the air with more maneuverability than any aircraft could match, his wings letting him change direction in ways even the Iron Man could not. Then a series of photos showing several alien creatures, the most prominent being the image of a helicarrier glowing black with green circuitry. Strucker shook his head. Fascinating, both of them. The skill of that flyer gives me several ideas for our own forces. That alien, however, the fact the Avengers are now chasing us is bad enough without the addition of other heroes coming out of the shadows and aiding them. If anything, these revelations helped Strucker with any doubts over his current course of action. They needed muscle, and he knew just where to get it. Strucker turned towards the pilot. Are we almost there? Yes sir, the pilot said. We're 20 minutes out. Are you sure about this, von Strucker? List asked. They were captured for a reason. I am grasping at straws, Dr. List. The entire world is chasing us, and I must gather tools to fight against them. I thought this to be an age of miracles, but I was wrong. This is an age of monsters. I should have realized that, Strucker sighed. Prepare the twins. List and the Hydra soldiers around them stared at him. Sir, List said, shocked. Are you Dash? No, I am not, Strucker spat out, his eyes flashing. But I will survive this, no matter the cost. In a military base in Alaska, a U.S. Army soldier stood to watch at his station. Things had been routine that day. Get up, eat, guard, He stood inside his guard tower in his uniform, watching the icy tundra around him as he worked at the computers around him, checking radar, sensors, and listening to his headset. For a moment, he enjoyed the calm monotony of the work. Then he saw the aircraft on his radar. The soldier reached for his headset and sent a signal. Unidentified aircraft, identify yourselves. The soldier listened to static for a moment. When no response came, he switched channels to contact the base commander. Sir, this is Guard Tower 2, we have incoming unidentified aircraft, Quinjets. 1 second, an unfamiliar voice responded in a strange accent. I'll be right with you. Russian, maybe? Some sort of Eastern European. This is a secure line. Who is this? The soldier said, now immensely worried. A sudden explosion drew his attention. He spun in his chair and got up, quickly crossing to the other side of the guard tower to see where the commotion was coming from. The explosion had been from one of the hangars blowing up within the confines of the base. The soldier, now understanding they were under attack, took a moment to watch in horror as a woman in a red dress threw waves of some sort of scarlet energy at an incoming Humvee, tearing the vehicle to pieces. Shit, the soldier cried, running back to his station. He picked up his headset to contact to the mainland, only for the back of his jacket to get snatched in between rough hands. He was pulled back and tossed through the window AIC. The last things he saw as he fell was a blue blur running to join the woman in red as a fleet of Quinjets flew over the fences to head towards the base in the distance. Just before he landed, the blue blur ran back to him, kicking him in the chest, breaking his ribs but ironically also saving his life. Words on a sign flashed before him. Barrow, Alaska. The vault. Von Strucker, Pietro Maximov, the fastest mortal in the world, said the words with a flippancy that bothered the Hydra commander. Welcome to the base. Want us to show you around? No need, Strucker looked around. Your first battle with your powers, Pietro. How does it feel? Pietro smiled darkly. Brilliant. We're unstoppable. Quinjets landed in the courtyard of the base, and soldiers spilled out of them. Hydra men wearing Chitauri armor flew out of the vessels and took to the skies. List walked out to join Strucker, and Wanda walked over to join her brother. Now, let us see our spoils, shall we? Strucker asked, walking with the pair to enter the large cement-encased base through the massive steel doors that had been blown apart. Soldiers both mundane and wearing Chitauri armor followed. You said this would help us kill the Avengers, Wanda said, giving Strucker a look. What is it? A weapon. In a sense, Strucker admitted as they strode through the stone walls of the base. They were both locked away here in 2010. One was even suggested as an Avengers candidate. What? We're here for a person? Pietro asked. Yes, we are. 2 of them, though I would be hard-pressed to call them people at this point. Strucker took a right, his soldiers, List, and the twins following. You said one was an Avenger. Wanda asked, saying the word Avenger with disgust. Why would he help us? Only a candidate, never an actual Avenger, Strucker admitted. And, in the end, he will help us for the same reason we are helping each other. We have the same goals. They went into a heavy-duty steel-reinforced elevator and Strucker hit the button to go down. Now, how are you both feeling? Pietro and Wanda looked at each other, confused. Strucker rolled his eyes. This is, as I said, your first actual battle. How are you functioning? Have there been any issues with control? No, Wanda said softly, the Sokovian native raising a hand to let a small curl of red power float around her palm. Pietro eyed the soldiers when a couple clenched their weapons at the casual display. It feels natural. Strucker nodded and looked at Pietro. The young man scoffed. I'm fine. Good. The elevator doors opened, and Strucker stepped out. We may need you soon. Walking down the concrete hallways, they soon came to a door. Strucker gestured, and one of the soldiers kicked it in, striding in with his gun raised. 2 more went in, one of them wearing the glowing modified Chitauri armor. Several shots rang out, followed by screams. After a moment of waiting, one of them called out. Clear. Strucker nodded and walked inside, followed by the twins. Pietro and Wanda stopped in surprise when they saw the object in the center of the room. The entire room was surrounded by computers and whiteboards with formulas written on them. Scientists lay dead on the floor, and they stepped over their corpses. Strucker gazed at the equations for a moment, ignoring the object that dominated the center of the room. Dr. List. Can you understand this? Let me see. List strode over and looked at the mathematics on the board. What is this? List stared at the numbers before him. It's brilliant, but mad as well. How can someone even comprehend this? I'll have to go over it for months. Or we ask him, Pietro said in his accented voice. Strucker finally looked at the object in the center of the room. A large oblong tube, filled with green glowing fluid. A Geiger counter rested on the side of it, gently ticking and indicating low levels of gamma radiation. Inside was a figure. He was unconscious, floating gently in the green liquid of his tube. A man, rather short and skinny, unremarkable in his features, until one noted his head. A head which had grown outwards, extending his forehead to give him a misshapen appearance. Project Mr. Blue, Pietro read off a clipboard nearby. Samuel Stearns, Strucker said. If the Hulk is the pinnacle of strength, then this man is the pinnacle of brilliance. What an unnatural creature. Why is he in there? Wanda asked. Because S.H.I.E.L.D. feared his intelligence, Strucker said softly. As do I. But I must take all the resources I can find. Strucker turned to his men. Take 6 of your men and prepare him to be moved. We have someone else to take with us. Someone like Stearns? Wanda asked. Not exactly. Strucker led his group to another door, and they went down several flights of stairs. He stopped when they came to a doorway and looked at Pietro. Mr. Maximoff? Please remove the weapons of the man behind the door. Miss Maximoff, you will be needed for the turrets. The twins nodded, Pietro smirking confidently as Wanda took a deep breath. Strucker opened the door, and Pietro disappeared, Wanda and the soldiers following. Army soldiers in green and shield agents in black raised their weapons as they entered, 4 automated turrets spinning to aim at them. A blue blur ran amongst the 20 men in front of the large white tank in the back of the room. In seconds, they had no weapons, allowing bullets and purple beams to kill the soldiers. When the automated turrets were about to fire, Wanda waved her hands in arcane motions, surrounding them in her power. The guns were covered in the same energy, and rose up with a tearing sound as they were separated from their base. With another wave, the turrets were torn apart. Like that, the room was clear, leaving them all to stare at the white tank that dominated the room. Cold smoke drifted from pipes connected to the enormous tank, which was the size of a small truck at least. Through glass as thick as a forearm, they could see the being inside. Good lord, List said moments later. He's giant. And damn ugly, Pietro added, awestruck. Emil Blunksy, the abomination of Harlem, Strucker said as they gazed upon the being before them. The council suggested him as a possible avenger over the Hulk. Funny how blind they were. The resting face of Emil Blinsky was almost savage even as it slept. Green, covered in thick skin and bony growths. Hundreds of pounds of bone and muscle, covered in spikes. A disgusting combination of a bodybuilder's muscle and a monster's body. We'll transport him on one of the Quinjets, Strucker said firmly. The Avengers have their Hulk, have their Iron Men and monsters. Now we will have ours. Strucker watched as the green-skinned man on the makeshift stretcher in the middle of the Quinjet slowly woke up. He'd been removed from his tube, but still had enough sedatives inside him that it had taken 30 minutes to wake him up. Pietro and Wanda stood by his side as they looked down at him. Samuel Stearns blearily opened his eyes. After seeing those before him, he closed them again. Hydra? I thought you were still hiding. No, it seems Pierce's plan has failed. All of this was said in a half-lucid murmur, Stearns sighing. So you did know, Strucker said. It was rumored that you were telepathic. Hardly, Stearns opened his eyes and looked around. I'm simply observant. And very, very smart. Why have you taken me? Though I can make an obvious deduction, it is always good to be told directly. Because I need advantages, Mr. Stern, Strucker said firmly, slightly annoyed by the man's ego. S.H.I.E.L.D. has sent Hydra scattering to the winds. I wish to offer you the chance to join us. That desperate. Stearns chuckled. I can see how hesitant you are. Why come to find me, when you don't even truly want my help? Strucker scowled. This only seemed to amuse Stearns further. His green eyes gazed around the room. Well, I think I will join you. Just like that? Pietro asked. Not quite. Stearns began to rise up. When soldiers raised their weapons, Strucker held out a hand to stop them. Stearns got into a sitting position on the bed and looked out the window. Communications are dead, are they? Interesting. Stearns looked at Strucker. I haven't had true simulation in months. S.H.I.E.L.D. would knock me out for weeks, having me do their equations in 2-hour implements because they feared any longer would give me the chance to figure out means of escape. Of course, they weren't wrong, Stearns scowled. I am not a calculator. I am a genius. The ideas in my mind, young man, are world-changing, and I wish to implement them. I've always been more curious than cautious, and that's only increased. I don't care about S.H.I.E.L.D. or Hydra, I don't care about your petty games. I want to change this world. Now, will you let me do that? Strucker eyed him. Possibly, but only if you help me, of course. Starting with my inability to communicate with my forces. Stearns laughed. Deal. And I'll even help you convince Blunksy. Strucker glared at him. How did you dash? Oh please, like a man as desperate as you wouldn't take the abomination with him. Stearns frowned. Abomination, you know what? I'd like a name like that, I think. Something very austere. Stearns held out a hand. Well, do we have a deal? For a tense moment, no one moved. Then Strucker shook Stearns' hand. As Stearns smiled, Strucker wondered if he was going to regret this. Author's note, yep. Strucker, moments after realizing how dangerous things were, started working immediately to grab every advantage he had. This isn't a world where Hydra was able to fight back as hard as they did in the MCU. Strucker is on the losing side, and he knows it. Luckily, he also knows about some assets he can steal. Things so dangerous he wouldn't go for them otherwise. So yeah, the leader. In the comics, he's a genius so profound it's ridiculous. I choose not to give him telekinesis or telepathy, but he's still so smart he blows every other mind out of the water. In the comic tie-in, he was able to deduce Natasha's home country with a single conversation, and he's only gotten smarter since then. And the Abomination, who has been on ice for years. Like I said, this arc is dedicated to Hydra and what they'll be doing to try and find ways to survive as they start to realize what they're up against. January 12, 2014. The leader of the religious order within Hydra had gotten off lucky. While he had lost billions to the assault from S.H.I.E.L.D., he had been careful to make sure enough of his finances were not connected to Hydra or S.H.I.E.L.D. that he was still able to hide away with his daughter in a castle with his people. But he was still in danger. All smartphones owned by Hydra personnel had been tossed away when they realized how pervasive S.H.I.E.L.D.'s blackout on their technology had been. Every one of Malik's men was on edge. The Battle of the Triskelion was over by now and they were all worried that at some point they would look into the horizon and see an Insight helicarrier in the distance, superheroes rushing towards them. How ironic, that Hydra's greatest weapons would now be a part of their greatest nightmares. So Gideon sat in his study, staring at the fireplace and contemplating his issues. How was he going to deal with this? How to survive against this new threat? Even with his current resources, he had no real power anymore. No member of Hydra did. Should he just give up? Ask for leniency for his daughter possibly? Gideon balked at this idea. After everything he had sacrificed for Hydra, everything it had given him, all in the name of bringing their founder home. How could he sacrifice all of that? But what choice did he have? Sir. Gideon's contemplation was cut off when an aide ran into the room. We have communications. Gideon stared at him. Who is it? Von Strucker. The aide said. He says he can bring everyone together. Gideon felt hope for the first time in hours. Samuel Stearns. Gideon asked through the microphone in the radio set up in an upper room in the castle. That is correct, Strucker answered. He has modified our radios to bypass the AI currently interfering with our forces. But we must move fast, Gideon. I need the phase harmonic teleporter. Gideon frowned. That is only meant for communications with the Confederacy. You know that, Von Strucker. If we use it for more than that dash, what is the point of limiting its usage if we all die? Strucker interrupted. With it, we can move our forces with impunity. We can bring our people in and save them. Gideon looked around at the people in the room. He thought about that for a moment. Finally, he nodded. Okay, Strucker. The teleporter is at your alma mater, under General Fisher's orders before he was arrested. Steger, Hale, and her daughter will be there. We're on our way there then, Strucker said firmly. Whitehall sent a message to Hale through Stern's connection, hopefully, something to calm her, and we'll go grab it. I have people I can test it with as well. General Hale. General Hale fired her gun once more, her daughter throwing her chakram into a man's throat. She scowled as 2 more of her own men died at her hands. Good work. Thanks. Ruby was wearing her uniform, a form-fitting black costume made for ease of movement. The 14-year-old girl had hair dyed white and eyes the same color as her mother's. She looked at her mother as they ran through the halls of the Hydra Preparatory Academy. Are you sure about this, Mom? Betraying Hydra. Hale, an older woman with dark blonde hair wearing a military uniform, looked at her daughter as the teenager pulled one of her chakrams out of a man's body. Whitehall promised you would one day be the leader of Hydra, our greatest soldier. And now he wants to tear you apart and shove cybernetics and random DNA samples into you, with no regard for if you'll survive or not. Ruby bit her lip, staring at her mother. Hale continued despite the pain her words were causing her daughter. We can't trust Hydra, not anymore. But someone has promised to protect you, to train you. You may not become the leader of Hydra, but you'll become something just as great eventually. Hale breathed deeply. Come, sweetheart. We need to get out. Hale. The pair spun into cover on opposite sides of a hallway as bullets flew over their head. The Air Force general peeked out to see the headmaster of the school, a brown-haired man wearing glasses, surrounded by soldiers firing at her and her daughter. You must surrender, please. We can protect Ruby. We can stop S.H.I.E.L.D. When Whitehall has proven he doesn't give a damn about her. Hale yelled back, anger filling her. No, Steger? Hydra made its bed, now it's going to die in it. Damn, Ruby said, shocked by her mother's vehemence. Language, sweetheart, Hale said simply. Now, we should have our help in 20 seconds. You have the USB. Yes, Mom. Ruby rolled her eyes, utterly relaxed despite the bullets flying at her. Hale. Steger yelled. Please, just tell us you surrender, and I will protect you. We can make a deal with Whitehall. Sorry, Steger, Hale yelled back. The next words were said with a quiet determination as she looked upon her daughter. But I've made my deal. A wall blew up down the hall behind Steger and his men. Soldiers rushed through the hole, shooting as fast as they could. Steger was shot in the chest by an ICER, and fell to the floor in a moment. The same happened to his men, bullets and ICERs finishing them off quickly. Hale and Ruby poked their heads out, Hale coming out of cover when she saw the shield symbol on their uniforms. Ruby followed hesitantly. Ma'am, one of the soldiers said as she walked up. Fury sent us. We're to escort you to a Quinjet immediately. There's no time to grab the phase harmonic teleporter. Hale asked, worried. The what? The soldier said, shaking his head. Ma'am, there are more Hydra forces on their way. If we stay any longer, we risk you and your daughter. Hale froze, thinking. After a moment, she nodded. Understood. Let's go. She gave Steger a look. Let's bring him at least. He may be useful. Good idea. Wolfgang von Strucker. Strucker arrived at the Hydra Preparatory Academy only a couple of hours after Hale had escaped with her daughter. Disappointing, but at least S.H.I.E.L.D. had only sent a small team that could be chased off. Still, that meant that his current plan had to be moved up. In the meantime, he used the brief moment to rest. The academy had fuel, food, soldiers, and aircraft, enough to help his fleet continue the fight. S.H.I.E.L.D. would come but not before they could continue their plans. I've refined the process, Stearns said to List as the gamma-irradiated scientist watched Loki's scepter move past them towards a research lab, but I'm not sure about these mercenaries you wish me to use the process on. Haven't they already been enhanced? Yes, though they have not deigned to tell us how, List admitted. But some of our experimentation has indicated that already enhanced individuals may take to enhancements with more ease than others. Chen Hoyan, an individual found by one of our subdivisions, was able to gain tremendous strength from the centipede serum. Don't forget Blinsky, whose use of the soldier serum only made gamma irradiation that much more effective on him, for all his monstrous appearance. There is still value in creating enhanced of our own, but these 4 are perfect for testing our theory. And they will let us test that on them? Stearns asked, walking along with List. As long as we pay them, List admitted. Start with Davida, she's being sent out right now. What? Stearns turned to glare at List. You want me to simply empower someone and send them to battle a second later? What sort of foolishness dash? The Shield Academy of Science and Technology, both men turned to see Strucker striding towards them. We must send our forces there, now. I want Davida to go with my men. It's too reckless, Stearns snarled. Simply empowering her and sending her off, without testing, without dash. Sadly, we can't take any chances, Strucker narrowed his eyes at Stern. Dr. Stearns, we need resources, more engineers, and scientists to aid us, all of which are at that academy. The risk is worth it and giving her every advantage we can beforehand mitigates those risks. Now empower her. Stearns glared at him as Strucker gave him a level look. Finally, the gamma-enhanced scientist turned and strode off. He's going to be a problem, List said softly. Yes, he will, Strucker admitted. But his intellect is too vast to be discarded. Keep an eye on him. If the device we implanted works, we can stave off any betrayals, but I will not have him turn against us. January 13, 2014. Strucker, buddy, a man said over the radio connection. How you doing? Surviving? Strucker said simply, looking around the radio room Garrett had loaned him. Stearns had, in a way, saved their lives. The man was not just brilliant. He was innovative. Some thought those were the same things, but there was a reason there were dozens of genius-level intellects, and only one Tony Stark. He'd even managed to enhance Davida in mere moments, deducing her new powers and helping her learn how to use them. He was useful. For now. He was also unbearably smug when the assault on the Shield Academy turned up nothing. Despite this, Strucker was still firm in the belief the assault had been a good choice. While the enemy had managed to counter the teleporter so that anyone sent to the academy was simply bounced back with polka dot skin and swapped genitals, Strucker had no idea what to think of that. He still had to make the attempt. After leaving the Hydra Academy with all the resources they could gather, Strucker guided his men to their new base of operations. Stearns had managed to help them get to Gideon Malik's home, a small castle in North America, without being found out, a place with enough land to hold all their forces. The man had even managed to create a device to hide them from satellites and radar, allowing Hydra to gather without fear. The radio was another invention of Stearns. He had not explained how or why it worked, his way of keeping himself invaluable. But the point was that the radio allowed Strucker to contact Hydra forces across the world without risk of being intercepted or tracked. The results of that had been depressing. The treehouse had been destroyed by one of Hydra's own enhanced. The sandbox had been taken by Hydra, only to be lost later on, though thankfully their scientists were on their way with an enhanced teenager that had been brainwashed. But everything else had been taken control of by S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers. But thankfully, the phase harmonic teleportation device, which was being called the fishhook by the grunts, had let them start grabbing and saving resources. And Stern's workaround for the communications was still working, though he'd had to rework it a couple of times. Garrett, Strucker said, focusing. I am not calling to simply discuss the weather. How the hell are you calling me, anyways? John Garrett asked. We've been having problems with that? I will explain when you get here, Strucker responded. You want us to meet, huh? We need to gather our resources, Strucker said. Well, I'll do it, I'm always willing to make friends. But I'm making a stop somewhere first. The fridge has some sweet toys I want to grab. Strucker rubbed his chin. Will you bringing any of those with you? Only if you share, however it is you're talking with me. Garrett switched gears, becoming very serious. If this raid is going to work, I need comms. You have them, Strucker said. We need counters to the Avengers and S.H.I.E.L.D., especially to this dial that has appeared. Where are you? I'll send soldiers to join you. That'd be great, Garrett said instantly. Late at night, on a beach in an undisclosed location, the fridge stood tall. 100 stories, with only one door on the rooftop and no other way into the building. It was among the most imposing structures in the world. 2 guards watched the main door from inside a pair of thick glass doors, staring out at the dark night sky. As they watched, however, something fell onto the ground from out of nowhere, smashing into the roof with a crack of broken concrete. What the dash? One of the men stepped forward, staring at the object that had landed on top of a building that stood over 1,000 feet tall. Is that a woman? Where did she come from? The other guard said, concerned, looking up at the empty night sky. Suddenly, the woman rose to her feet. As the pair stared, she flipped her blonde hair behind her head and strode towards the door. She had long hair, a face that was beautiful, but also strong, and an extremely fit form. She was wearing a green leather jacket zipped to the top, leather black jeans, and impractical high heels. She smirked as she came to the door, and both men stepped back, pointing their guns at her. She leaned against the glass, still smirking. Hey boys. Mind letting a girl in, she said, her southern accent seductive and lilting. Who the hell are dash? What the fuck does that matter? The first soldier's partner said. This is a restricted location, no one should even be here. Miss, get down on the ground, now. Well, that is just plain mean, Shuga, the woman said, pouting playfully. I guess I'll have to let myself in. She reared back and punched the bulletproof glass, shattering it with ease. Shit, enhanced, one of the men yelled, shooting his assault rifle at her, his partner joining in. For about a minute, they poured bullets into the woman. She let them for a moment, looking down as the bullets tore into her clothes, bouncing off her skin to land on the floor. Run, warn everyone. The other soldier headed to the elevator behind them, running for it. He slammed on the button and looked back as the woman smacked his friend, sending flying into the wall. The elevator doors began to close as she rushed towards it, closing just before she reached. The elevator began to drop towards the lower floors. The soldier in the elevator breathed out a sigh, his heart beating like a drum, reaching for his comms. Control, we have an dash. Then some perfect manicured fingers pierced through the doors, followed by an arm. The elevator halted, stopped by the superhuman arm. As the motor whined and the steel around the arm crumbled, the soldier screamed into his comms. Enhanced attacking the fridge. Mayday, mayday. Then the blonde woman ripped her way into the elevator. Moments later, a Quinjet landed on the roof, soldiers' Chitauri armor teleporting into existence at the same time. Helen, was it? John Garrett said as he strode through the halls of the fridge, smiling at the blonde woman next to him. Gotta say, I like your style. How strong are you exactly? Never really tested my limits, Shuga, Helen said simply, clearly focused on other things. You really think Davida is in here? It would make sense. S.H.I.E.L.D. tends to keep its favorite prisoners here, Garrett said, striding confidently. He looked behind him. Go ahead and start killing anyone in our way with those golden boys, will you? The tall, imposing black man behind Garrett nodded, striding forward to join the Chitauri armored soldiers in wiping out the opposition in the fridge. What is that guy? Helen asked as the tall man fired rockets from his arm. My very best friend, Garrett said flippantly. Come on. Strucker said we only have 20 minutes before S.H.I.E.L.D. finds out about us. What are we looking for, exactly? Helen asked. Before Garrett could answer, a man came from a hallway on their left and shot at them. Helen leaped in front of the bullets and let them bounce off her chest, kicking the S.H.I.E.L.D. soldier's leg hard enough to shatter it. She grabbed him by the front of his armor, fingers tearing through Kevlar and steel to give her a firm grip and tossed him upwards, the man smashing into the ceiling with bone-crushing force. He fell to the floor, unconscious. Damn, Garrett said, impressed. Nice work. But you forgot one thing, Garrett shot the soldier in the head. Can't leave witnesses. Had to kill those two you left upstairs as well. Ignoring the shocked look on Helen's face, Garrett continued. Gonna be a good day. While Garrett and his men emptied the fridge, more work was being done elsewhere. In the castle grounds of Malik's home, in a courtyard illuminated by spotlights, Hydra was preparing for its next recruitment. Strucker watched as his scientists and engineers worked around Blinsky's massive tank. They removed the pipes on the tank and worked on the software of the cryogenics on it, stepping on the cobblestone floor as the stars shone down on them. Men in Chitauri armor floated over the courtyard, their purple glow flitting about, and more soldiers with conventional weaponry surrounded the area. 2 sonic cannons rested to the east and west of the tank, as well as vehicles with heavy assault weaponry around them. It'll be nice to speak to Emil again, Stearns said, walking up to join Strucker. Strucker looked at Stearns, noting the orange jacket he had found somewhere. It clashed with his green skin. But then, a man with a head as enlarged as Stearns wouldn't worry as much about appearance. I was always curious to see how his change affected his mind. We can only hope he listens to reason. Strucker looked at Wanda and Pietro. Stay ready. We may need you. Pietro nodded quickly. Wanda was far more hesitant, and Strucker looked at them for a moment. Ever since they'd gone to the base in Alaska, he'd worried about the two. The two hadn't killed any soldiers themselves, but once adrenaline had faded from everyone's systems, they seemed racked with anxiety over those who had died. He'd have to be careful about them. But for now, a massive noise filled the air. Everyone looked at the tank, where a dent had been smashed from the inside on the door. What are you doing? Strucker yelled. We aren't awakening him yet. It's not us. A scientist cried out. He's just the scientist screeched when another dent was struck in the door. Pietro, get them out of there. Strucker cried out. The door flew out of the tank, and the massive being within leaped out. He reached for a scientist, and a blue blur sped throughout the area for 30 feet around the tank. The being's fist closed on nothing, and the scientists and engineers were safely away as Pietro screeched to halt next to his sister. Wanda. Stearns yelled, preempting Strucker. Be ready. The being looked around as guns ranging from armor-piercing to laser blasting pointed at him, 2 sonic cannons joining in. He snorted, seemingly amused. When he spoke, it was in a voice like gravel rolling down a hill. So, this is the best you could bring to kill me? You'll need 1,000 more. Why would we try to kill you? Stearns yelled out, stepping forward. Blinsky spun to look at Stearns. He narrowed his eyes at him. You're that scientist. The one who The one who helped you become this, magnificence. Stearns' voice sounded almost euphoric. Look at the power you have now. Yeah, thanks. Though it looks like I'm not the only one who's gone through some changes. Emil noted, rising to his full height. What do you want? For you to help us, Stearns said simply. Ha ha ha. Emil stepped forward, ignoring the guns pointed at him as he strode forward. Why should I? Why don't I simply kill you all? The Hulk. Stearns frowned when Strucker spoke from the back. When Emil looked at Strucker, the monocled man stepped forward. We will help you find him, and kill him. Stearns spun to glare at Strucker, but sighed and turned back to Blinsky. Yes, we will help you, kill Bruce Banner, he added the last reluctantly. Join us, and we will make sure no one ever cages you again. No, I think not. Blinsky leaped forward, smiling gleefully. A blue blur pulled Stearns and Strucker back. Undeterred, Blinsky jumped towards them with a sick grin on his face. Wanda. Stearns and Strucker yelled in unison. A red energy smashed into Emil in midair, pushing him back with a surprised look on his horrific face. He flew into his old tank, destroying it. Emil rose up hurriedly, staring as Wanda stepped forward, her hands glowing with power. We know how to find the man you wish to kill, Strucker said, walking next to her. The Hulk has a team now, individuals as exceptional as you are that you have no chance of defeating alone. Not when their numbers will let them outmatch even your exceptional power. We can provide a team for you as well. People to fight alongside, leave you to battle the Hulk to your content. Emil listened, calming. I promise you, Emil Blinsky, Stearns said, walking up to join Strucker and Wanda as they stood across from the monster before them. You will never find a better way to prove your power than with our resources. We can make you a legend. Well, now that is an offer, Emil smiled, his horrific features twisting. First thing, I'm hungry, and I want her to make me a sandwich. Wanda blinked when he pointed at her. Her eyes narrowed, and she gathered more energy before her fingers as an answer. Huh, feisty. I suppose I'll agree. He rose out of the tank and cracked his neck to the side. But when I kill the Hulk, all bets are off. January 14, 2014. The next morning, Strucker was there with his soldiers to greet John Garrett when he and his men landed on the grounds outside Gideon Malik's castle. Men in Chidori armor landed on the ground at the same time as 4 Quinjets, joining their brethren. The closest Quinjet to Strucker opened its back door to expel Garrett. The former SHIELD agent stepped out with a salesman's smile and outstretched arms. Strucker, look at you, healthy as ever. Well, except the bags under your eyes. Strucker smiled tightly. Indeed. How was the raid? Went off like a charm, Garrett said, his smile widening further. Got a whole lot of new toys, even a few recruits. Even managed to get my girl Flowers out of prison on the way. Garrett nodded to a woman in background who was wearing a red silk dress. She sat in a Quinjet, hands in her lap as she watched the proceedings. She can help create more of the centipede serum for us. Men in brown uniforms with black vests filed out of the Quinjets, carrying weapons and equipment with casual ease no human strength could match. Their eyes glowed subtly red as they walked, a consequence of the centipede serum in their veins, and Garrett watched as other soldiers in black uniforms joined them. Excellent, Strucker said, watching the soldiers line up behind Garrett, a tall black man Strucker knew as Deathloke taking a spot at his right side. Helen walked out of the Quinjet and moved to stand with Strucker. Thing is though, Garrett's smile became more dangerous. I'm not sure if I should give them to you. The Chidori armored soldiers tensed, facing the centipede-enhanced men and women across from them. Strucker and Garrett's armies faced each other. Helen's eyes started to get slightly redder. Deathloke's right arm opened to reveal a weapon within. Perhaps you need an incentive. Strucker raised a hand and snapped his fingers. A massive green figure flew from the castle and landed behind Strucker like a missile. Holy shit! Garrett yelled, stepping back as the abomination stood up with a smirk. A blue blur suddenly appeared next to Helen. Finally, 2 figures flew down from the sky. Wanda flew on jets of her power, coming to a stop behind Pietro. Stearns simply floated on a disc hovering on jets of purple energy, his arms crossed while he looked at the battlefield. Satisfied, Garrett? Strucker asked. Things were tense for a moment longer. Then Garrett smiled, the cyborg next to him relaxing. Oh yeah, I am absolutely satisfied. Author's note, I worked on Abomination for hours, trying to make his dialogue both brief and simple, without making it seem like I was rushing things. I mean, he only has one thing he is interested in, and Emil was shown to be able to figure out tactics when he wasn't being an asshole, so I figured he'd listen to reason when his target wasn't around. But I just couldn't figure out how I did. That said, I do stand by his reason for joining. But yeah, Helen, aka Letha, and the other grapplers have joined Strucker because they want to find Davida. Wanda and Pietro are thinking. Garrett is still trying to save himself. Stearns is on the down low. In the end, the only one who actually works for Hydra at this point is Strucker and his soldiers. Seriously, I did not do that on purpose. Wanda Maximoff/Scarlet Witch. Pietro, what are we doing here? Wanda asked her brother later. She was sitting on a bed with her back to a stone wall, eyes on her brother as he looked out the window with his arms crossed. He looked at her, then back out of the window. Getting revenge. I'm not so sure of that anymore. The pair had been given a room in the castle to themselves. It was more expensive than any home they'd ever lived in, with beautiful art on the walls, silk sheets, and a beautiful view of the countryside. Wanda watched as her brother continued to stare out the window. After a moment, he spoke. He's going to help us kill Tony Stark. To kill the Avengers, he said with conviction. And then, Wanda asked curiously. He said nothing, any righteousness fading. He has brought monsters here. We've been responsible for killing people. I'm not so sure of what we're doing here, Pietro. Her brother frowned in thought. He shook his head after a while. We will stay until the Avengers are dead. Then we leave. Go back home. And if he decides not to let us, he had nothing to say to that. We can't do this, Pietro. Whatever we are doing here, it isn't what we wanted for ourselves. I think we need to plan our escape. Downstairs, other people were dealing with certain issues at the same time the twins were dealing with their consciences. Fascinating, Stearns said, watching the objects gathered from the Hydra Academy and the raid on the fridge get brought into the large room that had been turned from a spare kitchen into a laboratory. The items were placed at the side of the room, which was full of tables, computers, and counters. These items will skyrocket my research and make it so I don't have to do everything from scratch. Yeah, there's some cool stuff here, Garrett said flippantly, biting into a piece of beef jerky. Yes. Cool stuff, Stearns responded, annoyed. He turned to look at Garrett. Must you be here? Hey, I'm the one who brought the stuff you're so gaga over, Garrett said, putting a hand on his chest. You could stand to be a little nicer. Humph, scoffing, Stearns looked over at a cage in the background. I'm nice to those who are worthy of it, and you have yet to prove yourself worthy of anything more than being a delivery boy. In the meantime, I have to work on the girl. Girl. Garrett looked towards the cage and blinked. The girl in the cage was glaring out at them. She was in her late teens, thin from lack of proper nutrition, wearing a white prison jumpsuit. Her black hair was matted, and her eyes were wild. She was yelling in Spanish, shaking her cage as best as she could. Damn, Spitfire ain't she? Garrett asked, eyeing her as one would a caged animal. More than that, Stearns said. She killed 3 of our men when we tried to transport her. That little thing. Garrett grinned. She got laser eyes or something. No, she was, according to records at the Hydra Academy, taken from Mexico when she was a toddler. She was found surrounded by the bodies of dead gang members who had killed her mother, Stearns idly said. Shit. Garrett responded seriously, suddenly much more wary of the prisoner. Indeed. Hydra got their hands on her but soon found that another group was trying to take her as well. She was brought to the academy, taken to the depths of the school, and found to have increased ability to absorb combat skills, as well as naturally enhanced speed, strength, and senses. Even her healing is enhanced, Stearns said, sounding absolutely fascinated. Garrett froze, and Stearns pretended not to notice. Lucky we found this, Black Sky. She would have died in months under the care of those ingrate scientists at the academy. What do you mean? Garrett asked. They were planning to dissect her, after finding she was resistant to being trained. Stearns turned away and watched as a large object was wheeled into the room. A tube big enough to contain a human. I have other plans for her. Using these, Stearns turned and lifted something for Garrett to look at. He blinked. Now that is one big-ass diamond. It isn't diamond you troglodyte, Stearns hefted the cracked piece of blue-green crystal. No, it is far more durable than any known substance on the planet besides vibranium and, despite all appearances to the contrary, organic. This, Mr. Garrett, may be step 1 in my research. But first, Stearns looked around at the soldiers surrounding him. I have something I wish to confirm. She wasn't there, Helen hissed at Strucker as they walked through the hallways together. Davida is still with S.H.I.E.L.D. Yes, and I am trying to discover where she is, as per our deal, Strucker said, moving quickly. But even Stearns hasn't been able to get through the AI S.H.I.E.L.D. is using to defend their files, at least without him starting anything that would bring their eyes upon us. I suspect she is being held on the inside heli-carriers. Then my girls and I can get her, Helen said without a second thought. You will fight the Avengers then. We can take them. No one can take them. Strucker stopped spinning to look at her. I have an army, I have superhuman soldiers, miracles, and monsters, but the Chidori armor cannot defeat Iron Man. My monster cannot fight the Hulk or Dial on his own. My super soldiers are worthless against Captain America. We are outmatched, and we need more. Strucker yelled into the stubborn woman's face. The two stared at each other in the stone hallway. You're afraid, Helen accused. I'm pragmatic. S.H.I.E.L.D. has the quality to defeat our quantity, but I am building those numbers. And Stern has an idea. 3 targets he wants to kidnap. People who can help us take the heli-carriers and perhaps even the Avengers head-on. Who dash? Sir. The two turned to see List walking towards them hurriedly. Stearns is making something he wishes us to look at. Gamma radiators. What? Strucker said, shocked. He thinks we can make more like the Hulk. Strucker thought about that. Fast. Too fast. Stearns was trying to accelerate everything. Perhaps Strucker could use that to his advantage. He is certain. Yes. Then tell him he's authorized. Oversee the project, and make sure to have Deathloke, Abomination, and Wanda on standby. Ask our soldiers to volunteer. You think anyone will? Helen asked. Strucker looked at her, then continued his walking. Many in this world would sacrifice for the slightest bit of power, and the Hulk and Abomination represent more than a little bit of power. I have also, List continued, following with Helen, begun the construction of the cybernetics, as per the cybertech designs. I'm also having our scientists look at the centipede serum with the girl, Reina. Then we will have an army enough to fight against the Avengers, Strucker said firmly, a small smile coming to his face. Tell me about the other projects. January 15, 2014. Your project needs work, Stearns, Strucker said as he stood in the laboratory of Stearns. The gamma-irradiated scientist smiled. Yes, but I have simply found what doesn't work, and that is progress. They were looking at the results of Stern's experiments, men and women in cages within a large tent set up on the grounds. 11 in all, 4 women and 7 men, all of them in too much pain to move. 2 of the women and 4 of the men had green skin after the experimentation, their bodies misshapen and twisted, muscles on their bodies growing and shrinking at random as they screamed in pain and horror. Strucker could hear their bones snapping over and over as they shattered under the immense pressure of their own muscles' strength before healing back, only to break again. Some of them had even grown strange appendages, tentacles from their arms and legs, while one of the women had a leg turned to a long stump of flesh. The gamma radiators proved what I've always suspected. Bruce and I are not accidents, we are genetically built to accept gamma radiation, to be empowered by it. Emil Blinsky does not have the gene naturally, but the super soldier serum he was given, as crude as it was, allowed him to become what he is now, Stearns said with a grin. And you believe you have isolated the gene? Strucker asked. Stearns, in answer, turned to leave the tent and walked out. Strucker followed after an annoyed scowl at Stearns' arrogance. Stearns led him to another tent, where they found several people waiting inside as they worked around 2 patients on tables. 2 is now stable, Stearns said firmly. 1 already injected with the centipede serum while having the gene, the other using Abomination's blood as a catalyst. I suppose that would be her, Stucker said, nodding towards the massive being on one table. Yes, Rana Phillips, Stearns confirmed. The woman in question looked like a more slender and female version of Blinsky. She had the same enormous muscles, the same hard exterior and dark green coloration, slightly glowing eyes, and seemed to maintain her hair though it had become green in color. She was awake and lucid, looking around at the scientists experimenting on her. As they watched, she shrank until she had become a normal human woman, with brown hair, green eyes, and a fit form, if not as impressive as she had been before. Such control, Strucker noted with a raised eyebrow. But she is not as powerful as a result, Stearns noted. Still, a stable result is good. The other is odd, however, Stearns nodded towards a man who was asleep on the other side of the tent. The man was green, but he seemed to grow and shrink at random, much like the victims in the other tent. Unlike them, he was at peace. Drugged? Strucker asked. Hardly. No, this is apparently how his powers manifest. As it is, I'm not sure if he can control it, especially with his feeble personality. What do you mean? Strucker asked. Benjamin Tibbets is not a strong person, unlike Rana, Stearns explained. He volunteered to become powerful. Did you know he is not even Hydra? He begged to defect from S.H.I.E.L.D. rather than die. Strucker blinked. But S.H.I.E.L.D. was winning. As I said, Strucker, he is not a strong person, physically or mentally, and I fear that will interfere somewhat in his usefulness. Rana, however, proves that the process is useful, and I can at least suggest using the others as cannon fodder. As for candidates, I believe I have a perfect one in mind. Very well, Strucker decided. And the other experiment? I did not begin it yet, Stearns admitted. I wish to make sure that one worked perfectly. Despite the positive results garnered here, I do not wish to waste any more soldiers, especially since the black sky is so valuable. Black sky, Strucker mused quietly. I thought that creature was dead. Almost, Stearns smiled. But don't worry. She is undergoing the Faustus method now. Soon, she shall be ours, and then I will enhance her to be a perfect warrior. Very well. In the meantime, have ran a test with Davita's team. I wish to see how powerful she really is. Understood, Stearns said. Somehow, he sounded almost mocking. Strucker noted that, and looked over at the young woman watching Rana Phillips transform back into her monstrous form with a fascinated glimmer in her eyes. She'd come with Garrett, who insisted on calling her Flowers despite her preference for her actual name, Raina. She had short black hair that fell in artful curls around her pretty face and carried herself with the sort of vulnerability that screamed for people to care for her, which only made Strucker distrust her more. Has she been helpful? Strucker asked as Stearns watched her as well. Yes, but worryingly so, Stearns said. She has the air of a fanatic. She can't seem to stop staring at the Maximovs, and even Blinsky has drawn an admiring glance where many would shy their gaze away. A fan of Enhanced? Strucker asked. More that she covets powers similar to them, Stearns replied. Strucker frowned. After a moment, he turned around. I'll speak to her later. Keep me apprised. Hours after Stearns' projects had started in earnest, Strucker received horrible news. Whitehall is being attacked, List said to Strucker later. Von Strucker, Gideon Malik, and Garrett had been perusing files together, planning their next attack strategy when List came into the room. Strucker looked up at List, shocked. Are you sure, List? We've been cut off from communications with his people, and reports have come in from social media that vehicles with an odd version of S.H.I.E.L.D. symbol have shown up at the building, List confirmed. Damn. Garrett cursed. We could use that old man and his people. Has anyone been able to get through? Malik asked, his jowls tightening when List shook his head. Then it is them. We haven't been able to communicate during dedicated S.H.I.E.L.D. raids. The second they start actually trying to keep us out. We must find a way, Strucker decreed. There is one, Garrett said. When the room looked at him, he smiled. Well, you've been working on it, haven't you? List told me about that little claw of yours. When Strucker glared at List, the man sighed in annoyance. He overheard me designing it. Astral projection, right? Garrett asked. Sounds like a neat trick. An unproven trick, Strucker said firmly. Theorized by Stearns after his brief work enhancing Davida's team. But you think it can bypass the communications blackout? Malik asked. Strucker froze, thinking. After a while, he nodded slowly. Yes. Stearns theorized it to be possible. Well, Garrett asked. It's too dangerous, Strucker said. Even for all the things we are dealing with, even as desperate as we are dash. That's right, Garrett interrupted, his voice smooth and calm. Desperate. We're dealing with S.H.I.E.L.D., and they're attacking one of our oldest leaders. We need to fight back, Strucker. We need to know what we're dealing with. We can't do it the normal way. You've to reach out for whatever you can take. You know, I'm kinda glad we've been getting our asses handed to us. When those in the room stared at him, Garrett smiled his insincere smile. Come on. Look at what we've got around us. Blinsky, Stearns, those crazy twins, Deathloke, those wrestling girls, all of the kinds of super soldiers we've got running around. In a few days, we've made an army more powerful than any in Hydra's history. I think we've been making a mistake, holding back as long we have. S.H.I.E.L.D. pushing us the way we have has only let us unleash our full potential. Garrett's voice seemed to draw them all in. Why stop now, Strucker? When you're so close to really making our dreams come true. Strucker thought about that. After a moment, he removed his coat, revealing the blue polo shirt he wore beneath it. Bring the claw and the scepter to the meditation room. It's time I tested it. Later, Strucker explained what had happened to Whitehall, Garrett, Malik, and List listening closely. When he was done, Malik shook his head. Damn shame. The old man had style. Wait, you thought he was old too? How long has Whitehall been alive? Garrett asked, everyone else ignoring him. S.H.I.E.L.D. has clearly gotten over whatever has paralyzed them, even to the point of using the Winter Soldier and Karl Creel in their forces, Strucker said. For now, I suggest we continue our efforts on increasing our forces. Stern has 4 targets he wishes to recruit to our cause. Enhanced. Garrett asked. Only one of them, an assassin S.H.I.E.L.D. used, List said. 2 of the others are S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. The last is related to an Avenger. That could be disastrous, Malik said, walking to a nearby table to pour himself a glass of scotch. S.H.I.E.L.D. is already on guard, attacking 3 of their own, and 1 related to an Avenger. They're exactly what we need, List said. 1 has the Gamma gene. The other 2 are prime candidates for the Super Soldier Serum, especially with the vials Garrett has given us. You've done something with that alien juice? Garrett asked. Despite trying to sound casual, Strucker noticed the eagerness he hid. That girl, Reyna, has some ideas, List smiled slowly. I believe, combined with the alien crystals, we may be on to something remarkable. Then we can breath. For now, I believe, Strucker said. We'll take the targets. But after that, we focus on our army, on strengthening them. You want to hide? Garrett asked, visibly disappointed. For a short time, Strucker said. We need to breathe, I'm afraid. The soldiers have been pushed hard for 3 days. None of us has slept, and I can see it affecting our forces. We rest, rebuild our resources and operations, find a way to combat the incessant AI S.H.I.E.L.D. is using, enhance our troops, and figure out our next step. Tomorrow, we take our targets. After that, we work from the shadows. Fine by me. Garrett walked over to where Malik had poured a drink to take a cup as well. Let's party, shall we? Malik sighed, shaking his head at Garrett. Very well. Then I suggest, in the meantime, you keep an eye on Stearns. We're depending on that man for far too much. I believe getting rid of him once his usefulness is up would be in our best interest. Stearns raised an eyebrow as he continued to work, listening in on the conversation through a comm unit in his ear. Smart man. I agree, Strucker admitted. But for now, he is helping us build an impressive force, which he started building by turning 11 soldiers into mutated freaks who can't even function, Garrett noted. I'll watch him as much as I can, but in the end, we may not be able to stop him, Strucker admitted. As he did, he made sure his eyes narrowed on every single person in the room. He conveyed, as best as he could, that none would comment otherwise. They seemed to understand in a moment. Stearns was intelligent. Very, very intelligent. That intelligence, however, came with an ego and a lack of true experience, an inability to recognize another's skills at times, such as realizing a spy would know when a room had been bugged. The gamma-irradiated scientist was useful, but Strucker would not let that stop him from doing what needed to be done. Now, I must go speak with one of my new soldiers. Strucker turned and left, several guards joining him. Strucker was thinking deeply on his new allies. Allies he couldn't trust. Stearns, Garrett, Blinsky, the twins, Davida's team, even Malik. They would tear apart the alliance, whether due to their egos, greed, obsessions, or simply being too kind or moral for the work. Strucker couldn't trust any of them, so he would make himself allies of his own. Several minutes of walking brought him to his destination. He strode into the lower labs and walked into a room where a glowing series of rings held the scepter of Loki floating, suspended. Strucker stared at it for a moment. Then he looked at the glove on the table. A mechanical device created by List, it had been dubbed the Claw. An orange metal glove with a single port on the back, designed like the armor of a demonic knight, a glove made for Satan. Strucker put it on. The glove was designed to fight off any dangers the scepter could pose, but he still felt trepidation as he took the scepter in hand. With the weapon in hand, he turned and walked out of the lab. More walking brought him to the tent where Rana Phillips and Benjamin Tibbets were being held. He walked in and glared around the room. Out. All of you? The scientists began to walk out. Reina moved to follow, only for Strucker to shake his head. No, Reina. Stay. He looked at the soldiers behind him. You, out now, Sir Dash, one of the soldier began to say. He shut his mouth when he looked into Strucker's eyes. Rana and Reina shared a look. Strucker walked over to Rana's bedside and looked into her currently human eyes. How are you feeling? Rana, the woman who could become an aberration at a moment's notice, blinked at the uncharacteristic softness in her leader's voice. I'm fine. I feel amazing, actually. No problems. Strucker asked. Not at all, sir, Rana smiled, putting a hand to her heart, on the Hydra symbol on her white patient's uniform. I can fight. And I'm willing to do it. Strucker smiled back. Then he sighed. Rana, I will speak to you frankly. Any other day, I would not. I would consider such a thing beneath me. But I've found myself realizing things. Important things. First, please, transform into your other form. Rana looked at Reina, who looked bewildered. After a moment, Rana nodded. In a shifting move, Rana gained height and weight. Smooth skin became scaled. Muscles and spikes sprouted across her. Reina watched Rana's transformation with a vested interest. Strucker didn't look away from Rana. Beautiful. Strucker lifted the scepter in his hand. You know what this is, Rana. Rana stared at the glowing weapon with fear, swallowing. Loki's scepter. Yes. It is powerful, capable of launching directed energy blasts, gifting others with powers. Reina leaned in at that. It can even control minds. But that last power is not reliable. Useful, but I'd rather depend on someone's personal loyalty. He looked at Rana. You've been controlling it well, but I can see your anger. It's in all gamma-irradiated individuals. That unending well of rage. Rana's eyes flashed. Whatever fear she had been portraying faded away. She had been faking. Intriguing. Good. Because I can use that anger. Strucker leaned forward. Rana, thank you for volunteering. In return, allow me to offer you a deal. Strucker continued to speak and Rana listened. Reina's eyes widened, further and further as the conversation went on. When it was over, Strucker held out a hand. Rana took it without hesitation. I hear that it is traditional, in some factions of Hydra. Strucker flickered his eyes over to Reina. To give enhanced individuals a name. Something powerful, to give an enhanced and inflated sense of ego, to make them more susceptible to control and manipulation. I do not subscribe to that. I want you to choose your codename, Rana. From now on, you are my right hand. Understand? Yes, sir, Rana said, her voice strong and steady. Her eyes flashed. And you promise Dash. Win or lose, Rana, Strucker said softly. Win or lose. Strucker turned, walking towards Benjamin Tibbets, who was still asleep on his bed. The green-skinned young man kept growing and shrinking uncontrollably. Rana only had to wear oversized clothing. Benjamin, who grew portions of his body to become as large as the Hulk or Abominations, had been left with only a blanket to wear. Strucker watched him for a moment before he pressed the scepter's tip to Benjamin's chest. The specter's blue orb glowed for a moment as Strucker focused. Looking deep within the orb, one might have seen a yellow flash. Benjamin sighed, relaxing. His growing and shrinking flesh stopped until he was a skinny young man again. Strucker shook his head. He'll sleep, but this peace is temporary. He is a truly sick young man. With that, he turned. Reina, come. I think you and I have things to discuss. Author's note, okay, so, Aberration and Flux are now in. Both are lower Marvel characters, so I felt safe using them in the story. And Stearns has suggested making a run on certain individuals before Hydra officially retreats into the shadows for a bit. Dangerous, very dangerous idea. Or ambitious, whatever you need. From that point, the war between Bridge and Hydra will begin anew. Especially if they attack the wrong people. And yes, things will slow down after this. I'm no longer constrained by my own calendar for this story, so now I can take more time with events than I could before, and that can only help the story. January 16, 2014. Sharon Carter/Agent 13. In a small house in Washington, D.C. that had been recently bought for one of the most important women in the world, a meeting was in progress. Sweetie, when you became an agent, what did I tell you? An elderly, but still healthy woman asked. Sharon smiled at the elderly woman in the bed in front of her, holding her hand at her bedside. You wanted me to take care of S.H.I.E.L.D., did I? The elderly woman looked over at the tall black man standing at the foot of her bed. Trip, is that what I said? Yes ma'am, Agent Triplet said with a wide grin. Humph, the elderly woman said. She shook her head. All that work and you young fools tear it apart in one fell swoop. In our defense, most of that was. Trip stopped talking, but it was too late. He winced at the pain that flashed in the older woman's eyes. I'm sorry Aunt Peggy, Sharon apologized, feeling guilty about being unable to protect her aunt's life's work. What for? Peggy gave Sharon a very sharp smile. You weren't the one who allowed parasites into your legacy. Not your fault, Trip said. And in the end, the only reason S.H.I.E.L.D. could survive was because of the good work you did. S.H.I.E.L.D. survived because of you, not in spite of you, Aunt Peggy, Sharon said, squeezing the older woman's hand. Peggy sighed. Small comfort. You know, when I was young, I thought I'd faced all the horror the world could produce. Everything from the Dark Force to Howard Stark. And now, poor Steve will have to face all of that. She looked between Sharon and Trip. You'll both help him. It wasn't a plea. It was an order. Trip and Sharon nodded. Peggy relaxed, smiling at the two. Good. Now, tell me. I've heard of the formation of Bridge, but I wish to know about the reactions of certain individuals during the discussion. The Russian president's aide, a woman with brown hair, how did she act? As the legacies of the Howling Commandos and Peggy Carter informed the elderly woman, a small box full of pills sat innocently on the nightstand next to Peggy's bed. When Sharon and Trip left Peggy's home, they entered Trip's car together. Trip started the car and stared out of the windshield without moving. After a moment, he turned it off. That woman was so strong, all of my life. The best damn spy in the world. I was always comparing every spy I knew to her. Trip said. Sharon smiled at that. I think I got a glimpse of that again. Just a bit, Sharon sighed happily. But she seemed happy, even with all the bad news. The new director will be happy to hear about that, Trip said. I mean, Peggy's approval, you know. Sharon nodded. Yeah, and Simmons and Dial will be happy to know the pills work. Sharon gave Trip a grin. He put a hand on her shoulder, with Sharon grabbed. After a silent moment of happiness, they pulled away from each other. Trip started the car, and they started driving. They stopped at a light a few miles away. Suddenly, both of their comm units switched on, brief static filling their ears before a voice came on. This is X, you both need to run, the AI yelled urgently. X? Trip asked, uncomprehending. Hydra has sent Quinjets to your area, I'm sending a team to intercept but dash. X's frantic voice was cut off when something landed in the intersection ahead of them with a boom of shattered concrete. Trip and Sharon stared as a tall being rose from the concrete. She was over 7 feet tall, with green-scaled skin, glowing yellow eyes, and taloned feet. She was wearing a workout top and military pants, and her eyes were firmly set on Trip and Sharon. Shit. Trip slammed on the accelerator, turning right and booking it down the street. The strange woman started chasing them with incredible speed. Who the hell is this? She isn't on any records, X said. She must be a new creation. Help is 6 minutes out. Then we last that long, Sharon said, opening the glove box and grabbing the submachine gun inside. She opened the window and leaned out, the wind rushing past her with the smell of French fries from a nearby fast food place drifting in the air. She sighted on the woman currently catching up with them on foot and started shooting in controlled bursts, pulling the trigger before giving up and cursing harshly in annoyance, pulling back into the car. She's bulletproof. Sharon yelled. I miss killable bad guys. Trip yelled back, swerving around an SUV that the woman chasing them pushed aside, sending it spinning like a top into a tree. Hydra Quinjet is sighting on you, but they haven't fired, X informed them. I'm attempting to hack them, but they've modified the Quinjet to be as low-tech as possible somehow. They want us alive, Trip realized, a chill going down his spine. Wait, where did she go? Sharon began to say. The woman landed on the hood of the car, crumbling the steel beneath her and sending the vehicle spinning out of control. She quickly planted her feet into the pavement so her boots left long grooves as she slowed the car to a halt. Come on. Trip slammed down on the accelerator, trying to run her over. The woman, in response, tore off the hood, then reached in and pulled the car's engine out with one hand, tossing it carelessly aside. Trip and Sharon instantly leaped out of the car, running in different directions. The woman leaped towards Trip, slamming him into the pavement. He tried to fight, but the woman simply took out a syringe and stabbed it into his neck. As he passed out, she lifted him up and threw him at the Quinjet as it floated above with the back hatch open, where he landed in the arms of a waiting soldier. Sharon, in the meantime, was sprinting with all her speed towards a back alley nearby. Once there, she could get into a building, maybe slip past them in a maze of halls. The scaled green woman landed in front of Sharon with a crunch of breaking asphalt. Sharon spun to avoid her, but the woman grabbed Sharon and lifted her into the air. As Sharon choked on a scaled fist strong enough to bend steel, the woman pulled her close. Don't worry, the woman said gently, stabbing her in the neck with another syringe. Soon you'll no longer feel powerless ever again. Sharon was out moments later. The Hydra Quinjet flew into the air and headed into the countryside. X tried to track it, Jarvis helping, and soon found its destroyed remains in the side of a barn. Sharon Carter and Antoine Triplett were missing in action. Jennifer Walters / attorney at law. Across the country, in Los Angeles, California, a woman was speaking to a jury as the rest of the courtroom watching. She was a short woman, with brown hair, a cute button nose, and a voice with a high pitch. Yet, when she spoke, it was with a confidence that drew the room in. She strode on sensible heels, wearing a white blouse with a black business skirt and jacket, her hair pulled into a high ponytail and a pair of glasses that were thick enough to give her a slightly bug-eyed appearance. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, she said, looking into the eyes of each member of the jury in question. We've discussed the events of September 13th for a full week. I know you're all tired. You probably want to go home. But we can't leave. She shook her head, and several of the jurors actually did so as well. Not until we know, for certain, that justice has had its day. My client, Beatrice Trask, the woman at the prosecutor's table, a pretty blonde with sad eyes and a cast on her left arm, stood a little straighter, was beaten in her home, by the one person who was supposed to protect her. She eyed the defendant, a large overweight man with black hair perfectly groomed, and eyes that were hard as they glared at the woman currently speaking. Nicholas Trask. A man who has been accused of domestic abuse before. A man who, according to witness testimony, often used violence to intimidate and control others. When Beatrice spoke, when she told us of how the person she loved became a monster, we all knew what had to be done. Nicholas Trask's fists clenched under the desk. Please, she entreated. Show Beatrice, and the other women who faced the same horrors inflicted by Nicholas Trask, that justice does exist. Thank you. With that, Jennifer Walters took her seat with a quiet dignity. Later that day, as a screaming Nicholas Trask was placed in cuffs and dragged away, she allowed herself a smile. Jennifer, I really wish you hadn't taken that case, an older man said later as he entered Jennifer Walters' office. Jennifer Walters looked up from her paperwork, noting the man who was walking forward. Hi Dad, how are you? Dreaming of a daughter who doesn't get herself into crap, Morris Walters was tall, well-built if with a bit of beer belly under the sheriff's uniform he was wearing. His hair was the same color as his daughter's, cut short and brushed back. He sat down in the chair in front of his daughter's desk with a groan. Sweetie, you know Trask. His guys are going to retaliate somehow. His guys, Jennifer said. Know full well that Trask isn't worth protecting anymore. He's burned too many bridges, Dad. Besides, did you see how much evidence was piled up? I get killed, he's the first on the suspect list. But you'll still be dead, Morris said firmly. Look, just let me set up some deputies to protect you, at least until things cool off a bit. Jennifer sighed, pretending to be annoyed, rather than grateful. Damn it, she was supposed to be the hard-boiled lawyer, but at heart, she was always happy to see that her father loved her. The product of being a single child of a single parent. Fine, dinner tomorrow. Morris smiled. He got up and walked around the deck, kissing his daughter on her head as she gave him a mock glare, though she was clearly pleased. I never miss it, do I? Not so far, Jennifer sighed. Anyways, I have some more paperwork to do right now. I'm guessing you already have the deputies outside. Morris barked a laugh. Of course. I wasn't going to wait for you to say yes. Jennifer smiled at her father and looked at the photo on her desk. As she looked at it, her smile faded. Morris noticed, and looked at the photo as well. On the picture were 4 people. 2 older women, desperately holding on to laughing children as all of them smiled at the camera. A young girl, Jennifer wearing a pink dress with a dinosaur toy in her hand. And a young boy, laughing as he held Jennifer's hand. I miss him, Jennifer admitted. I miss them. Her father said nothing. He simply put a hand on his daughter's shoulder. Late that night, Jennifer Walters entered her house carrying a box filled with files. She locked the door behind her and removed her shoes, sighing in relief as she clenched her toes against the carpet for a moment, feeling her sore feet slowly relax from a long day of standing in trial. She put the box of files on her kitchen table and walked over to the sink to grab some water, drinking it with relish. She contemplated going to sleep, but decided to make some coffee instead, and quickly set up her machine. I hope I'm not interrupting. A voice she'd never heard before spoke up behind her. Jesus. Jennifer spun around in shock and gaped at the man sitting at her counter. He was odd, to say the least. His skin was green, and his head was massive. He eyed her with fascination, as though she had some secret she had to give him. Not him, I'm afraid, though I'm sure my contributions to society will be seen in the same light in the not-so-distant future, he said with a smug smile. I am Samuel Stearns, a friend of your cousin. Jennifer stared at him, her thoughts feeling cloudy. You're an Avenger. Ha. Stearns shook his head. No, only a friend, as I said. I simply wished to greet you, Miss Walters. Still feeling off-kilter, she took a step forward, almost losing her balance. What? What do you want? To bring you to your full potential, Stearns said with a smile. I have some concentrations of Bruce's blood, from an earlier experiment. I believe you will be most helpful in making them of use to me and advancing my studies more than anyone else. Jennifer stumbled, landing on the floor as her eyes drifted aimlessly. What dash? I put a narcotic in your water, Stearns idly informed her. It won't last long and there are no harmful side effects, but it will serve its purpose. Don't worry my dear. Soon, I'll give you a gift beyond imagining. Though I admit, it's mostly a gift for Bruce, Stearns chuckled. He'll be so happy when he sees what you've become. That was the last thing Jennifer heard before her world became darkness. January 18, 2014. Ava*/Ghost. At the same time, in a warehouse next to a harbor, an attack had gone very, very wrong. A group of Hydra soldiers wearing black tactical gear were roaming around the dark confines of the warehouse, spinning around as they kept their guns aimed and ready. Centipede soldiers stood among them, their eyes glowing red as they strode through the room. Where the hell is she now? One of the soldiers yelled. I don't know, damn it, another replied, his eyes wide with fear. She just HKK. The men and women in the group spun to see a hand inside his chest, right where his heart lay. The woman who had her hand in his chest was wearing an all-white outfit, armored over her chest, and with a hood that went over her head. The helmet beneath her hood was all white, with 5 eerie red lights that stared at them. She stood for a moment, watching the Hydra soldiers around her. Then she squeezed her hand, and an oddly vicious, wet-sounding snap came from the man. Open fire. One of the soldiers yelled and they started shooting. The woman seemed to fade briefly from existence, allowing the man she had killed to fall to the ground riddled with bullets. Any shots that actually hit her flew through her phantom-like form before she disappeared. When she appeared again, she kicked a Hydra agent with polka dot skin in the neck, collapsing his trachea. She disappeared again as assault rifle fire aimed at her and reappeared next to a centipede soldier, who she punched in the face. The soldier took the blow without flinching, then grabbed her by the shoulders and lifted her up. He began to throw her at the ground, but she suddenly became intangible, moving through his form and flipping backward before pressing a hand in his head, squeezing his brain moments later, then going invisible again. She flipped behind cover, using the enemy's confusion to take a moment to breathe. Any chance on that backup? Those centipede guys are hard to kill. On its way, Miss Star, Jarvis said. They were in the midst of saving people from an apartment fire, so they were a bit held up. Ava Star, codename Ghost, nodded, then got up and stepped away from her cover. With a running start, she phased through her cover, moved at high speed in between the quantum and real world, then kicked a centipede soldier in the chest. Her kick, augmented by her phasing, sent the centipede soldier flying. Ghost flipped in the air and went intangible to let bullets fly past her, spinning to kick a Hydra agent in the face, then phasing through a centipede soldier attempting to grab her before grabbing the back of his clothes and twisting so that a Hydra agent shooting at her hit the centipede soldier instead. Going invisible again, she dived into cover. One of the Hydra soldiers cursed. "Damn it, we're supposed to capture her. Just kill her already," another one yelled. "Strucker can study her body. We've been trying HKK. Ava blinked at the sound of the Hydra soldier getting interrupted. Last time she'd heard that it was because of her. But if she wasn't the reason. Leaning out of cover, she checked out the situation. An arrow had slammed into Hydra soldier's heart. An arrow that was blinking. Boom! Ava dropped back into cover as the arrow exploded. More arrows fell into the din, forcing the soldiers to scatter. Over 40 men had been sent, of which Ava had killed 10 since they'd started chasing her. Now, thanks to the mysterious archer, only 20 or so remained. "Aid has arrived," Jarvis said over Ava's comm unit. "Prepare for transportation." "Wait, who dash?" A blue blur came to a stop next to Ava. She looked up at the being that had come into existence. "Hi, I'm Dial," the being said, in the form Ava would later learn was called Fast Track. "Wanna get out of here dash? Look out!" Ava yelled when a centipede soldier came from the smoke to grab at Fast Track. There was a blur. Then the centipede soldier was flying back from Fast Track, who had taken a boxing stance. He smirked, waving his fists, which were dripping odd-colored blood. "Yeah, got to hit these guys a lot to cause any damage." He turned back to Ava. "Come on." Ava nodded, rising to her feet, only to blink when the alien swept her bridal style into his arms. There was a blur of motion as the room moved around them, arrows falling from the sky to kill Hydra and centipede soldiers. Then they were outside in front of a waiting Quinjet. Ava, panicking, went intangible and dropped to the floor. "What just happened?" she asked, rolling to stare at Fast Track. He blinked. "Did you just dash?" Ava, she turned to see the Quinjet open in the back. Inside was Bill Foster, her adoptive father, an older black man who was a bit overweight. He waved towards her, yelling as the Quinjet started up. "Come on. Let's go." Ava, still confused, ran into the Quinjet, Bill hugging her tightly before guiding her into a seat. Fast Track looked at Bill Foster for a moment. "Huh, Morpheus. That's cool." With that, Dial ran into the warehouse as the Quinjet took off into the sky. Wolfgang von Strucker. January 19, 2014. An entire goddamn platoon. Strucker slammed his fist onto his desk, rage in his eyes. 15 centipede soldiers, 25 of our best, all dead or captured. And we didn't even get our objective. "Calm down, Wolfie," Garrett said casually, pouring a glass of scotch. Malik and List were in the room as well, watching as Strucker cursed in anger. "We still got the others. The others are just future experiments," Strucker said, spinning the scepter in his clawed hand. Ava Star was a fully fledged enhanced. Her abilities make her one of the best assassins and thieves in the world. With more like her, there could have been nothing we could not accomplish. Strucker's scepter glowed with his agitation. "Hey, we can still make more super soldiers and gamma enhanced," Garrett said, sipping his drink. "It is not enough to simply have brute strength," Malik said. "Ava was among the best assassins in S.H.I.E.L.D. for a reason. Only Romanoff has a better record. And well, she is." All the men in the room thought about Black Widow for a moment, then looked around the room, focusing on the shadows. After knowing for certain they were alone, Strucker spoke. "The fact our men were also captured is worse. They were all equipped with cyanide tablets in their cheekbones, but we can't take any risks. We need to leave," he said in a voice that tolerated no argument. "Damn, really?" Garrett asked, sounding honestly disappointed. "I was getting used to the place. It's our only move right now. S.H.I.E.L.D. will track us down. If their captives don't tell them where we are, then whatever damned AI that's helping them will. Stearns is failing to keep it at bay. We head to the secondary location, now." Strucker glared at him. "Ah well, I guess I'll go get my stuff then." Garrett turned and left, uncaring of any other issues that might be brought up. Malik, on the other hand, sat still in his chair. List looked at the older man, then at Strucker. Strucker nodded for List to leave, and the scientist rose from his seat, leaving Strucker and Malik alone. Malik spoke as soon as List had left. "Stearns tells me you refused to go forward with my proposed project." "Yes, I did. You are asking me to believe in a fairy tale, a religious leader for us to follow. It's not practical." "Can you say that, in a world where Thor and Loki battled in New York City?" Malik asked. "Thor and Loki are real, tangible people," Strucker answered. "I have never seen or heard of your god before this. And I've worked hard to make sure of that," Malik said. But he is a power who could make the Avengers and S.H.I.E.L.D. fear us. I'm not going to stop the project, if you wish to go ahead with it, but it will be on your own time and resources, with Stearns helping you when he isn't working for me. The pieces of the monolith passed down by my family are in the vault in Germany. They are at your disposal, Malik, but know this. You won't be bringing some destined leader to rule over us all. Hydra has outgrown the idea. Whatever you bring from that portal of yours, it can only be an asset or an enemy, Strucker stated. Malik rose from his chair, his eyes hard. You dare to attack him, and I swear, the pain that I will bring upon you will dash. You are not, Strucker's voice, still and hard as stone, brought Malik to a stop. The scepter in Strucker's clawed hand glowed ominously. The leader of Hydra, and no one fears you anymore. I show you respect because you are do it. I allow you this project because I know what it means to you and I will not spend resources stopping you. But I will not allow us to follow a false god due to your obsessions. It isn't practical. Strucker growled out the last word. Strucker, what do you know about the Inhumans? Stucker-eyed Malik, who took that as his cue to continue. It's the name that they gave themselves, thousands of years ago. You know as well as I do that when the Confederacy starts to ask questions, they'll want more than cookie-cutter soldiers. You want your superhuman army, but you'll need something special as well. I can give it to you, but you need to understand, Strucker, bringing our leader back could save us. Several moments passed before Strucker visibly calmed and spoke once more. Tell me about these Inhumans. Author's note, Hydra is now officially assembled, WOA. I know people were worried about how many people were showing up, but that's the last named character for a while. We'll go one more chapter to dig into some of the other characters, namely Helen, Rana, Wanda, and Reina, and how they're each dealing with the current situation of needing to run. After that, we go into what Dial and Tony have been making. Ask my beta reader, I think it's pretty cool. But yeah, Trip, who is important to Team Carlson. Sharon, important to Peggy, and therefore all of S.H.I.E.L.D. Jennifer, important to the Avengers. All kidnapped. Almost like someone wants to piss someone off at this point. Ava got away though, and got away hard, killing 10 men and leaving Hawkeye and Dial to capture or kill others. Can't wait to show the consequences of that. Overall, I'm proud of this chapter, but I can't wait to get to the action I've been setting up all this time. So much talking? January 20th, 2014. Rana Williams/Aberration. Within the castle, in the early morning, Rana stood at Strucker's right side, watching as soldiers and scientists lifted large boxes, put away equipment, and packed up chemicals and serums. Stearns was standing with them, the big-headed scientist scowling as everything was moved. This is not conducive to my research, Stearns said, his eyes hard on Strucker. If you approved my experiment earlier, we could have a force capable of fighting the Avengers off. Not without control over them, Strucker pointed out. As it is, we are being forced to leave America entirely. Stearns scowled. If you'd allowed me more time dash. The AI has begun to track us, Strucker said firmly. And your intelligence has proven insufficient. We can no longer even divert them. Stearns scowled at the insult to his genius. S.H.I.E.L.D. has taken down 3 bases in their rage. And the Hulk is helping. They are coming here. Rana and Stearns glanced at Strucker. Stearns, with interest and a small smile on his face. Rana, on the other hand, thought about that. The Hulk. She had only been changed a couple of days ago, and she'd felt magnificent. Her strength, her durability, speed, even her healing. She felt unstoppable. But there were 2 beings she wanted to challenge now. She'd never been competitive. But now, even in her human form, she felt aberration lurking in the back of her mind. A monster, wishing to challenge other monsters. And the Hulk, no matter what Abomination said, was the pinnacle of monsters. Though a new challenger to that throne had appeared. Dial. Stearns sighed dramatically. Very well, thank you. Strucker turned and walked out of the room, Rana following diligently. Once they were far enough away, she spoke. Sir Dash. I remember my promise to you, Rana, Strucker said softly. He was only ever soft with her, Rana appreciated that. Not in the way of a woman blushing towards a gentle demeanor. Strucker was soft, but only to let her understand how serious he was. In the meantime, I need to speak with someone. Blinsky will be waiting for you. Rana nodded. They walked until reaching the Chitauri soldiers. Strucker always had some distance from him, then she turned and walked away. It was easy to find the monster who everyone knew as Abomination. He was given a barn to live in, but the monster was often restless. It had been a problem, in fact. Emil Blinsky was not a monster given to relaxation. He needed a battle. He needed a challenge. So did Rana. Which meant when he challenged her, she immediately accepted. It's why she walking towards the barn Abomination called home. The barn stood in the middle of a field, with a forest a short distance away and a peaceful river running nearby. She took a breath of the fresh air, only to wince slightly. Since getting her powers, her senses had been heightened, and the scent of fresh air was tinged with that of feces, blood, and more. There was the scent of vegetation and water as well, but she still had to get used to it. She strode up to the large wooden structure and wasn't surprised to see the giant monster standing there, his arms crossed and a wide grin on his face. What did surprise her was the sight of Deathloke standing there as well. The cyborg was a mystery to her. According to Garrett, Deathloke was his most trusted soldier, at least since he'd sacrificed Grant Ward to escape S.H.I.E.L.D. But she never knew what to think of the man. His face was scarred on its left side by a large burn, but she got a sense that the pain in his eyes didn't come from that. It wasn't helped by how formidable he was. While not the strongest in Hydra's current group, he was a strong contender for the title. Deathloke was looking up at Abomination, who was speaking to him with a condescending tone as Deathloke listened calmly. As Rana strode up them, she began to shapeshift. Her smooth skin became scaled. Her boots stretched around her now clawed feet. Her eyes began to glow, and she felt her power increase massively. The feel of it, of suddenly gaining so much strength, that freeing sense of rage begging to lash out without worry of the consequences, made her sigh a little in ecstasy. All the power in the world, Abomination mocked. And you worry about things that don't even matter. Deathloke's fists tightened, and his eyes hardened. His forearms opened, and the rockets within sprouted. He looked up at the giant Abomination, standing firmly and eyeing him angrily. Abomination smiled down at him in turn. Rana came up then, and both monsters turned to look at her. She eyed them both calmly, eyeing them. Damn, Abomination chuckled. Why do you look so much better than me? Shut up, Blinsky, Rana said simply. Deathloke. We have a problem. None at all, Deathloke turned around. Just checking on things. Goodbye. Deathloke leaped into the air and shot upwards. Ports opened on his back, and Chidori energy sent him flying through the air. Huh. Didn't know he'd learned how to fly, the giant chuckled. What a fun world I've woken up to. Abomination looked at Rana. His eyes panned up and down her form. For all the height and muscle mass she had gained, he was still larger. They told me you picked the name Aberration. Yeah, I did, Rana said, looking up at her male counterpart. I like it. Abomination cracked his neck. Well, we're gonna be fighting later today, and I want a good warm-up. We're allowed to destroy this place, so we can really have some fun. How about it, bitch? He had to have said that on purpose, just to anger her. But that was the thing about those with gamma-irradiated blood. Anger came damn easy. Rana stepped forward and kicked into Abomination's giant chest. He went flying back into the barn, destroying the doors with ease. I'm going to beat you to death. Rana roared, leaping after him and landing on his chest. Roaring with rage, she punched him in the face, her scaled knuckles smashing against his chin. Ha ha ha, Abomination laughed quietly. She chose to respond to punch him again, sending one of his teeth flying. He grabbed her by the neck, lifting her up, and Rana kicked him in the throat. Enough, he threw her to the side, getting up and confronting her. Rana flipped in the air, landing against the wall of the barn and immediately jumping off of it. As the wall shattered under the strength of her jump, she flipped around and kicked Abomination in the face. He stepped back, then punched her in the face in return. She took the blow as the barn around them began to shake and fall apart, punching Abomination in the stomach. He grabbed her arm and spun around once before throwing her upwards. She went flying through the ceiling of the barn, and snarled with rage as she flew straight up, orientating herself to face Abomination as he rocketed towards her. He rose over her and brought his fists down on her back with a Captain Kirk axe handle, launching her back towards the barn where she slammed into the dirt. She took a breath, then rolled over, dodging Abomination's landing. They eyed each other for a moment. Is that the best you've got? Rana said, trying to get him to attack. Instead, Abomination blinked, surprised. Then he laughed, a deep growling laugh. The barn began to fall apart around them as he continued to laugh. Okay, Aberration. Let's go. The two scaled monsters leaped towards each other, ignoring the barn falling on their heads, and began to beat each other, foregoing tactics trained into both military soldiers for the sheer joy of brawling. They tore through chunks of the barn, turning it into sawdust against their invincible forms. Shockwaves were sent out with every punch and kick. Anyone nearby would have assumed an earthquake had begun. They fought for about 10 minutes and turned the entire area around them into a crater before finally stopping. When it was over, they'd turned the entire place into dust, shattered wood, and massive craters. A good warm-up, when the Avengers would be visiting soon. Wanda Maximoff/Scarlet Witch. When Hydra kidnapped their targets, they knew there were risks. But there were 2 escape risks unaccounted for, who were speaking in their room. We leave tomorrow, Wanda said to Pietro. After everything they've done? Kidnapping those people? We need to escape. Can we take them with us, do you think? Pietro asked. Maybe, Wanda said, frowning. But they're under heavy guard. That woman, Rana, she's watching them. And if we get caught? Pietro shuddered, and Wanda felt herself doing the same. Since getting her powers, she hadn't found herself fearing much. But now, Emil Blinsky was bad enough. Combined with Rana, the centipede soldiers, Deathloke, Wanda felt fear. Together, she was sure she and her brother could defeat them, at least escape if nothing else. But with the prisoners? But they needed to leave. Maybe go back to Sokovia? For some reason, the idea no longer appealed to her. She felt she needed to do something. Make amends, somehow. There was a knock at the door. Sharing a look, Pietro sped over to the door in a blur and opened it before rushing back to Wanda as though he had never moved at all. Helen and Deathloke walked into the room. Helen brushed her hair behind her head, smiling at the pair. Deathloke simply stared at them. Hey, Helen said, sounding friendly. We have orders. Orders? Wanda asked confused. What are we doing? Leaving, Dolan? Helen said kindly. Well, the others are. S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers will be on their way soon. Some of us will stay as a skeleton crew, lead them somewhere else to fight. I'm sorry. Pietro asked, his accent becoming a touch stronger. We're just going to be a distraction. Not exactly, Deathloke responded. Strucker and Stearns have a plan. And Blinsky can't wait. Pietro and Wanda shared a look at that. Everyone knew what Blinsky wanted. It was, after all, what the Maximoffs wanted as well, or it was. Okay, Helen said, looking over at Deathloke. Shuga, you mind if I talk to the twins alone for a sec? Deathloke nodded, turning and walking out. When the cyborg left, Helen waited for the door to close. Then she tapped her belt, and brief noise of static came from it, followed by her turning to glare at the pair. Seriously, if you're going to talk about leaving, make sure ya ain't bugged, Helen said. Or at least invest in a jammer. Pietro uncrossed his arms, gaping. How did you dash? Please, Shuga, Stearns and Strucker have been bugging and unbugging this castle since we got here. Helen shook her head. Now listen closely. Because my girls and I have been talking about the crap Hydra has been pulling, and I think we can help each other out. In another section of the castle grounds, Wanda and Pietro met with Helen. She walked them over to the river that ran through the land. Then along the shores for a while. Eventually, they reached a large oak tree standing majestically over the river. Two people sat underneath its shade, as different in appearance as night and day. When they walked up, Helen introduced them. This is Marion Pouncey, aka Poundcakes, Helen said with a smile. Don't let her size fool you, Shuga, she's a sweetheart. Wanda was glad she'd said that, because Marion was the biggest woman she'd seen that wasn't Rana Williams in her aberration form. She had neck-length black hair that fell over the right side of her face, an upturned nose, and a shy smile. She also had muscles on top of muscles, all easy to see in the tight blue t-shirt she wore, while still being extremely buxom. And this is Mimi Gold, we call her Songbird. Helen pointed at the pixie-like blonde woman sitting next to Marion, dwarfed by the massive figure beside her. Wanda, in fact, felt massive compared to her, she was that small. Despite that, Mimi was also as physically fit as Helen and Marion were, something Wanda was curious about. She had blonde hair cut to the scalp, and grinned confidently up at Wanda and Pietro. The tiny blonde rose up along with Marion, and the two strode forward to greet her brother and her. How's it going? Mimi said. She had a beautiful voice, one that seemed to fill the air a while after she'd spoken. Hello, Marion said softly. She brushed her hair out of her eyes and looked at Helen, who nodded gently, before tapping her belt. That soft buzzing came again. Okay Shuga, we can't be heard. At least, according to Bridge, Helen said. Bridge? Wanda asked, still trying to understand what exactly was going on. All Helen had told them was that she had a way out of Hydra. It's S.H.I.E.L.D.'s new name, Helen said. How do you know that? Pietro asked. Haven't we had trouble getting news on them? I've got my sources, Helen smiled secretively. Why are we here, Helen? Pietro said, losing his patience. The three women in front of them slowly stopped smiling. Helen shared a glance with her friends, then turned to look back at Wanda and Pietro. I told you that I stayed with Hydra after Davida was captured to get her back. And that was the plan. To find her, help her escape. And you guys wanted to kill the Avengers, Tony Stark in particular. How about this? You tell us your story, we tell you ours. Wanda began to open her mouth. Then she stopped. An old pain filled her heart. She looked at Pietro. Her brother was staring at the ground. He licked his lips, a nervous action, and clenched his fists. The three women don't say anything, simply waiting. Wanda was about to speak when Pietro stepped forward and put a hand on her shoulder, nodding when she looked at him. When we were 10 years old, we were having dinner, the four of us. When the bombing began that day, our home was hit. The first shell landed 2 floors below us, makes a hole in our floor. Our parents go in. Our home falls down around us. Pietro swipes at his nose, his breath harsh. I grab her, roll under the bed, and another shell comes in, lands 3 feet from us. But it just sat there. It didn't blow up, it just stayed there. On the side was a word. Stark, Wanda said quietly. We were under that bed for 2 days, as they tried to dig us out. Staring at his name, Pietro shook his head. While they tried to dig us out, all I could think with every shift of brick, Wanda said softly, was that this will set it off. For 2 days we stared at Tony Stark's weapon, waiting for it to kill us. But now we are working for people who are worse, Pietro said, cursing out the words. I spent years, hating him, hating America, hating the Avengers when he made them. And now, I can't even find the energy anymore. Wanda looked at him, surprised by his admission. He looked away, ashamed. I'm sorry, Mimi said, the petite young woman giving Wanda a pitying look. Wanda brushed it off. Well, that is why we joined Hydra. Strucker told us he would give us the power to kill Tony Stark, and he did. But we cannot be a part of this anymore. Helen took a deep breath. Well, our reason is a little different. We just wanted Davida back. She's been our friend since high school. Our sister, Marion said, the giant woman crossing her massive arms. We wrestled together, Helen said, until the car crash. We ended up in a coma for years. When we woke up, our doctor gave us powers. So we used them to do some simple bruiser work, made some small cash that way. Then Strucker offered us enough cash to set us up for life. Davida gets arrested on her first job, and Strucker asks us to work with him for the chance to help her escape. But then they started mutating people, kidnapping, and brainwashing, Mimi scowled. We want nothing to do with them, and the second we got a better offer dash. A better offer? Wanda asked, furrowing her brow. From who? The three women didn't respond, Helen giving Mimi a glare for her misstep. What are we here for? Pietro stepped forward, his eyes hard. So you can escape, Helen said, moving to stare into his eyes. Speedster and Wrestler eyed each other. You have a chance to join in on our deal. But first, we need to tell you something, about Strucker, about Hydra, and their role in Sokovia. Because after all this time being pissed at the blacksmith for making a sword, you've worked with the knight who wielded it. Wanda had a sinking feeling that everything she had ever known was going to fall apart. Days before, January 15, 2014. Dial. I was standing in front of the massive skyscraper that Daniel Whitehall had been using as his base of operations, watching as bridge agents took away Hydra guys away through the glass doors in front. More were being carted away by members of the US military. Still hard to get used to all this, I said softly. Tell me about it, Creel said, standing next to me as we watched everything going on. I looked around. We hadn't brought in everyone, but enough Avengers, new and old, had come along to make it a bit crowded. Bruce was sitting in a van nearby, looking relieved that he hadn't had to change into his alter ego. Apparently, that was called a code green situation. Natasha was sitting with him, listening as he typed at his laptop and spoke with her at a rapid pace. Tony hadn't come, but Rhodey was floating over us with his arms raised and pointing at the Hydra soldiers and personnel that were being escorted out. He hadn't had to do much, just blow up the helicopters on the roof before they could be mobilized, and the war machine was now on sentry duty. Steve and Sam were speaking to the press. Officially, Steve and Sam were now the team leaders, so it was up to them to talk to the media. Sam seemed nervous, but he was doing his best. As Creel and I stood side by side watching everything, two new members of the team walked up to us. Bobby Morse and Isabel Hartley, two of the four women on Bridges' list of female assassin badasses without powers, along with Natasha and Melinda May. Bobby smiled as she stood next to me, carefully avoiding coming close to Creel. We did good work, Bobby said, the tall buxom blonde crossing her arms. I don't think anyone ever really got hurt on our side. Plenty of theirs though. Hartley, still looking like an older and stronger Xena to me, if with more concealing clothes, looked on as body bags with Hydra soldiers inside were wheeled out. Her resemblance to the warrior princess only increased with the savage smile on her face. Me, I was just glad I hadn't had to kill. The Omnitrix had changed me back on the way through a lab, but a healthy amount of ICERs had kept the bad guys down. Thank God for Fitzsimmons and the magic tranquilizing bullets they'd invented. How you feeling? I asked Creel. Taking down Daniel Whitehall. Damn good, Creel crossed his massive arms, smiling. I kinda wish I could kill him myself though, instead of capturing him. Ah, so do I, big guy, Hartley patted him on the shoulder. For some reason, the two of them being friendly seemed weird to me, but they'd hit it off quickly. Oh, Isabel, I said, remembering. Your sister is coming by tomorrow. I'll have her fixed up by then. Isabel stared at me for a moment, before smiling brilliantly. Thanks. Of course, I looked up at the building. Man, can you believe how nice the place was? Seriously, evil assholes have the best decorators. Bobby scoffed. Yeah, if you like torture chambers. Depends on the company, Isabel joked. I'm thinking about buying it, I admitted. When the three looked at me, I smirked. I stole Hydra's money, remember? I mean, I donated half of it to charities and good causes, but I still have some cash to burn. That rich, huh? I ever tell you how attractive you are? Isabel said, grinning. I laughed but kept looking up. Seriously, what do you guys think? We could use a big base like this, and I bet it'd sell cheap. Might want to ask the director. Bobby nodded towards someone behind us, and we turned to see the director of Bridge. She was wearing the same outfit she usually preferred, a blue jumpsuit, though she had her hair down, and the new Bridge logo rested on the left breast of her outfit. Maria Hill had joined Steve and Sam, and the three were answering questions together, Sam still nervous, but Maria and Steve apparently calm. She's a good choice, Bobby noted. Well, she is better looking than Fury, I quipped. But yeah, I'll ask her if she thinks it's a good idea. Kid. Hawkeye called out, removing the last of the suit he'd worn over his costume to masquerade as that Bakshi guy. Come on, we're flying back home. Right, the four of us walked towards him, and I tapped the Omnitrix. Instead of changing into an alien, my Quinjet flew down towards us. Our first mission as Bridge against Hydra was a win. Now the war was going to begin in earnest. Author's note, that's the end of Hydra's part in the war. Now we get into the Avengers and Bridge and everything they've started to do. I'll be posting profiles for the rest of the grapplers later, since I really like the backstory I gave them, but all of them have actresses portraying them. As for Strucker, he's going on the run again, and leaving people to distract them, as well as preparing to get rid of a problem for himself. My Quinjet had been heavily modified. I'd spent a few hours as jury rig working on the internals of it, the engines, the tech, even turning the rotors into repulsor engines like on the Insight helicarriers. I'd also added the Omnitrix logo on the side because brand recognition was important. Then I'd upgraded it, pun totally intended, giving it the black sheen with green circuitry I gave all my creations once upgrade did his work. My Quinjet could fly in space or under the ocean for a limited amount of time, allowing me to go to the moon for at least a couple of days if need be. It had anti-gravity, force fields, laser guns, repulsor beams, AI functionality so I could bring X along with me wherever I fought, extra arc reactors in case the power source I'd created broke down, the quantum communications all of us Avengers had, and security so it could only be activated with an Omnitrix user or Avengers authorization. I also included stealth tech, optical cloaking, thermal heat sinks, and sonic mufflers to make it quiet. I hadn't been able to do everything I wanted with it, since there are limits to how much you can stuff in such a small space, but it was good practice for later. It even had a fridge in the back for snacks. It was sweet as hell. And Hawkeye and Bobby were backseat flying. Let up on the throttle, Clint said as I flew us back. You need to take some time to really learn how to fly her. You won't always be flying from point A to point B, so we should practice your maneuvers for combat. Well, don't go that slowly, Bobby said, the blonde leaning over my seat. You'll need to move pretty quick to dodge attacks. Dodge? I asked, guiding the Quinjet in between two buildings. You realize the only weapons that can take down my baby exist in space, right? Don't get cocky, Hawkeye said, and try going under the bridge over there. With an annoyed sigh, I dove towards the street, pulling about 20 feet over it and going under the bridge. You two realize he's driving us home, right? Sam asked from the back. Just keep drinking your beer, Clint said easily. Sam sipped at it, having gotten the drink from Creel, apparently. I grunted at that and turned the handle so I went towards a nearby river. I guided the ship to go underwater, and turned on the lights. Some fishes swam away as we passed. With another turn, I lifted into the air, then hit the throttle. Soon, we were at the very ends of speeds that could be considered Mach. Look, you two clearly want a turn flying the Defiant, so dash. Oh come on, Clint said, sounding very put out as I rose up. We're not dash. No, I wanted to try, Bobby said hurriedly, rushing into the seat. Bobby, Clint said, pretending to sound shocked, though the grin on his face made it clear he was in agreement. I walked into the back, where Sam and Rhodey were kicking back. Hartley, Creel, Bucky, Steve, Natasha, and Bruce were there as well, Bruce walking up as I joined Rhodey and Sam. It was a good mission, right? I asked. I mean, less crazy than my first Avengers mission. Less than mine too, Bruce admitted, smiling. Hey, my first Avengers mission was yours, Sam said. But I liked that one better. Less press. Aw come on, fearless leader, Rhodey said with a grin. The press loves you. Yeah, right up until the next giant explosion. Sam leaned back in his chair. But yeah, felt good to fight Hydra. I'm just wondering how they're circumnavigating X and Jarvis, Bruce said. They've both been hunting Hydra, but Whitehall is the first big fish we've been able to find. Stearns, I said. Rhodey and Bruce looked at me, Sam sipping his beer. You read the files we were given, right? He's the Hulk of brains, you know. I think he's been helping Hydra fight off Jarvis and X. Bruce frowned. You really think he's helping Hydra? I mean, he was eccentric, really eccentric, but he never struck me as evil. And Emil Blinsky was a war hero, Rhodey reminded Bruce. Bruce looked away at that, looking visibly ashamed. Hey, it's not your fault, Bruce, I said. For all we know, Stearns is under duress, and Blinsky was unstable before he got injected with your blood. Bruce turned and walked away. Saddened by Bruce's lack of a response, I turned to a nearby computer screen on the wall and tapped it, accessing the quantum comms. Hey Tony, we're on our way back. Tony showed up on the screen. What, is Steve driving like an old man again? What's taking you guys so long? I'm not even talking to you, Steve protested from the back. No, I was flying, I said, rolling my eyes. You get it set up. Mostly, Tony said, becoming serious again. Fitz and I have done most of it, but jury rig isn't so great with precision. Also, why does this thing keep randomly giving everyone that stays around it too long a random die job? I winced. That should wear off in a day or so. I hope so. Happy walked into view, glaring at me, and I choked back a laugh. He had bright blue hair now, which looked ridiculous. Mostly because it glowed. Is this radioactive? He asked concerned. Happy, we already tested it. You're fine, Tony said dismissively. I have a date tonight. Happy complained. You have a date? And didn't come to me about it. Tony said, acting as if the news was some great betrayal. I can probably make something dash I began to say. No. Happy pointed at me. The next time I trust something you make, it'll be too soon. I still think Pepper shouldn't even use that armor you made her. I rolled my eyes. Anyways, I'll land the Quinjet at headquarters and Bruce and I will work on the final designs before we start making them. This'll be fun, Tony said, grinning. Be good to update everyone's wardrobe. I looked down at my costume and nodded. As cool as it was, I needed an upgrade. No pun intended this time. Days before, January 15, 2014. It was only a couple minutes more before we got to the newly named Avengers Tower. Hovering over the tower was an Insight helicarrier, renamed Enterprise. And yes, I'd been the one to suggest the name. It made for quite a sight, a massive helicarrier floating over the city of New York. Even with its optical cloak on its bottom, people could still see the shimmer if they looked long enough. I brought the Defiant in towards the Enterprise. Nice and gentle, Clint said, calm as a cucumber. I brought my baby towards the flight deck, letting up on the throttle, lowering Defiant until she touched down. There was a shake as she settled, then I turned her off, clicking some buttons real fast. Nice job. You learn quick. Yeah, well, my relationship with Defiant is closer than most, I said with a grin, rising out of my seat. That just sounds wrong, Clint groaned, laughing. Everyone began to get off, and when the doors opened I saw that the other vehicles from the raid hadn't caught up just yet. Any issues with the transport of Whitehall and his people? No sir, everyone will be arriving on schedule, barring the soldiers and personnel marked to be given to the US military. Thanks, X, I said warmly. How went your movie watching, buddy? You were correct, Chopping Mall was hilarious and very goofy. There was no logic to the film, but I still enjoyed it, X confessed. I will be playing the video games you mentioned once I am finished with the movies. Kinda jealous of how quick you are, I said with a grin. We all have our advantages in life, X said, and I could almost hear the grin in his voice. At some point, X had developed a sense of humor. Tony was so damn proud when he found out. We went through the Enterprise's main door, which slid up as we walked with a classic hiss, and all of us walked together to the research lab at the bottom of the ship. It took a lot of engineers to turn that glass bubble on the bottom into a metal one, with a few windows left, but most importantly several floors of research and development. Important for the future missions it would be undertaking. Everyone split up to go various directions throughout the helicarrier, leaving me and Bruce on our own to go visit Tony. We entered the labs, where Fitzsimmons were working with Sky. I couldn't see Tony, but I could see the machine I'd created with the group resting in the center of the room. It was a large rectangular machine, as tall as Fitz was and as long as a diamond head would have been lying down. The center of it was clear, and Fitz was messing with one of the side panels. Simmons was typing at a tablet as she roamed around the room, while Sky was at a computer. When we walked in, the three looked up at us, and all smiled beautifully. Seriously, why is everyone in this universe so photogenic except me? How'd the mission go? Sky asked as Bruce and I walked in. Bad guys arrested or dead, I said, walking over to her to look at her screen. Well, that's good, Simmons said, blinking at my bluntness. Dr. Banner, did you have to dash? No, Bruce rubbed his hands nervously. I didn't have to. Where's Tony? Right here, Tony said from somewhere in the room. I looked around briefly, confused. Sky tapped my shoulder with a cough and pointed at the machine. When I looked at it uncomprehending for a second, she pointed at the bottom of the machine, where a pair of legs were poking out from under it wearing blue jeans and sneakers. I looked at Sky, who grinned. Okay, how's the programming going, Sky? Considering I'm dealing with alien tech, she asked. Pretty good, I think. I'm still trying to figure out why it keeps changing everyone's hair color. Oh, yes. Simmons suddenly spun to look at me, her eyes bright. How does that work? Somehow it's been literally changing people's DNA to give them hairstyles that simply aren't possible for humans, and I've been trying to discover the process by which it does it. Hell if I know, I admitted. I'm only smart as the alien I turn into. You want to ask me about video games and movies, I'm in. You want to learn how to do a squat? Hell yes, but I know nothing about how or why this stuff works. Sky scoffed, pushing me away from her computer playfully. Why are you even asking about the programming then? Because I'm a curious guy, I answered, letting her push me away. Fitz, we good? Fitz looked up at me, confused, before nodding. Oh, yes, I've been going over everything with Mr. Stark, and it should be working perfectly. As long as Sky can program them correctly, the Catoms will be able to interact perfectly with each other. Well, Tony pulled himself out from under the machine. Okay, kid, here's what we got. The billionaire walked around the machine. Claytronics, making tiny nanomachines that can change shape and meld to turn into different objects with different functions. I was playing around with the concept for a while. Tony waved at the machine. But with all of us, I think we can go next level with it. Jarvis, X, Sky, and I have been working at the programming, and Fitz and I having been working with Jury Rig to make this thing work. We hit a snag though, trying to discover a power source that would be able to get mass-produced. I can't just hand every guy I know an arc reactor. So what did you do? I asked. I used the quantum comms for inspiration, Tony grinned. Seriously kid, that red gremlin of yours is magic. Well, not magic, Fitz replied, striding over to me as he opened a panel and pointed inside of it. I leaned in to see two arc reactors hooked up to a center device. But using quantum entanglement, we've developed a way for the Catoms to store a massive amount of energy, without any energy lost or wasted during charge or discharge, Fitz grinned. It's really been a huge breakthrough. We might have solved so many issues with power, I mean, the sky's the limit from here. Calm down, Ross, Tony said, sounding amused. What about the items themselves? Bruce asked. Did you figure out how to make all the bells and whistles work in them? Oh yes, 100%, Simmons said, walking towards us. We just need a blueprint, and the Claytronics object creator will do its work. Well, as long as it stops changing everyone's hair color. Fitz. Simmons said, holding back giggle. I looked over at him only to have to hold back a laugh. Tony grinned, and Bruce hid his own smile as Sky laughed. Fitz looked around at us before his face fell. Oh come on. He rushed over to a window and stared at his reflection. His usual brown locks had turned into a magnificent red that shifted into blue at the roots, the colors flickering so that it looked like his hair was on fire. How fascinating, Simmons and Bruce said in unison. I sighed, tapping the Omnitrix. Upgrade. I'll see what I can do to make it work, I said, merging the Claytronics object creator. Jury rig really loved playing games, man. It was about noon or so when we'd taken down Whitehall, and when the work on the Claytronics object creator was finished it was around 7 p.m. Jarvis and X would work on the programming while the rest of us went to get something to eat. I went to the cafeteria and got a tray of food, eating quickly before heading over to the locker room to get changed for training. The room set up for training had once been decorated with a very blatant Hydra symbol on one wall, tentacles and all. Which, I mean, how had no one noticed? Now it had been replaced with the bridge logo. Half the room was covered in mats, with some boxing bags and other martial arts tools set up. The other half was set up with weights and machines for lifting. I walked into the room in green shorts and a black t-shirt. Thankfully there were a bunch of extra t-shirts and other clothes from S.H.I.E.L.D., so I had a wardrobe again. Natasha was waiting for me when I got there, Steve bench pressing at the other side as Sam ran on a treadmill, all of them wearing workout gear. Natasha smiled when I entered, the red-headed superhero dressed in a black tank top and red shorts. "You ready to get my ass kicked by one of the best assassins in the world?" I asked. Natasha gave me a slow smirk, striding barefoot across the mat to grab some hand wraps and toss them to me. As I put them on, she did the same. "Actually, it's not just me," Natasha said. A loud bang came from behind me. I turned to see Steve rising from the bench press, where about 500 pounds had been set up. Apparently, it was a light day. Sam hopped off the treadmill, and the two of them came over to join us. "What, you guys are in on this?" Sam grinned. "Hey man, I'm here to get my ass kicked too." "Yes, the former soldier is in trouble," I grunted, Sam chuckling. I put on my hand wraps and punched my fists together. "Okay then, let's do this." "Ow, ow, ow," I grunted 2 hours later as Steve held an ice pack to my eye. He'd given me a hell of a right hook, and now I was sitting on a wooden bench as Natasha and Sam continued training. "Sorry about that," Steve said, wincing. "Well, I did get in a fight with a super soldier," I said, watching Sam and Natasha spar while Steve helped me out. "I should have expected a few wounds. Just gonna be glad nothing is broken." "Still, I should have been more careful." Steve sat down on the bench next to me. "I'll be all right," I said simply, breathing heavily. Steve and Natasha had been pushing Sam and me hard. We were technically the most normal in our group, being normal humans without our equipment. Sam was a trained soldier of course, but I was just a normal weightlifter, and neither of us had been trained to rip people in half with a lollipop the way most of the other Avengers had been. So they'd switched us between weightlifting and sparring, teaching us as quickly as possible while forcing us to keep moving. CrossFit had just become a thing in my world, but Steve and Natasha had mastered it in this one. The workout that forced you to lift weights and move quickly all at once, in other words, the workout made for superheroics. Good lord, I was not a fan, and I was damn sore at this point. Sam was bouncing on his heels now, facing Natasha with a bit of nervousness in his eyes. Natasha was eyeing with a pleased look in her eyes. "Funny," I said suddenly. "This is how I started with you guys. Me, Sam, Natasha, and you?" Steve blinked at that, then chuckled. "Yeah, I guess it was." "Thank you." Again, when I looked at him, he smiled. "For everything. I've got Buck back. Everything else was worth it from there." I patted his shoulder, wincing at my sore muscles but finishing the move. "Of course. What are friends for, right?" Steve smiled at that, then rose from the bench. "Okay, ready to go again." I groaned, but put away the ice pack and rose up, raising my hands in front of my face. "Okay, let's do it." Steve stepped forward, hands raised as well. Seconds later, a lightning-quick fist landed in my stomach, and I was waving a fist vaguely in Steve's direction while struggling to breathe as he showed me how to fight in the simplest ways possible. Later that night, I had dinner in the cafeteria. I was sitting at a table in the back when two people came over to sit across from me, and one next to me. I looked up at them, my fork full of spaghetti halfway to my mouth. Bobby and Hartley sat across from me. When I looked beside me, it was Mac, the tall and black engineer of the Iliad with enough muscles to give Creel and Steve a run for their money. "Don't let us stop you," Bobby said, noting how I'd stopped. "I'm not." I put my spaghetti in my mouth and chewed, swallowing after a bit. "I was just seeing who joined me." Hartley chuckled. "Well, we wanted to get to know you, since we're all Avengers and all." "Not me," Mac said, raising a Philly cheesesteak up in his hands. "I'm sticking with the Iliad. Y'all can stay here on the crazy house." "Doesn't the Iliad have an alien artifact housed in its belly?" I asked. Mac froze, then shrugged. "It's locked up." "Yay," I twirled a finger. As one of the people who is supposed to be studying that thing one day, I'm happy to hear it. "Yeah, you've got a lot on your plate, don't you?" Bobby asked. "Creating tools for everyone, avenging, and I heard you were planning on going on patrol with Iron Man tomorrow? Seriously, you're kinda everywhere." "That's the benefit and the curse of the Omnitrix," I said around a mouthful of noodles and sauce. "All the power, and all the responsibility to go with it." "Sounds stressful," Mac noted. "Not, you see the things he can do with that thing?" Hartley asked, staring at the Omnitrix. "Probably worth it." "What, that doesn't freak you out?" Mac asked. "Changing your DNA every 5 seconds, turning into giant monsters." He shuddered. "No thanks." "Hell, I'd love to try," Bobby said, grinning. "Not happening." I swallowed my food. "This is the only thing that makes me special around here. I'm leaving it on forever." "Ah, it's cute you're so possessive of it." Hartley patted me on the cheek, chuckling when I brushed her off. Anyways, I said quickly. What did you guys think of your first Avengers mission? Bobby and Hartley shared a look. It was weird, Bobby finally said thoughtfully. I thought it would be a lot like being an agent, but having that much superpowered support made it kind of relaxed. Like I didn't have to worry as much about getting hurt. Kind of ruined the fun for me, Hartley noted, flicking the steak knife in her hand at a high speed. I mean, I like a good fight, but knowing the bad guys have no chance kind of ruined it. Well, just wait, I grumbled. What do you mean? Mac asked. I looked up to see them all looking at me. I thought for a moment before sighing. Okay, so, we only got Whitehall due to General Hale telling us about him. Before that, someone was keeping him secret, despite 2 AI and the entire world looking for Hydra. Maybe your AI malfunctioned? Mac asked. He was apparently not a fan of AI programs. No chance, I shook my head. X and Jarvis worked their asses off to find Hydra, and someone is actively fighting them off. Stearns is out there helping Hydra, which means it must be him. And if Stearns is helping Hydra, he's had 3 days to begin experimenting in earnest. What can Hydra do in 3 days? Bobby asked. Less than we can do in 1, I said. But they don't have our morals. Stearns was able to make Abomination with a few external factors and normal human intelligence. I shudder to think what he's capable of now. We know Hydra has the Chitauri armor and weapons, and Garrett is still out there with his centipede soldiers. We're in an arms race now, and I worry what Hydra is going to do to try and win it. We'll have the new armor and weapons done by tomorrow, and I guarantee it'll be better than anything even Stearns can make. But I'm still worried. By the way, what happened to your eye? Mac asked. I touched my new black eye and sighed. Never get into a fight with Captain America, Black Widow, and Falcon. Mac scoffed. You kidding? My mom didn't raise a fool. January 16, 2014. Early in the morning, Pepper and I were waiting in Tony's room for the 2 people we'd invited. In the meantime, Pepper was helping me with something I'd never expected to need help with. We sat across from each other at a table, me wearing my usual costume while the Claytronics object creator was set up. So the woman's shelter you sent money to is going to be expanding now, Pepper said, handing me a piece of paper. The Scholarship Fund X setup is already getting requests, so Stark Industries will be helping with that, as well as the schools you requested we support. However, there is a problem with the work you wanted to be done in Hell's Kitchen. What? I asked, looking at the redhead. What's going on with that? Edgar didn't get the money. Edgar's mother is being brought to the States, with the help of our legal team, Pepper said. But your purchase of that property in Hell's Kitchen is being fought by a company called Union Allied. My old employers. I asked confused. Pepper nodded, looking worried. We'll look into it. In the meantime, we'll have our people work on the other stuff you wanted, the investments and such. But there are 2 other things. The messages you wanted to be sent to this. Pepper flipped through the papers. Jessica Jones and Luke Cage. Jessica has responded. Really? I thought she would dash. She said EFFU, and the horse you rode in on. Pepper sounded amused. Keep in mind, she didn't actually say EFF. Now that sounds like what I expected, I said with a wince. And Luke? Not interested. Pepper shook her head. What were you hoping for? Why did you want us to reach out to them? X pointed out some people. I looked into them. Some people are important, Pepper. Important to varying degrees. But some people have potential. And those 2 are dash. Ms. Potts, Mr. Shaked, Jarvis interrupted. Your 6 a.m. has arrived. Pepper smiled. Thank you, Jarvis. Send them in. She looked at me. Are you sure you want to hire them? We already have good dash. Not a chance, I grinned. The door opened, and we rose up. 2 men walked into the room, both wearing suits. They were very different, for a number of reasons. One was overweight, the other was skinny and fit. One had long hair, the other had short hair and some stubble. And the skinny one was carrying a cane and wearing shades. As the shorter one lead his clearly blind friend over, I stood up and walked around the table. I tried to remember how Wildmutt would see the world and used that experience to watch how the blind man strode in, moving to intercept the pair. Good morning, guys, I said, holding a hand out. I'm Mahmoud Shaked, an Avenger. Oh, I know, the overweight took my hand, grinning. Foggy Nelson, good to meet you, man. I grinned, then remembered one of the bits of advice about how to interact with blind people, one of which was to introduce everyone in a group. Granted, he already knew she was there, but... This is Pepper Potts, by the way. I finished shaking Foggy's hand, then looked at the blind man. And you're Matt Murdock, right? Yes, I am. He held his out in front of his, about a foot to my left, and I moved around to take it. Good to meet you. Likewise. Man, my life is so freaking awesome sometimes. Author's note, so according to the research I did, Claytronics and Catoms are sort of the next level of nanotech. Programmable matter, aka nanites that have a memory to allow them to take a solid shape. I could have just said nanotechnology, but I wanted to somewhat ground this in the real world. So basically, as you can tell, the Nerd Brigade is developing weapons and armor that can be built from nanotech. Basically, you'd be wearing a watch, then you tap it and it shifts to become a handgun. Obviously, it has to be programmed in, so there are limits, and power is an issue as well. That's why the quantum stuff. Which yeah, might be bullshit. I've read that power is one of the biggest issues when it comes to modern batteries, and I knew I wanted to address the concern. So the armor and gear that the Avengers and bridge will be powered by quantum batteries. January 16, 2014. Please, sit, Pepper said gently, gesturing to the chairs at the table. Oh, thank you, Matt said politely, Foggy leading him to a chair. The two sat down, followed by Pepper and me. So, Foggy started. You said you wanted to hire us for a case. No, I said simply. I want both of you on retainer, working for me. Matt raised an eyebrow at that. And what exactly would that entail? Well, let's see, I let out a breath. You both left Landman and Zach recently, right? Can I ask why? Foggy seemed nervous. Well, it was more of a mutual agreement to leave, you understand. We had philosophical differences, Matt said, leaning forward in his seat. They were helping scumbag companies get away with killing people, I said simply. Foggy and Matt seemed surprised at that. Stark Industries made some inquiries, Pepper said with a smile. Look, here's the thing, I rubbed at my nose, leaning forward. I got some money while taking down Hydra. Enough to set me up for the rest of my life. And I want to use it to do some good. So I'd like to share it with you. All I ask is that you use the money I give you to help people pro bono. Any expenses paid by me, from real estate, assistance, whatever you need. In return, you guys help the helpless, make sure people stay safe. Matt seemed to raise an eyebrow at that. I wondered what the man who would one day become, or maybe already was, Daredevil was hearing in my heartbeat. What? Foggy seemed focused on something else. What sort of retainer are we talking about? Pepper smiled, opening a folder and passing it to Foggy. She opened another, this one in Braille, and passed it to Matt. 100,000 a month, I told them. All I ask is that you guys do your work, keep Hell's Kitchen safe. Get me? Matt was surprised, his eyebrows high. Foggy looked like all his Christmas had come at once. Why us? Matt asked. Matt. Foggy said, smiling nervously. Should we really be asking this very nice man why he's willing to pay us so much? Foggy chuckled, and I grinned. I simply wish to know, Matt said with a smile. Why you want us, specifically? For that kind of money, you can hire far more experienced lawyers. Don't tell him that, Foggy mumbled. When I first started doing the hero thing, I started in Hell's Kitchen, I said, leaning back in my seat. Taking down drug dealers, pimps, thugs, thieves, anyone who had a reason to attack a person in the area. Then I expanded to do the same for New York City. I did a lot of work there. And not just me, there's someone else, a vigilante who recently started doing the same thing. Matt didn't bat an eye at that. I want Hell's Kitchen to be safe. And you two want to go to work there. I think that in many ways, our interests align, Mr. Murdoch. I think we can help each other. Matt rubbed his chin for a moment. I think, for just a moment, he was considering saying no, just for the hell of it, or cause it sounded suspicious as hell. I was leaning towards the later, in which case I would have simply put the money into something else. Instead, he moved his hands across the contract, reading the braille for a moment, before nodding. Very well, Mr. Schacht. I think we'd like some time to read this over. Yes, we can. I rose up. We can meet again whenever you're available. Who knows, you might see me in Hell's Kitchen one night. Matt laughed. Yes, I'm sure I will. Thank you again, Foggy said, grinning as he shook my hand, then Pepper's. Once done with that, the pair left, with Foggy's voice slightly echoing after the door closed behind him. I'm still not sure what you see in them, Pepper said. I mean, they're both clearly smart, at least according to their grades and their work at Landman and Zach. But we do have more experienced lawyers. Just trust me, I said, running a hand through my hair. Meantime, you should get ready. Pepper smiled, then raised a hand. A second later, a purple gauntlet flew through the window to wrap around her arm. More armor pieces flew to land on her form until she was in the full armor of the rescue unit. You changed the color, I noted. Red and black wasn't doing it for me, she said, as her helmet landed in her hands. She placed it on her head, the now purple and silver headpiece moving around to enshroud her. Tony, she said, voice slightly altered. You ready? Since this morning. Tony's voice said through our comms. A loud roaring sound came from the window, and Iron Man dropped into view to float in front of the window. Pepper, dial, Tony said. Shall we? I grinned and ran towards the open window next to Pepper. I leaped out of the open window and into the skies over New York. I fell for a while, passing windows and rooftops, the chilly morning winds rushing past me as the city streets came closer and closer. Then I tapped the Omnitrix and changed in a flash of bright green light. Astrodactyl. I pulled up at the last minute, about a foot over a yellow cab as people watched, and flew upwards in a quick burst of green star power. Pepper joined me, and we flew through the streets. Cutting it close, aren't you? Iron Man asked as he flew down to join me. I've always wanted to do a Rinsky feint, now I can do it whenever I want, squawk. I said with a grin. That really does look scary, Pepper noted as she twirled in the air, looking very graceful in her purple armor. The three of us went deeper into New York City, Tony and I on patrol, Pepper simply flying alongside her boyfriend. A good way to start off the day. Director Maria Hill of Bridge. Maria walked into the interrogation room with Fury on her right side, and her new deputy director, Victoria Hand on the left. Sitting at the table was one Brigadier General Hale, a member of the United States Air Force who had defected from Hydra in return for several stipulations. Maria sat down in front of her, and Hale blinked in surprise. Huh. Things must have changed if you're Maria's lackey, Fury. Fury smirked. Oh, quite a bit has changed. After all, you gave yourself up with barely a fight, didn't you? With none at all, if I remember, Victoria said, flipping her trademark pink-stripped hair back. Hale smiled a bit, looking chagrined. Point. I suppose a lot has changed. Maria held a hand out, and Victoria passed her a tablet. We've been looking at the conditions you gave us in return for information on Hydra. You understand some of it will have to be negotiated and the information will have to be confirmed. Some stuff you asked for just won't be possible. Like what? Hale's eye narrowed, her posture stiffened. Well, you won't be getting off scot-free. We will have to give you some jail time, Maria said. Even with the information you've given, those in the world's governments will want to come after you purely for your association with Hydra. Hale clenched her hands together, but she only nodded tightly rather than contesting that. Not what she was worried about then. Maria had a guess as to Hale's true priorities. And then there is your daughter, Ruby Hale. Maria watched the fire rise in Hale's eyes. Jackpot. Ruby is innocent, Hale said harshly. She's just a child. A child raised to be a killer, Fury replied, resting his hands flat on the table. She's got skills that can't be denied. Not many 14-year-old girls who can fight my best, Fury winced, looking at Maria. Sorry, force of habit. Our best. Maria nodded gracefully, acknowledging the slip. She's been trained, no doubt about it, but she's still a young girl. Quite frankly, it's hard to tell what we should do with her. Train her further, Hale said, imploring. Keep her safe. I'll give every bit of information I have, I'll do whatever it takes. Just please, don't hurt Ruby. Maria scoffed. Hale, did you think for a second we were planning on hurting your daughter? Dissecting her the way Whitehall was planning? Maria tooted, shaking her head from side to side. No, but we can't exactly make a brainwashed dash. She wasn't brainwashed. Hale protested. Raised in a Hydra facility while being told over and over to obey, kill, and worship the chain of command. Victoria strode around to look down at Hale, her high heels clicking with each step. Brainwashing doesn't just mean chemistry and technology. Ruby will need serious deprogramming to be seen as anywhere close to normal. But she can be useful, Hale glared at Victoria. Ruby just wants to fulfill her purpose. To be a hero. Yes, she's been raised to be a warrior dash. A killer, Fury interrupted, shrugging at the glare Hale gave him. She's still a young girl, Hale said softly. She can be a good shield agent. She won't be able to integrate into society, I know that. I want my daughter to have a home, to be safe, and to live her life. Maria leaned back in her chair, resting her hand against her fingers. So you want us to, what? Take Ruby and groom her to become an agent. She's already got the training, Hale said. You take care of her, make her strong, and I promise she can be an asset. In return, I'll give you everything I have. Every base, everyone who is still active. This information is current. But not for long. Hydra will move everything the second you give them a chance. You've already attacked Whitehall, haven't you? None of the three answered, and Hale nodded. Protect my daughter. Train her. And I'll give you anything you want, Hale said. No attempt to make things easier on you. Victoria asked curiously. Just Ruby. I went into this knowing I made my bed, Hale said, clenching her hands together. Maria smiled slightly and slid the tablet towards Hale. I think we might be able to work something out. As Hale read the tablet, Maria looking at Fury, who nodded. Maria was still getting used to being director. In some ways, nothing had changed. The paperwork had increased, and she had to manage not only the organization, but also Tony, Dial, and the other Avengers, all of whom needed to be kept under watch, simply so she wouldn't be left surprised the next time they suggested something crazy. But this was part of her old work. Convincing someone to do something she'd already planned on. Ruby Hale could be an asset. Not now, but in 4 years, a former ticking time bomb could become something very, very useful. Natasha already had thoughts on that. They'd help her, and if Ruby wanted a normal life, they would let her. Until then, she'd be kept out of the fight, but continue being groomed for it. Mahmoud Sheikh/Dial. Later, we got bad news. Sharon and Trip had been kidnapped. Any news? I asked as I walked into the Avengers Tower briefing room. Every Avenger, Carlson's team, Director Maria Hill, and Deputy Director Victoria Hand were all there. Tony and I had arrived as soon as we heard. Nothing yet, Carlson said, his voice tight with anger. We have video footage of it though. Tony dash. On it, Tony waved his hands, and the new hologram tack we'd made sprouted in the middle of the room. It was extremely clear, made to mimic physical objects as perfectly as possible. Jarvie dash. Actually sir, X's southern tone interrupted. I was involved, I believe I have the most pertinent information. Tony frowned, thrown at the sudden interruption. Go ahead, X, I said. Roll the footage, give us 3D. Sure, go ahead, Tony grumbled. Not like it's my lab. Sorry, I said, chagrined. Tony waved it off and soon X brought up a scale model of the streets of Washington. As you can see, we registered the presence of an unknown Quinjet flying towards Agent Carter and Agent Triplet shortly after they left the newly bought home of Margaret Elizabeth Peggy Carter. Steve and Bucky's jaws tightened in unison at that. I attempted to warn them, and Hydra made their move. The Quinjet dropped an unidentified enhanced individual. The view zoomed in on the streets until Sharon and Trip were sitting in a car in front of us, as though they had appeared out of thin air. As we watched, a woman dropped out of the sky to land in front of them. X paused the footage and Tony, Steve, Maria, and I walked over to look at her. She was wearing a tank top and military pants, the boots she was wearing stretched out by clawed feet. Tall, even taller than Creel or Steve. Built with incredible muscles, from her 8-pack abs to her enormous biceps, all in a feminine form. Her skin was dark green and covered with what seemed like scales, spikes in her elbows, her fingers clawed, and her eyes glowing a pale yellow, her green hair pulled into a ponytail. I really hope that isn't what I think it is, Bruce said grimly as he looked upon the individual in question. Gamma enhanced, I said after a moment. Silently I thought of her as a she-abomination. Crime scene forensics did find some high levels of gamma radiation, X confirmed. Stearns, Bruce said, sounding disappointed. Not necessarily, Simmons replied. The centipede serum has gamma radiation, maybe dash. No, Bruce removed his glasses. No one has been able to make a true monster like me or Blinsky. This is Stearns. Forget how she got her powers, Maria said, crossing her arms. X, show us the rest. Of course, Director, X continued the footage. We watched Sharon and Trip try to escape, only to get chased by the woman in question. I tried to remember who she was in particular, but nothing came to mind. Maybe the Abominatrix? She didn't look as bulky as her though. Whoever she was, she had standard Hulk set of strength, including the ability to jump massive distances and the fact she could outrun cars on foot. She had used it to catch up to Trip and Sharon, who tried to fight back as the Hydra Quinjet flew overhead. She stopped them by pulling the engine out of the car, catching and injecting Trip with something, then doing the same to Sharon. She picked them both up, then leaped into the Hydra Quinjet with the pair. X followed the Quinjet until it crashed into a barn, then the footage got grainy. This is bad, I said, crossing my arms. And not just because they have two of ours. Trip and Sharon have information on a lot of what we've been doing, Carlson said grimly. We need to move on our current operations, and get them back. You really think they took them for information? Steve asked. He looked apocalyptic. He wasn't angry, but there was a chill in his eyes. Maybe, Maria sat down in a chair, rubbing her eyes. Hydra has been in hiding for all this time, why attack now? Maybe they need something. Sky asked. Something Sharon and Trip have. Well, they're clearly making super soldiers, Bobby said. She was powerful. If they have more like her, they might be able to take the fight to us. I wouldn't want to fight her alone, Sam noted, looking over the tall monstrous-looking and buxom superhuman. Let alone if they've got more like her. They'd need the gene, Bruce said. People who have the gamma gene are rare. Even then, we're not exactly playing catch-up, Tony said. They're the ones hiding from us, we might as well start hunting. Agreed, Maria walked over to the center of the room. Hydra made an attack on us. We need to find Trip and Sharon and take down Hydra in general. General Hale has given us another group of targets, in return for the protection of her daughter. I'm sending in Sam and his team to one, Steve's to another, and Carlson will go with Hand to the last. Victoria Hand, who had been simply watching, stepped forward. Each team has one goal that supersedes all others. Find the main ones behind all of this. Whoever is making new super soldiers, wherever they are, we need to get them. You have the approval of the council. Now get to work. Tony, Fitz, and I stood watching as the Claytronics object creator did its work. The arms inside shifted back and forth, forming a chest plate. The plate was striped red, blue, and white, with a star in the center. I wish we had more time, Fitz said, rubbing his chin. To run tests, make sure they work, let alone for the specialized gear. Fitz put his hands on his hips and moved around as the chest plate dissolved into dust. A pair of arm gauntlets were being created next. It'll work, Ross, Tony said. The tech is sound, and I made sure everything was made the way the gang wanted them. Including mine, I said as the cock. Oh god, that is a terrible acronym. I need to come up with something else. I focused on what popped out from a port in the machine, a small backpack, the kind people used on long hikes or rock climbing. Fitz took the backpack, only to yelp as it almost pulled him to the floor. Careful, Ross, Tony said, taking the backpack from Fitz with a chuckle. It's Cap's, remember? He wears the heavy gear because he likes emasculating lesser men like us. How heavy? Because that felt like it was made from rocks. Fitz said, rubbing his arms. Good lord. It's Cap, I said. He thinks 500 pounds is a light workout. Even that, I pointed at the backpack, is going to be lightweight. Yeah well, he still didn't let me put in the cool stuff, Tony said, sighing. No repulsors, no cool guns, no flight, just some small enhancements, and jump jets. Surprised he actually wanted it bulletproof at this point. It'll do the job. I watched Tony put the backpack away. Bucky asked for the same sort of setup. Creel and Bruce didn't want anything at all. Well, at least Sam let me fix him up, Tony said, still grumbling. Anyways, we've got everyone's new designs all good to go. Hell of a test run, Fitz said, grumbling. At least we know the guns work. I looked over at an armory rack that was filled with weapons. After some thought, I walked over to the rack and picked up 3 things. A black handle to a sword with a hole where the blade would usually be, and a handgun and rifle that both looked very sci-fi in style, big and boxy. Whoa, Fitz said as I placed the weapons to the side, replacing my Glock 19 with the handgun. You really need all those? I mean, with the Omnitrix dash. If it times out, I might need the BCWs, even with the armor, I said. I still like that name, by the way, Tony said with a grin as I looked over my new weapons. Because it's wrong. Kinda funny. I smiled sadly. Yeah well, I wanted something to, memorialize someone I respected greatly. So, the BCWs, Weapons of the Future. Model 1, Model 2, Model 3, I patted the handgun, rifle, and handle in sequence. Well, let's get the gear to the others, Tony said. Time to party. The Reserve Avengers, the team I was on, got into my Quinjet, the Defiant, and headed out. Sam went through the rundown as X flew us there. There were 7 of us. Sam, aka Falcon, stood in the center, Rhodey next to him with the War Machine armor hanging behind him. Bobby and Hartley sat next to each other. Bucky was in the back, his arms crossed. I moved from the cockpit to the back, and Creel, who was leaning next to the door to the cockpit, flickered his eyes to me before looking back at Falcon. Once we were together, Sam began. Here's what we got, Sam said, a holographic image of the complex we were attacking appearing in the center of the Defiant's cargo bay, all of us gathering around it. In the desert of Texas, Hydra has maintained a facility where they keep their rejects. The experiments that failed were unstable, or just not as powerful as they hoped. This includes corpses, but they also hold prisoners, Sam said, the Falcon crossing his arms. They call it the graveyard. Why does Hydra always go for the obviously evil names? I asked, growling. Bucky nodded from the back. Okay, here's what we know. Sam twisted the hologram for a moment, then furrowed his brow when it twisted into a ball. Here, let me, I said, moving forward and putting the complex back to normal then zooming in on it. Thanks, Sam said. Okay, the complex is in the middle of the Chihuahuan Desert, resting to the east. This place has a hangar and a bunch of tanks and heavy machine guns, so Dial, War Machine, and I will work on taking out those. Creel, Barnes, Hartley, and Morse, you 4 will go in and take out the base personnel. Remember, the priority is taking the base commander. The Avengers and Bridge have the same mission for their targets. We'll also try to help the prisoners if we can, but that's a secondary objective. Sam frowned at that, clearly displeased. I couldn't say I was happy either. Any failed experiments Hydra had would be down there, both people and animals. Whatever we found could be innocent. But they could also be insane killers. I reached for my sidearm and took it out, looking it over for a moment. Okay, everyone has the new gear. Creel looked at his arm. While he was wearing his usual combination of a tank top and jeans, he now also wore a large device wrapped around his arm in the shape of an arm guard one would see in a Greek or Roman army, colored a deep black. He focused, and his skin changed to a dark steel color. Then into granite, marble, blue cloth, rubber, and then the familiar shine of vibranium, black with lines of glowing blue for the raw version and the more steel-like version for the color of the processed stuff like Cap's shield. There was barely a sliver of either in the gauntlet, but they'd been taken from the piece we'd gotten when we'd captured him, enough to let him change. I'm good, Creel said. The rest of the group picked up the small backpacks hanging along the wall. Bobby seemed a bit nervous. So, how does this work? She asked while looking the pack over. You say, moon prism power, make up. And the armor will appear, I said, straight-faced. Bobby stared at me, looking horrified. Are you serious? I grinned. Nah, just say your codename. Oh thank God, Bobby said, punching me in the arm. You know I hate that show. You have no taste, Hartley, Rhodey, and I said in unison, sharing a grin. Bobby snorted. Whatever. Okay, she took a deep breath, then slid her purple backpack on. Mockingbird. The backpack on Bobby's back shifted around to surround her body. The small catums moved around like purple liquid, surrounding her chest, across her abdomen, then down to her legs. Then they solidified in a single moment. Bobby gasped, looking down at herself. She'd designed the armor herself, making the chest, abdomen, and inner thighs a shade of white, and the rest a combination of purple and black. The very center above her abdomen was triangular, with a glowing purple light that strummed. Her boots had a small purple force field hovering just above them, and her batons now had purple highlights. Bobby looked at her hands, the blonde grinning at the sight of the light armor gauntlets surrounding her fingers. Whoa, this is cool. Bobby twisted her hands, and a helmet rose over her head, a pointed design with a long slit where her eyes were that glowed purple against the white of her helmet. A hood sprouted over her head with another of her wrists, colored dark purple as well. She twisted her hands one more time, and the helmet and hood faded, leaving Bobby grinning at us. Oh, that is awesome. Wait, what is this? She tapped her chest on the logo of a bird holding an arrow. It's I coughed before lying. A mockingbird. You can get rid of it, but I thought it was good. Huh, I like it. Good to know, I said with a grin. How about you guys? The others rushed to put their packs on, while I left mine on the floor. Hartley turned hers on first. Unlike the others, she had a small backpack, a jacket, and a fanny pack to put on, all of which weighed quite a bit. She struggled a bit, and Creel moved forward to help her with the jacket. Thanks, handsome, Hartley said with a wink. Creel smirked at that, stepping back to let her settle. Warrior. With the call of her codename, Isabel Hartley was covered in her armor. She looked very different from Bobby, for good reason. When we'd created the armor designs, we gave people 3 options. Bobby had chosen the light gear, made for fighters who favored movement over durability. I'd chosen the medium personally, wanting to be able to move, but also knowing I wasn't as fast as everyone else. Steve and Bucky had been 2 of the 3 who had gone for heavy armor, and those 2 had gone without the strength enhancers. Hartley had chosen the heavy variant as well, and she had the strength enhancing gear to boot. She rose up several inches in height, and a thick plate of armor ran across her body, covering her shoulders, her thighs, shins, all the way to her boots. She was dressed in over 300 pounds of weight, all of it having been spread between the backpack, fanny pack, and jacket to make it somewhat manageable. But portions of the Catams settled into an exoskeleton under her armor, enhancing her strength. She raised her arms up with ease, grinning happily at her gold and black patterned armor. She had a small skirt at her waist, evocative of Xena, warrior princess skirt, which I found kinda funny. She put a hand to her waist, where the handle of a Model 3 BCW quickly formed from the Catams. She clenched the handle and raised it, smiling viciously as a blade grew from the handle to make it into a short knife. She held it sideways and furrowed her brow in concentration, grinning when the blade extended into a massive broadsword, portions of her gauntlets moving into the blade to give it the extra material. Whoa. Bobby leaned back as the 3-foot blade grew in her direction, dodging it. Careful. Oh, sorry. Hartley, embarrassed, shortened the sword back into a knife, then back to a handle, putting it away. She put the Model 3 away at her waist, then brought her arms up and twisted her wrists. Her helmet came across her face and solidified into a smooth round metal helmet that was tinged with gold around the black sections, shaped like that of a Roman soldier's. Underneath, I knew that she was currently getting an augmented reality view of the world, the suit 6 helping her through the cameras and sensors. And I did mean 6. Jarvis, X, Tony, Fitzsimmons, Bruce, Jury Rig, Sky, and everyone else had made sure I didn't make another accidental AI. I was very keen on not giving X accidental siblings. Bucky went next as Hartley put her helmet away. Unlike Hartley, his armor was in the form of a single large backpack, which had to weigh around 500 pounds. He flipped onto his back with ease and said his codename. Nomad, he said, not raising his voice the way Hartley and Bobby had. The large backpack shifted in an instant, covering his entire body. He twisted his hands immediately, his helmet rising to move over his face. His suit was black with green circuitry running through it, blending in with his robotic arm. The chest plate was thick across his pectorals, and the armor ran down his abdomen in extra plates. His thighs and shins were just as heavily armored. Yet, despite the enormous amounts of plating and a lack of an exoskeleton like Hartley's, Bucky moved very easily in the suit. The helmet that rose over his head was unsettling. Like a bird of prey, somehow. There was a scope-style eyepiece over the left eye of the helmet that glared out at us with a bright green light. He twisted his hands again, and the green lights on the suit faded to black. Another twist of his wrists and his entire body faded away. Active camouflage. There was an unsettling click I recognized as the Model 2 BCW rifle. The next moment he was sitting in his seat, holding the sniper version of the rifle in his lap, making us jump at his sudden and silent move. He kept the helmet on. On the center of his chest, barely visible, was a star, imprinted on the black of his armor. Geez. Rhodey and I said in unison. Rhodey looked at me, and I shrugged. Bucky, I said with a scowl. Can you be less sneaky when I'm around? Normal guy here. Bucky chuckled a little, twisting his hands to put away the helmet. You did good work. I can barely feel the weight too. It's over 500 pounds, I grumbled, looking over at Sam. He was putting his wing pack on his back, and I did the same with my own small backpack. With a shared look, we said out codenames together. Still blew my mind that I had a cool codename. Dial/Falcon. Just like that, our suits rose across our bodies. Falcon's focused on his chest and wing pack, leaving large portions of his body free. His gauntlets had repulsor weapons on the back, and his guns had changed to become Model 1 variants on his hips. His boots gained rocket ports, and his wing pack was streamlined into a smooth black variant. I knew that the wings had been similarly changed. Sam twisted his wrists, and a pair of goggles appeared over his eyes. Another twist and a mask made of metal appeared. It was tied to his head, with the shape of the goggles over his eyes and a mouthpiece that connected to an air tank on his wing pack. His chest plate had a symbol of an falcon in red, feathers spread out across the black. Sam flicked out his arms and his wings snapped outwards. He grinned at them, bringing his hands up. Okay, we're good to go. My own suit was simple in design. A chest plate with an angular design, armored shoulders, gauntlets that left my elbows open and the Omnitrix available. I wore armor on my legs and boots. The whole suit was colored black with green circuitry, with the Omnitrix symbol on the center of my chest. I made sure my ponytail was still in place, and touched my beard, sighing in relief when they were intact. With a snap to the side, one of my gauntlets sprouted a blade from the top in a burst of Catams moving. Whoa, can mine do that? Hartley asked, excitedly snapping arms out. She giggled when 2 blades sprouted from her gauntlets. Rhodey smirked at the newbies with their power suits, and got into his own. The war machine, newly upgraded and repaired, snapped over his body, turning him into the tallest person in the room. Okay, kids, how about we get down to business? He's right, Sam put his wings away. Arm up, and get ready. X, you ready? We'll be there in 1 minute, X responded. I turned and grabbed my weapons, putting my handgun in my leg holster, my rifle against my back, and my melee handle to my waist. Okay, you all look pretty now, Creel grumbled. Can we do this already? Jealous? Hartley asked mischievously. More like anxious, Creel smirked. You heard Sam. Failed experiments. That means monsters. Probably an alien situation. What, like Thor, or the Chitauri? Bucky asked curiously. It was a reminder that he knew less about pop culture than even Steve at the moment. Hydra apparently never thought the knowledge would be useful for a super assassin. Well, we ain't Marines, Rhodey said, striding to the center of the room. So we should be okay. In their defense, Hollywood isn't a fan of useful tactics in horror movies, I said weakly. Hollywood. Bucky frowned. Why are you taking about horror movies? Like Frankenstein. Pop culture night's going to get full, Hartley noted, giving Bucky a sad look. If we ever have time for a pop culture night, Bobby sighed sadly. Creel patted Bucky on the back, before moving with the rest of us towards the back of the Defiant, Bucky following while grumbling. Not my fault Hydra never let me watch movies, he said. He seemed to withdraw a bit, despite the joking nature of his comment. I put a hand on his shoulder when I noticed. Bucky gave me a quick glance, then smiled a bit. With a twist of his wrists, his helmet appeared, and we both focused on the door. X began the countdown, and I brought the Omnitrix up, twisting the dial. In 3, 2, 1, X said calmly, guiding the Quinjet down towards the ground. Closer and closer, until the Defiant came to a stop. Drop. The door snapped down and we all leaped out into the air about 10 feet over the ground. X spun the Defiant around and opened up its guns. The fight was on. Director Maria Hill. As the Avengers, Reserve Avengers, and Bridge went on their missions, Maria had business of her own. She walked through the hallways of the Enterprise, Robert Gonzalez with her this time. The older Bridge agent kept pace with her as they strode through the helicarrier. Gonzalez, I want the Iliad out and doing its work. How are the upgrades going? They're going well, Gonzalez said, his voice low and gravely. Mac has installed most of it with Fitz's help. We should be ready to leave for the work soon. Will you be keeping my best agents with your little Avengers team? Maria looked over at Gonzalez, who seemed sour. You wanted someone you trusted to keep an eye on Creel and Bucky. They're doing it. And now I worry if I've given them up for a new job, Gonzalez grumbled. Robert, Maria began to say. He waved it off, sighing grumpily. They're grown women. If they want to continue, they'll do it. If they want to come back, I'll welcome them with open arms. Gonzalez stopped when they came to a door where Coulson and May were waiting. Keep them safe, Director. Those two saved my life. I wouldn't do any less, Maria said warmly. Gonzalez nodded. He turned to Coulson and May. I suppose I will see you both later. No doubt about it, Coulson with a smile. May simply nodded, though she smiled as well. With that, Gonzalez turned and walked away. He's kind of intense, May said. Maria and Coulson gave the famously stoic May a look. She cocked an eyebrow, daring them to say anything. Since neither Maria nor Coulson were that dumb, Coulson instead opened the door. Inside, a woman was sitting at a chair in front of a steel table, wearing a white prison uniform. She was wearing a metal collar that was a familiar black with green circuitry. Davida DeVito looked up at the three and smiled. Ah, you didn't bring my boyfriend, she said in joking tones. Maria cocked an eyebrow, moving to sit in front of her. Boyfriend. What else do you call a guy who gets you a ring as fancy as this? Davida tapped the collar, smirking. Despite her seeming jovialness, she was clearly not pleased with the collar. Maria was glad for it, considering it was keeping her powers in check. Davida's eyes narrowed. My girls. Are they safe? They are. Maria took out a tablet. You were right. They were checking that Facebook profile. We got in contact with them last night. Got to say, kinda clever of you, Coulson added. Post a specific status on a agreed profile at a specific time using newly made accounts. Clever way to pass messages. Well, it ain't foolproof, but it gets the job done. Davida leaned forward. Are they safe? Tell me that. Maria raised an eyebrow. Yes, they are. Helen is cooperating, but she thinks Strucker may be on to her. That he's guiding your girls specifically to places and missions that Helen believes Strucker is willing to let go of, using them in some game against the other Hydra leaders. Davida's fist tightened. Then get them out of there. You know our deal, I promised you dash. I promised that they would be safe for traded information, Hill said calmly. She eyed Davida carefully. In the days since Dial had captured her, Davida had been almost obsessive over wanting her girls to be safe. She wanted them away from Strucker, and safe from prosecution, in return for all the information Bridge could get. But as of now, the data Helen, Marion, and Mimi had gotten them was minuscule. They'd been kept from knowing exactly where the castle they were in was placed in through blind flights to and from the castle, had only bare information on the experiments, and nothing on the future plans of Strucker's Hydra. The only reason Helen had received the message was a phone she'd smuggled onto the grounds, and even GPS wasn't able to find them for some reason, most likely Stearns. Which made the fact she could even access the internet despite him very suspect. Maria was still grateful for the information of course. Thanks to them, they now knew more about the structure of Strucker's organization than they ever had, including that Wolfgang von Strucker was in charge of anything substantial. But Davida needed to know the truth. Strucker and Stearns are playing games, and we think your girls are being played like pieces on the board, Maria said simply. We'll work to protect them, May added. The Avengers will do their best to save them, but they need to keep playing along. You can't guarantee that, Davida said viciously. Tell me why I shouldn't just fight my way out and get them myself. The collar on her neck began to glow a brighter green along the lines of circuitry. A bead of sweat appeared on Davida's face as she fought the dampening effects of the collar. May shifted her feet and moved her hands slightly, face hardening. Davida and May eyed each other, and the tension rose. Until Carlson stepped forward. Actually, if I may interrupt the eminent catfight. Davida and May glared at him. Carlson smiled genially in response. We have 2 people who were kidnapped, friends who your team says are there. We have as much to gain from finding that castle as you do. Maybe we can make a deal. Something worth your while. Davida frowned as Maria hid a smile. Good old Carlson, the master of communication. Mahmoud /dial. Rhodey and Sam took off as soon as they jumped out of the Defiant, flying into the air. The others and I landed on the ground with ease, and I reached for my back to flip my rifle into my hand, twisting my wrists to activate my helmet. My rounded helmet snapped into place around my head, and the augmented reality vision activated. It connected with my rifle, showing how much ammunition I had and providing me with a crosshairs like in a standard FPS. With a thought, I switched to ammo type I wanted, and looked around with my gun raised the way Natasha and Sam had taught me. Damn, I felt badass. Yes, it would have been easier to simply change into an alien, but some part of me wanted to play with my new toys. We'd landed in the middle of a tarmac, Sam and Rhodey taking off towards a hangar as planned. I ran to join them while the others headed towards the prison complex. I almost stumbled as I ran. My speed had been massively enhanced, and it took a bit to how fast I was now moving. I tried to remember how fast track ran, and soon strode across the asphalt at high speed. I tensed my legs for a moment, and leaped upwards. The jump jets in the suit activated. Yeah. I let out in excitement as I leaped forward a superhuman distance and height, propelled by the jets. I landed, then leaped again. It's like Saints Row 4. I took a moment to realize what a giant nerd I was, then focused on the job. The hangar Sam and Rhodey were headed towards was blocked by a group of soldiers in brown camo gear, tanks, and jeeps. Some helicopters' rotors were spinning, about to take off. The Defiant flew over my head, and Rhodey and my Quinjet took off towards the helicopters, leaving Sam and me to take care of the soldiers in front of us. The soldiers had seen us coming, and aimed their guns. I knelt down and brought a hand up. They started shooting at Sam, who simply twisted in the air to dodge their gunfire. When they shot at me, I activated one of my suit's abilities. A portion of my suit's armor grew from my gauntlet to form a shield in front of me, and I took a moment to grin as bullets bounced off the shield in front of me. Eat your heart out, Steve, I said. Granted, Steve's shield was much more invincible, but it still felt cool to hold a shield as it vibrated under dozens of bullets slammed into it. The shield was tall and thick, with 2 prongs on the bottom. A quick bit of focus created cameras at the edges of the shield, and the side facing me became clear, showing me that there were 23 men shooting at me, though some were aiming at Sam. None of their bullets would have been able to pierce my armor, but I decided to stick with the shield for now. You got this? Sam asked, diving in the air. Got to use that time at the range for something. I brought my rifle up to a port on the side of my shield and remembered what I'd been taught. I took a deep breath, relaxed my body, aimed for the chest, and fired a single ICER, hitting a soldier in over his heart. He went down, and the other soldiers ducked. Deep breath, relax, fire. I missed that time, shaking a little, and focused again to hit a Hydra soldier in the chest again. I fired again and again, missing a couple of times, but managing to do well enough to take 6 men down. Granted, my helmet's enhanced vision, my shield, and the advanced weaponry gave me something similar to auto-aim in video games, but I felt pride nonetheless. Sam was still flying towards the hangar. The big doors to the hangar were closed, so Sam raised his hands. He must have forgotten that his comms were on, because I heard his next muttered words. Hope these don't explode. I took a moment to feel offended on behalf of Tony. Then Sam raised his hands up, and a familiar pair of energy blasts flew from his hands to slam into the doors of the hangar, blasting them apart with the repulsors on his arms. Yes, Sam cried out, diving into the hangar. I felt a bit of pride in seeing the armor I'd contributed on work so well. At least until the tank spun its turret to aim at me. Yeah, new awesome armor or not, I wasn't going to test it against a tank shell no matter what Fitz and Tony said about its durability and force fields. I thought of changing the rifle to its deadlier mode, but decided to simply reach for the Omnitrix and twist. When the tank fired, I was already pressing down on the Omnitrix and leaping 30 feet in the air. I changed in a burst of green light as a shell exploded into the ground below. Swamp fire. Sam flew towards the hangar as I landed from my jump. The soldiers fired on me, tearing through my form. I ignored the bullets to rip some seed pods out of my arms and toss them at the 3 tanks. They exploded, wrapping around the tanks with their powerful vines. The tanks struggled to move, turrets grinding, and I allowed myself a grin at the sound of metal bending under the grip of my vines, the plant life around me singing triumphantly. The soldiers were still shooting at me. I raised my hands. Better run. I yelled as flames came to life in my palms. The soldiers ducked behind the tanks and jeeps into cover, and I waited long enough to let them before unleashing hell. Woo! I shouted triumphantly, letting 2 long plumes of flame out to ignite the air in front of me. I kept the flames up long enough to make sure the soldiers were pinned for the next step of my plan. I stopped releasing one of the streams with my right hand, using that hand to grab more seed pods out of me, throwing them like grenades where the vines wrapped around the soldiers and jeeps. By the time I was done, 6 soldiers had been ICER'd, 17 were wrapped in vines, and more were blocked from leaving their vehicles by the vines growing over them. I tapped the Omnitrix as soon as I knew the soldiers were captured. Astrodactyl. This is Dial, squawk. I cried out, blasting into the air and snapping my wings out. Falcon, I'm coming to help. A loud explosion came from over where the helicopters had been about to take off. This is X, taking overwatch position. The Defiant rose into the air. War Machine, heading to rendezvous with Dial and Falcon. Rhodey flew alongside me as we headed to the hangar. Roger that, Sam responded. Team B, how's it going? Rhodey and I flew into the hangar. The building was massive, filled with aircraft and vehicles of all kinds, the largest of which was a giant cargo plane. There were dozens of men inside, Sam fighting them. He hovered in the air and raised his hands, repulsors letting loose in his palms. He twirled out of the way of a burst from a machine gun, blasting the offending soldier into a jeep behind him. I feel less special now, Rhodey mused next to me, taking a spot at the door Sam had blown apart. He started shooting his own repulsor blasts, the minigun on his shoulder roaring. I flew to the upper level of the hangar, twirling to kick one of the many soldiers scrambling on the upper level in the chest with my clawed feet before sliding to a stop on the floor, my wings pulling in. I let out an energy whip from my left arm and twirled it with instinctive expertise to grab another soldier, pulling him in for a clothesline, then released an energy blast from my right hand that sent another man to the ground. A Hydra operative raised his gun to shoot me, and I sliced it in half with my energy whip, offhandedly shooting another soldier in the back as he tried to run. This is Mockingbird, we're facing some opposition. I heard the crack of ICERs being fired, followed by Creel roaring in rage and Hartley laughing over the comms. Barnes, can you dash? Some loud noises sounded out. Thank you. Falcon, when you're done with the hangar, we could use some help over here. Squawk, where does Hydra get so many soldiers? I grumbled. No respect for the conservation of ninjutsu, I tell you. Something hit me like a hammer, pain exploded from my right shoulder, and I squawked in surprise, stepping back from the sudden impact and pain. I looked at my shoulder to see that my scales had been slightly damaged by something, and looked up to see some soldiers on top of the cargo plane in the center of the hangar firing at me and Sam. I mean, they were shooting at Rhodey too, but he ignored their bullets to focus on the guys trying to escape, destroying a tank when they tried to get in. I leaped for the cargo plane at the same time Sam flew towards it. There must have been 10 guys on top when Sam and I landed among them. I front-kicked one guy, blocked a fist thrown at me, and ducked as Sam rolled over my back to punch another soldier. I uppercut a man into the air, and fired a blast into one other man's chest. Sam blocked a Hydra soldier's kick and punched him in the face with his gauntleted left hand. He twisted his hands when one of the Hydra soldiers raised a pistol to his face. Sam's helmet snapped over his face when the Hydra soldier shot him. The bullet bounced off, Sam stepping back from the impact, then stepping forward with a powerful front kick to the offending soldier's ribs. With a bit more space to work, I snapped my arms to the side, my energy whips lashing out, and swung them outwards. I heard Sam firing his repulsors, both of us unleashing our wings to float upwards as we attacked, back to back all the while. Rhodey flew to join us. For about 30 seconds, the three of us unleashed hell. I pulled in my energy whips to start firing blasts of green energy. Rhodey's minigun roared on his shoulder, his gauntlet guns joining in. Sam grabbed one of his new guns and fired it on automatic, yelling as the three of us flew back to back. Just like that, it was over. Every Hydra soldier in the hangar was either unconscious or dead. This is Falcon, Sam twisted in the air, Rhodey and I joining him, Sam at the front, Rhodey on his left, me on his right. We're coming to join you, Team B. See you then, Bucky replied calmly. Sharon Carter/Agent 13. Sharon woke up gasping, taking massive gulps of air. She struggled to rise, only to feel something pulling at her arms and legs. She tried to move again, blearily looking down. She'd been strapped to a bed by thick brown restraints. Sharon stared at them, uncomprehending. Sharon, she turned to see someone lying in a bed next to her. She blinked, trying to clear her eyes. When she looked again, Trip was giving her a weak smile. Hey, girl. How you feeling? The young man was wearing the same restraints she was. Sharon shook her head, looking down at the 4 in her arm, then at the room. Trip, where are we? Hell if I know. Trip looked around as well. I woke up a few seconds before you did. The room was like a strange combination of ancient and new. The walls and floor were all made of stone, like that of a medieval castle. There was medical equipment, computers, and some people in lab coats roaming around. Wooden doors at the other side of the room were guarded by 2 men in black military gear. Hey, Trip yelled at a man passing by in a lab coat. Where are we? The man ignored him. We must have been captured by Hydra, Sharon concluded, her mind still muddled by whatever drug had been used to knock her out. What was that thing? Aberration. Someone walked up to them. Sharon struggled to look at him, only to wonder if she was still drugged. The man before her had green skin and a massive head. He smiled down at them, stepping to stand between their beds. I apologize for the restraints. I'm afraid you both would fight against us otherwise. Yeah, you're right, Trip said easily, smiling. I'm probably going to punch you the second I can, Mr. Bobblehead. The big-headed man laughed. I'm sure you would. But don't worry. Soon enough, I'm sure we'll be great friends. 2 men wheeled carts over to the beds, stopping them in front of Sharon and Trip's. On the carts were large flat-screen TVs. "Oh hey, you brought us entertainment," Sharon asked, trying for bravado despite the sudden realization she was feeling. "I might need headphones," Trip said. "I mean, I love Sharon, but her action movies are way too cheesy." "You are both funny," the large-headed man smiled. "I hope my improvements to this method allow you to keep that." The televisions turned on. Blinking swirls of lights appeared on the screens, and Sharon and Trip both began to struggle as they began to realize what was happening. After all, brainwashing still isn't an exact science. Sam, Rhodey, and I landed on the grounds in front of the prison complex. As we walked into the courtyard, the Omnitrix beeped red, timing out and putting me back in human form. I grabbed my Model 3 rifle off my back, hefting it and making sure it was still in ICER mode. The place was littered with bullets, blood, and soldiers. I felt disturbed at how quickly I'd gotten used to scenes like it. Team B walked up to join us. Bobby and Hartley had removed their helmets and were standing side by side near the main entrance, while Bucky chose to keep his own helmet on, his head swiveling as he kept an eye out. Creel was in pale white form, looking as though he was made of cotton. His spider silk form, Darwin bark specifically. He glanced up at us from where he was sitting, giving me a nod that I returned. "What VE we got?" Sam asked as soon as we were gathered. "The whole upper complex is a front," Bobby answered. "Full of guards, but anyone in charge is most likely down below." "Want us to interrogate the guards left alive?" Bucky asked. Sam thought about that. "Do it. Creel, Hartley, Dial, you three go in. The rest of us will stay out here." Sam rubbed the back of his head. "Hey Dial, I've watched horror movies too. There's no chance our comms will suddenly shut off, will they? You know, static and then we can't talk to each other." Everyone turned to look at me. I blinked. "Our comms are quantum. We can talk to each from across the universe, and there are more firewalls on our gear than the entirety of the world, all of it backed up by upgrade and jury-rig tech. Seriously, if Hydra had anything locked up down there that could get past all that, they'd already rule the world." They gave me a blank look. I don't think it was because they didn't understand. More likely they wanted to make sure I wasn't claiming my ship was unsinkable. "No, we won't have a cliché comm cut off," I said with a sigh. "One day you need to show me whatever you guys are talking about," Bucky said with a sigh. "Okay, move out," Sam said. As I turned to leave, Rhodey tapped me on my shoulder. "Be careful, okay? We don't know what's in there." "Well, if they have anything genetically wrong with them." I tapped the Omnitrix. Rhodey shook his head. "Don't make assumptions. Stay on your guard, and watch out for those two." I looked over at Creel and Hartley, one a giant man now the same color as titanium, the other a woman in advanced plate armor with a broadsword. "I think they'll be fine," I said sarcastically. The War Machine's faceplate lifted up to show me Rhodey's face. He smirked. "Yeah well, we all know you're the Hulk on our team, so." I chuckled, walking away to join Creel and Hartley while Bucky, Bobby, Rhodey, and Sam went to start their interrogation. I wished, for a moment, I had an alien that could help with that. Something with telepathy or whatever. I chose to focus on what I could do and raised my gun towards the one door leading in or out of the place. "Ready." Creel reared a foot back and launched it forwards, giving the door in hard enough to send it flying, revealing the narrow concrete hallway beyond. "Ready." Hartley and I shared a look as Creel went inside with the confidence of a man who can turn into metal. "You heard the man," Hartley said, her helmet snapping over her head. "We're ready." I grunted in agreement and we followed the absorbing man underground. Going down the hall, we were suddenly enveloped in darkness, the red strobe of an emergency light barely illuminating things. "You know, for all the jokes about horror movies, I really expected this place to have better lighting," Hartley mused as we walked through the hallway. "Activate thermals," I answered. "Yep," Hartley said. "Should have got one of those helmets," Creel muttered. We came to an elevator with only one button. I hit the button, but nothing happened. Sharing a look, Creel grabbed the doors and shoved them open, revealing the dark shaft beyond. He leaped in, falling down for a few seconds. Soon, a loud boom noise came from the bottom, along with the sounds of metal ripping and tearing. "All good," Creel yelled up the shaft. "Only about 200 feet. Only, huh," Hartley said. She leaped down, the lights on her armor glowing to illuminate her way. Once she was at the bottom, I jumped as well. My HUD let me see the bottom. I activated the jump jets before I hit the elevator Creel had destroyed, slowing to a stop to land through the hole he'd created and on the inside. Creel and Hartley stood outside the elevator, Hartley with her Model 3 out, Carl in his steel form. I stepped out as well and looked around the dark hallways. From the elevator, they went left, right, and forwards. "So, which way should we go?" Creel asked. "Split up," Hartley suggested. "Not a chance." I put my gun on my back and reached for the Omnitrix. "I won't be able to talk in this form, but I can sense whatever's down here. Follow my lead." I pressed down and felt my armor disappear in an instant, replaced by orange fur. My eyes sank away and I went down on all fours, fingers changing into claws that I clenched, slicing the concrete beneath me and held back the urge to roar as I completed my transformation into Wild Mutt. "Huh," Hartley said in a fascinated tone. "He's a dog." I growled a bit, then took a whiff of the air. The left hallway smelled like death and decay most strongly. The right one smelled like steel and oil. But the one straight ahead smelled of people, of electricity, flesh, and food. I turned to Creel and Hartley and barked as quietly as I could, walking towards the middle hallway. They followed me as I prowled forward, sniffing at the air. While the hallways were no longer dark thanks to my enhanced senses, things now seemed like they were on fire to my vision. I followed the hallway, taking a deep whiff of the air. I salivated at the scent of fresh meat, unable to help myself. While I was still me, Wildmutt still felt hunger as something altogether more primal than I did. My claws scrabbled on the ground as I walked, Hartley and Creel behind me. We went for a long while, the scent getting stronger. Soon, we came to a vault door. It went wall to wall, ceiling to floor, and looked as thick as they come. Well, that's foreboding, Hartley noted. What the hell do you think they have locked down there? Creel stepped forward and put a hand to the steel. Let's find out. His hand changed temperature in my senses to match that of the vault doors, then sank inside. He'd demonstrated this before, the ability to phase through the material he'd changed into. He rummaged around inside the vault's internal mechanisms for a bit. I growled in irritation as my enhanced hearing picked up the sounds of his metal fingers scratching and moving against the inside of the door, tiny screeching noises filling the air. Easy boy, Hartley scratched me at the nape of my neck, and I growled with reluctant pleasure at the feeling of her fingers running through my fur, even with the armor covering them. Almost done, big guy. Yep. Creel moved his hand out of the door and moved to the lever, twisting the large wheel in the center of the door, twisting it. After a bit, the door slid open. I felt myself salivate at the new scents that followed. Pain, fresh blood, and fear, the sense of prey, along with loud whines of animals. The door swung open, and the three of us walked into the place beyond. Cages. Cages all around us, arranged in rows, 5 high. They were as big as prison cells, with stairs and catwalks leading up to the top. We walked up to one of them and looked inside. A mass of flesh rested in the corner of the cage, about as big as my human self, with multiple human arms, legs, and eyes poking out of flesh, all different sizes. The eyes focused on us, and I growled in disgust. What the hell had Hydra done? God, Creel looked in another cage, Hartley, and I moving over to it with him. It was a dog, but not like any dog I'd ever seen. Later, Hartley and Creel would tell me its skin was the shiny color of metal. The cage's metal, to be exact. To me, it was more like it was extremely hot. It moaned at us, clearly in pain from the metal, concrete, and plastic spikes poking from its body. He, based on the scent it was male, was connected to an N4 that went up to a tube in the roof, the substance inside smelling like a slurry paste of food. It's like me, Creel said, horrified. Someone is going to pay for all this, Hartley growled. A sudden sound drew me attention. I snapped my head towards it, growling. A cage had been opened. Running footsteps ran from us, then another set of them came towards us. I barked, getting Hartley and Creel to turn as the creature released from the cage came around the corner. My barking set off others in the large warehouse, but I focused on the creature coming towards us. It came to a stop around the corner and stared at us, eyes enraged. It could have been a tiger, once, the cat-like portions and the orange fur with black stripes screamed it. Now it was mutated, front legs overly long, portions of its skull exposed, muscles grossly large. I roared at it, and got a horrific scream in response. Then the poor animal began to grow even more grotesque, as its body began to heat up. Hartley later told me that it had also changed color from orange to a far more unsettling shade. Ah, crap, Hartley whispered as it changed its fur to a familiar shade of green. It's gamma enhanced. The tiger screamed, leaping towards me. I roared back, my anger and disgust towards Hydra focusing on the animal before me, and I leaped for it as well. The two of us clashed in midair, landing on the floor. Its claws went for my throat, but I ducked my head down and bit into its shoulder, hot blood filling my mouth. The tiger screamed, pushing me back and clawing my face, leaving 4 lines of white-hot pain across it. I roared in rage, digging my claws into the tiger. We rolled on the ground, slashing and biting each other. His right paw aimed tried to swipe at me again, smashing a crater into the ground when I dodged. I roared and scratched at his chest, warm blood pouring over my front and back legs. He bit into my shoulder, teeth scratching at the Omnitrix, and slicing into me. We rolled into a pillar and shattered it under our strength. Creel ran towards us, trying to help me. More sounds filled the air as cages were opened up all over the place. Something leaped over from another aisle and crashed into Creel, something that had once been human, but was now covered fur, scales, and whose arms had been replaced by cybernetic ones. God damn it! Creel yelled, shifting into his polished vibranium form before bringing his legs up and kicking upwards, launching the creature back. The creature tried to attack again, only for an ICER round to slam into its head. The creature screamed but stayed standing. Hartley stepped forward, her Model 3 lifted high, and fired another ICER into the creature, hitting it twice more when it refused to go down. It finally fell. I was still fighting the Gamma Tiger. The thing was stronger than me, but in a weird way. It was like it was getting both weaker and stronger at random. 1 second I was fighting a weaker opponent, pushing it to the floor with a triumphant roar. The next it was picking me up and slamming me into a concrete wall. I roared in its face, ducking my head under a blow and uppercutting it with my claws. The Gamma Tiger went flying up, landing on top of the cages. I ran towards the cages and leaped up, clawing my way to the top. The Gamma Tiger rolled to its feet and screamed at me. I responded with a roar, snarling as we came closer and closer to each other. The tiger was healing, but slowly, the scent of its leaking blood giving me enough that I knew I could beat it. And God, I wanted to. I could feel the blood of the tiger soaked into my claws, my own wounds throbbing. The smell of it incensed me. There was this feeling of primal rage inside me, an anger I could barely contain. I roared, letting my anger be known, proclaiming my dominance. For a tense moment, a wild mutt and a gamma tiger face each other on top of cages filled with roaring and screaming monsters. The tiger finally lost its patience and rushed me, its heat signature blazing in my sense. I jumped out of the way, grabbing one of the pipes that was on the ceiling and twirling around it to go back at the tiger, clawing it in the face hard enough to send it down to where Hartley and Creel were fighting. Several dogs that had been mutated into more hideous gamma creatures were attacking Creel, who tossed them aside for Hartley to take down with as many upgraded ICER bullets as she could, needing 3 at times for each one. One of the released dogs simply lay on the ground, its eye staring out from a face that had been severely mutated, legs coming from a mass of flesh as it released muffled whines of pain. One of the dogs, something that must have once been a husky but was now a disgusting mismatch of gamma-enhanced muscles, spikes, and exposed bone, rushed me. I swiped a paw out, smacking the animal into the ground, spinning around to face the gamma tiger and running for it. Another dog was smacked aside, then I leaped up as the tiger did. We smashed into each other and I held it down on the concrete as the creature roared in my face, its legs scratching at me and the floor. I bashed it in the face, cracking the concrete under its body. We rolled over once more before I smashed it back to the floor. I looked around for a moment, before deciding to cut my losses. As best as I could, I spoke to the Omnitrix, snarling at it. Understood, my voice came from the Omnitrix, with more of a monotone tinge to it. Repairing genetic damage. A green beam slammed into the tiger I was holding down. It screamed, its voice high-pitched. As the Omnitrix did its work, the scream began to change, lowering and rising in pitch until it became the roar of a healthy tiger, the orange and black animal still struggling with me, but no longer with superhuman strength, its fur and skin returned to normal. I threw the tiger aside, where Hartley shot it with an ICER, sending it to blissful sleep, then snarled at the Omnitrix again. Repairing genetic damage, my voice said. A green beam slammed into the dogs, then the human, then some of the beings in the cages. I struggled to stay up as my energy was drained, trying to keep the beam going. The screaming dogs began to calm, Creel holding one up for Hartley to knock out. I gasped, snarling in exhaustion. But I wasn't finished. I had to keep going. I snarled at the Omnitrix. More beams flew out, heading deeper into the area, flashes of light going along with it. More and more, leaving me stumbling in exhaustion, the sounds of people shouting in excitement, crying, dogs, cats, and other animals roaring and barking. My furred form fell to the floor, and I struggled to rise up again. Warning, energy reserves depleted. Cycling to recharge mode. The Omnitrix symbol on my shoulder changed to red, and I fell to the floor in my human form again, my cheek pressing to the cool floor. The last thing I saw was Hartley and Creel rushing towards me as a dog excitedly barked in a cage nearby, freely changing its form to steel and back. Well, that won't end well, I muttered before passing out. I woke up to feel someone shaking my shoulder. When I opened my eyes, Hartley was smiling. Hey, kid. How you feeling? A groan slipped from lips, and I raised a hand to my head. Exhausted. I wanted to wait until this was over before I cured anyone. It was a good call, Hartley answered, putting an arm under my shoulder to help me up. Everyone stopped attacking us. You cured almost everyone. Almost. I looked around. Creel was letting people out of cages. They were naked, since Hydra apparently didn't care about the modesty of its failed experiments. Others, however, hadn't gotten off lucky. People with arms that had been replaced with those of animals, ranging from bears to stumpy gator claws, a woman with legs made from some sort of steampunk machinery, a man whose lips had been sewn together. Whatever had been done to them, it wasn't genetic. They looked at those who were cured with a strange combination of jealousy and happiness. X, I said, pulling away from Hartley to stumble over to a computer monitor I could see at the very back of the room, sitting innocuously on a desk. I'm going to link you to the nearest computer. Any signs of escape? Nothing so far, sir, X said. I'm having satellites check the area for any suspicious activity as well. Whoever is in there hasn't left. Gee, good. I struggled into the chair in front of the computer and raised my hand up. Cadams in my gauntlet shifted as I put my hand on the computer under the desk. They entered the computer, and the monitor began to flash with files. Why couldn't we hack this before? Hartley asked, walking up to join me. X's tech is awesome, I admitted. But it's not magical, not really. He can hack something as long as it's ever been connected to the internet, or interacted with a device that has done the same, barring whatever Stearns is doing to protect Hydra. Nothing in this facility was ever linked up, until now. Correct, sir. I'm logged in. Accessing files. Dial. Director Hill messaged me, sounding confused. We just got a data drop from X. Is this from the facility you're in? Yep, I replied. We're going to need those reinformants. We have former prisoners in need of rescue. Well, and normal prisoners too, I guess, I said, remembering the guards. Falcon, you reading? Yeah, we got you. We're heading into, Sam said. One of the prisoners told us they have something deeper in, a monster they wanted to be able to fight the Hulk, but apparently they couldn't control it. If that's true, you'll need the backup. Something that could fight the Hulk. Creel walked up, looking at the prisoners. And should we wait until people can come to help these guys? I looked at the prisoners, who were staring at us. A girl, couldn't be more than 5 years younger than me, was crying on the floor, clutching her legs as a man hugged her with similar tears in his own eyes. None of them approached us. I didn't know why, but maybe they just weren't sure what was happening. I'll stay, Hartley said. If there is something past here that can fight the Hulk, then you two are our best bet. That's true. Creel patted me on the back, turning into his raw vibranium form so that he was now glowing blue. He looked around at the people, who stared back at us. His fist clenched. We need to make them pay. We will. I got up and we started walking away. We'll see you soon, warrior. Take care, fellas. Hartley walked over to the people, speaking to them in soothing tones. Creel and I went into a hallway that led to the back. X, what is this thing? Their counter to the Hulk. Unknown. I blinked as files flew up into my HUD, X flashing through them. There is no name in the database for the being in question. However, some of its characteristics and capabilities have been named. It's 11 feet tall, covered in pale white fur with a gray underbelly. It's resistant to most forms of attack, but can also heal from damage, and it prefers to eat flesh. Human flesh. What in the hell? Creel growled. In the meantime, I feeling myself pale. No way Hydra had gotten their hands on that thing, let alone for any amount of time. Hey, I looked over at Creel, who seemed worried. You okay? That watch is still red. I looked at the Omnitrix. Yeah, I'm fine. It just took a lot of energy to cure all those people and animals. Until then, I grabbed my Model 3 off my back and mentally changed the ammo, a bright blue glow coming from it. I'm good. We came to another vault door. Enough of this, Creel said, pissed. Switching to his refined vibranium form, Creel reared back to punch it open, not going for subtle anymore. His first punch left a massive dent. The next two made the whole tunnel shake. The last sent the door flying inward. We stepped inside me with my rifle up, Creel still in processed vibranium form, and found two bodies on the floor. I kneeled down next to one, looking it over. Big portions of the body had been torn away like something had eaten them. Bits of cloth from a lab coat told me he wasn't a prisoner, rather that he worked there. I held back my gag reflex at the horrendous sight of his skull wrapped in bits of meat, scratches from teeth etched into him. That thing is out there, I said, looking at Creel. Apparently it hates Hydra as much as we do, Creel said grimly. I looked at the Omnitrix, grunting at the still red light, then rose up to my feet. Sam, reinforcements come in. Army has vehicles to bring everyone in, Sam confirmed. Although you could have told us Creel broke the elevator. That's going to make things tough. Creel grunted in acknowledgement but said nothing. We'll be down soon. Be careful. Right on cue, something could be heard down the hallway. I raised my gun as Creel moved in front of me. Nothing else happened. We shared a look, then moved forward. Author's note, so in canon, some facilities were destroyed by Hydra as part of their attempts to hide/fight back. The graveyard is based around that. So yeah, it's kind of a horror show in there. I didn't go too in-depth, since this is still a superhero story at heart, but Hydra really did horrific things to people. As for the Omnitrix curing people and animals, it's a power it's shown before, and the Paradox Omnitrix, the one Dial has, can do the same. But in the show, we see that doing it on a large scale depletes the Omnitrix. It varies, but considering the fact there are multiple people and animals with varying afflictions, I thought it made sense for the poor watch to be a little tuckered out. So, yeah, not much else to say. Next chapter, Creel and Dial vs. You know, Alien would have ended a lot faster if we'd been in it, I said softly as we walked through a dark hallway with creepy crying sounds behind us as water dripped around us. Well, yeah, Creel shrugged. Wait, can you turn into one of those things? What, xenomorphs? I asked. Is that what they're called? Creel asked. Before I could answer we came out into a large room filled with bookshelves, desks, and lab equipment. There was a massive cage in the center, one as big as a house and made of some strange metal that had tons of scratches on the surface. There were chains hanging from the top of the cage, blood on the floor within. The door hadn't been torn open but left open. The place had been torn apart. Blood soaked the floor and walls, making me swallow a bit when I started salivating at the scent. Despite being human now, I was still feeling some of the primal pull being wild mutt in a room full of prey and fellow alpha predators. Why didn't Ben ever deal with that sort of thing? I pulled back and focused on where the blood was coming from. Namely, the bodies. I walked up to a soldier that was lying across one of the broken tables, his torso opened up and emptied of organs. He was one of many that had been torn apart and devoured, soldiers and scientists alike. Looks like we missed the party, Creel said easily. Think that thing is still hungry. I shuddered, looking over at him. How are you dealing with this? I've seen worse. Creel looked over to give me a dark smile. Seriously, where did it go dash? A noise came from among the bookshelves. I spun around, aiming my rifle. Don't shoot. A woman came out of the aisle, holding her hands up. Tears were pouring down her cheeks. Please, we need to get out of here. I stared at her, trying to decide if I should shoot her with an ICER or not. You're Hydra. She stared between us, still crying. Why yes. Please, I surrender, just please help me get out of here. They've gone crazy. Can't blame them, Creel said, striding forward. What was in the cage? She hiccuped when she tried to respond. I'm just a biologist dash. I'm pretty sure eating people is a part of biology. Creel picked up a random arm covered in desert camo gear and waved it at the woman, who stared at him in horror. Talk. Where is it? What is it? She hesitantly walked towards me, rather than Creel, who tossed aside the bloody arm he was holding. It doesn't have an official name, but we call it the Wendigo, after a Native American legend with similarities to it. God fucking damn it, Marvel. Unable to see my frustration through my helmet, she walked up to a computer and reached for the keyboard. I waved at it before she could do something, bringing up the files on Wendigo. She gave me a startled look, then returned to the files, still nervous. We put a tracker in it. The others were going to unleash it to try and kill you. When we tried to stop them, they locked us in here, and She rubbed at her face, choking back a sob. I hid. Here it's, oh god. The monster is still in the room, I said, looking around the room. Raising my rifle, I stared around, turning on one of my vision modes. Based on the backscatter eyes Fitzsimmons had studied, it gave me an X-ray vision of the room. With everything in that weird blue light that the vision gave me, I spun around, looking everywhere. It was a little disorientating. I looked at the back of the room, thinking, okay, where does no one ever look? Oh right. I craned my head up. Creel and the woman did the same. The snarling figure hanging on the ceiling above stared back at me, looking eerie in my X-ray vision. Clever girl, Creel said softly. The creature leaped towards me, and I reflexively fired my rifle. Shio! A repulsor blast erupted from my rifle, hitting the Wendigo in the chest as it dropped towards me and the woman. It was knocked off balance, slamming into the cage instead. It rolled to its feet and faced us, rising up to stand and face us. To a height way bigger than I'd expected. I thought this thing was 11 feet tall. Creel said, raising his hands up. That's a lot bigger than 11. It grows as it eats, the woman screamed. Of course it does. I looked at the Omnitrix, which was still red, then back at the monster. The monster was dripping with blood from spikes stabbed across its back and front, each one with a chain hanging from it that corresponded with the chains in the cage below it. It pulled one out of where its left nipple should have been, letting out a sound as its blood poured across its front. The spike was at least a foot long. The Wendigo tossed that spike aside as his wound quickly healed, and reached for a spike on its shoulder, tugging at it, but not pulling it out as he let out sounds. It took me a moment to realize he was laughing as he caused himself pain. Great, it's a freaky masochist, I growled. I had an ex like that, Creel replied. Oh god, the woman shrieked, turning and running. I swear, the Wendigo smiled at the sight of the woman sprinting for the exit. Its teeth flashing, it leaped off the cage, blood still dripping from its claws and around the spikes in its flesh. I shot it in the chest, diverting it in midair. When it landed, it rolled. Wendigo! It cried, rushing after the screaming woman with sadistic glee. It smashed through a desk, trying to run past me. I snapped a hand up, Cadams flowing, and ran forward while activating my jump jets. The Cadams formed into my tower shield in mid-flight, and I slammed into the Wendigo shield first, sending it to crash into some bookshelves. Run. I told the woman as wood and papers flew everywhere, pieces of glass shattering along with them. Wendigo, the monster snarled, rising to glare at me. Looks like he wants an ass-whopping, Creel said, standing next to me. Hell, I'm ready to oblige, I growled, raising my rifle in one hand and my shield in the other. Come on asshole, let's go. Wendigo rushed us with a cackling laugh as my rifle roared and Creel stepped forward with raised fists. Isabel Hartley/Warrior. What's your name? Isabel asked one of the former prisoners, a young girl with red hair and brown eyes who hadn't been given clothes. She was kneeling next to her inside the girl's cage, trying to be gentle with her. Katie, the girl said. Katie Whitley. Katie, Isabel smiled, putting a hand on the girl's shoulder. Listen, you're safe. I'm not with Hydra. Why you re-shield? The girl asked. When Isabel nodded, the girl retreated inwards. They said they were shield too. They said they'd give me money, that I wouldn't have to work as a hooker. Katie began to cry. I didn't, they did things to me. Said I could be like Captain America. Isabel barely kept herself from cursing. From the first moment she'd discovered her own crewmates were Hydra, she had hated the organization. But this? Taking people off the streets, promising them a new life, then tearing them apart? The worst was some of the prisoners who had been abused, in all connotations of the word, but soldiers and scientists. Needlessly torn into to see where the experiments went wrong. It was cruel, beyond cruel. Well, I'm not Hydra, and really, S.H.I.E.L.D. has become something new. Isabel gently squeezed the girl's shoulder. That's why I'm here. We're taking the fight to Hydra. And we're going to stop them all. Kill them when we can. Katie looked up at Isabel, tears still running down her cheeks. Isabel nodded at the girl, rising to her feet and looking her over. Katie was healthy. Extremely healthy, with the muscles of a person who'd worked out their entire life. If they'd been trying to make her into Captain America. Isabel turned around, whispering, X, can you give me the files on Katie Whitley? Of course, X said. Coming your way. Isabel raised her hand, watching as Cadams rose up from her gauntlet in the form of a computer screen, the screen glowing as soon as it was formed. Isabel tapped on the new file, and stared at the screen, looking back at Katie. The present Katie was striking, with dark brown hairs, a button nose, and a slightly large chin along with a powerful build. The past Katie in the file was skinny, with a face torn open from sores and portions of her skull and teeth exposed, a cleft lip, and limbs of different lengths. Isabel stepped out of Katie's cage and looked around. Among the prisoners, there were 3 types that she could see. The first made her itch to stab a Hydra soldier in the face for all the horrors those monsters did. Those were the people Dial hadn't been able to change. Some were still in their cages, unable to move because of various body parts removed or added. Some had limbs haphazardly replaced with animal limbs, while others now had robotic pieces of varying technological eras in their bodies. When Isabel walked up to them, they shied away from her, staring with fear that made her heart clench. The second group was normal in every way. They seemed to be the happiest, crying with joy as they hugged others. Isabel flipped through the files and found the image of one, an older man with thinning gray hair. He'd once been covered in green skin, with muscles so grossly large he couldn't move. Now he was hugging one of the people in the first group, tears in his eyes as the person he was hugging, a young girl with a left arm made of some plastic substance, cried with him. The third group was intermingled with the others but was also very obvious in the differences. They were people with powers. Some had incredible physiques like Katie did, looking like Olympic athletes. Others, on the other hand, were able to change their bodies into various materials. Not like Creel, only a single one each, but they could do it. And that was only the obvious examples. Hartley sighed, looking around and rubbing her forehead. Hill isn't going to like this. She looked over at where the animals were contained. A large rhino looked back at her with bleary-looking eyes. A dog barked happily, for the color of steel. In the back, she could see a monkey leaping around its cage at incredible speeds. Just then, the doors to the room opened, Hartley spinning to point her gun. Sam held his hands up as he walked in, his helmet collapsing to reveal his face. Hartley lowered her gun, smiling. Hey, Sam said, walking in and looking around with interest, the animals barking, the crying people, and the blood on the floor. What the hell is this? Hydra, Bucky said, striding in after Sam. Unlike Falcon, Bucky chose not to collapse his helmet, simply looking around with his gun held carefully. Bobby and Rhodey walked in next, the tall woman and imposing man in black and silver armor side by side. Bobby moved over to Isabel, smiling. You look dissatisfied. Haven't been able to actually fight Hydra in a bit, Isabel admitted. She looked around. Doesn't help I have a lot more reasons to do it now. Bobby bit her lip, looking around as well. Yeah, you do. Mockingbird, Warrior, Sam said, waving them over. The pair went to join Sam, Rhodey, and Bucky. There were 2 other hallways, Sam said, crossing his arms. We need to check them. War Machine, Nomad, Mockingbird, you go do that. Warrior and I will stay here and watch these people, keep them calm until the army can get here. You got it, Falcon, Rhodey said with a nod. Bucky hefted his gun with a nod of his own. Bobby grinned at Isabel, who gave her a disgruntled sigh before patting her on the shoulder. The 2 groups split up, Sam walking towards the people who'd been imprisoned. Everyone, my name is Sam Wilson, he said, Hartley at his shoulder. I'm with an organization called Bridge. We're here to help you get home, or at the least to somewhere safe. Now what I need. Colonel James Rhodey Rhodes / War Machine. Rhodey looked back at Sam as he and Hartley spoke to the prisoners. He turned to Bucky and Bobby as the 3 of them went back into the hallways. Every time I think, this is the worst a person can do. You've only scratched the surface, Bucky said darkly. This was pretty bad though. You think they'll be okay? Bobby asked, twirling her batons as she walked. No, Rhodey sighed, his suit's speakers making it a bit loud. I don't they'll be okay for a long time. Even if they're cured, Bucky added. Trust me, Hydra sticks with you. They came to a stop at the 2 hallways. So, Bobby said, which way do we go? The 3 soldiers looked left, then right. Rhodey activated his suit's sensors, and stepped forward. I'm going to say, this way? He pointed at the one that was right from the elevator. My suit can sense some power being distributed that way. Might have something interesting. Got it. Bucky walked into that hallway, Bobby and Rhodey hurrying to catch up. They walked in silence for a little while. So, Bucky said nervously, sounding like he was trying to be friendly, but was out of practice at it. Have you guys seen Frankenstein? Bobby gave Rhodey a glance. He smiled under his helmet. I have, during an old movie night with my ex-husband. I thought it was really good. Bucky's shoulders seemed to relax slightly. I watched it with Steve. It wasn't bad. I mean, I never had much time for movies back then. But it was still fun. Yeah well, just wait until you see the new stuff they've done with movies, Rhodey said. We can play catch-up. The former Winter Soldier nodded. Yeah, I'd like that. They came to a vault door. Rhodey grabbed it. You guys will want to step back. Once Bobby and Bucky were out of the way, he pulled with the full of his suit's strength. The door fought him for a moment. Then the steel crumbled. Rhodey ripped the door open, tossing it aside with careless ease. Bobby noted the door. Guess you can add bank robbing as a possible profession, I'll update my resume, Rhodey said, walking into the open door and looking around as Bucky and Bobby joined him. The room beyond was a warehouse, with boxes and shelves everywhere. The centerpiece of the room was a series of work tables with machines and robotic pieces on them, several of which were extremely familiar to Rhodey. Oh, what the hell is this? Rhodey mumbled, walking around the center table. S.H.I.E.L.D. said they destroyed these. Yeah, we had a habit of saying that, Bobby noted with a sigh. So these are the drones that Ivan Vanko made. Rhodey flipped up his faceplate, looking down at one of the half-built robots. The robot was welded in random ways, with bits of other metal attached to it at haphazard angles where portions had been blown up. A series of pictures lay on the table showing drones at the Stark Expo, shooting at people and running around the park. Rhodey lifted up one of the pictures and compared it to the robot in question. I think this was one of the Navy drones. Hammer wanted them to be themed. Bucky poked at one of the robot's arms with his gun, grunting. These dangerous. They shouldn't be. Rhodey pointed at the chest of the robot, where a plug was connected to the machine, the cable leading down to the floor. Looks like they couldn't power them up. Tony's arc reactors are pretty much essential to make these things work. And he isn't exactly the sort to share that tech, Bobby noted, coming over with a file. Looks like they were trying to put them together with Chidori pieces. Seriously, how many Chidori came through that portal? She asked, flipping through the file in her hands. Hell if I know, Rhodey said. Tony didn't invite me to that me-dash. The drone suddenly reached its arm shakily to aim at Rhodey, the robot sparking across its form. Whoa, Rhodey yelled, backing away. He raised his gauntlets up. Bucky aimed at the drone while Bobby spun her handgun into her hand. The drone reached out. All three soldiers started shooting. For about a minute, all that could be heard in the room was the sound of bullets slamming into steel, tearing it apart. The drone shook and danced beneath the impact, before letting out a final screech of noise as it finally turned into its component parts. They stopped shooting, staring at it. What the hell was that? Bucky asked angrily. I thought you said it couldn't power up. It couldn't. Rhodey said in response, his faceplate still up so they could see the confusion on his face. Did you see that thing? It was slow as hell. I mean, they weren't exactly fast track before, but they were a lot quicker. Bobby said. Can you tell us what is going on with these drones? One moment, they are all beginning to activate unlimited power. They are attempting to complete a secondary objective. All around the room, boxes began to shake as the three soldiers went back to back with each other. Kill the allies of Anthony Stark. I'll attempt to disable them. Meantime, Bucky raised his gun and aimed around the room. I suggest you go for a more manual route in doing the same. Bobby, Bucky, and Rhodey shared a look. Bobby's helmet rose to surround her face, Rhodey's faceplate slammed down, and all three raised their weapons up. The boxes in the room exploded open, drones struggling to rise out of them like robotic zombies as the three started shooting. Izzy's going to be pissed she missed this, Bobby said gleefully, referring to Hartley. Take out their chests. Rhodey shouted, focusing fire on a shaking box and leaving it torn to pieces. A drone without legs struggled to fly at him, its palms glowing with Chidori energy. Rhodey grabbed it out of the air and threw it down, crushing it beneath his feet. Got it, Bucky said, firing one bullet at a time, hitting drones in the center of their chest with ease. When one made a desperate attempt to get close, he snapped his robotic fist into the head of the offending robot, some combination of steampunk technology and Ivan Vanko's technology. Bucky's arm tore the head off the robot, followed by him kicking it aside for Rhodey's minigun to destroy it. Bobby waded into the drones, her batons lashing out as several of the drones came to their feet to fight. Do these count as zombies? She asked casually, slamming an electrified baton into one of the drone's chests. The drone let out a whining sound, swinging a fist out at her. She ducked and flicked her other baton, a long blade coming out of the baton's end. She came and stabbed the drone in the chest. As it fell, one of the drones raised a hand and fired a beam of purple at the mockingbird. She let it. The purple energy slammed into blue energy shields, stopping short of actually hurting her. She stabbed that drone, spun away from another one and kicked it in the chest. Suddenly, in the back of the room, something exploded through a wall, stepping forward. Rhodey sparted a glance only to blink. Oh come on. The being that came out looked like a mismatch of three robots. And Rhodey knew them all. The chest was made from one of Tony's suits, the pieces of one that Rhodey had seen propping up a crane during the fight against Killian and AIM, with some strange brown metal reinforcing, and a strange form of purple flesh beneath. The legs and right arm were from Ivan Vanko's personal suit, hastily welded together with other pieces. The left arm and head, however, were far older. The Ironmonger suit's helmet turned to look at them, pieces of purple flesh around a drone's head barely visible as it hesitantly struggled forward, staggering towards them with a slow and deliberate pace. The whip on the right arm was sparking, unable to turn on, but trying. The left arm's repulsor attempted to activate but failed. Despite that, the enormous being stepped forward, eyes glowing with a low light. Izzy is really going to be jealous, Bobby noted. Author's note, yep, a lot happening there. Dial and Creel are going to box with an 11+ tall monster with Hulk strength. Hartley and Sam are dealing with the prisoners, and Rhodey, Bobby, and Bucky are fighting zombie robots. One of these is no fun, and it's not the fighting. So the Wendigo fight will only really kick off next chapter, but I'm damn proud of where it's going. And yeah, the prisoners, as you can tell, have been through some, not even going to joke about it. They're rescued now, something I wish happened to more people experimented that way in the MCU. Well, in all universes really. And finally, the zombie robots. So, yeah, I always wondered what happened to the spare bits of robots that weren't picked up by Stark Industries, and I always thought S.H.I.E.L.D. would be picking up the broken pieces. So when my beta suggested using them and ran me through the idea, I decided he was a genius, and ran with it. They're all basically the bits and scraps left over from explosions and confiscated experiments welded together in some disgusting pastiche of their former selves. So I guess that makes them Frankenstein robots, not zombies. Still much slower and stupider version running on an old program to attack Rhodey. I leaped up in the air over the Wendigo's charge, shooting it with my repulsor gun with beam after beam, scoring across its fur. It laughed, seeming reveling in the pain as it slammed into Creel. Creel took the charge with a bit of struggle, digging his heels into the ground as he flashed into a bluish-white and shiny metal I recognized as osmium. A paper grocery bag of osmium would weigh as much as a car. Creel was a lot heavier than that. He came to stop very quickly. The Wendigo reared back, swinging a claw at him, and Creel flashed into his vibranium form, the claws bouncing against Creel's body. I landed on a bookshelf and kept shooting at the Wendigo's back, breathing and relaxing with every shot, though it was easy to hit such a big target. Portions of the Wendigo were sliced off with each shot, only for it to heal back instantly, leaving me growling in anger. It's just healing back. Not for long. Creel punched the Wendigo in the face, shattering its teeth and sending it back. Wendigo, the monster giggled, only to gasp when Creel stepped forward and uppercutted in the stomach with a left, following with a right cross to the creature's face. The creature moved with sudden speed and wrapped a claw around Creel, spinning and tossing him aside. Shit! Creel shouted, getting sent flying through the air like a cannonball, tearing through several tables and bookshelves, tumbling through the air. The Wendigo turned to smile at me. Wendigo. I glared, not willing to let this thing scare me, and shot it in the chest from my spot on top of the bookshelves. A shot in the chest did nothing but nudge the creature a bit while leaving a quickly healing wound. It smiled even wider, fangs flashing, then slowly walking towards me. It didn't move with the same speed as before, clearly wanting to enjoy this. I rolled my eyes, going for bravado even as tension made my voice a little squeaky. You really think I'm scared of you? Black Widow is scarier. Seriously. Way scarier. The Wendigo kept walking towards me as I shot it, barely moving as repulsor beams sliced off pieces of its body. I checked the Omnitrix. Still a solid red. Fine, I said, glaring at my superpowered watch as it seemed to mock me with its red color. I'll do it myself. The Wendigo swiped at me. I jumped over it with a yell that was part fear and part anger, flipping in the air and putting my rifle away to grab the Model 3. The handle attached to my wrist in midair, then snapped a blade outwards and around my wrist, becoming a sword. My other hand brought forth my shield in a smaller and more manageable form as I landed behind to Wendigo, staring up at it with a glare from beneath my helmet. Come on then, asshole! I yelled, trying to psych myself up to fight something twice my height. The Wendigo spun and slashed at me with blinding speed. I barely blocked the attack on my shield and was sent flying across the floor with my feet skittering on the pavement until I hit a desk, shattering it. Still standing with my shield raised, I ducked under a blow from the Wendigo and slashed at its stomach with all of my suit's speed, cutting a deep line into its gray underbelly that began to heal immediately. The Wendigo snarled, raising a fist up and swinging it down at me like a hammer. I spun away from the blow and swung my sword into that arm, slicing it off. As the arm went flying in a spray of red that soaked my blade and the Wendigo's fur, the creature screamed. Wendigo! Howling in pain, it unleashed a blind swipe that sent me flying. I flipped through the air uncontrollably, my force field barely holding after a Hulk-level attack, then lost my shields completely when I slammed into the stone ceiling above with a cratering smash. Ah! I yelled. Groaning in pain, I stared down at the Wendigo, who was glaring up at me while his arm slowly grew back. Because of course, his arms could grow back. Oh, and it was licking at the blood pouring out of its still leaking arm because it was a freak. My HUD sent me damage reports, showing that several dozens of the catoms in my armor had been obliterated, but I could still fight. Growling, I pressed my feet against the ceiling as I began to fall and pushed off towards the Wendigo, activating my jump jets to give me a boost. The Wendigo jumped up towards me. I hit him sword first, slamming into his chest. It roared, spinning in the air to hold me close. We hit the ground hard, the Wendigo still impaled on my sword, but also on top of me. He pressed into me, clawing at my shield as I held it up, depleting my force fields and clawing at me. You smell like shit. I yelled up at the musty creature. Wendigo. It leaned down and tried to take a bit out of my face, teeth scratching at my helmet. The movement of its jaws made my neck muscles hurt as it pulled at my head. Ayog. I screamed in pain and fear, struggling with it, kicking at his thighs. I was breathing fast, my HUD sending me flashing alarms about the damage I was taking while my heartbeat skyrocketed with fear and adrenaline. Get off of me. I let go of my shield, grabbed my handgun from my thigh holster, and pressed the gun to the creature's head, firing bullets at point-blank range into his face, my helmet muffling the sound as the bullets hit the Wendigo. While the bullets bounced off his head, the Wendigo released my helmet from my jaws and rose off me with a whine of pain. My sword was pulled out of his chest with a schlick sound. I rose up and kept shooting my handgun, putting it away once I was on my feet. I was panting hard as I rubbed at my helmet, wiping away his saliva. You bastard. He smiled sadistically, scratching his claws at the floor. Then Creel came in with a haymaker that sent the Wendigo back. I fell to a knee, trying to catch my breath. The hell took you so long? Seriously, thank God my armor was so good. I could still fight, and the catoms were functioning, but fighting a Hulk-strong monster is always a degrading prospect. He threw me into another room. Creel grumbled, stepping forward. Why didn't you change into the tiger or something? Because the Omnitrix is still dash. I was cut off when it turned green mid-sentence. Oh, you did that on purpose. I grumbled at the Omnitrix, opening it up as Creel hit the Wendigo with another punch. Then I found myself blinking at the hologram that popped up, flipping through the menu to confirm what I was seeing. When did I get these two? Hey! Creel yelled, getting lifted and thrown. I discarded the thought, flipping to one of the aliens. Guess this guy's in theme, I mumbled, pressing down on the Omnitrix. It's hero time. Electricity surrounded my form. My muscles grew outwards, exploding. Growth similar to stitches appeared across my biceps, stomach, face, and back. 2 large Tesla coil-shaped pillars of organic metal grew from my shoulder blades pointing straight up while another 2 grew out my lower back pointing at the floor as 3 smaller discs showed up on my stomach. My hair was still in a ponytail, but it had gotten longer, while my beard had gotten shorter. My skin changed to green as I rose to my full height, and I grinned. Frankenstrike. Green lightning fell from nowhere to hit the metal pillars on my body, sending a surge of power into my muscles and bones. I grinned, my green eyes flashing with lightning as I met eyes with the Wendigo while a surprised Creel looked on. When I spoke, it was in a voice tinged with lightning, reverberating from vocal cords that would have been considered damaged by human standards. You know what they say about he who fights monsters. I raised a hand filled with electricity. They become them. Green lightning flew from my hand to slam into the Wendigo, sending it back to hit the concrete walls behind it. Hey Creel, I asked, walking up to him while electricity danced around my form. Wanna try something cool? Still confused, he nodded. The Wendigo, snarling with rage, struggled to rise, only to blink when he saw us. Creel was grimacing in pain from where he was floating in a bubble of lightning but still managed a smirk in his metal form. I held him aloft on magnetic and electric power over my head, power flowing from the 4 metal Tesla-type coil things on my back to hold Creel up. Green bolts surrounded us like a forest, and one crashed down in front of us. Might as well say it, I said with a grin, raising my arms over my head as Creel curled into a ball. Fastball. I threw my arms down, thrust them towards the Wendigo, launching Creel forward. Electricity flowed through me, gathering in my hands as I lowered my hands into a classic Kamehameha pose. Railgun. Creel, held in a wave of electromagnetic power, disappeared in a blur. In science, electromagnetic weapons could launch metallic objects at speeds of up to Mach 8.8 with ease. Creel was too heavy for me to be able to do that without some prep time. Kaboom! That said, the sonic boom that sent me stumbling back was gratifying. But not as much as Creel embedded deep in the Wendigo's chest, blood pouring around his fists as they flew into a concrete wall and disappeared past it into another room, sending concrete dust everywhere. The force of the sonic boom destroyed even more tables and desks around us, sending wood, metal, plastic, paper, and glass flying in a circle away from all 3 of us. I rushed after them and found they'd landed in a room full of old laboratory equipment. The Wendigo was rising up, 3 deep holes in its body that were healing more slowly than they had before. Yeah, I said with a grin at the beast of sorcery. Screw magic. Give me science any day. Wendoof. Creel punched the Wendigo in the face, sending it back. Creel unleashed a series of quick and powerful blows, driving the creature back with sheer boxing technique alone. When the Wendigo swiped at him, Creel was forced to back off. Then I blasted it with electricity. The spikes in its body gave me a perfect target, allowing me to attack it with all the lightning I had. I laughed as pure power filled my veins before flowing out and electrocuting my opponent. I let up to allow Creel to get some hits in, then blasted the Wendigo again. It's alive. I cried out, laughing in a voice of lightning and damaged vocal cords. It's alive? Ha 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 ha. Yeah, I've seen way too many movies. On the plus side, Bucky was going to love this. The Wendigo roared, falling down to its knees and glaring at us despite the hundreds of thousands of volts burning its fur off, charring its flesh and leaving a smell in the air of burnt fur, ozone, and grilled meat. The creature roared once more, the sound somehow twisting like a scream, and scratched at the floor, trying to reach us. Portions of its face burned away, revealing a blackened skull, only to heal back again. I stopped the electricity, and Creel stepped forward once more. He didn't let up this time. He gave the Wendigo a left, a right, then kicking it in the chest, hard. The Wendigo fell on the floor. Creel and I stared at its silent form. Then, slowly, it struggled up again. Oh, come on. Creel yelled, annoyed. Seriously, if it wasn't for my advanced equipment, the Omnitrix, and Creel's powers, the Wendigo would have torn us apart with us being unable to touch it, and healing from anything that could injure it. As it was, we had one problem. What do we need to do to actually take this thing down without killing him? I thought for a moment, staring at the large and furry bastard. The Wendigo was a monster, and I could tear it apart with Creel's help. But not without killing it. According to what little I knew about the Wendigo curse, it was also an innocent person, unable to fight against the things forcing it to attack. This wasn't the human's fault, all of this death. I wasn't willing to kill someone for the monster they'd been forced to turn into. Be a bit hypocritical of me. Then I came to a realization. Creel, lead it out here. I turned and ran out of the hole Creel and Wendigo had created. How the hell am I supposed to hell with it? Creel ran after me. Come on, follow me you B-movie reject. The Wendigo roared weakly, moving with less speed, but still chasing us. It giggled, spasming from the electric shock still running through it. Even then, I could still see the burns on its body were healing, and much more slowly than the other wounds had. I entertained the idea of simply burning it, either with electricity or by turning into swamp fire. But the goal wasn't to kill it. Waiting across it, Creel and I stood, both of us knowing the plan as we lingered near its former cage. Come on. Creel roared, clapping hands of steel together. Come on. Wendigo. The monster cried in challenge, running towards us with the same surprising speed as before, its eye glowing with rage. Creel stepped forward, grunting as he turned into osmium to take the charge. I stepped forward and raised a massive fist enveloped in lightning, punching the Wendigo in the face. The giant creature stood up and swung its right claw, cutting into my chest and throwing me back. Creel kicked the Wendigo's leg, forcing it to kneel, only to get picked up. I wasn't sure how much Creel weighed in his osmium form besides a shit ton, but the Wendigo still lifted him and threw him at me. I leaped over the form of my friend as he crushed the steel cage's bars. With a bit of concentration, my feet were magnetized to the side of the cage, allowing me to stand against the side of the bars like Spider-Man. The Wendigo stepped forward, clawing at me, but I leaped over his arm and punched him with an electro fist again, giving him a cross, then an uppercut, before grunting when the Wendigo hit me back, sending me back into the cage. The Wendigo came closer. Close enough that he couldn't run or escape. I pushed my power into the cage, bending the bars with a crunch of steel and a buzz of electricity. The bars bent to my will as the Wendigo rushed us. Then Creel stepped past its swinging claws and grabbed the furred killer's waist. Rack. Creel twisted his waist, throwing the Wendigo into the hole I'd bent into the cage. As the Wendigo fell into the cage, I roared. Ryg. The cage's bars bent back into position. The Wendigo, seeing it was back in its cage, panicked, rushing towards the still open door. Creel walked around the cage as I stood on the top, watching the Wendigo desperately fit its head through the door, and nothing else. It scratched at the bars. Wendigo, Wendigo, he screamed, shoulders pressing up against the door. You've put on some weight, Creel noted. Bit bigger than the last time you were in there. That's the problem with overeating. Can't move as well as you used to. With that, Creel transformed into a dark-colored metal and punched the Wendigo hard, forcing it back. I tapped the Omnitrix symbol on my chest. Diamond head. Now that the Wendigo couldn't simply leap away, I fired my crystals like bullets around the perimeter of the cage. They stabbed into the concrete and began to grow. The Wendigo, watching as crystals began to surround it, panicked, trying to jump away, only to bounce off the walls of the cage. I stumbled slightly but kept my focus. Wendigo. With that final howl, the cage was surrounded in solid crystals, trapped once and for all. I kept them going, digging under the cage until a large cube of blue-green surrounded it. The Wendigo could still be heard somewhat on the inside, desperately trying to break through its new crystal cage with no success. Once done, Creel tapped the crystal. Nice. Diamond head construction, for all your indestructible building needs, I quipped, dropping to the floor next to Creel. Maybe you should open with that next time. Creel asked as I stood next to him. Did you see how fast that thing was? I asked. I had to contain it somehow. Besides, Frankenstrike did damn well. Creel nodded, though he did give me an odd look. So, there are aliens that look like Frankenstein. There are aliens that look like a lot of things, I answered simply. We'd be here all day if I named all of them. Isabel Hartley/Warrior. Isabel watched as the army roamed around, carrying blankets and helping people. It was only a few of them, those who had been on their way from the moment they'd attacked, and only enough to make sure things were clear. More people would be on their way soon, as well as medical and psychological help. A general, an older white man with dark blonde hair and brown eyes, walked up to her and Sam. How the hell did you find these freaks? The general asked bluntly. Isabel decided she didn't like him. Sir, Sam said calmly, eyes narrowed. These people were imprisoned, tortured, and have been the subject of gruesome and illegal experimentation that had them in much worse states before you got here. They are not freaks, they are victims. The general stared at Sam, before grimacing. Fine. But how did you find this place, anyway? Classified, General, Sam said, placing his hands behind his back. We appreciate the assistance, and Bridge is sending people to aid in the transition. Please, tell your people to treat everyone kindly, and keep them from engaging with them until they can speak with therapists and Bridge personnel. The general growled, apparently angered at being dismissed, before turning to walk away briskly. Sam sagged slightly once the general left, leaning in towards Isabel. I'm really not cut out for this. You're doing fine, Isabel grinned, her helmet down so Sam could see it. What, not having fun being Captain America's protege? Less protege, more punching bag, Sam said, looking around. We need to keep an eye out on these people, I think dash. Falcon. The comm said. It's Mockingbird, can you send Warrior? We're in the right hallway from the elevator. Sam blinked. Yeah, you need more reinforcements. Well, the sound of gunfire could be heard. Just Izzy is fine. The boys are fighting the big one. Giving Isabel a look of confusion that she returned, Sam gestured for her to go. She's on her way. Isabel ran out of the door, ducking around some of the still arriving army personnel, and activating her helmet. She moved as quickly as her superhuman armor and the tight hallway allowed, going into the indicated hallway and sprinting full speed. As she heard bullets and explosions ahead of her, Isabel reached for her Model 3, a short blade popping out of the handle. She noted the destroyed vault door on the floor, running over it and entering the room beyond, stopping only for a moment to stare. Robots, Isabel blinked. Mac would hate this. Then she was ducking a slow punch at her head. Isabel stabbed outward with her sword, slicing deep into the attacking drone's heart, then blocking another drone's punch with her arm. She pulled her knife out of the first drone's chest to stab the other in the head, sighing in satisfaction at finally fighting someone again. Hey, Bobby shouted. Help Rhodey. Isabel looked at Bobby, who was shooting drones with her Model 2, which was shaped like a small submachine gun, next to Bucky, who was firing on something across the room. Isabel gaped at it when she realized what it was. A giant, tall machine was wrestling with War Machine, trying to fight the more advanced robot. Rhodey lifted the massive robot and tossed it back, shooting it once he had some room, but only putting holes in the Frankenstein-like combination of different robots. Isabel sprinted forward, her Model 3 becoming a broadsword, and blocked the right arm, noting the sparking whip dangling from the forearm before she raised her broadsword and hacked down into it, slicing deep into metal and purple flesh. The robot reached its other hand to attack her when War Machine stepped in, flicking his hand. A long blade made of cadams formed from the left arm bracer of War Machine. Rhodey blocked the left arm of the giant machine and punched his blade into his opponent's chest. The left arm sparked, trying to activate repulsors but not having the power to. Isabel raised her sword once more and swung, removing the right arm of the robot. A drone tried to attack her, but she kicked it back and decapitated it, grinning wildly. Oh, this is just too fun. Focus, Bucky said, ripping the arm off a drone and firing automatic fire into the chest of another one. Bobby flipped over the attack of another robot, this one with pale green across the metal of its body, and fired her submachine gun into it before stabbing it in the chest with her baton. Back with the massive robot, Rhodey pulled his sword out of its chest before swiping upwards, his sword slicing through metal and flesh to remove the other arm. Isabel sliced at the machine waist, grunting when she stopped halfway. She yelled out, pushing once more, and tore out the other side in a spray of green and purple blood and black oil that sprayed across the pair. The machine toppled over, legs kicking. Rhodey was sent back a step by one of the kicks, grunting at the impact. He raised his gauntlet, the sword poking out of it shining. Suddenly all of the robots were falling to the ground, lights going out across the room. Drones disabled, X said over the comms. Thank you for your patience. Ivan Vanko had quite an interesting security system in place. Isabel growled, kicking at the giant robot. Damn it. Couldn't you have taken a bit longer? Isabel joked. That would have been inefficient. Plus, I pride myself on being good at this, X said. Isabel sighed, swinging her sword to decapitate the now dead robot. At least I got some kind of fight. A group of Hydra scientists and soldiers ran through their hallways, trying to escape as the sounds of the Wendigo battling their enemies echoed, running faster when the sounds stopped. You think they killed it? A soldier whispered. Like hell, another soldier whispered. It must have killed them. We need to get out of here. The exit's not far, one of the scientists whispered hastily. We just dash. A blue blur sped into the hallway. Can't dash. The soldier who had been yelling was punched by a tall man with silver skin. In a few moments, the scientists were knocked out, leaving Fast Track and Creel standing over them. Like that, it was over.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.